My fiancé revealed she's bisexual after a solo wedding trip and now everything's falling apart. Original post August 10, 2024. Betty, 27F, and I, 30M, got engaged in January after dating for a couple of years. Our plan was to get married next year when we had saved enough money for the wedding. Shortly after getting engaged, we moved in together at the end of January. In May, Betty was a bridesmaid for one of her friends. I was unable to attend due to my job and the fact it was a 5-day trip. Betty had a great time reconnecting with some of her old friends, but a couple of weeks after she got back she became moody and withdrawn. I was relieved when she made an appointment with a therapist since she hadn't opened up to me about what was troubling her. After about 5 or 6 sessions, she sat me down one Saturday morning so we could talk. Betty had been raised in a very conservative household and had to suppress her desires until she moved out to go to college. Even then, certain ideas she denied and refused to embrace. At the wedding, she was introduced to the wife of one of her girlfriends from college, and it triggered a lot of repressed desires over the days they all hung out before the wedding. She told me she felt romantic and sexual attraction to women as well as men and realized she was bisexual. I told her I was happy she finally felt safe in sharing this with me, and it didn't change how I felt about her. It was a very emotional moment. She asked me how I felt about her exploring her sexuality now that it was out in the open. I said I was open to exploring it with her and possibly having a threesome with another woman to let her have that experience. She wanted a one-on-one experience with another woman and felt she couldn't do that with me. I told her that sounded more like an affair and something I wasn't comfortable with. I asked her if she wanted to cancel the wedding and maybe separate while she figured out what she wanted to do. She was adamant that was not what she wanted, and she was still very much in love with me and still wanted to get married, but she felt like she had to explore these feelings she was embracing before we settled down together. I asked her if she had done anything inappropriate at the wedding and cheated on me. I asked if she had someone in mind or had been talking to someone since she came back. She admitted to dancing with a girl at the reception and they kissed at the end of the night, but nothing else happened. But she denied talking to anyone or pre-planning anything. She knew this was a lot to throw on my plate all at once and she didn't expect an answer right away. She just asked that I keep an open mind and keep talking about it. I couldn't promise anything, but I agreed to do some research and talk to a workmate that has an open marriage to see how they cope. I did warn her if I found out she lied or was doing anything behind my back there would be no second chances and I would leave. My workmate has been super helpful and open about their relationship. My brother got me into a support group that has helped me come to terms with our relationship changes. I'm burning my way through my second book and sat Betty down Thursday night to check in and talk about moving forward. I found a couples therapist. I gave her the book I had finished, and I told her we should postpone the wedding for 6 months and then decide if that's the path we are still on. I was on a roll when she stopped me and asked me if I was planning on dating other people. Like that never occurred to her that I would be dating as well. She kind of shut down after that, barely giving one-word answers when I would ask her something. I think the longest sentence I got was "I just don't know." She has been like that for 24 hours now, like she is lost in a fog. I'm just bracing myself for the inevitable flood of emotions. I would have thought she would be happy that I was considering opening our relationship. Add-in. My brother came out as gay when I was 16 and my parents were very supportive, so I grew up in a very different household than my girlfriend. Apology. The second half of my post was written much later than the first half, and after a few drinks. Rereading it made it clear I should have waited till this morning before posting it. Sorry. Update. Saturday night her fog lifted and things got pretty heated. She said that the open relationship was my way of punishing her and being vindictive by dating other women. She was just asking for some grace to explore her feelings. I replied that she showed almost no remorse for cheating on me and instead expected an open-ended hall pass to do so again. I told her our friends had told me she asked them not to say anything about what happened at the wedding, so I would probably never know the full truth and just had to accept it was worse than she admitted to. I asked if she thought it was fair to go have sex with other people while I waited by the door like some lovesick puppy who was expected just to wag his tail when she decided to come home and show me some attention. It devolved after that and some hurtful things were said by us both. I finally gave her 3 options if she wanted to move forward. Monogamy, postpone the wedding and go to couples counseling. No experimenting. When we get to a good place, then go ahead with the wedding with a prenup to protect me if she changes her mind and/or cheats again. Open relationship. We can both date who we want and she can figure out her sexuality on her own terms. In a year or so we can see if marriage still seems like a good option if we are still together. Full separation. She moves out and we can each be free to live our lives as we see fit. If when she decides she wants monogamy with me if I haven't moved on, then we can try option #1. But it would be a new beginning, not just picking up where we left off. She decided she needed some space to think things out and is going to stay with friends for a couple of days. I told her before she left that if she accidentally cheated while she was gone to not come back except to pick up the rest of her things. This morning I got a text from her, "I'm so sorry." She didn't answer when I asked her what she meant and my call went to voicemail. I'm not going to reach out to her again and I will wait to let her contact me when she is ready. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Looks like your partner has been a bit self-centered about this. Good idea to take your time regarding your engagement. The death of exclusivity, even as a hypothetical, can be a pretty destabilizing thing for an established mono relationship. Keep talking. You seem to be handling this very well, somewhat better than her I think. OP. I tried to handle this respectfully but it seems fair to her as an open pass for her but not for me. I'm expected to support her while she has sex and possibly develop feelings for someone else and just smile and nod. And then she got upset when I had to remind her she was the one that cheated. I just finished printing out cards to send to everyone. We sent the save the date notices to advise them we are canceling the wedding. Not sure how I'm going to respond when they start asking why. The cards I'm sending out just have due to new circumstances on them. Comment 2. If the person asking is part of the group who withheld information from you, consider telling them the truth, that your fiancé cheated on you and her friends colluded to keep it from you. Consider telling that friend what you think of them for not having your back at such an important moment. OP. I had that conversation with the friend who confirmed what Betty had told me. When I questioned him later he said Betty had made them promise not to tell me on the trip back home. He and his wife and one of the other bridesmaids were the only ones that saw them kissing. He also told me who the other woman was. She lives in a different state. Update August 18, 2024. Previously my fiancée announced she was bisexual and had made out with a woman at her friend's wedding. On Wednesday, Betty went to her previously scheduled appointment with her therapist and told her what happened between us. Not sure what all was said but she called me on the way to her friend's house apologizing for some of the things she said and wanted to come home and talk things out. I told her to stay at her friend's house tonight and think about what she wanted and she could come home Thursday and we could sit down and work things out. On Thursday we met at the house and talked over dinner. We both apologized for getting heated and saying some unfair things to each other. After talking to her therapist and having several conversations with her best friend over the last few days she has decided not to explore her bisexual urges. The idea of a truly open relationship where I was free to sleep with other people terrified her and getting married was more important than chasing the rainbow. Her original idea had been just a free pass to see if she was missing something in her life and how important it was to her. I asked what she was asking for an ONS, just dating a woman, or having a full relationship. She couldn't tell me exactly what she wanted. I said that didn't sound very monogamous to me or very fair. She agreed and that was why she was giving up on exploring those feelings. Next, she brought up the notes I sent out canceling our save the date notices for our wedding day. She said she was getting all kinds of calls about what happened and was caught unaware about what they were even talking about at first. She was upset that I did that without talking to her first. I reminded her that she loved 2 grenades in my lap, coming out as bisexual and that she cheated on me, then left and wouldn't talk with me except for a cryptic, "I'm so sorry" text followed by silence. While I never said anything other than we were having issues and had to postpone the wedding, evidently there was speculation that she had cheated on me. She switched gears and said we could still get back on track and get married next spring. No, because now when one of us is out of town my mind will be thinking about you cheating again, especially after coming out and wanting to have an affair to explore your sexuality. I said maybe after couples therapy we could get back to a good place again but not by the end of the year and it would be foolish to start planning and making financial commitments before we even knew if therapy was going to work. Plus I wanted a prenup to protect everything I brought into the marriage as well as my future retirement savings. Plus she would forfeit any equity if we bought a house. When she protested I said if you plan to be faithful and not change your mind later then it would never be a thing. Just something to give me some peace of mind. It's been an ongoing conversation for the last few days. Betty wants to rug sweep the incident at the wedding and move forward with our wedding. Exploring her sexuality is not worth sacrificing our relationship in her opinion. For now, we are back together and planning on counseling soon. In a post-clarity moment, I realize I rushed to embrace the idea of an open relationship to allow Betty the freedom to explore her new feelings and I'm not as willing now to consider that option. I think separation is the better option, breaking up if you will till we both decide what direction our future lies and if it is with each other. It's not what I want but I also don't want to spend the next 3-5 years together only for her to change her mind or cheat on me one day. Relevant comments. Oop clarifies the chasing the rainbow comment and if he has a problem with her sexuality. Chasing the rainbow was her analogy, not mine. I didn't have a problem with her sexuality, the problem I had was she cheated. Granted, she only made out with someone, and wanted permission to have sex with someone else. Male or female, that is unacceptable in what I thought was our monogamous relationship. Being bisexual doesn't give you the right to have sex with someone else while you're already in an exclusive relationship. It just means you are attracted to twice as many people. I do want to be with her and support her, but that doesn't mean I support her dating other people to explore her sexuality while in a relationship with me. OOP on the best scenario is breaking up. Most of the scenarios in my head end up in disaster. Breaking up and letting her find her center might be the best option. If in 3-6 months we both find we want to start over, then maybe it stands a better chance than us trying to just move forward the way we are now. But in 3-6 months I think I will have moved on to something less complicated. The fact that she thought I wouldn't be enough and had to go experience something different to fulfill herself could be a deal breaker for me. Final comment from OOP: we have counseling scheduled to see what is best for us. Until we firmly resolve this issue, we won't be getting married. I don't want to have to deal with cheating or her wanting to open the marriage years down the line and then possibly getting divorced. New updates. What a crappy week. Counseling started badly, walked into the office and saw a large pride flag on the wall. Our therapist was very biased towards my girlfriend's predicament. Glossed right over the cheating and into how I needed to better support Betty's awakening and support her journey to blah blah blah. Betty is the one who's confused and I'm not giving her a safe place to explore who she is. Nothing about my feelings or needs was addressed. To make matters worse, when the therapist was piling on me, I looked to Betty to stand up or say something positive for me and I got nothing. That part hurt me the most and I pretty much shut down for the remainder of the session. Toward the end, the therapist did try to engage with me because you could tell she knew had completely lost me. On the drive home, Betty tried to talk to me and I gave her the 3 answers I kept repeating to the therapist: sure, nope, and maybe. This was the therapist her individual therapist recommended us to. The next day I got a call from Betty's mom at my work wanting to know why we were postponing the wedding and that her family and friends had already started making plans. I told her she needed to take that up with her daughter. She kept badgering me until I finally told her Betty made out with someone at her friend's wedding and that was why things were on hold, and then I hung up on her. Less than an hour later I got a call from Betty demanding to know what I told her mom. I said you kissed someone at a wedding and we were trying to work through it and that I didn't mention Betty coming out to me. I told her she needed to sit her mom down and tell her the whole truth, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So I get this text from her mom telling me I need to suck it up and move past this and that I might even be at fault for not going to the wedding with her. Huge text giving me what for and trying to tell me what I need to do. I showed the text to Betty when she got home from work and said she needed to do something about her mom or I would enlighten her with the full story of all our problems the next time she tried to tear me a new one. Betty said she would handle her mom and made me promise to give her some time to tell her mom everything. Also this week Betty has gotten very protective of her phone. Yeah, major red flag. I went to charge my phone and unplugged hers to plug mine in and she almost flew across the room to practically snatch her phone out of my hand. I was able to sneak a look at her phone later while she was asleep, only to find she had changed her access code, something which she hadn't done since we had been together. I went online and looked at our phone bill and there were many lengthy calls to a Colorado area code, which I have found out is where the girl she kissed was from. I am just mentally exhausted at this point, the gaslighting, lying and just feeling like I am treading water all the time. Lately, when we've been intimate, there is a lack of passion in her that was there before all this. I feel love-bombed without the feeling. Feels like just hollow words and empty gestures. Tomorrow we are going to a cookout at her parents' house. I am going to try and keep my cool and not say anything, crossing my fingers. But when we get back I am telling Betty I'm done. I'll give her the choice of keeping the apartment or moving out. She will be free to explore and find what truly makes her happy, just won't be me. I came clean with my parents and a few friends about this whole mess. My tribe is ready to help support me and help with the move when I need them. Dad vetoed Mom's offer to move back home and said what I really needed was a new puppy, definitely too old to live with my retired parents. Feels weirdly peaceful now that I've made my mind up. To all of you who told me so, you were right, time to move on with my life. Relevant comments. Comment 1, I'd be tempted to leave a review on the therapist somewhere. Something short like, my fiancé cheated on me at a wedding and continues to call the person she cheated with, and this therapist told me I needed to support my fiancé's exploration of other people rather than addressing the betrayal. At the very least I'd want to make sure the therapist knew this would be why we wouldn't be coming back. Therapists can't improve without knowing when they've fucked up. And I guarantee you this therapist fucked up. Anyone in your personal life you tell about the infidelity, I'd recommend clarifying that it wasn't just a one-time thing, and that she continued to call and have an emotional affair with the person. Sorry that your fiancé is literally actively having an emotional affair right this very moment, and the therapist you were sent to was the wrong choice. I wish you luck. OOP, I like your review but I am unsure where I would post it. Our therapist definitely had an agenda, but if we don't show up for the next session she already knows the reason. After browbeating me for most of the session she realized I checked out and spent the last 10 and 15 minutes trying to get me to re-engage. She tried to shake my hand as I left but I just silently got up and left her office. I haven't confronted Betty about the phone calls yet but I plan to ask her about them tonight before I tell her we are done. My family and friends, who I told yesterday, knows about everything, including the calls. For now anyway, my stress levels are surprisingly low now that I know what I want to do. My sister will be at my house when we get back and plans to stay at least the night while I tell Betty my decision. Update 3. Betty and I returned early from a cookout at her parents' house. I had planned for my sister to be at our house when we got back as a witness but had to wait a couple of hours for her to show up. I got us all in the living room and told Betty I couldn't do it anymore and was throwing in the towel. I said I had lost all trust in her and couldn't see a way forward and that the best choice was to just go our separate ways. Betty couldn't understand what I was saying and that she had been honest since her confession about what happened at the wedding. I asked if she had been in contact with the girl she kissed at the wedding and she denied it. I asked to see her phone and she refused, saying it would violate her privacy and the privacy of the people she had talked to. Fine, so who did you call with a 720 area code and maybe I should call and see who answers? Doesn't really matter because it proves my point. I gave her a choice of moving out or staying and I would move out. I also said I would give her what she had contributed to our savings account for the wedding. She tried to get my sister to leave or get me alone to talk but I told her I had been advised to have a witness present just in case. She went from crying to being angry, and after an hour and a half, she finally had a calm conversation about everything. We talked until almost midnight. This morning Betty decided to move back to her parents temporarily and the three of us packed up her things. While we waited for her dad and brother to come get her things she tried to get me to go to a different counselor and give therapy another chance, but I said it was just a waste of time, I could never trust her again and that was no way to live. Not much of an ending. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Bloody hell. It's so hard to believe that your wife continued to lie to you to the very end. Can I ask that once she calmed down and talked until almost midnight did she ultimately tell you the truth and confess everything she's been doing since that kiss? If so, how on earth did she try to justify to you all the lies she's been telling you? Or at least tell you why she has lied to you all this time? OOP, girlfriend, not wife. She never did come completely clean, I think she is holding on to hope that I will change my mind. She is confused and conflicted. If she told me the truth then I think she is afraid I would leave her for sure. Her words were, I only hid things to protect your feelings. Comment 2. Have you spoken to her dad and brother? Or the friends that covered for her to see what she's been telling them and what they think of everything? I'd hate for her to paint you like the bad guy and claim this is all because of the kiss and not because of everything else. OOP, I did not talk with her brother or her dad when they came over. The friends that covered for her know almost everything from my point of view. Betty hasn't talked much with them since the wedding. The husband was especially upset that she had remained in touch with the woman she kissed and his wife has been consoling saying it was lucky I found out now rather than later. OOP on trying to save the relationship. At first I thought this was just a speed bump and something we could get past. But it became a sinkhole that just got deeper and deeper. I believe her first therapist got her started down the wrong path. But in the end she just became selfish and self-absorbed which really turned me off. It kills me to think she threw away what we had and all the plans we had made. It was like she became a completely different person in such a short time. OOP on his relationship with her parents and changing the locks and the friends group. I had a great relationship with her family. It went south with her mom when I postponed the wedding. Her mom was all wrapped up in planning the wedding and was almost too involved. So when I pulled the plug she took it hard, almost personally. I got everything changed but the locks, waiting on the landlord for that. Definitely culling some friends after this. Most of my core group have been pretty solid through all of the drama. More on cutting back the friend group. No, not completely, they are part of a larger friend group. I keep my distance but try to remain polite. The rest of the group knows they kept the secret from me and they have gotten some grief over it. They both have been remorseful and have supported me as things have played out. The wife was friends with Betty and still talks with her quite a bit. The husband and I were really close but I don't engage much with him anymore unless it's in the group setting. Final comments from OOP. I dropped a box with some things of hers we missed and some of her mail at her work today. She wanted to talk and possibly meet for dinner to talk but I told her we just need to move on and leave. I have blocked her on everything and just want to put everything behind me. Well, she's gone for good. All of her stuff is out of the apartment and she got her part of the money we were saving for the wedding. I've blocked her on everything and have no plans to contact her again. I don't need closure, apologies, or explanations. She has made several attempts to reach out to me through friends and at work. The people at work know not to bother me and don't even take messages from her anymore. The friends I politely tell why I won't take her back and they understand and drop it usually. I've had to block a couple of people who keep after me to talk with her. I had to end my toxic relationship with my autistic boyfriend after he started manipulating and controlling my life. This is mostly event post. Me and my new boyfriend are both autistic and have started seeing each other about 4 months ago. Both of us have never been in a relationship before. He has started to give me the creeps lately. He found a picture of me on social media from when I used to be goth and has been pressuring me constantly to dye my hair blue again like in the picture. He screenshot all my pictures and showed me he did that, yet won't follow me on any social media yet stalks, keeps tabs on me. He also wants me to get tattoos and dress like that again. He got me to bring all my old goth clothes to his apartment and they're in different places every time I come over, which tells me he's obviously doing something with them. He snoops through my stuff in general. He shows me offensive over-sexualized pictures of tattooed alternative women e-girls and OnlyFans creators with tattoos in public asking me what I think of their look and if I'd change myself to look like them. He has some kinks and religious trauma which I'm non-judgmental towards, but he is always trying to do BDSM and butt stuff with me, and thinks I'd be into that because I used to be goth. He gets me to show him my old goth pictures and has tried to trick me into syncing my Google Photos onto his computer so he can access my pictures. I would never give him any pictures because I already caught him taking pictures of me without my consent and sending them to multiple people, his family and friends. He also tries to track my location and internet usage and get money from me, but never directly talks to me about anything, yet he is always trying to trick me. He used to love to bomb me but now treats me like garbage. He's narcissistic, entitled and overall disrespectful. I've told him that I don't want tattoos and won't dye my hair and that goth is a music subculture not a kink, and he never listens. He shakes my body, my finances, my clothes, where I live, the list goes on. He doesn't listen to me in general and I feel like an object. He never wants to do any fun activities with me and I'm always compromising for him. He's very straight-laced and wants to go to places like goth clubs and nude beaches just to stare at women. Lately he has been trying to control and shame me for what I eat and also body shamed me for being fat and hairy. I am 5'8", 120 pounds, I am on the skinny side. He wants me to body but also not eat anything? It doesn't make sense. He points out other women exercising and takes a little dig at me. He wants me to spend thousands of dollars on my appearance, yet he has terrible hygiene and won't even comb his hair and brush his teeth for me. He likes parading me around like a show pony while he looks practically homeless. It's humiliating. He is classist and calls me poor for being upper middle class and inflates how wealthy he and his family are, yet never pays. His brother shamed me when I met him. Made me feel awful. We have problems in our sex life as well. He has a hard time ejaculating and checks out other women all the time. He acts 12. He is 27. I feel controlled, devalued, criticized, unheard, and taken for granted. He is full of shame and I can't get him to have an adult conversation about any of these issues. I tried to end it twice and he started sobbing and telling me how much he needs me, loves me, cares about me, thinks I'm brilliant, etc. Practically begging me to stay. I feel used and manipulated. He's an awful, reprehensible person. Update. I wanted to thank everyone who read my story and commented. Thank you for all of your kind and supportive words. I went ahead and left him. So I went to his apartment yesterday and told him in the most adult, respectful way I could possibly manage that I cannot be in a relationship with him. I told him I wasn't being respected and that he was crossing my boundaries, that he was trying to change me, pick on me, and was generally cruel to me. I pretty much told him everything he was doing wrong except for the control/tracking/exploitation stuff because I didn't want to get into that for the sake of my safety, and by the end of our 2.5-hour conversation I was heading into shutdown territory, so I had to leave. I'm pretty sure he filmed the interaction. He has a camera in his room and I thought I saw it turn on. Really nothing to see other than me gently informing him I will not tolerate such disrespect, and that I thought he was trying to change me and didn't desire me, etc. He denied all negative allegations and cried the entire time and was trying to guilt me into staying, as expected. Of course he still thought I was useful to him. To his credit he didn't get angry. I am still concerned for my safety and privacy. I am worried he will dox me or commit some kind of cyber crime. Highly unlikely as he works for the government and his father, whom he is afraid of, controls him, pays his rent. Additionally, worth noting, his family name is already stained with sociopathy and there are mainstream news articles covering the crime, so it is highly unlikely he will do anything to me if he wants to get anywhere in life. Especially because he wants to seek further education and advance his career. When I broke up with him, I could see clearly that he has severe communication deficits. I believe this is caused by a combination of the double empathy problem, distractibility and focus issues from ADHD, as well as strong narcissistic traits. I don't think he understood half of what I was saying and the impact of his actions. He apologized profusely and told me he wanted to work on our issues together and that he doesn't want to break up. He then performed a bunch of future fakes and false promises to sell me on staying. I refused. I told him I crossed a line and that there is no going back, especially after body shaming. I explained to him that by body shaming someone, it will make them self-conscious and uncomfortable and therefore not want to have sex with someone. That got his attention, lol. I suspect he had a porn addiction, that he consumed a lot of goth porn, alternative girl porn, and got the wrong idea about me because I fall into some porn stereotypes targeting nerdy men. Think Belle Delphine type stuff. I like Japanese culture and used to be very goth. Maybe he thought I was one of those porn content creators who had a target audience of lonely nerdy men. He was also obsessed with the idea of me playing video games and was always trying to get me to start playing them. I know some people confuse fantasy with reality and were suspicious of that happening within our relationship. Towards the end of our time together, he was focusing solely on my image as well as his, and we no longer discussed anything intellectual as we did when we first began seeing each other. Our relationship had dissipated into something vapid and meaningless. This was not what I had signed up for. Upon further reflection, I think he really did confuse fantasy for reality and got the wrong idea about me completely, because he never listened to me when I tried to tell him what goth is about and that people have gotten the wrong in the past by assuming I was a nympho into kink due to my external appearance. Absolutely no shame in being into kink, it just is not for me right now. We were both virgins and I was not ready to go there yet. He always blocked out things he didn't want to hear or didn't align with the fantasy. It was startling how little he knew about me. He told me, "That doesn't sound like you," when I stood up for myself. He asked me, "Did you hear that somewhere?" When I told him we were having too many issues very early in the relationship and it just wasn't going to work. It's as if he didn't think I was capable of thinking for myself and had actual thoughts. Or I wasn't going to script, which is a narcissist tendency. Yet sometimes, he is respected by opinion, especially regarding topics of psychology and sociology. TBH, I thought he was some fantasy person who wanted me to solve all of his problems and fix his life. I became disenchanted when I was unable to instantly do that. He didn't know really anything about me and didn't take the time to learn about me and had some kind of fantasy version of me that existed in his head. He was more in love with the idea of having a girlfriend than me as a person. He thought the person in his head was the real me and that he was trying to help me. I do hope he seeks therapy. I wonder if he had a delusional disorder. He also had this idea that because we were both autistic, that we must think exactly the same. It doesn't work that way. We all are different colors of the spectrum, and my experience differs vastly from his due to subjective experience of life, factors like gender and upbringing, etc. etc. I feel so stupid for allowing this to go on for as long as it did. I am proud of myself for resisting the pressure he put on me to move in with him, give him money, and change my appearance, do uncomfortable sex acts, etc. It was a fairly easy exit and civil, but I still feel depressed. Mourning what could have been, perhaps. This is my first breakup, and his. So I am feeling all kinds of new and uncomfortable emotions and bodily sensations. I have alexithymia. So this is all very depressing and strange. I am happy with my decision and will not be looking back. I am fairly comfortable with being alone and will not be seeking a new relationship anytime soon, and will perhaps enter therapy to build my self-esteem. Writing out my situation and receiving feedback has allowed me to better understand a very complicated situation, and I thank all the lovely supportive people who commented on my post. Your time and kindness means so much to me. Should I delete the shared photo album me and my ex have together? My and my abusive ex have a shared photo album that we made when we went on our first trip together. It was both of our first relationships and our first time having sex together. We lost our virginities to each other. Overall, it was a lovely memory and I fell for him deeply on this trip. Unfortunately, the memory became tainted after he turned into a complete monster and shattered my heart into a million pieces. He's a very dangerous individual, high in dark triad traits, and I know it'd be foolish to keep him tied to me in any way, shape, or form. For some reason, I still don't know if I should delete the album. I broke up with him 6 weeks ago and have him blocked and deleted, his fake spy accounts too, on all platforms except Google, and deleting the album and blocking him on Google would be the last thing to do in order to completely scrub him from the surface of my existence. Despite the vile person he revealed himself to be, I am sentimental and romantic and am hanging on to the positive aspects of our time together and everything I learned about myself. What should I do? OOP commented on a different post 1 month later from the post. What differences have you noticed in your body? Appearance, good or bad? OOP's comment NC for almost 3 months. I don't know if it's due to my altered perception when I was seeing him. The constant put-downs did a number on my self-image, but I am like a different person now, inside and out. My skin conditions, acne, dermatitis, have cleared up completely. My hair looks thicker and has a nice sheen to it, my face is less gaunt and has a vibrancy to it that wasn't there before. Teeth are whiter from less coffee. I could barely sleep when I was with him, so I over-caffeinated. I'm the same weight, but my fitness has improved. My chronic muscle pain and headaches went away. These people are parasites that suck the life out of their hosts. No longer a shriveled up shell of myself. There's nowhere to go but up once you leave them and go NC. Am I the asshole for asking for sex on our wedding anniversary after my wife gave birth? Original post: I'm a 28-year-old man, and my wife is 29. Our daughter will be 7 months old in September. We've been together for almost 5 years and will be celebrating our second wedding anniversary soon. We live in a place surrounded by family, but they're all at least 2+ hours away. We both work full-time, so our daughter goes to daycare. We have 3 cats, and while we make ends meet, we save a bit for small adventures or emergencies. My wife has PTSD from giving birth. She's scared that having sex might lead to complications or another pregnancy. Her pregnancy was high risk, but thankfully, both she and our baby are healthy. However, our bedroom life has been a struggle for 4 years. When we first started dating, we had sex 3-6 times a week. I felt better than ever, physically and mentally. But then something changed. My wife had an issue during sex once, and although her OB assured us it was temporary, things never went back to normal. She switched medications for birth control, ADHD and depression, and her libido vanished. Note, I do not remember exactly what the name of the complication was. There were a couple of complications or excuses throughout 4 years. At one point she had back surgery, at another point she had vaginal surgery, which she fully recovered in 3 weeks, and at another point, she changed her medications again. We got through all of it together, but there was still a lack of sexual intimacy all these years. Outside of recovery periods, she'd have a random excuse as to why she's not in the mood. At the end of the day, it was simple. Her libido appeared to have vanished. Note, my wife has never gotten a test for this nor seems to have any interest in doing so. For the longest time, my wife blamed her new birth control but refused to change it. We discussed our sex life with a marriage counselor, and my wife kept saying, once we get married, I can get off birth control, and my drive should come back. I asked for a couple of months of frequent sex before trying for a baby, but she always laughed or rolled her eyes. Our counselor suggested I masturbate, but it didn't help much. After we got married, we had sex twice in the 2 weeks we were off with just the 2 of us. At one point, we were stuck in a hotel during our honeymoon due to a hurricane, but she wasn't in the mood. I felt incredibly insecure. She eventually got off birth control, and our sex life improved slightly. We had sex once a month. When I asked if we could try something to boost her libido, she refused. Finally, she agreed to talk to her doctors. She changed her depression medication, and that's when her drive started coming back. We had sex about 3 times in a single month before we found out she was pregnant. It was July 2023. We were both very excited and happy to finally be having a baby. We jumped on top of each other and it felt like we were going to have sex again. But out of nowhere, my wife rejected me. Gave no reason or explanation. During her pregnancy, we had sex 3 times, once on our anniversary in September 2023, and twice in November of 2023. Since then, we haven't had sex. Not once. There were several times she'd tease me as if we were going to, but never did. It's been 8 long months now with no changes, and it'll be 10 months when we reach our wedding anniversary in September. Last weekend, we were on a road trip listening to the Two Hot Takes podcast. There was a story about a husband with a dead bedroom for 3 years. My wife noticed I was getting depressed and put her hand on my shoulder. After the story, she assured me she loved me but needed time to recover from her PTSD. I was frustrated as I know our bedroom has been dead for way longer than that. I had brought up wanting us to go to counseling, but she almost immediately changed the subject. A few days later, I brought up our wedding anniversary. I was hoping that we'd possibly be able to have sex if she consented to it. My thought was us staying in a hotel room with just the two of us. She just says, maybe, but we have our daughter now. I asked about having one of our mothers babysit for a weekend. She said no, that's too long to be without her. I asked about a night. She said no, she doesn't want to sleep without her in the room yet. We have before, but we were in the house and one of our mothers had her with them. I then asked if we'd just have a few hours by ourselves in the evening, when we leave to go back home to our daughter, and we'd just have a few hours in a hotel. She again said no. I replied, I just want to be able to be intimate with you again. I miss you so much and I want to be close to you. I'm here for you and I know you're going through a lot and have PTSD, but I'm trying my best to try and make this work. My wife just replies, I know. Then she will either walk away or change the subject. We've had a multitude of the same conversations in different ways for a couple of years. Every time we're sitting down alone and having a serious conversation. My wife acknowledges my feelings but rejects my suggestions and doesn't offer alternatives. She always says one of the following. I'm working on it, but never gives me an update as to what she's doing. I don't want to have sex with anyone right now. Which gives me chills because she says, with anyone. I know, and you keep bringing it up, while trying to be polite, but sounds upset. The years of rejection are starting to get to me harder than the past 4 years. I have no intention of ever leaving my wife as I love her so much and she's my person. Sex is something that has proven to help both of our mental health when regulated, but now, I'm not sure if things will ever be like they used to be or even close. Am I the asshole to ask for just a few hours for us to be alone to at least try to have sex on our anniversary? AITA has no consensus bot. OOP received mixed reactions. Relevant comments. Comment 1, NTA. I will ask, is the resentment you are feeling right now greater than your love for her? Honestly, with how long it's been dead, anything she says is going to be an excuse. She has so many chances to fix it but she doesn't want to. But of course it'll get thrown back onto you. Wait until you hear if only you did this or this. OOP, I wouldn't say it's resentment. I'd say I feel distant from her just only sexually. My love for her is way above it though. The intimacy would strengthen our relationship though, and life as parents would be way less stressful. Comment 2. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Yuri obviously not the and you know it too, but really this is something she genuinely needs to properly focus on and get it checked out. This can't just be PTSD because like you mentioned this has been happening from way before. She's slowly killing you from the inside and you both are too blind to see it emo. You want to stay with her cause you love her. And I completely get it and praise you for it, but come on, you need to love yourself too. Just reading this I can sense how depleted your self-esteem is. That can't be good. I've had issues with self-esteem since high school. I'm also autistic. Things that make one person sad I feel devastated. Things that make someone happy makes me overly excited. In the past, I'd masturbate, or work out to let off steam. Sex with her outmatches anything that's ever helped with my depression and anxiety. It's even helped with my OCD. Since I've been without it for so long, now I'm just more on edge. When it comes to confronting people, it's very hard for me. So when my wife and I would have these conversations, it took a lot for me to get to that point where I could talk about it comfortably. Getting rejected afterwards just puts me back down. Update. I was shocked when I woke up this morning to so many comments. It feels great to be a part of a community with so many people. Thank you to everyone helping me through this. I have a legit update to my story and I want to answer some questions as well. The first is actually about the first complication that happened when we were dating for about 6 months. I did some digging at my old messages and remembered she had gotten a cut inside of her from my fingernail. We didn't notice it until we were having sex and it wasn't big enough to where it needed stitches. The medications were to prevent infection. Coincidentally, when she got the medications to prevent infection, my wife changed all her medications. They were starting to clash with each other, making her either have nausea, headaches, stomach pain, or she'd feel sadder than usual. Her psychiatrist helped her with her ADHD and depression medications while her OB helped with her birth control. The mix of the three caused the symptoms, not the sex altercation. There were a few unfortunate times where I accidentally cut her again, but they all went away on their own and were very, very tiny. My wife told me it's fine and she's content to keep going. With my eczema, I've had an issue with being very itchy pretty much my whole life. This made my fingernails over time super sharp. I have to cut them frequently just to not accidentally cut myself. My nails chip every now and then, which also doesn't help. My wife has been very loving and understanding with this issue for me and has never judged me for it. Later on, the surgery she had was a small mass. At first we thought it was cancer, but it was tissue. We got it out and the recovery period was 3 weeks. My wife initiated sex the second that ended. This was all before her back surgery. Nothing else alarming or concerning after that, and no surgeries on the inside again. Now to her back surgery. She had surgery at L5-S1, spinal fusion. This causes chronic pains that come back if she does too much lifting or outserts herself. I helped her through the entire process from when her back started hurting, her surgery, and after. It was the first time she was having surgery in a hospital where she needs to have anesthesia. She was very scared, but she brought it up to all her friends and family that she couldn't have done it without me. She was told she couldn't have sex for 6 weeks. Ironically, she kept asking for sex and I had to tell her no. The doctor was very persistent in telling us not to, as it could mess with the spinal fusion. So I had to keep saying that. The second it was 6 weeks, she jumped on top of me. My wife had to change her medications a couple of times after this over a couple of years. She had told me she's trying to fix 3 things: being able to focus, having a higher sex drive, and being less depressed. There were ups and downs, and sometimes our bedroom was dead for months while others not. Nothing was consistent, which neither of us liked. Getting updates didn't always happen, but she'd express that she wants to have sex, but has no drive. My intrusive thoughts interpret that as, she doesn't want me. I'd like to answer one more question before the update. Divorce isn't an option because I never want to spend the rest of my life without her. The teasing bothers me, yes. The lack of sex for months bothers me, yes, but nothing would hurt me more than to be without her. I take her out to dinner, I help whenever I can around the house, I'm always there for her and my daughter, and we cuddle at least 5 times a day if not more. When it comes to sex, it does make this huge positive impact on our life and in our marriage. I will do whatever it takes to be with my wife and daughter for the rest of my life. Now, on to the update. I was working from home and I came to sit with my wife and I picked up our daughter and sat on the couch. At first, my wife asked what I wanted for dinner. I was asking about what food we had and she said she wasn't sure, so I checked. It dawned on me, the Trouble in Paradise? THT episode. Be spontaneous. I told my wife, I'm going to take you out. I'd like to go on a date with you. She blushed and smiled and got very excited. We got dressed and we went out, but I didn't tell her where we were going. A couple years ago, our favorite Mexican restaurant had closed down due to a fire. It had a special meaning for us. It was the first place we had dinner when we moved in together. The restaurant had just reopened, and I took her there as a surprise. We had a lot of fun. We drank, we ate, and more importantly, queso. We had a chance to talk about sex. My wife brought it up first. She said she wanted to give me an update, saying she's starting to feel a little something again, but usually goes away when the baby cries. Our daughter is actually very chill, and we co-parent extremely well. My wife talks about me in public all the time, and so do even strangers. I get compliments about how great I'm doing when in reality I have no idea what I'm doing. Anyways, I told her I had made a decision about the vasectomy and how I want to go through with it. She asked if I was sure, and that I don't feel like she's forcing me to. I said she's not. I said right now we need sex, and if we end up having another one it'll be in 5 years or more. She asked if I'm sure, as there's a chance it won't be reversible. I told her that it's okay if it doesn't, because we will find a way to have another one if we're financially able to. We have a plan. I have a doctor picked out and my insurance looks like it's covering most of it and within our budget. As for timing, we're looking for ASAP. Thank you again for all your comments and your help. I hope I get to hear my story on 2 Hot Takes. If I get messaged during their recording session, I'll reply back to their DMs if I'm available. I'm a huge fan and can't wait to see what happens. Relevant comments: OOP on how long it has been since his wife has given birth when they had sex. OOP, it's been 5 months since giving birth, 8 months since we had sex. Anniversary is in 2 months. From what I read online, it's common to not desire sex for at least a year since giving birth. It's a traumatic experience and I get that. I'm not going to force her to have sex on our anniversary, but I do want to. All I can do is help her through this and wait till she's comfortable again. Jasmine Blossom: dude, don't just cut your nails, file them down so they aren't sharp. And use lotion when not engaging in fingering so your skin is softer. And even wear disposable gloves if your skin is really rough. You don't want to expose her to numerous cuts and abrasions, because over time that can introduce bacteria, resulting in more infections. My entitled mom tried to take my house for my pregnant sister, claiming she deserves it more than I do. I am a boy who is 31 years old, and I have a sister who is 28 years old. He has always been my mother's favorite child, but he has never been my father's favorite child. In the years that I was a teenager, my parents divorced because my mother had an affair with a former boyfriend from high school. Unfortunately, my sister was her little mini-me, and she has always been domineering, manipulative, and narcissistic. She has always presented herself in this manner. Additionally, it appeared as though our mother believed that she had complete control over me. When she snapped her fingers, she would give me orders like a dog. She would do this consistently. Despite the fact that it was humiliating, my sister never stopped supporting her. It should come as no surprise that following the divorce of our parents, I moved in with my father on a full-time basis, while my sister continued to reside with my mother. Unless it was about money, the two of them were very similar to one another. And they did not communicate with my father very often. In spite of the fact that I am more like my father, he was more business-oriented and started teaching me how to handle his field of work when I was 16 years old for the first time. I became fairly skilled at it, and after working for my father for a period of 12 years, I was promoted to the position of partner in his company. A terrible event occurred approximately 8 months ago, and everything were going swimmingly up until that point. My father's immune system had been compromised for a significant portion of his life due to his heavy smoking habit, and he passed away at the age of 60 after contracting C-19 a few years before his death. After my father's burial, which was held in a socially distant location, I finally got to meet my mother and sister for the first time in years through a video call. It was my father's decision to be cremated, and he was buried at a nearby cemetery. Hence there was neither a body nor a casket there. Despite the fact that my sister seemed to be in mourning, my mother remained nonchalant during the entire process, which surprised me. When she last saw my father, she yelled at him that he owed her more money and threatened to sue him, to which he laughed. She then threatened to start a lawsuit against him. In terms of alimony and child support, he had simply paid the minimum amount that was mandated by the law. He even made a contribution of $30,000 to the education fund for my sister. However, a judge's order meant that he was no longer legally had to provide my mother money 10 years after the divorce. This legal obligation had been lifted. Not even close to being broke. She has been working at the same job for about 30 years. She is the owner of the old family home that we used to share, and she routinely leases out 2 of the rooms in the house to use as Airbnb rentals. She does not have any problems with her finances. The reading of my father's will took place after the funeral. Apparently, he was under the impression that if his habit of smoking excessively would not end his life, then something else would, and he even laughed about it on a video that had been recording beforehand. To a large extent, he left everything to me, including his home, all of his assets, and the majority of the income from his business. In addition to around $10,000 in cash, he left my sister a Nissan Altima from the year 2015. In addition to a few other goods that she had claimed to be hers since the divorce, my mother was only given a sum of $1,000. Additionally, I was given the remaining portion of it, and my girlfriend is currently residing with me in the house that my father had bequeathed to me. Following the completion of 2 years of community college, my sister moved in with her boyfriend and began working online part-time for a number of years. A heartbreaking miscarriage occurred at the time period, despite the fact that she became pregnant. Due to the fact that we had almost little communication with one another and no one informed me of this, I did not become aware of it until after the funeral. When lockdown occurred, her boyfriend's job began to gradually downsize, and soon he was only able to work part-time. This brought about a negative impact on both of their finances, to the point where he finally informed her that she needed to look for better employment as well because he was looking for a second job. After then, she fell pregnant once more. Despite the fact that she and her partner have taken precautions, others continue to refer to her child as a miraculous baby. A knock on my door came as a complete surprise to me one evening. As soon as I responded, both my mother and my sister greeted me with a frigid reception. Both of them entered without anyone asking them to, and they immediately made themselves at home in my living room. A look of bewilderment was exchanged between my girlfriend and I questioned as to the reason why they had brought themselves to visit. It appeared as though my sister was giving herself a tour of my home as she was laughing and looking around, opening doors, and opening doors. The request for a refreshing bottle of water was made by my mother, who had just sat down on my sofa and reached out with her fingers. After my girlfriend had gotten the water for her, I questioned as to the reason that they were in this location. It appeared as though my sister was overjoyed, but she chose to ignore me and proceed with her investigation of my home. A short while later, I was able to hear her exclaim, "Mommy, it's perfect!" from the opposite end of the corridor. Yes, she continues to refer to her as Mommy. My mother ultimately stood out and said, "Well, I think it's time you did your brotherly duty." To which I reacted, "What?" I was surprised by her statement. My mother continued by saying, "Now that your father has passed away, this house ought to have been given to me because I was his only spouse. However, you are still able to make the necessary repairs at this time. It is possible for you to get a brand new home because you generate a lot of money. This one is particularly significant for your sister because she is the one who is actually carrying the baby that is on the way. On the other hand, if you are adamant about remaining, you could just live in a single room and pay for all of the expenses until you make the decision to leave. After reading a sufficient amount of Reddit, my girlfriend and I were able to determine where this was headed and what would occur if I allowed it to continue. I suppose you could say that we were mentally prepared for what was to come. I inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly before uttering out loud, "That is not effing happening. Especially in my own home, you do not have the authority to boss me around. And yeah, I do make a lot of money, but just like my father, I'm going to put it away until I really need it, even though you don't seem to care about it." "Stop," my mother yelled as she began to lash out at me with her fingers, just like she had done in the past. "It is me, your mother. Because I am the one who brought you into this world and because I am the one who holds authority here, you will do as I say. God is what I am to you. In other words, when I say jump, you respond by asking, how high? In all actuality, this house belongs to me, and your sister will be living here. The following is an official notice of eviction. On the other hand, because I am a good person, I will give you 2 weeks to start packing your belongings and transferring the deed to me. I have a thought that goes something like this. This can't possibly be true. Then, however, I reached for my mobile phone and started making calls. Suddenly, my mother jumped up and asked, "What are you doing?" While she was standing there. I answered by saying, "I'm gonna do what I should have done as soon as this started. I'm calling the cops to get you out of my house." My phone was eventually knocked out of my hands as she started swiping back and forth toward me. After that, she made an attempt to walk on it, but I was able to grasp it before she could do so. "That's it. If you don't leave, I'll force you out." My mother gave me a slap across the cheek and I returned the favor by hitting her back with a backhand blow that was twice as powerful, causing her to fall back down onto the couch. She yelled, "How dare you?" while placing her hand over her face, which was reddening and covered with makeup. She was completely taken aback by the situation. I went back to dialing my phone and informed her that I would call the authorities to remove her from the premises if she did not cooperate with my request to leave. I was in the middle of a conversation with my sister when she suddenly jumped in between us, stretched out her arms, and told me to do the right thing for once in my life and be a good big brother. I lost my temper and yelled out, "Oh, so you think I'm a terrible sibling? I have been required to work for a living ever since I was a very young teenager. I was responsible for all of the housekeeping, while you spent the entire day sitting on your butts, either playing video games on your computer or chatting with your circle of friends. And you would take the money that I had worked so hard to get in order to go shopping after you had already spent all of your allowance. You are nothing but a thief and a piece of a leech. Absolutely nothing is owed to you. I want both of you to leave this place as soon as possible before I dial the final number." For the first time, my sister started crying like a baby and said, "Mommy, please make him stop." After that, my mother started giving her a death gaze, after which she began hugging her and caressing her cheeks. After that, she mentioned, "You know, if you do call the cops, I can just tell them you hit me." It appeared as though she had become more intelligent. In addition, who knows, maybe I'll let everyone know that you wanted to do something far worse to a pregnant woman who was in need of assistance. It is not something that I believe would be beneficial for you to do. It was with a raised hand that I was able to interrupt her and say, "Just stop." During the entire time my girlfriend has been recording, in case you haven't noticed previously. This indicates that we have video evidence of you assaulting me first and then publicly declaring that you would lie to the police during the incident. I don't believe that would be beneficial to your reputation at work or for your Airbnb business, which is relatively tiny. In the event that appearances could kill, my mother would have blown me up like a tactical nuclear weapon. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and started pulling my sister into the room by the arm. My younger sister, who was behaving like a complete and utter child, managed to escape our mother's grasp and immediately plopped down on my front step while throwing a fit. "Are you able to see now?" I questioned my mother after giving her a quick glance. "The result of the spoiled upbringing she had from you is this." After she had finished staring at me, I watched as my mother attempted to remove my sister from the front steps of my house. On the other hand, my sister grabbed to the handrail of the porch and cried out, "You promised me," over and over again. As I stood by the door, I laughed and yelled out to each of them, "Never come back." At that moment, my mother reprimanded me and returned to the task of getting my sister off the porch. Despite the fact that it took her a few minutes, she was ultimately successful in persuading my sister to get up and leave with her. She referred to me as a cruel and heartless jerk who will go to hell for this. I chuckled once again and responded, "There's also a special place in hell for liars and narcissists who try to manipulate others to get their way." I simply put up my smartphone once more with the recording and said, "The clock is ticking, Mom. This caused my mother to tighten her fists and was ready to yell something more when I did so. "Get off my property." After that, my mother accompanied my sister to the car, gave me one more look that was condescending, and then disappeared into the distance. I had the impression that that was the final chapter, but my mother never let things go for good. A few days later, I started receiving messages from people I knew and family members who were using the internet. A good number of them were furious with me, while others merely had inquiries about what was being placed. Due to the fact that both my sister and my mother had blocked me on social media, I was unable to view what they were saying on my Facebook account or see what they were saying. My girlfriend, on the other hand, was able to view everything because they had their profiles open. The entire incident was captured on screen, and some of it was printed out. Both of their profiles contained entries that referred to me as a self-centered and cruel jerk who stole the house that was meant to be my sister's inheritance right in front of her eyes by paying off the attorney who handled Dad's estate. This is a total and utter lie, and both of them are aware of it. I called my attorney, who was also my father's attorney and a trusted family friend, and gave him copies of all the screenshots from Facebook as well as the video that my girlfriend had filmed on the day that my mother ordered that I move out of my house. My intention was to take it a step further, so he wrote them a letter instead of sending a simple cease and desist letter. He wanted to write a letter. I advised him to send it by express mail that required a signature in order to determine whether or not they had got it. It was on the same day that the letter arrived that my mother called me in an angry state. I warned her that if she and my sister did not remove all of the false social media posts they made about me and reveal the truth, I would send an email to her entire family, her boss, and upload the videos we captured of her online. In addition, I would sue her on top of everything else that I had done about the situation. She accused me of being crazy by claiming that she had only done what she did for the sake of my sister. She then proceeded to give a full-fledged lecture, during which she reiterated her belief that my sister still required my house more than I did. I made it abundantly apparent that I did not care what she believed, and I warned her that her career would be ended if she did not remove everything and reveal the truth. It was with reluctance that she responded, "Fine, you win." After hanging up the phone, he commented, "You should keep the stupid house." At that very moment, every single dishonest post that had been made on their profiles disappeared. I was unblocked, and my mother presented me and everyone else with a half-hearted apology, explaining that she had hurried what she said because she believed that my sister required my house more than I did due to the fact that she is pregnant and broke. On the other hand, she admitted that the house was legally mine according to the will that my father had left behind, and she was aware of this fact before he passed away, therefore she had no right to attempt to claim it. In addition, my sister expressed her regret, but she virtually reiterated everything that our mother had said. She stated that she had just agreed with her beliefs and then blamed what she had done on our mother and the pregnant emotions that she was experiencing. The answers came in on both my mother's and sister's pages for a period of time, and a significant number of people were depressed by the fact that they attempted to seize my house. I received a lot of sorries and my bads from people who had previously believed her, but all it did was show me who was more on her side in the first place, because they were also willing to swallow her nonsense. I could not believe it. Regardless, the majority of them were members of her family's side of the family. She was not believed by anyone on my father's family, and they were vocal about their lack of belief. In the end, my sister and her boyfriend decided to move in with our mother in order to save money. Nevertheless, she kept them in the basement in order to maintain the operation of her Airbnb. Due to the fact that my mother barely wrote anything due of the trick she had played earlier, my sister started sobbing on social media about how she is unable to live upstairs. I am very certain that the two of them are arguing because all my sister did after that was complain online. Having made it this far, you are only getting started with what is ahead. The second part is very hot and wilder than the first. It is going to be the very next video that is uploaded, so if you haven't already done so, subscribe to YouTube with notifications turned on so that you don't miss it and give it a thumbs up as a backup. When the sister and mother came at the OP's apartment, the first peculiar thing that stuck out to me as being too obvious to look away from was the fact that they were there. Based on my understanding of the circumstances, the brother believed that the mother had just told her, "It's a done deal, you're getting this house." And the sister had believed it for some reason. This is the only interpretation I can come up with. It is either the case that the sister is so naive that she believes that the mother has the authority to take the property away from the owner and give it to her, regardless of who owns the house, or that the mother simply lied and made up some kind of reasoning as to why the house was rightfully hers. I thought the mother's notion was a terrible one. She essentially told him, "It's time to do your brotherly duty." And she believed that he would just hand up the house by that point. The father spent the most of his life working on this house in order to ensure that it would be a generational heirloom once he was able to hand it down to his son. On the other hand, The situation in which the daughter only receives the automobile and the son, the OP, receives everything else is one that I could imagine being somewhat irritating. That may be a source of frustration. I am able to acquire that, but it does not alter the fact that certain individuals are given what. That viewpoint cannot be rationalized in any manner, at least not in the way that they look to be doing here. This recurring motif can be seen throughout the entirety of Part 2. Although Part 2 is rather lengthy, you can still observe parts of that line of reasoning in that section as well. In light of the fact that the girlfriend was filming the entire event in which they struck each other, I have a sneaking suspicion that the OP's girlfriend was not recording their interaction at all. It is possible that she merely yes-anded the scenario, participating in the situation in an improvised manner and saying, "Yeah, it was recording the whole time." There was not an excessive amount of defensiveness displayed by the OP and his girlfriend when the mother and sister came. To put it simply, they were perplexed. In conclusion, the mother's exact statement, which was by far the most peculiar component of the entire incident, was as follows. "I am God." In other words, when I say jump, you define the height at which you want to jump. This house is rightfully mine. You are attempting to convince someone to give you something that you believe you deserve for some reason because you were this person's previous spouse, despite the fact that you divorced 10 years ago. It is weird that you're referring to yourself as God in the middle of an argument. Karen demands VIP table claiming to know the owner, but I'm the owner, and she was left crying with a $4,000 bill after my revenge. Karen storms into the restaurant, screaming that she knows the owner and that we must give her and her group of pals the VIP table reserved for celebrities. The trouble is, I own the restaurant and have no idea who this lady is. But I decided to play along and see what happened. During the dinner, one of the girls asked me whether I thought my life was meaningless because I worked as a waiter. That's when I realized all bets were out, and I was going to exact my retribution. This is what I did. This occurred around Christmas and New Year's. My grandparents emigrated to Canada from Italy in the 1970s and established a restaurant. When they died, my parents took over the restaurant, which they grew and enlarged throughout the decades. I've been working at the restaurant since I was 15. As my parents became older, they retired and became snowbirds, spending the winters in Florida. They sold the restaurant to me a few years ago, but they kept a tiny percentage of the stock as a supplementary source of income in addition to their savings. As soon as I took possession, I modernized the old place. I rebuilt the restaurant, altered the logo, and contacted local and national newspapers to place advertisements. I invited food critics, bloggers, and vloggers. It was slow at first, and I began to fear that the loan I took out to undertake all of this was the worst mistake I'd ever made, that I had ruined 3 generations of a family company. But soon, it began to work. A local semi-famous YouTuber included us in one of his videos, which prompted more people to visit and review us. Even on a Monday, we were quickly seeing 5 to 10 times the regular volume of activity. We became a destination for large events, and it was not uncommon for a celebrity to stop up on certain evenings. I even invited certain high-profile clients to visit and cook for our guests. This cost a fortune, so we were completely filled for the holidays. People had to make reservations in July to get a table in December. It took years to get to this point. When things become busy, I don't simply sit in the back office. I'm on the floor doing whatever needs to be done, whether it's greeting customers, bussing tables, or mopping the floors. On nights with high-profile guests or events, I wear a jacket and take charge. One night, 6 women walked in. 5 of them appeared to be in their early 20s, with the leader looking to be in her mid-20s. My best assumption was that she was an elder sister of one of the females or an older sorority sister to incoming college students. I was greeting them at the entrance, and as they approached, Queen Bee Karen was telling the baby Karens how fantastic this restaurant is, how delicious the cuisine is, and how there might even be celebrities there. When she approached me, she explained that she required a table for 6. I responded, "Of course, can I get the name on the reservation?" She stared at me. She responded, "Oh, I didn't make one, but it's okay. The owner is a personal friend of mine. He said he always keeps 1 or 2 tables open for special guests and we can have one of those tonight." This is true for many high-profile restaurants, and I've been doing it recently as well. But I had no idea who this woman was, and she had never discussed any of this with me. I understood she was attempting to get in without a reservation, but she had chosen the worst person to try this with. I told her, "I am sorry, but we cannot seat anyone without a reservation. As you can see, we do not have any seats available." I didn't want to go all out and say, "I'm the owner, and we have never spoken before, so I never promised you anything." But I didn't want to embarrass her in front of the other girls she was with at the time. She then instructed one of the other girls to take a picture of me. She announced that she would speak with the owner and ensure that I was either scrubbing toilets or fired by the end of the week. The other girls behind her joined in, saying things like, "Yeah, kiss your minimum wage job goodbye." I wasn't sure if they were in on it with her or if they truly believed she knew the owner. Queen Bee Karen then said, "Look, you can either give us a table or I can make your life very difficult. This is not worth losing your job." She kept pointing, trying to belittle me, and then saying things like, "Obviously you aren't anyone here, because if you were, you would know who I am and never try to tell me anything other than yes or, of course." She was constantly attempting to put me down and take that table. At this time, it had been a hard day for me, and from my perspective, I had three options. Number 1, I could inform her that I am the owner and call her out on all of this. Number 2, I could simply hand her the table and let things go. Or, third, I could teach Queen Bee Karen and her minions a lesson. I selected option 3. I smiled at her and said, "Of course ma'am, please follow me." I handed her one of the 3 tables we leave free in case a celebrity walks in, which occurs occasionally. I told her, "I apologize for everything and you're right, it would be simpler just to give you the table." I also assured her that the first 3 rounds of drinks would be free. I seated them down and personally served them. As they sat, I told them, "We need one of your credit cards and IDs just to keep on file, and we'll return them to you before you leave." Queen Karen handed me her card and informed the baby Karen minions, "Tonight is on me." I took their orders, gave them their free beverages, and informed them that due to how busy we were tonight, the meal may be delayed. The females only worried about the free drinks. They ordered 3 rounds and still hadn't received any food. They eventually called and asked me to check on it, all while giving me the worst attitude since they arrived. I told them I will look into it, but also asked if they wanted additional drinks. They ordered 2 more rounds. They were sloshed by the time the appetizers arrived, having done nothing but drink on an empty stomach for the majority of the night and just eating salads. As more food arrived, more beverages were ordered. What these girls didn't realize was that they were at our VIP table, which normally costs a few $1,000s to sit at, but I didn't charge them for it. Except for the first 3 rounds, I charged them for all of the extremely costly cocktails they had throughout the evening. Furthermore, the table they were sitting at, as previously stated, was VIP, thus the menus were different. Prices are not displayed on these menus. This is a restaurant industry trade secret. They also offered higher-end menu items such as white truffle, black caviar meals, and specially imported West Coast oysters, among others. At one point during the night, I honestly began to question what I was doing. I worried I was going too far with these poor girls, they might not know any better. But certain things encouraged me throughout the night, such as when one of the baby Karens questioned whether I thought my life was pointless because all I ever became was a server. Also, one of the other staff told me that they were planning how to mess with me, believing that they could do so whenever they wanted and that I would always give them a table. I overheard them say, "He's cute, but I wouldn't date a waiter like that. He is such a pushover." There were other comments like that throughout the night, so I continued with their life lesson. By the end of the night, each female had built up a bill ranging from $500 to $600. I handed Queen Karen the bill for $4,232.23, which included tax and tip. I've never seen somebody sober up this soon. She went from smiling and giggling with her buddies to almost in tears. She immediately summoned me over and asked whether this was a joke. I took the bill, looked it over, and apologized. "I'll get you the correct bill amount." Again, she seemed completely relieved, assuming she had received someone else's bill, and called me a effing idiot, before continuing to talk to her pals. When I returned to give her the right bill, she flipped out again. It was only a question. "Is there something wrong on this bill that you didn't order?" She and the girls were stunned and went over every single line of the bill, including the initial several lines that listed their original 3 rounds as complimentary. They then got out their phones and went over everything 100 times, adding it all up. Queen Bee, visibly startled, just remarked, "1 second, I need to use the restroom." Part of me feared she'd dine and dash and leave the baby Karens with the tab, but I discreetly reminded her that we had her ID and credit card, without making it too obvious. I was concerned that she would run out of money. 10 minutes later, she returns with new makeup, clearly crying, and tells me all about how poor the food was, how dreadful the drinks were, and so on, demanding that I at the very least cut the cost in half. She went on to say that the baby Karens would help, despite the fact that she had previously informed them that the night would be hers. Then, as if a light bulb went off in her head, she brought up her alleged relationship with the owner again, as if it would give me extra motivation to lower the amount in half. I smiled as I told her, "No, simply no. I can't change the bill." She takes out her phone and shows me a series of text messages from someone named after my restaurant, followed by the word owner. I instantly grasped what she had been doing in the bathroom, most likely changing one of the other Karen minions' contact names and erasing prior texts to establish this new script. I reviewed the messages and clicked on the contact information before telling her, "That's not the owner's cell phone number." Her response was, "He has multiple phones for business, of course. You do not know all of his numbers." I replied, "How about this? If we call him and he says it's okay to take 50% off the bill, then I'll do it." Her response was to begin ranting and screaming, which drew the attention of the few remaining patrons, and I knew it was time to finish this. I told her in a less conciliatory tone, "Cut the crap, little girl. You do not know the owner. You've never been here before, and if you continue ranting, I'll call the cops." Her tone changed as she attempted to defend herself as best she could. My response to her lame retort was, "My grandfather established this restaurant. My family has been running this establishment for centuries. I've worked here for nearly my entire life. I am the sole owner of this restaurant, and I have never seen you, heard of you, or made any promises to a stranger I have never seen before tonight." The little Karens were frozen and had no idea how to react. Queen Bee was in tears. I added, "Now, I provided you the table you wanted, one of these particularly reserved tables for high-end clientele, which I did not charge you for, as well as 3 rounds of free drinks. If you do not pay your account, I will call the cops and give them your identification." Karen signed the bill in tears, and the tiny Karens reached into their wallets to hand her whatever cash they had, which was probably a couple $100, with the promise to repay her more. 2 days later, an angry man arrives at my restaurant and requests that one of my bartenders talk with me. I was in the back office working, so he had to wait for about a half hour. She was with him too, but she kept her head down. I took them both to my office and showed him highlights from the security cameras, which had particularly high-quality audio because they were in the VIP area. We needed to keep good records in that region due to previous unconnected accidents. I showed him the majority of it, their remarks, orders, everything. When all was said and done, he rushed out with her, yelling at her the entire way. I have not seen or heard from any of them since, but the initial bill I gave them, which did not include the $120 oysters, is framed on my desk. As a side note, I did not lose as much money on the table in 3 rounds of drinks as you might expect. The table was intended to be empty anyway, so I didn't lose anything because I hadn't expected to gain anything in the first place. The cost of the meal and other drinks more than compensated for the loss in the first 3 rounds. So now that you know everything, am I the jerk? Probably the most astonishing thing about the Karens in this situation, aside from the money, trying to muscle their way into securing a seat and avoiding paying the bill, was their perspective on the world. That solitary statement concerning the OP's, original poster's, inadequacy as a waiter definitely stood out. It seems that OP was going to loosen up on his entire vengeance plan, but then one of the baby Karens asked him if he felt his life was meaningless because all he had become was a waitress. That has to be one of the most insanely entitled viewpoints we've ever seen on this channel. It may not be as exciting or insane as some of the other stories, but the fact that she actually sees the world in this way is simply sick. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a job, regardless of the income. This occurs frequently with jobs such as janitors, and I despise it when individuals believe they are superior just because they do not work in those positions. There is nothing wrong with becoming a janitor. I don't understand that mindset, but in this situation, she not only feels that way, but she also wants to mock him for doing a difficult job, such as being a waiter. Or at least that's what she believes he's doing. One more thing. I'm happy this story ended on a somewhat gratifying note, with the father attempting to reverse the situation but becoming more enraged with his daughter than the restaurant owner. The only thing that scared me out was that the restaurant was recording audio of the folks sitting at that table. I would probably avoid going to a restaurant if I knew my talks were being recorded. Anyway, I'm glad it worked out for the OP, but please tell me how you would have handled the matter if it were your restaurant and these were your customers. Was the OP a jerk or not, and why? I discovered my wife's affair during her writing workshop, hired a P1, gathered evidence, and vanished without a trace before she returned home. Though my friends call me AB, never Andy, I go by Andrew Baker. Every now and then there's a nasty drunk or uneducated man trying to act too familiar and calls me Andy. "So Andy, what's your job?" they probe. I reply, "I made this neat little tool for cops to check drunk individuals from 40 feet away. They have even begun to link them to radars throughout town. That typically shuts them down. That gadget isn't real, though, should you still not know it yet. I obviously have not much tolerance for stupidity. Lie to me, and things go bad. I'm a straightforward guy, not complicated at all. I am content in my career and lead a simple life. I am an engineer employed by a large national corporation with offices scattered over the nation. I have pals, and although I'm not a heavy drinker, I do have a sporadic beer. Though that's my struggle, honestly I tend more toward nachos. I try to keep myself in reasonable form for my age since, if I let it spiral out of hand, I will gain weight. Every chance I had, I used to go sailing. Now, having a wife and 2 small girls takes up a lot of time. I sold the yacht at last. That was only one of the concessions I have voluntarily given over the years in order to spend quality time with the individuals truly important to me. For 25 years, Karen and I have been contentedly married. Her level of education is high school teacher. Right now our 2 girls are at college. While her younger sister Denise is in Boston University, Claire is a student at Brown University in Rhode Island. I most certainly couldn't afford those pricey universities, but fortunately the girls are committed students with outstanding scholarships. Our house is in North Carolina, more precisely the Research Triangle. It revolves on some outstanding Raleigh institutions and is flanked by first-rate high-tech businesses. One may live and work here quite nicely. Though it would just make me hungry, I could tell you about Carolina BBQ. When the daughters chose institutions up north, I was a little let down, but I know they had to venture beyond their comfort zone, and that is eventually a good thing. Our daughters are wonderful, smart, humorous, lovely young women with strong moral principles. Though I am daily concerned about their safety, I have faith in their judgment. Seeing children mature and start their path towards independence meant that my wife and I could at last have some alone time once more. For some time, I had been excited about this stage. I pictured going home every evening to a loving wife who would concentrate on me, and vice versa, with both girls away at college. I saw us picking back up our relationship and having happy days. It resembled almost exactly being newlyweds once more. We could have dinners out, go to movies and plays, and at last rediscover each other the way I had always wanted. But reality turned out very differently than I had imagined. To be honest, thinking back on that first year of an empty nest, I saw Karen changing. Her hobbies seemed to be changing. Although the change was slow, in time it became increasingly clear. At first I saw these as her means of blossoming now our girls were no longer living with us. But finally I came to see that her priorities and values were undergoing a major change. English teacher Karen specializes in creative writing. She is fairly speaking a frustrated writer as well. She never really had the opportunity to write as she desired being a teacher and young mother. Karen writes during the summer and whenever she could spare an hour or two, but so far not much has come out of it. She liked to compile rejection letters after sending her essays and short tales to literary publications. Her ideal magnificent masterwork was never realized. Though as a writer she has never ventured beyond predictable and perhaps too theatrical tales, I will admit I enjoy reading her. She has a romanticized view of what a writer should be, and covertly I believe she is more drawn to the concept than the actual work. Still, I'm happy too if she is happy. Karen has belonged to several writing clubs most of our marriage. Aiming to help each other's writing, these are meetings of people who come together to offer comments, ideas, and conversations about their work. While some of these organizations seem to be more like clubs of mutual adoration, others seem really useful to me. Her last group, the one she belonged to when everything broke down, contained components of both. They alternated visiting each other's houses, and during their encounters here, I would try to give them privacy. I tried once but stopped since Karen and a few others objected. There are about 10 people in Karen's present writing group, men as well as women. While some of them I could live without, others I enjoy. When you meet them, half of them really are relatively average and the other half really stand out. For example, the Lady Reggie is rather passionate in creating biographies and history. She still manages to captivate readers despite doing scholarly-oriented book writing and serious research. I have loved reading all of her works. Betty likes to write fantasy. She tends more toward the talking unicorn type than I would have her as the next J.K. Rowling. She's nice, and her writing seems to be mostly for her own enjoyment. Who can dispute that? Bill takes on the group's know-it-all function. Apart from that, he appears all good. A bit of that goes a long way. Then Frank comes in. The first time I saw him, I felt scared. Ever since, those alarms have kept ringing in my head. It was very evident when I met Frank that I was being introduced to him rather than the other way round. Examining me, he asked, "So Andy, what's your profession?" I looked at my wife. She shook her head and somewhat frowned. I said simply, "I'm an engineer." Frank gave no smile, more of a smirk in reply. Though not precisely out of earshot, I said I had given up trying to interact with their group and preferred to keep rather hidden and quiet. Until they forget, I usually find myself in the next room silently working or on the rear porch with a window open so I could hear their talk. Frank seems to share private jokes and a connection that makes me uneasy when he talks to Karen, early on I found. He occasionally makes her ego stronger and other times seems as though he understands her inner thoughts in a way I value less. He mentions past talks that seem to be only between them, and I get the sense that the rest of the group doesn't recall those times. Although it's only a feeling, I have informed her I find it unpleasant. She dismisses my worries, and I know not to press the topic. She knows my feelings, the rest is up to her. During its sessions, the group performs a set ritual. Their work session ends with some wine and relaxation. It was during this period that I came to see some of them were just acting. It took place in the midst of the spring semester, close to early March, when the subject turned to the way actual writers lived. Oh, all the eminent writers were alcoholics. That's right, they drank in the afternoons and evenings and penned in the mornings. It awakens the mind to fresh concepts and helps one to relax. Their creative ideas then start to flow in the mornings and they start writing. Actually, the really great writers all went through love relationships. That's the real inspiration for them. Frank was saying just that. Thanks for providing, Frank. I'm beginning to get your perspective. Karen's words then really hit me like a gut punch. Indeed, exactly. The real inspiration is found in the intensity and the thrill of the unknown, that is, in keeping it all secret from everyone else. I persuaded myself it was only a joke as some of them laughed and others didn't. Still, I listened in on their chat all through the evening. Maybe we should all have a wild night of passion sometime and then each write the next great American novel. Bill had that. I wasn't sure if he meant it humoristically or not. Not great writing comes from character defects. Features like humanity, empathy, and facing the riddles of the unknown really help to create great stories. I said before that Betty appealed to me. Memorable tales are about conquering obstacles, aiming for excellence in spite of all the odds, and leaving the planet in a better condition than it was in before. Well, perhaps if you conjure the right enchantment, we can avoid all the hassle. Again, that was that jackass Frank. To their shame, some in the group seemed to find that humorous. I had a hunch Reggie didn't either, and I'm not quite sure Betty did. They were debating writer drinking practices and affairs, and I kept listening without offering anything. Then I overheard a fascinating bit of their chat. Is anyone else planning to apply for the Illinois Writer Workshop this summer? Frank was now speaking once more. Oh, I turned in my application already. Keeping my fingers crossed will help them to accept me. 6 weeks of just writing and talking with other authors could truly change things for me. This was Karen. I had never heard of her before. Frank caught it up straight immediately. I am sure they will welcome you. Your work has improved really dramatically this past year. I think you will get admitted. I've also applied. I'm not as sure I'll be in though. My own feeling of internal radar for stupidity was off target. Frank, really, when did you start to get so modest? Though at this point I still loved and trusted my wife, I didn't like what I was hearing. Trust is basic when you have been married for the length of time we have. You ask not, is she up to no good? Not even cross your head the idea. Your mate is your other half. Marriage is a partnership. She has proved her dedication year after year. All you really want is for her to discover the success and happiness she so deserves, or at least that is what you think. Later on though, everything falls apart when you find your confidence has been betrayed. Update 1. I let myself ignore the overheard exchange from that evening over time. As I said, I trusted my wife entirely. Some younger males might not understand it, but trust becomes a way of life rather than only a decision after being married for more than 20 years. Late April found me finishing some outside gardening when I decided to call it a day and head indoors. Reaching for the kitchen door, I discovered my wife on the phone exclaiming, "I can't wait, 6 whole weeks without any responsibilities, no commitments, and no one waiting for me to get back." At the last bit I started to perk. I stopped in front of her and listened. Absolutely, those 6 weeks will be the most self-indulgent of my life. I owe it to myself, you too owe it to yourself. Not one of these appealed to me. I walked through the kitchen opening the door. Karen appeared shocked. Well, I have to sprint, AB is here and I have to start cooking dinner. She grabbed fast. I said, who was that on the phone? Oh, just Regina. We were discussing the shortly closing of schools. Like heck it was, I said. I wanted to probe her about some of her remarks, particularly one about no one waiting for me to come home, but I realized that tonight the truth might be in scarce supply. Though I tried to hide it for the moment, my attitude worsened. Dinner later that evening, the other shoe dropped. AB, the amazing news I got today will not surprise you. Recall that Illinois writer workshop for which you applied? Come on, you hardly pay attention to me. To be honest, I had heard about the workshop before. But that was only because I had overheard her talking about it over a month ago. I don't remember you stressing it. Sure, I did. I applied for a 6-week workshop for authors. At the University of Illinois, it falls mid-June through late July. Their lecturers give lectures. They also bring in eminent authors for seminars and debate forums. We then get rather busy writing. I was accepted and this is an amazing chance. That sounds excellent, honey. We could certainly handle it financially. Perhaps I might join you and take a little time off from work. I would really enjoy listening to those authors speak. Her response appeared odd. Well, we can think about it. I won't have much free time to spend with you over the very demanding 6 weeks. My gut was tingling once more. Well, you know I'm not exacting. I could be the group's coffee guy. She gave a really tense smile. That may be lovely, darling. Let us monitor things. Such deflections have come from both sides. I knew what they meant. She was making sure I wouldn't wind up traveling to Illinois with her. I get the sense you would rather I didn't go with you. Oh no, it is not like that. I merely worry you might find it boring. You're into computers and circuits, and this is basically writers discussing major concepts. I kept that to myself. Back off, I thought. When I was being excluded, I knew. I said, ending the discussion, I'm sure you'll excel. After Karen retired to bed later that evening, I checked our phone records online. AITA provides that capability. All incoming and outgoing calls as well as text messaging are logged. When I looked over the phone log, the call I had cut off wasn't with Reggie. Or if it was, Frank's phone started it. When you find your wife lying and learning she has plans to exclude you, it's amazing how quickly trust can fall apart after a quarter-century of marriage. Weeks went by, and she appeared fixated on the workshop's talks. She rejected the idea every time I tried several times to talk about maybe visiting at some time or going with her. She next moved from rationalizing to manipulating. AB, I have some interesting news. Late June saw me get you and Jake 2 passes to a fishing camp in northern Canada. You can take Jake, and both of you will love fishing for those large brown fish you constantly mention. Although it was very costly, I wanted to show thanks for your understanding of the writer's workshop. And I felt a little bad since you wouldn't be having fun, hence I want you to go and have a fantastic time. We may then discuss our experiences when I get back. Something didn't seem right. Thanks, sweetheart, that shows consideration of you. To be honest, I would enjoy your company more. AB, we have seen this. Simply said, it makes no sense. I will be working all through. I would feel guilty ignoring you in such a manner. I looked at her face and eyes momentarily, trying to make sense of it. Was it contempt? Thanks, honey. Canada seems entertaining. My voice was devoid of energy. I was mentally organizing my choices. A surprise trip to Illinois took the front stage. Well, you could at least say it while grinning. Those tickets cost a lot of money, so you should be glad. Sure, sounds fantastic. To tinker for the evening, I descended to the basement. Our ancient house had one of those floor grates in the corridor. Originally, the first floor was heated by it, allowing warm air to pass from the furnace room. I first made a point not to step on it inadvertently, but with time I grew used to it and forgot about its existence. There is also the phone in the hall. I was quietly working in the basement, thinking about what to do when I heard Karen on a call. Yes, I handed him the passes. He remains unsure. I keep telling him he won't love it. I'm not sure exactly. No, I cannot merely advise him against showing up. I want it too, but I also want to stay married later on. I simply need him to allow me some time to enjoy myself over a few weeks. I have earned it, I am due. I do want those weeks with you as well. All fine, let us wait a while. I believe he will show up. All right, darling, I miss you too. For me tonight, write something outstanding. She cut off the call with that. I got a lump in my throat. I'm not naive, I hear cheating and know it's not good. Karen either was thinking about or in an affair. Anything less, and she would still have a lot of work to do explaining. It took me 20 minutes to collect my ideas, but I decided that for now I had to start acting like the kind of liar I've always hated. At least for the moment I had to hide my goals until I had a strategy. In a very loving voice I said, Karen, I'm heading over to see Jake and give him the good news. As I phoned upstairs. Oh, that's fantastic, darling. Enjoy, she said. And I was out the basement door exactly like that. I required distance. Seeing Jake was only a pretext. Thinking about it, I knew I needed someone to confide in. And Jake had been my closest buddy from early life. You're kidding me, Jake responded, not dodging around the issue. No way, I won't buy it. She would never turn on you, AB. Well, she's certainly working hard to keep me away from that workshop, and she's calling someone baby. And it's definitely not me. We merely sat there, silent. Most men want from a friend simply sitting with them and sharing the suffering. You have to talk to her about this, AB. Assuming the worst without knowledge of the truth will not help you through the next few months. And what is she likely to say? When I review the phone records tonight, how much would you want to wager that Frank was not the one she spoke with? Frank she called baby, and Frank she's plotting with wasn't Frank. I am not laying that bet. What then is your intended course of action? I'm going to grab a seat and have a frank conversation. After 25 years of marriage, that's what you do. I'll tell her I love her, let her know I'm offended she doesn't want me to travel with her, and I'll ask her straightforwardly what she's up to, that she doesn't want me there. Do you suppose she would tell you the truth? Nope, but I'll tell her the truth. Even if some of it isn't what she wants to hear. She'll know how much I love her. She will understand that cheating on me will destroy our relationship. She will then most likely try to persuade me that I should simply go fishing since I am seeing things. I stopped just for a moment. By the way, one ticket is for you. I have 2 for a fishing camp in northern Canada in late June. Nice, Jake said, catching himself. I mean, friend, here I am to help you. I laughed a little bit. I have always known exactly where his allegiance resides. Before I left for home, we spoke, exchanged ideas, and drank a few beers for 3 hours. I opened up about practically everything. After dinner, asking Karen to come sit with me in the living room. I pushed back a few things. Sweetheart, I have some quite major worries. About the writer's workshop, I don't think you have been quite open with me. You mentioned it to me only once you had already scheduled a trip, even though I overheard you talking about it with your writer group back in March. I have to admit, I didn't find it funny when you mentioned how common affairs are among brilliant authors. Frank and you have been talking about your vacation, but when I ask, you lie and say it's someone else. You know how I feel about that guy. Then, when you told me you were accepted, you seemed deliberately aloof and discouraged me from participating. Though I am not here, I wanted to partake in this fascinating trip with you. Rather than thinking about it, you set plans for me to be somewhere else without even talking to me. Just committing on my behalf. You seem to be attempting to make sure I won't be around when you're in Illinois. You haven't been quite honest with me, hence I'm beginning to wonder if you have been entirely loyal. AB, I would never be dishonest with you and I have never treated you that way. What has drawn you in? Being your husband, all I want is for you to have fun. That you could believe something like that about me truly hurts. I have no control over my emotions or what sets things off. You know, I love you. Since our first meeting, I have loved you. Nevertheless, I cannot just ignore the concept of treachery. Are you hoping for that, Karen? Is this writer's workshop your haven from our marriage? Update 2. Our dialogue came to an end with that. Not more loving or sympathetic conversation. She started screaming and spent the remainder of the evening either shouting or silently. And for the next week, it was silent. She was trying to get me to turn back down by applying the silence treatment, thereby punishing me. It did not work though. Actually, it reinforced my beliefs solely. But I knew I wasn't moving in this direction and finally I let her think she had achieved success. Not much I could do to stop her from cheating if she intended to do so. The phone call I listened in on even hinted she might have done it already. I finally thanked her for the vacation to Canada, but my attitude stayed dark until the trip was finished. She changed her attitude fast and behaved like a devoted wife to support the behavior she wanted from me once she had what she wanted. She seemed to flick a switch, which just made me more suspicious. When I am the recipient of manipulation, I know it is happening. I asked a colleague who he consulted when he suspected his wife of cheating. The Illinois Writers' Workshop was just 500 meters away and I knew none there. I took his advice and the person he suggested was Illinois-based. I contacted them asking for help. The fact that the session occurred on a state university campus made its location favorable. Although they couldn't take part in the program, the PI's agents could roam the campus and monitor the rooms as needed. The participants would eat in the university cafeterias, go to nearby clubs, and share a big dorm with other students. This gave room for covert monitoring. With modern tools, some of these kids would actually be working for me. Our daughters decided to stay in their colleges for the summer to work in research labs under their professors as the school year was drawing to a conclusion. We were still empty nesters then. I deliberately tried to invite her to dinners made at home and show her around. She appeared to be enjoying everything, hence I began to think I was improving. But every time I told her I loved her, I felt her dismissive I know attitude. The fragments of the puzzle came together gradually. She had merely taken me for granted, not stopped loving me. I knew her safety net was consistent and familiar. She knew she could go away, find thrills, break off our marriage, and I would be waiting when she got back. This insight brought my ideas into line. I knew I couldn't leave things unanswered the day she left. Her shuttle for the airport came as we stood close to the door. I begged and said, "Please don't do anything that could ruin us," tightly gripping her. She flashed me an annoyed glance in answer and retorted, "I'm tired of you not trusting me. We will have a major discussion about this when I get back." She snatched her luggage, kissed me quickly on the cheek and hurried for the shuttle. She left without ever looking back at me. I sensed then that my marriage was about to end. After 25 years and our 2 grown kids, it seemed our relationship was going away with little notice. The private investigator did his work really well. He said they were in an unfamiliar area so they didn't bother covering their acts. Karen has to have taken off her wedding bands on the plane since they vanished off her finger when she arrived at the studio. She claimed freely to be newly divorced, and Frank and my wife started to be inseparable right away. They were together all the time, kissing, holding hands, and behaving as passionate high school students would have. My PI cleverly set a tiny video camera in their dorm hallway. Karen and Frank only used one of their designated rooms, although each had one. Sometimes her chamber, sometimes his, but always they stayed late together. Although I knew what was happening in those shared dorm rooms, my PI and his crew went to considerable measures to verify my suspicions. Frank and my wife left early one evening before it was dark. 2 agents, looking like normal college students, sat against the corridor wall and surreptitiously slipped a tiny fisheye camera under the door. Frank was seen in action for 20 minutes using this gadget. The video quality was shockingly clear, and he clearly hadn't used protection when he finished. That for me was the last straw. I was clearly done with this marriage. Anything else the team found served only as more proof to support my position. Regular updates from my private investigator kept me informed, but after that first week her future was obvious and my decision was taken. Beginning the early days of her workshop, I spent time implementing my plan. I wanted to be virtually invisible, almost ghostly. I would have vanished and there would be no turning back. No falsehoods, no ultimatums, no protracted negotiations, explanations, justifications, or attempts at reconciliation when she got back. The sole outcome would be divorce. My marriage was about to fall apart. Though it does not fade fast, what is love without trust? An unfaithful wife cannot define a future. Some could contend that my answer was weak. They could advise she deserves horrible humiliation, physical punishment, and total poverty. Ultimately though, the law would forbid me from pursuing any of that, and I had no intention of ruining the rest of my life by seeking such cruel revenge on my adulterous wife and her lover. Eliminating the one thing she always depended on, the consistent presence that comforted, encouraged, uplifted and inspired her, would be my payback. I was walking away from myself. Frank lacked suitability for a catch. Long term, he was unable to meet her needs. Where would a 50-year-old divorced mother find emotional stability and love? I not give a damn. She no longer would be of interest to me. My private investigator would bring me more images, recordings, and proof of treachery by the person who promised me allegiance above all else every few days. The pictures and videos in the reports were very upsetting to view. The reports themselves were challenging to read. Especially when they covered me, the audio recordings were the toughest to handle. He is always emailing me about the fish he is catching and how incredible it is up there. Nearly every day he thanks me. She laughs. Frank joined in the laughing. He's clueless. You escape from his irritation by keeping him in the dark and treating him like a mushroom. He could as well have fun right now. I'll face that geek about his charges when I get back. How dare he continually charge me of cheating? But you're momentarily straying from our marriage, correct, beautiful? Alternatively, is another woman sleeping next night on my bed? She laughed at that, really. Well, I won't put up with that even if he may be onto something. Damn it, I'm a writer. His circuits and computer lingo are holding me back with their millimeters and micro thingamajigs. About huge ideas, what does he know? Update 3. As long as my existence stayed linked to hers, none of the several ways I considered for retribution would really satisfy me. One decision remained, and I started the process of separating from her. I explained everything honestly to my supervisor. Having gone through something like this personally not so long ago, he could appreciate it. He set up a transfer for me to show up at Portland, Maine, our corporate office. I thought the concept was interesting. I knew the folks there were professional, competent, and I liked their company. I found attractions in the town and the state as well. To get half of the furniture and all of my personal stuff up north, I booked movers. I checked that my automobile was in good condition for the trip, then spoke with a lawyer to start the divorce process. Regarding money problems, Karen had a retirement account and her own insurance. I made my daughters the beneficiaries and deleted her name from every one of my possessions. For no alimony, I signed a quitclaim deed turning the house over to her. She would keep her automobile but have to deal with her own insurance. Keeping my plans understated, I intended to handle credit cards and bank accounts closer to the finish. From that point ahead, I concentrated on strengthening my will. I meant to call her to show my love and to find out how the workshop was going. Hearing her lies would help me to get more convinced that my behavior was justified. She didn't let down anyone. She reacted with fervor, said her love, and went out to dinner in less than 2 minutes. Later on, my private investigator told me Frank was right next to her, mocking gestures and knowing glances, which just confirmed my choice. She clearly saw the matter as a joke, which validated my direction in life. Later on, I decided to text her instead of calling since I wasn't sure I could control my feelings over the phone. Though in reality I sent Jake and his wife on such vacations, I would tell her about great fishing excursions. They enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Regarding his marriage, Jake made a smart decision. They promised to see me and I did pay them a farewell visit before I left. Her 6-week workshop was ending, and I finished my last assignments. I put a for sale sign from a buddy who works as a real estate agent in the front yard. She was ignorant of that aspect, but I couldn't really sell the house without her permission, especially since I had already transferred ownership to her. Her first sight upon returning home would be the sign. To help the house seem less like a house, I changed the locks. I created a copy of the PI's report and chose specific pictures from her trip, including graphic stills from the video shot taken under Frank's door. To let her know she had been found out, I left all of this on the dining room table. The movers had already relocated most of my stuff. They would keep it until I needed it. I packed just 2 pieces of luggage, a briefcase, a laptop, and a guitar. I absolutely had to have my guitar. Something so valuable could not be trusted to anybody else. Frank could be engaged with my wife, but I loved my guitar very much. Knowing she wouldn't be back until late that evening, my first thought was to leave the next morning. I would be long gone when she showed up. But the evening before I changed my mind. She could only wait and worry. I wanted her to feel the suffering right away. Along with the words divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, I emailed her 3 well-selected pictures of her with Frank. I chose one picture when they were almost close on the dance floor, obviously revealing she wasn't sporting her engagement and wedding rings. The second picture caught them holding hands as they entered his dorm room. The third was a crisp face-clear screenshot from the dorm room footage. She would see these pictures, and I hoped it would ruin her last beautiful night with Frank as they furiously looked for cameras that had already been taken down. Then I turned off my phone. Leaving the house our family had lived in for many years was a mix of grief, uncertainty, and newly acquired independence. All at once it seemed like the most difficult, uncertain, and freeing event of my life. My wife basically disappeared from my life. Though I hadn't personally caused it, it seemed as though she had died, not knowing the when or the why. The woman looking like my wife was someone I knew nothing about and I wanted no contact with. I was starting over and had no idea where I might be headed. Among the great loss, there was an unusual sense of emancipation. If only momentarily, the weight of dishonesty, treachery, and belittlement was offloaded from my shoulders. The sole expense was half of my life now unreachable. Late, but my mind was racing, so I drove almost 100 miles down the peaceful highway lost in contemplation till I came to a hotel for the evening. I was hoping for a real local breakfast restaurant, not for a chain motel. I searched for something real. I eventually found it and enjoyed what might be my final dish of grits for some time. My perspective changed and I started to rethink my path to Maine as I ate those grits. This signaled the beginning of my new life, and I had a long journey ahead. I had a 2-week window before employment began, so even if I could speed up my trip to Maine, fleeing my troubles, why accelerate? I needed time to gather my ideas, process her treachery and let the past go. I decided to go gradually. Enjoying the landscape on my northward drive and interacting with every state and its people as I passed through. My old life would give way to my new one this week. To be ready for a fresh start and clear myself of the ugly and blunders of my past, I meant to nurture my senses, including my taste buds. Wandering about Williamsburg among the summer throngs, the rest of the day was lost. I investigated the abilities of talented craftsmen and artists. I found somewhere to stay even though I had no reservation. My thoughts returned to my failing marriage only after a small dinner and settling in for the evening. She was probably going home about that time. Seeing the for sale sign on the front yard and knowing her keys wouldn't open the door, I wondered how she would respond. I traveled north along the winding roads toward Annapolis, Maryland's capital, the following day. Along Virginia's ancestral rivers, the York, Rappahannock and Potomac, which go into the Chesapeake Bay, I passed through little villages and old estates. Ahead, there was one road stretch headed toward my destiny. I would follow that meandering road, which led me from betrayal to a new chapter in my life. Update 4. At last turned on my cell phone, I sat in my hotel room in downtown Annapolis. It was, predictably, full with many missed calls, emails, and text messages. A few came from friends, most of them came from Karen. Despite it being difficult, I read and listened to every one of them. That was a step that was absolutely vital. Indeed, Karen was trying to persuade me that things were not as they seemed at first. She sent those texts from Illinois before going back home, then saw the remainder of the pictures and perused the PI's report. My pals were letting me know, meanwhile, that Karen was trying to find me by contacting everyone. She was looking in all the wrong places, little knowing it. Although Jake and his wife knew, I decided to deliberately keep the rest in the dark. Once I had been established, I would let them know. I knew immediately that I could not spend eternity ghostly. 2 calls from my girls started to worry me. Karen had gotten in touch with them trying to track me. As I wanted to do it in person, I had deliberately not notified them about my choice to leave their mother. I gently explained the matter to my daughters, though, since I cannot let them worry. Their mother could do such a thing, which infuriated them and made it difficult for them to believe. For this reason, I emailed them the identical images I had shown Karen the evening I left home together with the PI's report. They promised then not to tell their mother about my activities. One more missed call. My attorney told me Karen had been formally served with divorce papers. She knew now that I intended business. Frank's wife had also got a whole set of pictures, films, and audio recordings from his 6-week program. For Frank, that was a karma dosage. Driving over northern Maryland on the 3rd day of my trip, I eventually arrived at New Jersey. Well, not exactly with much enthusiasm. I entered New Jersey but stopped just before I arrived in Connecticut. Once in Connecticut, I spent several hours investigating some coastal historic towns. Though I had no particular objective, the architecture was so different from what I was accustomed to in North Carolina that I felt a strong sensation of being in a new place, both physically and emotionally. And avoided telling the authorities, but I spent an hour in Groton looking for as many submarines as I could. Those blackfish are quite stealthful. Looking along the coast, I was reminded that those nuclear submarines cut a hole in the hull to refuel the reactor and subsequently weld the hull back together. Was that another way to describe my circumstances? Could the first step in rejuvenating my life be Karen's treachery, which ripped a hole in my heart? Once I started down a new path, could I heal myself? The next day when I got up, I knew it would be the toughest day thus far. Following a filling breakfast of eggs, bacon, bread and a robust cup of black coffee, I prepared myself for a challenging chat with my eldest daughter, Claire, at Brown. The drive there took little time, and I was at her dorm about late morning. We agreed to postpone our talk a little so she could act happy for an hour or two. She showed me around the university, then brought me to the cafeteria, where she met her friends. These were exactly the kind of young men and women I had hoped she would surround herself with, friendly, attentive, and apparently supportive. I pulled Claire's roommate aside on our way out and told her Claire had a difficult day. She was supposed to watch my daughter. Sure, Mr. Baker, she said. She shared it with us last night. Here among us are all her supporters. Yes, my daughter had made sensible friend choices. Claire and I stayed in her dorm room talking for hours. I showed her pictures and played audio recordings I never would have imagined to expose to one of my kids. Her feelings swung from grief to rage. Mom would do that is beyond unbelievable. Is she the same person who raised us at all? She has become what kind of nasty person? Though I could relate to her, at that moment I had to step in. Claire is your mother whatever she does. And keep in mind that I, not you, she has betrayed. Sorry, Dad, but she broke my soul family. I am definitely affected by this. I couldn't contradict that. We kept talking all afternoon, and I showed her my ideas. I urged her to get her friends together, and we had dinner at the greatest restaurant in town, or at least the one within my means. Everyone seems to have delighted in a departure from the standard dining hall cuisine. I related tales of my own college eating experiences, and I believe it helped them to see their own circumstances in a fresh light. That night I remained at a nearby hotel. The next morning I had breakfast with Claire, hugged her tearfully, and then traveled north to repeat the procedure. Claire has to have told Denise, as her response was far more under control than that of her older sister. Though less astonished, There remained dissatisfaction and resentment. She asked to view the supporting materials. I showed her. Her mother called coincidentally as we were chatting, and I sent her the universal sign for, "No, I'm not here." I shook my head, waved wildly, and copied a throat-cutting action. She knew, Denise was always the family's more level-headed member. She then accomplished something I had never seen before. She said, "Dad phoned yesterday night, did he not? Is it true you have evolved into a lady who lies about cheating on her husband and engages in multiple partner involvement?" I stunned myself. Though at the same time I couldn't dispute the truth in her remarks, I wanted to chastise her for talking to her mother like that. "You heard Mom? You stayed 6 weeks helping someone else while Dad was alone at home. Mom, was it well worth it? Was it worth going without your spouse?" Really, my daughter uses words rather brilliantly. Note to self, stay off her negative side. Not much more ground to cover. Denise told me that although her mother was primarily in tears and trying to provide apologies, my daughter was not buying any of it. Not far from the university, I later brought Denise and her companions to a Thai restaurant named the Elephant Walk. Like her sister, Denise had selected her friends deliberately, and dinner was a nice gathering. One of her friends stated, "Mr. Baker, Denise told us about what you're going through on our way back to campus. Last night, she was rather agitated. We helped her. Perhaps you could come back here and we will treat you to the cafeteria." That made the group giggle. I mean, really, maybe we can find a better place than that. This set off more chuckles, and we laughed all the way back to her dorm. After finding a place to rest for the evening, I had breakfast with my daughter in the morning, and on the 7th day of my trip I kept on going northward. I left Boston and arrived barely 2 hours south of Portland. My priorities now were my girls rather than my soon-to-be ex-wife. I couldn't be prouder of them. They were becoming strong, moral young women. I came to see they would negotiate the approaching divorce more skillfully than I had imagined. Leaving these two incredible jewels behind with no idea of when I will see them again presented a struggle on this day. As it happens, my concerns were unfounded. Not ready to face the realities of beginning my new life just yet, so when I arrived at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, I turned west and headed for the Presidential Range and the White Mountains. I arrived in the White Mountains and ascended Mount Washington via the Cog Railway. Feeling the chilly Arctic winds that seemed out of place in the early days of August, I finally sensed a rebirth inside myself as I stood there gazing across the breadth to the lesser peaks of the White Mountains and surveyed the lush pine trees below. Though alone, at least I was tall. I had changed, shedding the obligations and regrets of my previous existence. I was then ready to welcome the fresh chapter and all its possibilities. Standing on higher ground, I was ready to start a different trip. Everything I could have wanted was ahead. I placed a real maple syrup-topped pancake order the next morning. Right now I was in maple syrup country. Years to come would find me in the same surroundings. Restless and ready, I got back into my car and headed for Portland. Arriving in the middle of the afternoon, I chose to follow up with my new manager to let them know I'd arrived. About half of the office personnel knew me already, so I was greeted warmly. It was comforting. Those were the first happy, straightforward faces I had seen in a week. Henry, my new manager, got the staff assembled for introductions. I took a brief tour of the company, but not before everyone decided where we would all eat dinner. I thought it would be a downtown restaurant, but to my astonishment we found ourselves grilling steaks in Henry's place with all the accompaniments. Though I should have savored lobster in Maine, there was no hurry for it. This was more about getting back into society and savoring some really delicious steaks and quite exceptional local beer. They asked about my story. What was a guy from the South doing uprooting his life and moving to Maine at this point? I thereafter told my story. I left off the graphic elements but gave enough for them to grasp. I might get a bit short-tempered in the next few weeks, I said at closing. Though I have a lot to process, it is not my usual attitude. If I act out, perhaps you would call me out and advise me to chill off. Now and then I could use some mild pushback. Every man put his arm around my shoulder. Every woman present unexpectedly gave me a peck on the cheek. All they said, "AB," was, "We're here for you." All they needed to say. Later that evening, I turned on my cell phone once more after getting inside my hotel room. One of each of my daughters had sent encouraging notes. I had gotten perhaps 8 or 10 extra texts from the young men and women who loved the dinner and wanted me to know they would be there for my girls, so they must have shared my number with their friends. Those young people are really amazing. Many friends kept reaching out, so I decided to get in touch with all of them and explain the circumstances so they can stop worrying. I kept my whereabouts secret, that would come later. I just explained why I had left. Though at first they were reluctant to believe it, I sent them the same 3 pictures I had sent Karen and told them I had even more damning evidence should they require more proof. I considered it, but really I couldn't think of one way to keep her from making her own decisions. Let the truth out in due course. I had tried and it had not worked. Every one of them sent me loving notes and encouragement. I told them I would keep in touch. My ideas of becoming a ghost were clearly wishful thinking. Too many people cared about me, and that is undoubtedly a good thing. I listened to the missed calls while reading over Karen's last text messages. She came clean eventually and admitted, although her confession was laced with odd outbursts of wrath. She found me one way or another responsible for her behavior and for all that had happened. That is simply ludicrous. I texted her saying I would call her about noon the next day. It has to happen sooner or later. Let's say the talk was not at all fulfilling. She moved from denial to remorse to blame. She apologized. Over her, Frank had great influence. Her suffocating me was a result. I worked too much, hence I was at fault. She even dared to assert that between them, they were merely playing about. Nothing major happened. When she tried to persuade me she was merely looking for her creative inspiration, I almost started laughing. She even accused me of turning our girls against her, as if her own behavior hadn't achieved that without my help. When she finally stopped talking, I laid it out for her quite simply. She had plotted with Frank to turn on me, fought my attempts to mend our relationship, carried out the betrayal, and now she was dealing with fallout. The whys lost importance to me now. She was still begging her case and sobbing when I hung up. I was finished with her. Not turning back, I knew too much. Conveniently near the office, I found a basic but pleasant 2-bedroom apartment in an older building. Originally considering it as a temporary situation, I believed I could utilize the walking exercise but soon changed my viewpoint. Living simply in town, avoiding the added chores that come with owning a house, and having a little coastal cottage for weekends sounded like a wonderful idea. Then I considered why I should stop at a cottage. My seaside escape may be a yacht I purchase, kept parked in the harbor. Early October arrived by the time I worked through all of this. Though I had intended to live alone, it has not turned out that way. Actually, I spend more time with my daughters right now than I did in Raleigh. Every month they arrange a weekend trip, usually accompanied by friends. My apartment is alive during those 36 hours, and I generally treat them to dinner. Though I miss them right away, I do yearn for the silence once they are gone. A handful of my friends have visited and the others intend to visit when the weather is better. Surprisingly, though I live alone, I am not lonely. Along with all my travels, I have acquired new pals at work. The sailing community is vibrant and welcoming. I have met interesting women. I will, however, keep polite and well-mannered until the divorce is official. Karen still gets in touch with me even if the divorce will be formal soon. She would rather minimize the circumstances and never really stones. She says simply, "Everyone does it, it has no significance at all." It does though. The intimacy has weight, hence the dishonesty and manipulation are much more important. Though people evolve and I no longer see the use in conveying this to her. To be honest, my life is not quite apart from hers. Complete dissociation is not likely given 2 daughters and numerous mutual connections. Still, I no longer live with the everyday suffering of rejection and betrayal 600 miles separating us. Up until I was no longer living in hers, she was the focal point of my life. I am now building my own future and walking my own road. A number of favorable results came from the circumstance. To start with, I actually adore living up here. Though it's a bit of a shock, I'm experiencing my first Maine winter. If others can do it, so can I. Early darkness in this area actually makes indoor events seem cozier and more brilliant. I'm excited about spring when I can work on splicing lines and applying varnish because I started looking for a boat and came upon a spot with moorings not too far from town. The people are real, the microbreweries are excellent, and the neighborhood restaurants are decent. There is a range of music, dances to learn, like contra dancing, and I am still finding surprises. After all, I think life will go out for me. Is my heart at last healed? Not yet, but I have hope for the better life that is ahead since time has a way of curing hurts. Oh, and as a side note, Frank's wife appears to be as traditional as I am. She divorced him and kicked him out the house. Even worse is what is involved here. Frank and Karen are still unpublished. Wife had an affair with my stepfather to steal the $1 million mansion, but little did she know it was mine. Married 7 years to Kia, 38F, I am 38M. With our share of ups and downs, our relationship has been really normal. The downs largely resulted from my wife's belief I was overly close to my mother. She did call me a mama's boy. Since my mother passed away 2 years ago, I am not going to defend it now as she is no longer living. I'm happy I could love her the way she deserved. She had raised me alone and, even beyond her means, given me the finest of everything. Until she met Andrew 10 years ago, my mother was a single parent to me. Andrew married my mother in early 50s, having recently gone through divorce. I'm not sure what Andrew's mother saw that caused her to wed him after 2 decades of single life. Andrew vanished from me when Mom was still around. Twice a week I used to see her, but my interactions with Andrew limited themselves to polite salutations and a smile. Though I never showed Mom, I simply couldn't accept him as a father figure and don't know why. She finding a friend in her last days of life made me glad. Andrew vanished from my life and there was no doubt about his existence. Though he was still living at my mom's house, I never even visited him following her funeral. When I saw him seated with my wife, his arm encircling hers, I started to worry about him. That was not an elderly or friendly hug. Their body language bothered me, or more accurately, their chemistry. Our familial dynamics made it strange as well. Like I indicated, Xia was not near my stepdad, and I was never close to him either. For me then, seeing such ease between them was somewhat awkward. I was driving while they were seated in a roadside cafe. Early that day, I had left the office to meet an old buddy. Usually I avoid visiting the region where I saw them. It is far from both my house and even my office. I went to see a friend but I was mostly preoccupied. My friend persisted in asking whether something was bothering me, but I simply said it was related to approaching work. How could I share with him what I observed on my way? When I got home, I addressed Chia straightforwardly, telling her I saw her with Andrew without thinking. She became pale and lost speech. "Yeah, I met him for lunch," she remarked afterwards. She claimed she bumped into him when I asked her why all of a sudden, and then he offered to have lunch with her. She sensed from my staring at her that I had seen something I shouldn't have. She responded, "Your stepdad was quite offended over losing your mother." I set out to comfort him. Lonesome and without someone to chat to, the poor elderly man held my hands hence he could communicate his loss. You see, I left out telling her. I watched him clutching her hands. He was putting his arms around her, and the way they were speaking didn't seem like he was depressed or at a loss for my mother. Though they were not laughing, their body language was flirty. Though I said nothing, I bought her excuse. Before any more confrontation, I chose to look into the problem personally. Chia works weekends and is off during weekdays since she is a nail artist in a beauty salon. Not a matter of concern between us until lately. We used to argue over Kia not allowing time for our relationship when she used to be overly consumed with her profession. She insisted that following the death of her mother, I was acting needy. She added that I used to visit my mom 2 times a week earlier, hence Chia's absence didn't really disturb me. But she was mistaken. On weekends, I used to see my mother. Although Chia had work on her off days, I always made sure I got back home promptly to spend time with her. She used to fight about me being a mama's boy, but now she was claiming I was hungry. I became even more enraged seeing her with my stepdad while all this was happening. A few weeks later, Thanksgiving arrived. Yes, I am referring to last Thanksgiving that just passed, and she demanded that we extend an invitation to Andrew. Her straight recommendation caught me off guard. Andrew was living alone and had no one, she stated, hence as extended family, we should welcome him. She answered, yeah, because they had each other to celebrate with, and now that poor old man is alone. When I told her she never invited them when my mom was alive. In the end I gave in. Really, I wanted to observe their behavior toward me. Though I now knew the truth, I wouldn't say they behaved normally. Rather, they did nothing odd. I would not have noticed anything if I did not know the truth. For much of it I was quiet. I never liked him, thus my suspicions made me even more resentful of his presence. I felt he also realized I didn't enjoy it. It was a strange supper overall. Sia tried to break the quiet with some pointless subjects, only to elicit false grins from both of us eating silently. I decided to plot since it was getting hard for me to live with a heavy heart. Though it was locked, I considered looking at her phone but decided against it. I did not to alert her and ask her for the password. I then developed still another strategy. I informed Chia I would be working out of town for many days. I left early on the intended day and headed to my office as normal, but before that I had fitted a GPS device in Chia's car and was monitoring it from a distance. She drove Andrew to his house just before lunchtime. I wanted to catch her red-handed, but I worried I would appear like an idiot if I showed up and they were just sitting and talking. I approached my pal Keith for assistance. I urged him to see Andrew and shared my misgivings. It was a safe strategy. I advised him to document any unusual findings. The house lock was password encrypted, hence I was expecting Andrew hadn't updated the PIN. I advised Keith to tell Andrew the front door was open and he was simply checking on him as he was concerned Andrew could accuse him of sneaking in. There was a little tunnel instead of the main door leading straight into the living room. Nobody would find him unlocking the door suspicious. He agreed following a persuasive argument. He entered but searched the corridor for them nowhere. Then he peeped in the bedroom while running his phone camera on. He had kept the phone in his shirt pocket with the camera sticking out to avoid suspicion. The two were embracing each other without clothes, he noted. Before one of them knew what had happened, he swiftly started to cry, "Sorry," and left the house. Following him outdoors, Andrew asked what he was doing there. Keith said he was only checking on him, but it's good, he would come later. Before any conflict with Andrew or Kia, he sat inside his car and headed off. But my guy is really dumb, he had the front camera open the entire time, hence nothing was captured save Andrew and Chia screaming at Keith's unexpected presence. Still, I received the required confirming evidence. Before leaving the house that day, I had already packed 2 sets of clothes and my toiletries. Therefore I headed to Keith's place. He urged me to stay with him until all this was settled since his wife was out of town at her parents' place. She is aware Keith would have shown me the truth. She messaged me wondering when I would get home. I responded not. I did ghost her, yes. Thinking I'm out of town for work, she has been bombashing my phone with countless texts and calls. 4 days ago this took place. Since I never want to see her face ever again, I have virtually contacted a lawyer. I will get her kicked from my residence and serve her divorce paperwork. Update 1. The attorney sent the divorce paperwork 10 days later. CIA wanted a talk and was simply not ready to sign them. If at all possible, my attorney advised we pursue an out-of-court settlement since it would drastically cut time and expenses. See, I work a consistent regular job as a salesperson. I only have so much leave to go to court hearings and a limited budget for lawyers. I agreed to meet in the presence of the lawyer. CIA persisted in a private talk with me though, even as I headed for the appointment. I objected, but thus long as I didn't say or promise anything she demanded, my attorney urged me to go for it. He set rigorous rules: no hugging, no touching, and no confessing. Her presence made me sick. I shoved her away as she tried to hug me. She claimed everything was a misinterpretation. Reading so many cheating stories on Reddit helped me to know exactly what all cheaters say. I answered, "Yeah, certainly. You were really attempting to assist an elderly poor man from his loneliness, right?" She said it was merely snuggling and nothing else, but she acknowledged whatever Keith saw was accurate, and she wasn't trying to dispute anything. Of course, hugging naked is quite natural. But what she said next really made sense. She claimed she acted to protect our future. Really? How exactly? She said, "Your mother bequeathed all her riches to Andrew. Should he wed someone else, that woman would be entitled to it. The property belonging to your family would go to someone else. You slept with my stepdad," I continued. "For this reason. You may become my stepmother and inherit the fortune of my mother. Does this family dynamic show any complexity?" Herbs made me lightheaded, hence I hurried out of the conference hall. My attorney asked for specifics of the conversation when I returned. I gave him all I could. Though he cracked up momentarily, he was actually curious about the inheritance my mother left. Mom had left behind a house her uncle had left behind. Way beyond my means, it was a large mansion. Fascinatingly, Chia always kept her eye on that mansion. She even insisted on us moving into the mansion following our marriage. Though Chia wanted her mother to move out to my apartment while we were occupying her mansion, I was glad she wanted to live with her. I denied it. She lived here. Why should she leave? You're the only son of your mother, thus that house would come to you, Kia stated. Why not immediately move in there? This caused many of our arguments. I lied to her one day, telling her mom had willed that house to Andrew. And you see the cost I paid for my lie. Kia pursued my stepdad in order to own the house. Kia also lacked knowledge of one other bit of information. I neglected to name myself as the owner of the house when Mom passed away. Andrew wanted to live there till he felt so otherwise. Transferring it to my name would be like he were residing on my land, and I'm sure he wouldn't like that. The name transfer is costly as well, so I let it be as I was short on money at the time. I'm also happy I didn't transfer it since Sia would have been entitled to half of the house following our divorce. Alternatively, if such had been the case, she might not have slept with Andrew. Not known. Still, in any context a cheater is always a cheater. Indeed, she was unaware that my mother had willed the house to me. She urged me to rethink the divorce. She claimed she could entice Andrew to offer her the house, and should I not divorce her, the mansion would be ours. Laughing at her suggestion, I answered, "No, thank you for the offer." "Luck with your mansion." Smoking, she continued. "You're losing a lot with this divorce." Grinning, I answered, "I don't give a if *ck. I don't know whether she was truly that stupid or was trying to spare herself from the humiliation. Nevertheless, it makes no difference. Except for the savings in our joint account, which we divided, she understood I had no significant fortune. After the divorce was official, I felt rather relieved. Kia would never have split with me at any point if she had come clean about the mansion's ownership. And I cannot pass on that wretch my mom's inheritance. Sia buried her own grave by revealing her motivations for dating Andrew, and I was going to use that against her to send Andrew away from her life. During our divorce, I watched Andrew picking her up from court, helping her with all legal issues. I was just waiting for the divorce to pass in order to witness her reaction and break her bubble. Having done it, I'm going to destroy Kia next. Update 2. I sent Andrew the specifics of Kia's confession once my divorce was official. You know that your mom will give you the mansion, right? He answered. Yes, I have her will, I responded. But Kia doesn't know, she's going to ask you to give her the mansion. Revealing the truth was not doing him any favors. All I wanted was to bust Kia's bubble. The underprivileged girl had been fantasizing of owning my mother's property. Andrew informed me Kia had lately been subtly questioning him about his will and who would get his legacy, but he never understood her intentions since he lacked any wealth to mention. I stopped the conversation at that since I wanted no bro code with Andrew. I finally got a call from Kia. Usually I would not have responded, but this time I did since I understood what it was about. From the other line, she was screaming, "Why did you not tell me your mother willed the house to you? King destroyed me instead. I was practically guarding your property by licking the ass of this old man." Her insults were coming from a place of hurt, hence I was merely laughing at them. I said, "Thanks so much. Good luck with your gold-digging approach." I hung up the call and blocked her then. She contacted me once more from an unidentified number a few days later, perhaps from the phone of a friend or co-worker. Andrew had split from her, she told me. He discovered she was with him only for inheritance somehow. And he dumped her since the truth surfaced. He regarded her as avaricious. Andrew turned against her even though she maintained she was helping him deal with loneliness. Her truth had already come out, so I wonder why she was still trying to pass being a devout woman. I answered cynically, "Yes, you have slept with everyone selflessly only for the sake of others. You hardly have any underlying intentions at all." She said she was dating Andrew for my benefit, to get the mansion for me. Now she said she was merely trying to support Andrew through grief and loneliness. Indeed, she possessed a really clean soul. She persisted there as well. She made every effort to reach and attack me. Sometimes begging, other times gaslighting me to get back together. She showed up to my residence, my workplace, and even some frequent public venues I visited. Unbelievably, she even tried to corner me for a talk when she visited my gym. Though I disregarded her as though she were a stranger to me, it was a hell of a nightmare. Technically, she was a stranger since our divorce was done. Update 3. Though my history returned as soon as I moved the mansion's ownership to my name, I felt this story was finished. God knows what her house obsession was about. Who wouldn't want $1 million residence to their name, really? I'm not sure though, how long it would take her to come to terms with reality. 6 months into my divorce, I made the decision to change the name of the mansion. I hadn't done it before, as I indicated earlier, as I lacked the savings for the ownership change. I could save for the transfer in 4 to 5 months now that I was separated and my spending had dropped significantly. I told Andrew about it before I applied for the transfer. Once I learned about his affair with Kia, he was no longer residing in the house. I asked him not to leave, but he answered that he would remove his last items from the house, and he did. He assigned me house administrative duties including locking system maintenance. The documentation did not arrive for a few months. I had the house painted in the meantime. I had those cleaned as the pool and the grass hadn't been maintained for a long time. I had no touch with Chia, and based on our most recent talk, Andrew had also broken off with her. Her showing up to the estate during one of the cleaning days confused me then. When I missed there, the housekeeping manager called to let me know a woman had descended and was prowling about the premises. She told them she was my wife when they tried to stop her from entering, so they laughed. Yes, correct. They thought she was a trespasser based on her sensations of the walls and interiors. She was in fact. I said I had no wife and requested them to kick her out. They followed orders and then confirmed by phone that she had left the house. Not a prize for guessing if she showed up at my house. Yes, she did. Saying I had abandoned her when she did nothing wrong and that her motives were pure, she was screaming and wailing. I advised her to, instead of showing up at my place, get therapy and investigate a mental facility. I refused her demand for me to let her inside to chat. I shut the door squarely in her path. Update 4. On my mansion land, I have also placed a restraining order against Chia. She had not been violent, hence her odds of sneaking into that location or damaging it were limited, but yet I didn't trust her. I had to act in order to protect the rights of the new house occupants. I wished AITA not to cause needless disturbance for them. Until now, it has been seamless. I hope I will have to update this thread further. Chia's chapter should finish so I may continue with my life. Am I the asshole for wearing an over-the-top outfit to my friend's birthday party and overshadowing the host? Original post. Before I begin, English is not my first language, so apologies for typos, bad grammar and punctuation. I'm also on mobile and using a throwaway just in case. So last Friday night my 24M friend, we'll call him Peter, celebrated his 28th birthday. His coworker, that is what he refers to her as, April, offered to organize and host the party. The dress code was, as she put it, your gothic best. Peter loves anything morbid and macabre, so it would fit his taste perfectly. Now I prioritize comfort over looks, which leaves me dressing mostly in scrubs at work or sweats, and hoodies when I'm out and about. Hence April decided to remind me multiple times in an increasingly condescending tone to follow the dress code. So I did just that. I wore a black velvet trouser and waistcoat set with a white 18th century men's shirt, a pirate shirt if you will. All of these items I made completely myself. From drafting the patterns to sewing the shirt completely by hand and adding an embroidery moth across the back of the waistcoat. Now, to the party itself. I ended up arriving later than most people due to being held up at work longer than expected. I warned both Peter and April about it. Peter said it was no problem at all, but I better show up, and April left me on red. So I arrived 40 minutes late, greeted April, congratulated Peter and gave him his gift. Mocktails were drunk and pleasantries were exchanged. Over the course of the night I got a lot of compliments on my outfit, and my craft skills were a topic of conversation several times over the evening. It also didn't really help that when someone asked me where I got the suit or shirt from, Peter would loudly tell them all about how I made everything myself. I remember being spun around a couple of times so people could look/touch the embroidery in the back. Everyone had a good time, or so I thought. Over the weekend, April and her friends ended up bombarding my phone and any social media that they could find with absolutely nasty messages. How I was an attention seeker, how desperate I came across, how I absolutely ruined the party April had been planning for weeks, how dare I steal attention away and overshadow Peter and April. You get the idea. I feel like I'm going a bit insane. Overshadowing anybody was never my intention, especially my friend at his own party, and I don't think that I did. But all of these comments are making me rethink my choices. So am I the asshole here? I really need some outside perspective. Relevant comments. Peter is behind this. I doubt that it's the case. I have known the guy for 10+ years and he never had a problem with people overshadowing him. He is not insecure, and if he's got a problem with someone's actions he'll say it. He wouldn't send his coworkers' girlfriends to harass a person on his behalf. Commenter, NTA. April has a thing for Peter and sees you as a threat. She's going to find ways to criticize you and tear you down no matter what you do. OOP. I guess it also didn't help that Peter kept his hand on my back for most of the evening, and when he got absolutely wasted put his face in my hair. Commenter. So maybe it's not just April's imagination that you're a threat to her attempts to connect with Peter. OOP. I think the biggest threat is Peter being arrow ace and the way April behaves, not me. Commenter. Could he possibly be demiromantic? Because Peter's behavior that you're describing present as a little bit more than platonic. Keeping his arm around you, smelling your hair. Those are often actions, though not exclusively OOFC, exhibited by people towards a paramour, or crush, of some degree. And yes, April is the problem. OOP. According to him, he is arrow ace. And he wasn't smelling my hair, more like rubbing his face on the top of my head. He says it's because he likes how my hair feels. He plays with my hair often enough, and when he gets a little too drunk he faces plants into it, though he did it mostly back when we were in uni. Knowing him, it could just be a texture thing. The others liking the outfit. At some point I ended up with like 4 very drunk people rubbing the moth's body. I made it from faux fur, and by extension my back, with their fingers. Was a weird experience to say the least. The outfit, I had help when it came to drafting the suit from someone who actually knows what they are doing. LOL. The shirt was made from a bunch of squares, so no problems there. The embroidery is all split stitches and faux fur for the body of the moth. I really made it sound much more impressive than it is. OOP is voted NTA update. This morning showed Peter the post and all of the messages from April and co. Never heard him be this angry. Said he'll deal with them. Turns out April is a pathological liar and had been telling everyone in the office that Peter and her are in a relationship, but are keeping it low-key. She also was taking pictures of him every time she walked by his office and showing them to her friends as proof. So her friends thought that I was trying to steal her man. They aren't even co-workers. She just greets clients at the front desk at the firm Peter works at. Peter ripped her a new one. Their boss, April's uncle, ripped her a new one. The co-worker she lied to ripped her a new one. April ended up throwing a tantrum, and the police were called. The results? April is currently on a 48-hour hold. Peter is moving to work from home full-time. I apologize to April's uncle, mom and a few friends and co-workers. My husband wanted an open marriage, but it backfired. Now I'm happier without him. Original post. My husband, Leo, 34M, and I, 30F, have been together for 7 years, married for 4 of them. We don't have any kids and we don't intend to. 2 years ago, Leo asked me for an open marriage. I was devastated at the time. I couldn't understand why he didn't just want me. I couldn't even comprehend the idea of sharing him either. He gave me the same song and dance a lot of men give their spouses, swore up and down that he loved me. I just wasn't fulfilling his needs. He needed more than what I could give. It was just to spice up our life. It was just sex, etc., etc. I did ask if there was someone else. He said no. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believed him. But at the time, I was angry and hurt and said no. He pestered me to change my mind for a week before giving me an ultimatum. Open marriage or divorce? I chose the open marriage. I just couldn't bear the thought of him leaving me at the time. We have rules. We can't bring any partners home. We have to get tested for STD every 3 months. 1 weekend out of the month must be left free for us time. Any money we spend on with our partners must come from our personal accounts. I didn't partake in the open marriage myself for the first 3 months. Leo obviously did right away. He seemed to be gone or out late almost all the time, but he always acted so happy and loving towards me while I felt like I was dying inside. It killed me to think he was sleeping with other women, and I felt so lonely and unattractive and not good enough. I told my sister, Katie, 26F, and a few close friends everything. Katie told me to just play his game and be part of the open marriage too. If he can sleep around, so could I. I honestly didn't have much confidence in myself at the time. I'm a bit overweight and I've never considered myself conventionally pretty. I was afraid this would just humiliate me further. Katie and my best friend Jessie, 30F, set up my online dating profiles for me. I got so many matches that it was overwhelming. When I told Leo, he was surprised, but told me to do whatever I thought was best. Jessie helped me choose my first date, and I actually had a great time. He didn't pressure me for sex and took me out to drinks and dinner. We did have sex eventually, but it was all just casual and we didn't see each other after a couple months of casual dating. That first guy really made me feel more confident in myself. So I kept going on dates with men. A lot of them wanted to treat me, so I didn't have to spend much of my own money. Not only that, but some of the men have given me the best sex I've ever had in my life. Almost like the kind of sex you read in romance novels. It's been amazing. I am currently seeing 2 different men, alongside Leo. 1, Mark, 38M, is more of a steady boyfriend I've been with for about 6 months, and the one, Stephen, 25M, is very casual, mostly just hanging out and sex. They know about my open marriage, other relationships, and are fine with it. My husband has not been so lucky. In the beginning, he definitely was. He was always out and about and didn't seem to care even when I started dating too. But now he just complains a lot and hasn't been going out much. He whines about how he's usually the one spending money. A lot of the women he tries to be with want an emotional connection before sex. He often wants to be with younger women, but they want younger men. He's also been upset that I go out with random guys so often while he's at home alone all the time. He hasn't asked to close the marriage yet, but I feel like he will soon. He keeps saying he misses us and wants to spend more time together. He tried to initiate sex a lot more too. He wants to go on dates and go on vacations and all that stuff more and more, and he gets upset when I tell him I can't because I've already scheduled to do stuff with my partners, mostly Mark. Honestly, I don't think I love Leo anymore. I care about him, but I just don't love him. I'm not saying I love Mark or Steven, but I honestly feel closer to Mark nowadays than I do Leo. Mark makes me feel comfortable and safe, and I love spending time with him more than my own husband. Steven is funny and sweet and really good at sex. Katie and Jessie have been wanting me to divorce for a year now, but I was afraid of hurting him and thought I still loved him. But I think my love for him died when he asked for this open marriage in the first place. Seeing him get all pissy about it now just because he's not benefiting from it is also a turnoff for me too. But I don't know if divorce is the best option. I still care about him and I still don't want to hurt him. Maybe if he finally asks to close the marriage, we can talk about it then. Relevant comments. Comment 1, divorce. You're happier without him. He would only want to close the marriage because he can't get laid, not that he only loves you. OP, we've just been together for so long that the idea of him not being there feels weird. Which sounds stupid since I have 2 other partners, so it's not like I'll be lonely. But Leo was a part of my life for so long that for him to not be there just doesn't feel right. But you're probably right. OP on her husband dismissing her feelings regarding the open marriage. OP, I really do think Leo does love me, in his own way. Even when he was more active in the open marriage, he still made time for me and still did a lot with him, for me. But you're probably right on the divorce. Comment 2. Part of the issue is the main relationship is supposed to be the important one, so the whole 1 weekend a month for us time wasn't enough. OP, I actually did argue that in the beginning, but he insisted that he needed to keep his weekends free. He did spend a lot of time at home during the weekdays, so in his mind, that made up for it. Comment 3. What if he finds evidence of your open marriage and frames you as a cheater and then brings you to the cleaners? At this point, I wouldn't trust Leo. What you're experiencing is normalcy, you're used to his presence in your life, but how long are you going to live like this? OP, Jesse had the same train of thought of you and actually took screenshots of his dating profiles during the beginning of the open marriage. She also told me to save screenshots of any texts we had about the open marriage. I don't think Leo would do that, but I also didn't think he'd ever ask for an open marriage, so what do I know? Update 1. Hi everyone. I got so many comments and messages on my last post, which got deleted for some reason, that I was a bit overwhelmed. Especially when a lot of you kept saying the same thing, divorce, 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 but the thing is, I think a part of me still loves my husband. I know in my last post that I didn't think I loved him anymore, but I can't just forget about the things that I do love. I love when he sings in the shower. I love when he laughs so hard he snorts. I love when he kisses my forehead when I've had a bad day. I love when he holds my hand when he watch TV together. Leo has done a lot of shitty things, but he really isn't the big asshole people think. Maybe that was my fault. But even if I do still love him, I'm not in love with him anymore. I don't think I have been for a while. I care about him, a part of me does still love him, but you all were right. I should have just divorced him when he gave me that ultimatum in the first place. This past Saturday, we had the big talk. I initiated it, but he didn't seem too surprised. I just told him that I noticed he didn't seem to like me going out with Mark or Steven and asked if there was a problem. He said there was. But he didn't ask me to close the marriage. He just asked me if I still loved him. I said something like, not like I used to. He broke down crying, which made me cry. I guess he had known for a while that I wasn't in love anymore, but he had hoped he could win me back if he funneled all of his energy into me. I was honest and told him that during those first 3 months of our open marriage, I think my love for him died and I just couldn't get it back. I did tell him that I still cared about him and that I did love him, but it's not the same as it was. He asked if I loved Mark or Steven, and I said no. I like being with them and I care about them a lot, but I can't say I'm in love with either of them. I also finally asked him why he wanted an open marriage in the first place. A lot of you in the comments said he already had someone lined up and you were right. He had someone at work he was interested in and she wanted him too. The open marriage was just to get permission. He honestly never expected me to also get my own partners because of how unconfident I was, but he didn't want to stop me either because he thought nothing would come of it. He didn't really like me seeing other men, but he knew it wouldn't have been fair to tell me no when I gave him permission first. I guess Mark and Steven made him insecure because I was spending so much time with them on a regular basis. The open marriage was just sex on the side for him. He only did hookups and they never lasted long. He genuinely always just loved me. But he thought I was falling in love with my partners and he was losing me and wanted to win me back. We cried a lot and talked a lot. We've decided to get a divorce. Since the house is in his name, I'm going to move out and live with Katie for a while. He told me I didn't have to and I could stay until the divorce was finalized, but I just can't. It's too hard to even look at him sometimes. I don't know how I feel, to be honest. I thought I would be relieved or sad, but I'm just tired. I wish I could have been like you all wanted me to be, clapping back or being sarcastic and snarky or rubbing it in his face, but I don't feel like I've won anything. I just feel lost. Relevant comments. Comment 1, I'm wondering if maybe the other woman ended it so now he was back to what he was comfortable with, his wife. He went and had his fun and when that died out, he was not left with a wife waiting for him at home. OP, he and his co-worker were only sleeping together for maybe a month. She fulfilled his kinks that I never liked indulging in. That's why he was with most of his partners, because I wasn't interested in his kinks. Comment 2, He stepped out of this marriage first and tried to have his cake and eat it too. The thing with open marriages is that you can never count on how emotions will change. Sex is a very intimate action and many people will develop emotional connections. Those connections come at a price. He placed a bet and he lost. At least he's man enough to acknowledge it and own up to it. There is no easy answer. OP, I wish you healing OP. Thank you. Leo just thought the open marriage would be a way for him to get all of his kinks he couldn't do with me, because I wasn't into it. He knew how unconfident I was. Which wasn't because of him. A lot of people seem to think that he eroded my self-esteem, but he didn't. We can thank my mother for that, but that's a whole other can of worms. So he never expected me to partake in the open marriage either. Comment 3. So he never expected me to partake in the open marriage either. So basically, while he asked for a mutually open marriage, he expected it to be only his side open and then got hurt that reality didn't meet his expectations. OOP, Leo admitted that he did only expect his side to be open. He was never going to stop me from opening my side, but like I said, he didn't think I would. TBH, I don't think I would have either if it wasn't for Jesse and Katie pushing me and making profiles for me. Update 2. Hey, it's been a while. It feels like both a lot and nothing has happened. I still have a lot of feelings, but I'm also just really tired. Leo and I are still in the middle of our divorce. It's been as amicable as a divorce can be. Since we mutually agreed to it and we had a prenup, it's been pretty easy splitting everything else 50-50ths. My lawyer says I should be divorced by the end of the year. Leo is insistent on giving me alimony, but I'm not really interested. Thanks to a lot of people making me think about Leo's explanation for the open marriage, I did approach him about it again and asked him to be 100% honest with me about that girl from work. He admitted there was more to it than he admitted. This is what he explained to me, and I have decided to believe him. Even if he's lying, it doesn't really matter anymore since we're getting divorced. I also just have little energy to care about the details at this point. According to him, this is the timeline. He was posting on Reddit about his kinks for advice and such, which I did know about beforehand. He was getting messages from this one user and they just kept talking back and forth. He mentions my name to the user in a conversation, which he let me read. During his lunch break, his coworker, I'll call her Mary, approaches him and asks if he uses Reddit and asks about his handle. He confirms, and then Mary tells her he's the user he's been talking to. They start talking more and more in real life as friends and eventually start talking through IG. He also showed me these conversations. The conversations were mostly just memes and jokes with occasional flirts, mentioning of kinks. At one point, she says it's too bad he's not single. This is when he decided to demand the open marriage, because Mary was clearly into him and into the same kinks, and she could sexually satisfy him since I was unable to. That's how he basically said it anyway. Truth be told, we did have some bad difficulties before the open marriage was brought up. I'm very vanilla, and he discovered his kinks after we were married. I tried them all for him, but I just couldn't get into it and he didn't like seeing me struggle, so he didn't try to bring them into the bedroom again after it was obvious I didn't like it. So we did have sexual compatibility issues. Maybe we were doomed to fail even without the open marriage ultimatum. Our families, outside of my sister, were shocked when we told everyone we were getting a divorce. They always thought we were so happy and in love. My mom blames me, which I expected, but it still hurts. They don't know about the open marriage and Leo and I plan to keep it that way. I think he is ashamed to tell them. I am too if I'm being honest. I really thought Leo was the love of my life. He was my first for almost everything. I said we were together for 7 years, but we were friends since college. I've known him for nearly 12 years, and we're about to become strangers soon. I still mourn my marriage, even though Katie and Jesse keep telling me this is for the best. They're both definitely thrilled, they don't hide it, but they also know this has been a weird time for me. I just don't know how to feel. I thought I would feel free or relieved or heartbroken or something, but I just feel weird. Like I lost a part of myself and I don't know how to get it back. I'm still living with Katie, but I'll be moving out soon. I found a 1-bedroom apartment that's near Jesse, so I won't be completely alone. Mark offered to let me move in with him, but I declined. Honestly, we're kind of on standby. He knows I'm having a hard time processing my feelings about my husband and the end of my marriage. I think he wants us to be official, but I don't know. I really do like Mark and I don't want to lose him, but I feel like I need to figure myself out first. As for Steven, we ended our relationship at the beginning of August. He got a job offer in another state and took it. Even though it was casual, I did cry a little. Steven is a great guy. Whenever he does decide to settle down into something serious, the woman who gets him will be a lucky one. We've been texting here and there, but it's mostly just sending each other TikToks and polite, hope you're doing well messages. Some people asked me if I wanted to go back to monogamy, even after experimenting and clearly getting into this poly relationship I had going on. And the answer is yes, I do. Even though Mark and Steven were great and I met plenty of great guys during my open marriage, I don't know if I've really been happy with myself or my choices. I also think I felt guilty a lot too, like I was somehow cheating on Leo, Mark and Steven even though it was all consensual. Polyamory and open relationships may work for some people but it's really just not for me. Jesse says I need to get a therapist. I have tried looking, but finding a therapist that's both available and seems like a good fit is a pain. Hopefully I can find one by the time the divorce is settled. I also want to figure out what to do about Mark on my own. I don't want to lead him on and give him false hope. Maybe we should take a break or maybe I should tell him to just break up with me. He should find his own happiness without worrying about me. Relevant comments. Commenter. You're numb. It happens when you lose your partner and you're grieving, and under a great deal of stress. I think Reddit as a whole takes divorce really blithely, but I read once that divorce is one of the most stressful life events, right after death of a loved one. And I'm slightly curious. You say your family is shocked that you're divorcing, because you seemed so in love, but the fact that your friends are delighted you're leaving your husband tells me that they've witnessed some not so great relationship dynamics. OP. Katie and Jesse were the only ones I told about the open marriage, so they're glad it finally ended in divorce. None of my other friends or family members know. Commenter. I've read all of your posts, and I don't know why you're still protecting your ex by not telling people what he bullied you into doing. He had the girl all picked out and wanted your approval so he could cheat. Tell the damn world. I would. You have nothing to be ashamed about. Don't let your mother put the blame on you. You need a therapist who will help you build your self-esteem. OP. I just feel embarrassed I let it get to this point, I guess. I probably should have just gone with the divorce when the ultimatum was first issued. Commenter. I'm glad you are healing. It sounds like Mark wants more than you can give him right now. Focus on healing and finding out who you are outside of this marriage. It's sad that your STBX ruined a loving marriage for kink sex. I'm glad you are divorcing. You deserve better. Definitely get therapy. It will help you navigate the next part of your life. After 14 years, I discovered my son wasn't mine. My wife left for his rich biological dad, but in court, my son revealed a shocking truth about them. It never occurred to me that I would be authoring a piece like this. My entire world has been turned upside down, and I am having a hard time making sense of all that has happened. My guess is that I ought to begin at the very beginning. Before yesterday, I was under the impression that my life was going very well. I am a man who is 35 years old. My wife Rebecca and I have been married for 14 years, and we have a son named Adam who is also 14 years old. When Rebecca got the news that she was expecting, we decided to be married. Although I had no intention of becoming a father, I was delighted to take on the role. I have loved Adam with every single fiber of my being ever since the minute he was born. I witnessed his first steps, his first words, and every other significant moment that has occurred since then. For the purpose of ensuring that we had sufficient funds to provide him with a pleasant life, I worked 2 jobs. Although it was not always simple, I never once grumbled about it. Isn't that what fathers are supposed to do? I made it a point to constantly strive to be the best possible father I could be. In addition to attending all of Adam's soccer games, I assisted him with his homework and gave him instruction on how to ride a bike. Every year throughout the summer, my kid and I would go on camping excursions together, just the 2 of us. In my entire life, those were some of the most memorable moments. Despite the fact that I was not flawless, I always prioritized my family. I went to great lengths to ensure that Adam had everything he required for school, even if it meant there were occasions when I had to skip lunch at work. For his birthday the previous year, I put up money for months in order to purchase him the most recent gaming machine. When he opened it, the expression on his face was worth every extra shift that I worked over and over again. Just like any other relationship, Rebecca and I had our share of highs and lows, but I always assumed that we were content. In the month prior, we celebrated our 14th wedding anniversary by having a delicious meal at our house. Even a card was designed for us by Adam. Our refrigerator still has it, or at least it did before. Yesterday began in the same manner as any other day. First thing in the morning, I went to my first job, and then in the afternoon, I did my second job. I was looking forward to making it home and eating dinner with my family when I finally arrived. Nevertheless, I saw that something was odd when I stepped through the door. The house had an excessively low volume. The majority of the time, Rebecca would be in the kitchen, while Adam would be either watching television or playing video games. On the other hand, there was nothing. There were no sounds, and there were no smells, just quiet. Although I yelled out for them, there was no response to my appeal. I went to Adam's room, thinking that perhaps he was doing so because he was wearing headphones and couldn't hear me, but his room was completely vacant. It was missing a few of his favorite books and some of his favorite outfits. As I made my way to our bedroom, my heart began to beat really fast. After that, I noticed the note that was sitting on the bedside table. Rebecca's handwriting was clear and legible. It was difficult for me to pick it up and begin reading since my hands were shaking. During the time that has passed, the contents of the note have been playing over and over again in my head. Rebecca informed me in writing that she and Adam were going to leave me. That, however, was not even the most terrible aspect. The fact that I am not Adam's biological father was disclosed by her. It was just before we started dating that Rebecca had a brief relationship with another man, as stated in the note. When she discovered that she was pregnant, she took it for granted that it was my child. According to her, she was able to persuade herself that it was genuine because she desired for it to be true. However, suddenly, after a period of 14 years, Adam's biological father had returned to the conversation. As Rebecca wrote, he expressed his want to be a part of their life and she had made the decision to provide him with the opportunity to do so. Adam, she added, deserved to know who his biological father was. It seemed as if I was unable to take a breath. This place was whirling around. I made my way to the bed and sat down, attempting to make sense of what I had just read. What the heck might be going on here? What could Rebecca possibly have done to me, to us? As I continued to read the note, I hoped to find some explanation that would make sense of everything that was going on. Rebecca expressed her regret in writing that she had lied for all of these years. In spite of the fact that she was aware that it was unethical, she stated that she was afraid of losing me and of being a single mother. In her statement, she asserted that Adam's biological father was prosperous and had the ability to provide them with a better life. In her letter, she mentioned that Adam was looking forward to meeting his biological father and beginning a new life. It was that particular region that caused the most pain. For the past 14 hours, I have been attempting to make sense of everything that has happened. I've experienced every feeling that can possibly be imagined, including shock, anger, despair, and betrayal. Over the course of the past day, I have shed more tears than I have in my whole life. Every time I think about Adam, I am reminded of all the times we have spent together, such as when I taught him how to tie his shoelaces, when I stayed up all night to cheer him on during his soccer games, and when I stayed up all night when he had the flu. Were all of those memories a fabrication? I can't help but wonder whether Adam ever had any suspicions about anything. Did he ever get the impression that I wasn't his true father? Did Rebecca ever make a passing reference to it? It seemed like we had a wonderful relationship, but now I'm having second thoughts about everything. I have attempted to contact Rebecca and Adam by calling and messaging them, but both of their phones are currently turned off. I went so far as to drive by Rebecca's parents' house, just in case they were there, but there was no indication that they were there. I have the impression that my entire life has been a lie. Having been a husband and a father for the past 14 years, I have devoted my entire existence to these roles. I've put in a lot of effort to make sure that my family is taken care of, and now, in the blink of an eye, everything that I've paid for is gone. I have no idea what to do at this point. Without them, the house has a certain emptiness about it. Due to the fact that I am unable to concentrate on anything, I have taken a few days off from work. All the while, I keep praying that this is all just a nightmare and that when I wake up, I will find them here. For my family, there is a part of me that wants to fight. Even though Adam is not my biological son, I have been his parent for the past 14 years. Isn't that something that should be considered? However, when I consider the fact that Rebecca has betrayed me, I find myself wondering if I will ever be able to trust her again. The idea of employing a lawyer has crossed my mind, but I have no idea how to get started with the process. As Adam's non-biological father, do I have any rights or responsibilities? Do you think Rebecca could just take him away like this? It is so overwhelming and I feel so lost. I have also contemplated making an effort to locate them, but I am unsure whether or not this is the appropriate course of action. Do I have the authority to interfere with Adam's desire to be with his biological father if he is truly interested in doing so? Not only does the idea of never seeing him again make me feel sick to my stomach, but I also want him to be content. Rebecca has been dishonest with me for all of these years, and I am furious with her. Her sudden departure in such a manner, without even providing me with the opportunity to discuss the matter, has left me feeling upset. On the other hand, I am primarily devastated by Adam. Be damned by biology, he is my actual son. For the past 14 years I have loved him and reared him. Is it possible to simply delete that? Despite the fact that I am humiliated and ashamed, I have considered making contact with Rebecca's family or others who are acquaintances with us both. Because I have been ignorant of the truth for all of these years, I feel like an idiot. What if they were all aware of it but chose to conceal it from me? Considering everything else that is going on, I don't think I would be able to accept that treachery. There is a portion of me that feel resentment at Adam's biological father as well. Where has he been for the past 14 years? It is unclear why he chose to return at this time. Had he been aware of Adam from the beginning? There is no way for me to acquire answers to the many questions that I have. Like you, I'm worried about Adam. He is abandoning all he is familiar with, including his home, his friends, and his school. Is this really the direction that he should go in? In addition, what about this man? Who is his biological father? Describe the kind of guy he is. Does he have the same love and concern for Adam that I have? Without them, the house has a certain emptiness about it. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to force myself to enter Adam's room. His dirty clothing is still in the hamper, and his soccer trophies are still sitting on the shelf for him to admire. They appear to have hurriedly fled, abandoning a significant portion of their lives in the process. As a result of my lack of knowledge of other options, I am creating this post. Does anyone else have any experience with something similar to this? How are you able to deal with it? What are the chances that I will be able to develop a romantic connection with Adam in the years to come? I appreciate you taking the time to read this. Simply letting everything out, even if it's to complete strangers on the internet, can be a little bit of a relief. I never imagined that I would find myself in this predicament, yet here I am. It's possible that life might change in a moment and you never know what's going to happen. Update. Since it has been a few months since my last article, I felt it was important to bring you all up to speed on what has transpired. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for their support throughout what has been the most difficult period of my life. Kind comments and sound counsel meant more to me than you could possibly know. I received divorce papers from Rebecca not long after I made my original post. It came as a surprise to me when I saw it in black and white, despite the fact that I had anticipated it. At that moment, everything seemed so conclusive and so true. After the initial numbness subsided, I came to the realization that it was necessary for me to actively defend my rights as Adam's father. Without putting up a fight, I couldn't just stand by and let them keep him. I chose to call a lawyer. Financially, it was difficult, especially with Rebecca and Adam gone, but I knew I had to do it. I came upon a respectable attorney ready to handle the payments with me. Given that I'm not Adam's biological father, he cautioned me from the beginning that it would be an uphill fight, but I was resolved to try. The court system was cruel, far more than I had anticipated. The biological father of Rebecca and Adam, David, seemed to have endless means. Given David's reportedly great riches, things got even more challenging for me. Hiring a strong counsel, it soon became evident they would be playing dirty in court. Rebecca and David presented me as a lazy parent unable to support Adam. They brought up my 2 jobs and twisted it to suggest I was never around. They discussed how David might provide Adam with a better life with private schools and luxury trips. Friends of theirs even said they had witnessed me ignore Adam or treat him angrily. I thought I could be in a dream. All I had done out of love for my family was being turned against me. Turning 2 jobs into support for them became neglect. The camping trips Adam and I enjoyed were written off as cheap holidays. Their response appeared to cover everything, and I was beginning to lose hope. Though my attorney gave his all, we were outgunned everywhere. David's money seemed to change everything. Expert witnesses speaking on the value of biological ties were present. Child psychologists testified about how Adam might be better off in a more steady financial environment. They seemed to have covered everything. I got ready for the worst, maybe losing Adam permanently. It was nearly intolerable to consider never seeing him again, of someone else raising him and being called dad. There were evenings when I couldn't sleep. I would lie awake and consider all the events I would miss. Then though, something unanticipated occurred. The court decided Adam himself wanted to be heard. I trembled. And if Rebecca and David had turned him against me? Suppose he expressed wanting to live with them. Hearing Adam declare he wanted me no more made me wonder whether I could manage. I hardly could breathe when Adam stood up. But what followed turned everything around. Adam added, "I want to live with my dad, my real dad, the one who raised me," straight ahead toward the judge. What I was hearing defied belief. Adam continued by saying that he loved our camping vacations, that I was a wonderful parent and how I always made time to assist him with his homework, even though I was exhausted from work. He spoke of how I taught him to ride a bike, how I never missed a soccer game, and how I always made him feel loved and supported. Adam then let forth a bombshell. He told the court David's mother and dad had been attempting to guide him on what to say. Late at night, he claimed he overheard them strategizing how to make me appear worse. They had advised him to say I was often furious and exhausted, that I didn't give his schooling any thought, and that I was negligent. Adam declared he couldn't carry on with it. He knew it was untrue and couldn't lie about the guy who had been at his side all of his life. He even brought up particular exchanges he had heard Rebecca and David talking about how to falsify the facts and testimonial proof against me. The courtroom went still. On Rebecca and David's faces, I could sense shock. Attentively listening, the judge asked Adam several questions to help him to define what he had heard and experienced. Adam told the judge about a conversation he had overheard in which David proposed they bribe some of my colleagues to testify. I regularly complained about Adam or seemed uninterested in his life. Rebecca had been initially reluctant, he added, but David persuaded her it was essential to guarantee they would win. He also recalled overhearing them talk about coaching Adam's teachers to say, "I never showed up for parent-teacher conferences," which was untrue. Though it meant missing business, I had always made time for those. Adam said he missed me and our life together and felt afraid and perplexed by all of this. The hearing's whole tone changed following Adam's testimony. The judge directed Rebecca and David to look into their activities, including efforts at manipulation of a minor's testimony. Their attorney seemed uncomfortable, and I could see Rebecca and David furiously speaking to one another. Reviewing all the evidence and Adam's testimony, the court spent several days. Among the longest days I have ever lived were those. After hearing Adam, I was encouraged. However, I also felt afraid to allow myself hope things would turn around. At last the day arrived for the judge to render his ruling. As we gathered in the courtroom, I was a frightened wreck. The judge began by noting that he had given great thought to all the data offered as well as Adam's testimony. While financial stability is crucial, he noted, a child's best interests are determined by other factors as well. He noted that even though it meant working 2 jobs, I had regularly met Adam's needs. He noted that I had always made time for what mattered most in Adam's life and complimented my commitment to his schooling and extracurricular activities. Regarding Rebecca and David's attempts to control the case and guide Adam's evidence, the court also expressed great worry. This, he claimed, indicated a disrespect for Adam's emotional health and begged questions about their parenting competency. The judge decided at last to award me complete custody of Adam. He added that Adam's wishes and well-being came first and that it was obvious I had been a caring and committed father. He said years of love, care, and dedication define the link between a parent and their child more than just biology. With regard to the divorce, it was approved. I had no want to stay married to Rebecca after all that had happened. Given their attempts to control the case, the judge additionally mandated Rebecca and David pay my legal fees. The comfort and happiness I experienced upon the judge's judgment is difficult to articulate. I started crying as Adam hurried to embrace me. It was as though a weight had been offloaded from my shoulders. I felt as though I could breathe once more, first in months. The last few weeks have been spent learning about our new normal. Adam and I share an ancient house. Financially, it's challenging, but we're making it work. I have to cut back on some things, but Adam knows. He even volunteered to contribute by working a part-time job, but I advised him to concentrate on school and growing up. Adam has been quite remarkable over all of this. He's in therapy to help him sort through all that's happened. I find great pride in his maturity and fortitude. We have had some lengthy conversations on family, faith, and what it means to be a parent. Though it hasn't always been simple, I believe our experience is helping us both grow. Rebecca and David have visiting rights. Adam has made it plain he does not want to see them right now. I'm letting him lead on that. I wouldn't want to put him in any scenario he finds uncomfortable forced upon him. When Adam feels ready, the therapist has advised we go slowly and perhaps begin with supervised visits. Personally, I'm in therapy trying to sort out the stress of the past few months and the betrayal. Though it's not simple, I'm going day by day. I'm beginning to believe once more that even in the worst of circumstances good things can happen. I had to adjust somewhat at work. My managers have been understanding when I presented the circumstances. I have cut back on some hours to be home more with Adam. Though monetarily tighter, being there for Adam is well worth it. We are gradually coming to our new rhythm. Most evenings today, Adam and I make dinner together. Though we're both really bad at it, we're learning and having a lot of fun throughout. Starting a weekly movie night, we are working through all the classic movies I liked growing up. I want to thank everyone who helped and advised me on my first post. Sometimes the only thing keeping me going was your nice comments. To anybody else experiencing something like this, keep on. The truth finds a way to surface. I am looking forward to the future, as is Adam. Just the two of us enjoy old times, hence this summer we are going camping. It excites both of us as an opportunity to reconnect and create fresh memories. Still difficult are the times ahead. I know there will be difficult days when the hurt and resentment return. Adam and I can, however, also conquer anything together. We shall always have each other no matter what. I appreciate it all once more. It implies more than you're aware of. Here marks fresh starts and the family we will pick. Mom abandoned us, leaving me to raise my brother. Now she's dying and needs my kidney. My brother pleads for me to save her. What should I do? I, 29F, need some outside ideas since I'm in a terribly mess-up state. Saying no will cause our family balance to be destroyed, and I'm under pressure to give a kidney to my estranged mother, 52F. We learned my mother's kidneys are failing last month. She must start dialysis, which is not ideal long-term, according to the experts. She needs a transplant right away. Out of the 2 children of my mother, I am a perfect match and Ezra, my brother, is incompatible. They tested me and my brother. There is really crazy pressure to donate. Saying it's a chance to heal our family and atone for Mom, Ezra is asking me to do it. He doesn't understand that I am not the one who left. I am not interested in healing anything. It was not me that decided on drugs instead of family. It feels like a smack in the face when he asks me to save the mother he hardly knew at the price of the sister who reared him. Though my dad, 54M, is not directly pressing me, I can see optimism in his eyes. Though he claims he will help whatever I decide, it is clear he wants me to do it. It makes me ill since he is dreaming of having his lovely family returned. Mom hasn't straight up asked me for the kidney, but every time I see her I can sense the question hovering about. Part of me wants to scream at her and find out where this worry originated throughout my 13-year raising of her child. Knowing her life is in my control, another element seems strangely strong. Here's a little background since, although you might assume I'm vengeful, I am not. My mother disappeared from my life 16 years ago along with my brother. He was 5 years old and I was 13. She was hooked on drugs, and one day she simply disappeared, leaving our dad. Dad made every effort, but he had to work insane hours to have food on the table and a roof over our heads. Dad always worked, hence I essentially had to raise Ezra. At 13 years old, I was helping him with homework, making sure he ate, and trying to explain Mom's absence from the scene. It sucked, massive scale. I was so busy playing Mom, so I missed out on childhood. Growing up, I was furious with everyone. Mad at Mom for leaving, mad at Dad for not being there enough, mad at Ezra for needing me so much, and mad at myself for not being able to make everything right. While I was figuring out how to split a package of mac and cheese into 2 meals, I saw other children lead typical lives. Ezra found it easier. I confirm this. Though it meant I could not. I wanted him to have as normal a life as possible. I concealed my own tears so I could clean his, lied to him about why we cannot afford things, acted as though everything was fine when Dad and I were hysterical about finances, and so on. It was abundantly evident as we grew older how different our early years were. Ezra went sports and hung out with friends. I was too busy becoming a mini adult to engage in any of that. This widened our gulf greatly and got more pronounced with time. Dad was doing his best, I understand now, but back then it felt as though both of my parents had dropped me. Though it still stung, I know Dad had to decide between being here physically and ensuring we wouldn't go without food. During my teens and early 20s, I was messy. I drove people away, made poor mistakes, and partied too excessively. Starting to handle all this baggage required years of therapy. Things improved when I met my 31M hubby. Though he has been quite patient and sympathetic, my prior problems surfaced even with him. I panicked out when he initially discussed starting a family. Being in charge of a child brought back all these ancient anxieties. We worked for 2 years to reach a point where I felt okay about trying for a baby. 6 months of trying have gone by now. This is now when my mother came back. She simply showed up on my dad's doorway brilliantly and early, like an abandoned child at an orphanage. Not wasting any time, my father allowed her in and summoned Ezra and me in for a family meeting. My mother struck me as a stranger. She wanted to right things and said she was clean. Though Ezra was all for it, I was dubious as heck. It was simpler for him to forgive her as he cannot recall the worst of times she spent doing drugs. I saw it. My mother was my personal hell. Still, my dad urged us to give her some time, which infuriated me. Though I stayed away for their family reunion, I could tell he was eager to see the lady he used to love. Before I left, I hardly spoke a word to my mother. Living with my dad once more, during the last few months, my mother has been working to mend connections with us. She kept her cleanliness, found employment and expressed regret for her actions, but for me it is too little too late. I have been polite, but I cannot regard her as my mother anymore. That dumb fool Ezra wholeheartedly accepted her return. He always talks about the fun they spend together and how wonderful it is to have a mother once more. It triggers my desire to yell. Like he has forgotten all I did for him, all we went through. Boom, my mother was diagnosed, so I tried to pay attention to my life and not worry. Ezra was crying. My father was crying. And I wished I could have been anywhere else but that hospital room. Indeed, Ezra was keen to be a donor when the doctor discussed the complications of dialysis and the large transplant list my mother would have to join. I agreed with his choice, but he hauled me along too when he was checked for compatibility and I turned out to be the ideal fit. Not signing the organ donation form, I hurried out of the hospital right away. Why ought I to sign it? Right now, my father and brother claim I have an unforgiving attitude and a stone heart. Instead, they are rallying around my mother and neglecting me. Although my husband swears he will support me no matter what, I can see he is anxious. He has been excellent through all this. He worries about the surgical hazards and how they might interfere with our intended baby-bearing plans. He also notes how hard I have worked in therapy and doesn't want anything to reverse all that improvement. To add to the craziness, my aunt, Mom's sister, 50F, just called tonight. She told me what was a bombshell of sorts. She hasn't forgiven my mother for leaving everyone either. Turns out Mom had been cheating on Dad with a married man and had been pregnant, thus leaving us was not only due in part to drugs. She departed to have the kid and a fresh life, bailing on us once and permanently blaming drug addiction as justification. Though I really don't know how that worked out or why she came back, learning this has opened all the old scars. Mom departed when she had a decision to stay as well as when she abandoned us. I might never run upon a half-sibling out there wherever. I'm still trying to make sense of it. I haven't yet told anyone else in the family about this. Knowing this secret together with all the renal pressure is making me crazy. Thinking about my terrible upbringing and wondering whether I missed some indicators, I stay up all night. I'm wondering every sacrifice I made, every part of my youth I gave up, and how it compares to what I now know about Mom's actual leaving motivation. Ezra is clueless on any of this fresh material. He keeps urging me to donate the kidney, discussing family responsibility and how this could fix everything. But all I can think of is how he got to have a childhood while I was busy parenting him. Dad likewise doesn't know. He seems all soft about Mom once more, and it makes me want to shake him and remind him of all the misery she caused. I am rather conflicted. It almost seems too much to consider having major surgery and forfeiting an organ for someone who decided to drop me. I consider the hazards and how they might skew my odds of becoming pregnant. Already, I have given up so much for this family. My youth, my opportunity to be a normal child, my sense of security. Giving up a bit of my body seems excessive. The villain is me right now. What then, Reddit, is the outcome? Am I the hole for turning down to donate my estranged mother my kidney? Is my attachment to the past excessive? I am the only one who recalls how terrible things actually were and the only one who paid Mom the whole cost for her decisions. This is drowning me with decisions. Every decision seems bad in some capacity. How can I manage this unworkable scenario without totally losing my sanity? Help me right here on Reddit. Update 1. Hi Reddit, I expected no one would interact with this post, hence I intended to delete it 24 hours later. The volume of upvotes and comments this is getting is ridiculous though. I would like to first thank everyone for their opinions on my circumstances. Reading through all of it has given me something to consider. Though I have to be honest, some of the comments urging me to forgive and forget really irritate me. I value those who took the time to grasp my viewpoint. I understand Ephesians 4:32, be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other just as in Christ God forgave you. Though a great concept, you know what? Sometimes forgiveness is more complicated than a Bible chapter. Not only did my mother's actions affect one day or one week, they molded my whole life. I lost my childhood, my sense of safety, and my faith in the people meant to be watching out for me. You cannot just wipe that with a hug and some kind words. And to all those arguing, but she's your mother. Biology does not always inspire love or respect. Sure, my mother delivered me, but I am the one who had to grow up too quickly and had to be a mother to my younger brother when she cannot be bothered. When she was out high and leaving her children to fend for themselves, where was all this family is everything conversation? Look, I'm not aiming to be resentful or nasty. Despite all she has put me through, I am attempting to safeguard the life I have created. A few of you have mentioned complete family therapy. When she returned first, we tried that. It did not miraculously make everything right. Although my mother said all the right things and shed tears, it did not undo years of struggle and desertion. Many of you have brought out the dangers of kidney donation, and I value that. It goes beyond the procedure itself to include long-term consequences. Suppose I have issues that compromise my capacity for childbearing. What happens if I need kidneys later in life? For someone who didn't give second thought to sacrificing me, am I meant to give my health and maybe my future? My hubby has heard me discuss all of this. He reminded me that I had nothing to owe anyone. Not even my mother, so it's acceptable to give my own well-being top priority. The thought of compromising that for someone who has been more of a stranger than a mother is simply too much. We are still trying for a baby. My family's pressure hasn't let up. Ezra has been text-blowing my phone with messages ranging from extreme rage to guilt-tripping. He even ventured to remark that I would be no better than Mom was when she left us if I let her die. That one hurts. I cannot lie. Dad has been more subdued, but every time we speak he sounds disappointed. They seem to have all forgotten what I went through, what we went through. And then there is my mother. At last she plucked the bravery to give me a straight call. I let it drop off to voicemail. Her message was difficult to hear. She was crying and telling me she is afraid of dying even though she knows she does not deserve my support. Though a large part of me remembered all the times I was terrified and alone due to her choices, part of me wanted to reassure her. Regarding what my aunt revealed regarding Mom's affair and the baby she turned over, I still haven't told anyone. Every time I consider bringing it up, I picture Dad's expression. How it would destroy Ezra's recently discovered relationship with Mom. But hiding this is eating me inside. Carrying the weight of her mistakes, it feels like I am shielding her all over once more. This update most likely makes me sound frigid and merciless. Maybe I am. I am exhausted yet as well. Weary of having to be the one who must be strong and sacrifice-bearing. I want to put myself first for once without feeling bad about it. That's where I am right now. Still conflicted, still aching, still unsure about the correct course of action. Though it means playing the villain in everyone else's life, I am striving to stand my ground and give my own health and happiness top priority. I appreciate it. Still, thank you for listening, Reddit. Though I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, knowing there are individuals out there that understand even just a small bit helps more than you could possibly imagine. Update 2. Sure, Reddit. Though I realize it has only been 2 days, I am here with another update and things have become even more disorganized. Recall how Ezra stated had been blowing my phone? He realized, though, messaging was insufficient. Yesterday he showed up to my residence without warning. While I was at work, my spouse was home finishing some job-related duties. My husband claims Ezra broke into our house yelling about Mom's worsening illness and how the doctors said time was running short. Saying he would pull me to the hospital personally should he have to, he insisted on knowing where I was. Bless him, my husband attempted to cool Ezra down. Ezra wasn't having it, but I was at work and this wasn't the way to handle things. He charged my spouse of poisoning me against Mom, of turning me against my family. Things grew hot, and Ezra actually swung at my husband. Fortunately, my husband avoided it, but he had to physically restrain Ezra to prevent him from ruckling the apartment in search of me. It grew so nasty that one of our neighbors phoned the police. I arrived home exactly as the cops were leaving. Our living room looked like a tornado had hit. My husband had a bruise on his jaw where Ezra had landed a blow. Though Ezra departed when the police arrived, the harm was done. I was startled. I raised a different younger brother here. This was not the child I would have sacrificed all for. It was like viewing the output of a stranger, and a violent one at that. I hoped to gently talk some sense into Ezra when I called him. I raised him not expecting him to be behaving this way. Great error. He grabbed her and began yelling at me. Every name in the book he called me, accusing me of being self-serving and of not thinking about family. Then he said something I will never forget. I'll never forgive you if Mom dies because of you. You will be dead to me, exactly as you are allowing her to die. I hung there. I was not able to breathe. It seemed as though all of my darkest concerns were realized. Choosing Mom above me, the brother I reared, the one I thought would always have my back, was doing. I disintegrated, full on ugly crying, unable to catch my breath. My husband carried me through it, but I sensed he was also disturbed. We are being pulled apart in general from this. To aggravate things, my dad phoned this morning. Ezra reportedly told him a distorted account of events in our residence. Dad now believes I set my husband on Ezra, that I am the one generating all this conflict. He really had the arrogance to claim that none of this would be happening if I just quit being obstinate and gave the kidney. I vanished. I shared with him all about Mom's infidelity. About the baby she turned over, about her decision to leave us. How it was not only the narcotics. I told him how I had been holding this secret, shielding Mom even now, after everything. I told him it was also his fault and that I'd been furious all my life. On the other side of the line, for what seemed like eternity, there was quiet. I then listened to a sob. I had only seen my dad break down perhaps twice in my lifetime. He continued to apologize, stating he didn't know, he should have been there more. I felt terrible. I would have hurt him all over once again in trying to defend myself. But somewhere else I felt relieved as well. At last, someone else was dragging the weight I had carried all my life. Ezra sent me many texts once we hung up. Dad had contacted him and shared everything. Right now, Ezra's song has totally changed. Apologizing, he said he didn't understand and begged me to pardon him. I'm not sure though, whether I can. I cannot simply ignore the things he said or the way he behaved. Mom has been blowing my phone too. Dad ought to have confronted her about the affair back then as well as the child. Her messages combine calls to understanding with apologies. She is stating she changed and was young and afraid. Young indeed. Dad and brother are still adjusting, looking after her daily. All I can think is, where was this empathy when I was young and terrified? I feel as though I am drowning. Mom's health is declining, Dad's messy, and me? I am merely trying to maintain above water. Not sure what to do going forward. Some of me wants to flee, to vanish as Mom did all those years ago. That is not the solution, but I know. I have too long been gathering the fragments of her errors. I'll create different ones instead. I'm now off from work for some time. To help us to clear our brains, my husband and I are considering a little trip. Except for Dad's, I have blocked every number. I need room to consider what I want and what I need. I'm not sure whether I will ever offer that kidney. Even if I wanted to, the way things are currently makes me not sure I could manage to be in the same room as my family long enough to accomplish it. That brings us to the present situation. The state of my family is disorganized. I'm left wondering if there's any way to sort this mess, or if it's even worth trying, because my brother has exposed a side of himself I never knew existed. I appreciate you paying attention, Reddit. About if I should update once more, I'm unsure. I might even pull the original post. Right now though, I simply have to concentrate on healing. Not only for my mother, but also for me. Final update. Alright Reddit, my last update was some time ago, hence a lot has changed. 3 months following the surgery, I'm writing from home. You did really read correctly. My mom received my kidney donation. Given how fervent I was about not doing it before, I know many of you would find this shocking. I am still processing it personally, believe me. One thing should be clear though, I chose this. Nobody put pressure on me. Not my mom, not even my dad, not Ezra. My spouse and I spent some time away following my last update and discussed it. We leased a cabin in the mountains, no cell service, no internet, just us, nature and lots of time to reflect. Although I kept having nightmares and knew I would never forgive myself if I did not at least try to help, being away from the turmoil helped clear my thoughts. The idea of my mother dying and of having that on my conscience was intolerable. I came to see that I was furious at the world, at the unfairness of it all, not just at my mother. And clinging to that rage was causing more damage than anyone else could have. I told my spouse my choice when we returned. Though concerned, he was also encouraging. We visited with the doctors, gathered all the data, and began the process. I will not lie, it was not simple. The operation was difficult, and the healing was more so. You know what though? I have not come to regret it. Not because it instantly corrected everything. Rather, I feel at peace with myself for the first time in years. I ran across my mother before they wheeled us in on the day of the procedure. She was weeping and repeatedly thanking me. I told her the truth, that I was acting for me as much as for her. I could not forget, I'd just forgiven her. I hoped she would recover, but I saw no future in which we would live near together. Though she understood, that wasn't what she wanted to hear. Though some things are better left unknown, I wanted to question her about my sister. We hugged, a true hug, not the uncomfortable ones we had exchanged since she returned. In several respects, it felt like a farewell. I am rebuilding our friendship with Ezra. He sincerely apologizes for his actions. Though sluggish, it's an improvement nonetheless. He is beginning to see the sacrifices I made and recognizing that his recollections of our childhood don't tell the complete picture. Parents, Dad. Dad has been right by everyone's side during all of this. He is also juggling his own shame and regrets. We now find ourselves getting closer in a manner not seen in years. He shares with me his pride in me, not only for the gift but also for the person I have grown to be despite all. She has been amazing. From the choice until the rehabilitation, he was there at every stage. We have a closer relationship than ever. Regarding myself, I am healing in several different ways. Though the physical rehabilitation has not been simple, the emotional weight I have carried for years seems less. Not foolish enough to believe everything is wonderful right now. My gloomy days and my periods of uncertainty still exist. Still, I'm glad of myself for choosing to be true to who I am, not someone else wanted me to be. To each of you who helped me along this road, thank you. Your comments and your understanding meant more than you could possibly know. Remember, forgiveness is personal and healing is not straightforward. Reddit. Wife set me up with her friend's hot sister to test my loyalty on a work trip. When I found out, I was incensed, and now she wants to fix things. Hi guys, I need some advice. I honestly don't know how to deal with this scenario. You can call me clueless, with a big capital C, bold, italicized and underlined. I am 23 years old, and my wife, Amy, not her real name, is 22. We have been married for over 3 months. Amy is a student. She did not begin college until she was 20, so she has completed 2 years thus far. Meanwhile, I make a decent living and am the sole provider. I did not attend college but instead entered the workforce, and things have gone well for me thus far. Amy works part-time at a coffee shop throughout the summer and on weekends, but it's not much, about 15 hours a week, mostly for her own spending money, though she occasionally helps with groceries. I pay for my rent, utilities, groceries, and other household items. Amy has some student loans, but my goal is to pay off as much of her debt as possible, even if it means cutting back on other expenses. I was just promoted at my employer, moving from a union job to management. Here is where the story begins. Last week, I had to travel to headquarters for a week of training, which we term Kool-Aid classes. I flew out the previous Sunday, but owing to a paucity of flight slots, I was unable to book a late enough return trip to complete my training on Friday. So my return flight was scheduled for Saturday morning. Amy wanted to accompany me since, as a newlywed, I imagined she couldn't live without me for a week. However, I am the only one who pays for things, and I adhere to the budget we agreed. I only use one credit card per month, and I make sure to pay it off completely before any interest is due. I calculated the cost of an additional flight, Amy's food expenses, and the cost of adding another person to the hotel room. Then I checked the budget. There just wasn't room for these additional charges. We have an emergency fund of a few $1,000s, and we've started a savings fund for a down payment on a house. It's just over $500 right now, which isn't much, but you have to start somewhere. Amy and I sat down to discuss the budget because I needed her to agree with me. When I told her it wasn't in the budget, she became upset. She asked me to charge it on my credit card, but I declined because we wouldn't be able to pay it off. She proposed tapping the emergency fund, but I clarified that this was not an emergency. I assured her that she would not suffer from my absence for a few nights. I did propose a compromise. Because the company headquarters is approximately 1,200 miles distant and some workers dislike flying, driving was an alternative. I could have leased a car and the employer would have covered the rental and petrol costs. But Amy said she'd rather fly than drive for 2 days in each direction. She was forced to stay behind because flying was not an option. Amy was disappointed that she couldn't accompany me to the airport on Sunday, but she gave me hugs and kisses and had me promise to call her. Things were going well while I was gone. Monday was fantastic. I made some valuable contacts within the firm and met some other managers from other areas. I contacted my wife at lunch after training and again before bed to reassure her that I'd be home soon. Skip ahead to Wednesday morning, and I was having the hotel's complimentary breakfast. I was almost finished when a woman approached my table and asked if she might sit down. I looked around and noticed that all of the tables were full, so I told her I didn't mind because I had additional chairs. I completed my breakfast, stood up and politely said, "Have a nice day," before going away. She jokingly asked, "You're leaving already?" I replied that I needed to get to work. She was about 3 or 4 years older than me, blonde, and attractive, not a 10, but certainly above average. I didn't think much of it at the moment. The next morning, however, I was sitting down to breakfast when the same woman approached and wanted to join me. There were open tables this time, but before I could respond, she remarked, "You ran off yesterday before I could get your name." Despite the fact that I had not agreed, she pulled out a chair and sat. I was uneasy. I am married to Amy, whom I adore. I have absolutely no desire to spend time with another woman. I wasn't very experienced with women. Amy was my third girlfriend and only the second lady I'd ever slept with. We dated for 18 months before I proposed, and we got married 6 months later. Now, as I previously stated, I am nearly 3 months into my marriage. When the woman asked for my name again, I said I had to leave and wished her a good day. My wedding band was prominently displayed on my hand the entire time. I considered telling Amy about the 2 experiences with this woman but chose not to. So when I saw Amy at lunch, I didn't say it. Later that afternoon, when I returned to the hotel, I boarded the elevator and pressed the door close button. The doors abruptly came to a halt as they were about to close. A hand appeared and the woman walked inside the elevator. When she saw me, she smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Well, look who it is." She pressed the elevator button for the 4th level, and as it began to move, she said, "You know, I still don't know your name. How about joining me for a drink so we can get to know each other?" Her hair looked wonderful, and her makeup was just enough to highlight her features without being caked on like it was intended to hide deficiencies. But I wasn't looking at her makeup. She was beaming at me, waiting for a response. The elevator came to a halt and dinged open on the 3rd story, where my room was located. I went out, held up my left hand to show her the gold band and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm married. Thank you for the invitation though, have a lovely evening." I ran down the corridor to my room, not looking back in case she had followed me. When I got to my door, I looked down the corridor to ensure it was empty. Once entering my room, I decided to phone Amy and tell her about the 3 encounters. I thought honesty was the best policy. I had anticipated her to be upset, but she wasn't. The first question she asked was, "Is this woman prettier than me?" The honest response was yes, but that is not what I told Amy. Amy isn't a 10, but she's much above average. As for me, I'll never be on a magazine cover, but I don't consider myself to be ugly, perhaps a touch above average. I've dated lovely ladies before, and this unusual woman was certainly attractive. She was taller than Amy and considerably more top-heavy, if you get my meaning. Amy is cute, more of the girl next door type, whereas this woman was more classy, truly 2 different types. Amy is a brunette, and her long hair works for me. The truth is that I was not tempted by this woman at all. When Amy asked if the woman worked for my company, I told her I didn't know. I'd never seen her before our initial encounter on Wednesday. To avoid stumbling into her again, I decided to forego breakfast at the hotel and eat at the corporate cafeteria the next morning. On Friday morning, I left the motel early. Before going to headquarters, I stopped at the self-service bar for a cup of coffee. As I was closing the lid on my cup, I heard a familiar voice say, "It would have been nice to have had a conversation to go with my drink last night." I turned to see the same woman smiling at me. She apologized, stating, "I'm sorry if I came across too forward. I've been here alone for a week and thought we could converse for a little while." I told her, "Look, I am married and I do not want to spend time with another woman. Please leave me alone." I hastily moved away before she could answer. Sure, that was flattering, but I was quite annoyed by this time. That afternoon, I finished my training and returned to the hotel, half expecting to be ambushed again, but I arrived at my room unharmed. I called Amy and after we talked for a while, she asked about my plans for the night. I told her I was heading to a sports bar down the street on my last night in town. I skipped a few meals to save enough money for a good steak dinner. Later, I stepped into the restaurant and sat at the bar. I planned to eat my steak, drink a beer and watch a baseball game on one of the many TVs. That seems good, right? I had ordered my dinner and was aimlessly viewing the screen when I heard that now familiar voice say, "That looks good, can I have a bite?" I turned and there she was, looking lovely and dressed up in a classy way. She showed off her ample cleavage and wore a short dress with stockings, definitely trying to grab my attention. Before I could say anything, she sat down and inquired how my day had gone. I gathered my thoughts and informed her, "I've already told you I don't want to spend time with you. I do not want to talk to you. I don't care what your name is." She replied, "It's Susan," and extended her hand. I did not shake it. I told her all I wanted was to eat my food in privacy and for her to leave me alone. She grimaced briefly, then chuckled and added, "Just take a drink with me." I pledged to behave. "I won't bite, unless you want me to," she said with a mischievous smirk. She ordered a drink and said she'd be right back before leaving to what I imagined was the restroom. I grabbed my wallet, slapped down some cash for dinner and fled out the door. I left my steak sitting at the bar. I returned to the hotel, irritated because, first, I did not receive the remainder of my steak, and second, I paid with my own money rather than the company's since I did not wait for the receipt, so I had nothing to turn in for reimbursement. I could have requested a box to return it to the hotel, but by the time they arrived, she would have returned. I received a poor burger from the hotel and ate it in my room, which the employer paid for. I called Amy before bed to tell her about the botched supper. She apologized and promised to cook me a delicious lunch when I got home tomorrow. That's one thing I have to admit, Amy is an excellent cook. Because she only works a few hours per week, She handles the cooking, cleaning, and laundry. We talked about what we could do this weekend, said I love you, I miss you, and then hung up. But I went to bed pissed off. I missed out on a wonderful steak. I was angry with the woman who was harassing me, and I was even angrier at myself for not asserting myself more. I'm not sure why I didn't just stand my position, finish my steak and go on. That night, I didn't sleep well. When I arrived home on Saturday morning, Amy greeted me enthusiastically. Before I could go back to retrieve my luggage and unpack, she dragged me into the bedroom for some fun. We're still in the honeymoon phase, so intimacy is fairly often. Even midday afternoon sex is uncommon, but since I had been gone for a week, let's just say I was extremely welcome. We then spent approximately 10 minutes cuddling in bed. I was simply enjoying being with her when she broke the stillness by telling me how much she loved me and kissing me. She told me she was proud of me and kissed me again, and I assumed it was because of my recent job promotion, but then she kissed me again and said she was proud because I passed the test. What test? I asked, completely perplexed. She laughed and said, you know, the test. I didn't understand what she was saying, so I told her so. Then she added, that woman Susan, you passed the test with her. I was completely confused. I rolled out from under Amy, supported myself on my elbows and begged her to explain. She smiled, apparently pleased with herself, and explained, Susan was at your hotel because I asked her to be. Amy continued, I know she's prettier than me, and I knew you were totally uninterested in her, so I wanted to test you. I sat there, trying to make sense of what she had just said. Amy bent over, kissed me again, and got out of bed, headed for the restroom. She began talking to me from inside, but I was not listening. This was not a test, it was a setup. I told her I didn't appreciate being set up like that. These weren't simply routine tests. When Amy returned to the bedroom, she climbed onto the bed and urged me not to worry about it. You died, and I adore you for that. She attempted to kiss me again, but I pushed away. I was angry. I began questioning her. Who was this woman? How did she know her, and why would she come to my hotel to test me? I was able to obtain a few details after some argument, with Amy becoming defensive and now angry at me for being mad at her. Susan was the older sister of one of Amy's close friends, Jessica. Amy and Jessica apparently hung together on Sunday after I departed for the airport. Jessica suggested that I consider what I would do if a beautiful woman approached me while on my trip. After some deliberation, they contacted Susan, and the three of them devised this crazy scheme. I asked Amy why she didn't trust me. She insisted she did. When I questioned why she felt the need to set me up if she trusted me, she became defensive again. She blamed Jessica for sowing seeds of doubt in her mind. At that moment, I was outraged. I asked her how Susan got to the city I visited and where she stayed. Amy became quite silent. I increased my voice, and I'm not sure if I started yelling. Amy began crying. More responses, more crying, and me yelling. Finally, I stormed out of the apartment, leaving her sobbing in her hands, insisting that it was not her fault. I slammed the door behind me. Amy had paid for Susan's trip, 4 nights in a hotel, her meals, and even paid her $100 per day for her time. I informed Amy that she couldn't accompany me since we couldn't afford the advance purchase price of an airline ticket, a few meals, and $10 per night for a second person. This was a full fare ticket for 4 nights, at more than $150 per night. How much did all this cost? I haven't added it all up yet, but I can say this: the emergency money is nearly depleted. Because we need an emergency fund, the down payment fund will be transferred to the emergency fund, which has now been depleted as well, all because she let someone to implant dumb ideas in her mind. After leaving, I called my coworker Jacob and told him I wanted to speak with someone. Jacob and I had worked together for a few years before he moved into management 6 months ago. He coaxed me into coming over. He had a number of other buddies over but invited me to join them. I told them what had happened, and one of them suggested Amy had performed a crap test on me. I had never heard of it, but I suppose you are aware of what it is. They reprimanded me for marrying so young. I assumed that was what we were meant to do. They advised me that we should maintain separate bank accounts. I grew up thinking we were meant to combine our assets. Then they chastised me about Amy being an authorized user on my credit card. Okay, I understand how this could have been avoided, but locking the gate now does nothing because the horse has already left. One of the guys recommended I watch some YouTube videos. We saw a couple together after cooking some steaks. Unfortunately, I was too unhappy to eat, so the entire lunch was spoiled. He also told me to write to you, which is what I'm doing. In the end, it's only money, and while I can rebuild my finances, that isn't the purpose. She absolutely ignored everything I was trying to do to alleviate her insecurities. She also set me up. Can I get through this? Amy and I married because we adore each other. I've always seen her as a nice, kind and caring woman, but now I'm torn. What she did has made me rethink who she truly is. I've never set boundaries with Amy. Will it work to sit her down and set them now, or is it too late? That horse is already out. Can you have a relationship with clear boundaries if they are established later and expected to work? I would like to make this work with Amy. Amy began blowing up my phone, but I ignored it. Then it was my parents, and finally hers. A few of her pals had also texted me, but I ignored them all. I finally shut off the phone. After spending some time with Jacob, I didn't want to deal with any of them right now. Jacob invited me to stay with him for a few days to sort things out. I would love to hear your comments on this. I'm not sure what my alternatives are. My inexperience has gotten me into this mess, and I need to get my head out of my sass before I suffocate and figure it out. Here are a few things that need to happen. 1. She does not return to school until she repays this sum. 2. Create separate bank accounts. 3. As long as we're married, she won't take out any additional student loans. She pays for them herself. 4. I have already removed her from my credit card and requested that a new card with a different number be supplied. 5. I'm also considering telling her no more Jessica or Susan. She cuts them off totally. Proper now. I don't trust her to make the proper decisions. I got on my phone and texted Amy and both of our parents, telling them I was figuring out how I was going to handle the situation. I told Amy that I would take a sick day tomorrow and come by in the morning to chat to her. Until then, everyone should leave me alone. I am ignoring all texts and voicemails. A nudge in the correct direction would be highly appreciated if you have time to do so. Thank you, everyone. Am I the asshole for hating my older daughter for throwing a forbidden party that led to my younger daughter was assaulted by 4 men? First of all, I am a widow with 3 children, but in this essay I will be more focused on Leah, 14, and Maya, 18. 4 guys back in December sexually assaulted Leah. Maya organized a party when I was working the night shift, and 4 of the lads that were there attacked Leah. Said the least, it has been terrible. Leah quit cheering and has lost all of her energy. She also chose to skip her first year by just finishing her classes online. She only wears my late husband's hoodies all day and sleeps in my room now, with me. As a mother, I feel so powerless as I have no idea how I could support her. Many facts came out about Maya's involvement in this over the research. She did not set up her little sister, but I believe she mistreated her greatly. All of this might have been avoided if she only followed my guidelines. I never approved of a party. Before you people argue, well, you're her mother, it's not her job to watch your kid. The issue is, it was her job. She left Leah under supervision. To look after her sister while I work evenings, I pay her really nicely. We had reached an arrangement years ago. Leah is not in any sense special needs. Maya just asked that she make sure her sister finishes her schoolwork and gets to bed at a respectable time. Maya herself invited the guys that attacked Leah. She knew personally that they belonged to gangs and that she had no concern. Rather, what I discovered in this research is Leah was not interested when she sought to be with one of these boys. Trying to entice Leah to kiss him, this lad was pestering her all night. Leah got enough and headed to her room. That same boy and his buddies went up to my daughter's room and sexually assaulted her after Maya left the house to visit McDonald's. The worst aspect of this is that partygoers assumed a couple was fighting upstairs when she started screaming and did nothing. Not knowing what transpired till the party ended the next morning. For her and most likely the worst experience as a parent, having her do a rape kit traumatizing her. She tested positive for a treatable STD several weeks later as well. Ever since, my baby has been somewhat broken. Leah finds it quite difficult right now even if they did acquire those males and all 4 entered a guilty plea since they had evidence on their phones. Maya has been regretful, on the other side, and Leah has no resentment toward her and does not hold her responsible. She still adores her sister. I'm not sure why though. I've been really trying to forgive Maya but I can't. I am so furious at her. I can't even look at her right now without wishing to snap. Her prom falls next weekend. I really couldn't give a damn less. She approaches me to have talks, but I find it difficult to express any enthusiasm in them. I love my kid. I do not hate her right now. Only I have a deep detest for her. I have been reading self-help books in search of appropriate ways to handle this. I feel as though in life I cannot be honest with anyone about this. As a mother, I suppose this may be a call for help. Edit. I value all of your comments. Maya still watches Leah, which is the most often asked question I'm seeing. Hell no is the response here. I no longer trust her. It may take years to recover. Right now I'm on a break. Leah is not in treatment either right now. She told me she wouldn't be ready for it. She might be amenable to it once the sentence is over. Maya is in therapy as well, but she misses many of the visits. I'm in therapy as well, and it has helped me not want to snap at Maya and stay cool under pressure. Sending Maya to my parents' house for a little while to gain some separation from her is the one piece of advice I am most strongly contemplating though. Sorry, fast second edit. To my understanding, Maya isn't in a gang for the people wondering about that. Her most I have seen is smoking some cannabis and vaping. I'm also leaning toward Maya really being plain negligent that night since I also don't want to believe Maya would ever set her sister to be brutally attacked. Furthermore, I believe it would have surfaced in the research if Leah had purposefully set up herself. The other three were mature men. The lad Maya was trying to arrange Leah for was 17 at the time. He's 18 today. Update: Maya's arrest the evening Leah attacked was rather straightforward. Her charges were 2 misdemeanors and felony child endangerment. She paid a $2,000 fine, 60 hours of community service, and 3 years of probation. The court was rather friendly to her. I grabbed her car as well. But following this update, I might have ought to have punished her more severely. Turning now back to the update, TLDR at the bottom: Thursday afternoon Maya and I got into a fight. Leah came to me virtually agitated and on the edge of tears after 5 people messaged her that day offering sympathies for her attack. Leah has been quite clear, she wants nobody she knows to know she was attacked. After more research, it comes out Maya told a group chat of 27 individuals Leah was the victim. Leah told me she feels ashamed and she can never return to school next year. I naturally then went to confront Maya about it. I was overreacting, she insisted, and Leah was acting dramatically. She did not see the problem when I tried to use reason to explain how she mistreated her sister. She interrupted mid-lecture and exclaimed, "Jesus Christ, Mom, you need to let her deal with this instead of always leaping to her defense. Leah is not unique among women everywhere who experience rape. At least they don't define their personality like she does entirely. She's fine as well." Last night, I actually listened in on her on the phone chatting to a lad. It suddenly clicked for me at that instant when I saw her mask slip and she was not really regretful at all. I answered, "Pack your," saying she would be living with my parents until I let her back. She did exactly that. However, Maya sent a text to meet her at her therapist session later that day the next morning. Looking back, I wish I had never gone since her therapist only saw her point of view during most of the visit. Maya opened up at the beginning of the appointment apologizing and outlining her reasoning for telling her pals. She was venting, hence she didn't consider it as a major issue since Leah seems good these days and the public case that was in the news is public. Leah lists as a Jane Doe and has no name, but I digress. We then descended into the smallest details of everything. Maya told me in front of the therapist that she feels emotionally abandoned by me and that I never seemed to care about her trauma in the scenario, which for her, meant having to stay in jail for a weekend and losing one of Leah's literal rapist buddies. Though I wish I could be laughing, I am dead serious. We discussed that for 30 minutes first. Given their father is no longer with us, her therapist said I should strive more to be Maya's mother and guilt-tripped me for not being more emotionally present for her. Though I am a terrible parent, I do not want to be emotionally present for Maya if it means supporting her and gassing over the relationship of the person who destroyed her sister's life. Maya has been telling Leah that the therapist was on one, particularly because she continued referring to what occurred to Leah as an accident or stating Leah seems happier these days. Leah actually still scores fairly low on mental health assessments yet is rather physically high on antidepressants. Feel free to skip over the next paragraph if I simply had an outburst since I become quite graphic here and have a major trigger warning. I think it's kind of nasty that the two of you are ignoring Leah's trauma in all of this and keep referring to it as an accident, I told Maya and her therapist. Your sister was in the hospital suffering from something your friend did. You spent a weekend in jail. Ironically enough, if you ever listen to Leah, she has said that your friend was the most hostile toward her throughout the attack and was the source of most of her injuries, including strangling her. So for you both to sit here and criticize me for not caring that you lost your friend due to something horrible your friend did to your sister is just nasty. Right now, my main regret is helping you choose a lawyer. I ought to have let you figure it out for yourself and perish in that jail. At this time Maya began crying in the office, claiming it unfair that I held her responsible for Leah's fate. Leah kept hovering near to her at the party, so she told me the only thing she was attempting to do was get Leah out of her shell. Interjecting suddenly, the therapist asks Maya, "How did Leah respond to you when you apologized?" In such a protective way, Maya responds, "Apologize for what? I did not sexually harass her." When the therapist mentioned it, even she was startled, And at that moment when the therapist mentioned that, I was startled, and at that moment I had heard enough. I got to stand, raise my hands and go. This was Friday afternoon. I haven't seen Maya since then. Maya has been messaging and calling me, pleading to come home so she might apologize to Leah and me, but at this point I'm not sure. I never imagined I would be the parent who would have no contact with my kid, but I'm not sure whether I could live around her. She is not repentant about what happened. I cannot trust her. Part of me wants to try to make it work for Leah since she asked yesterday if she destroyed our family, and it crushed my heart. Leah adores and looks up to Maya. I doubt she can understand at this point that Maya also failed her. I simply find myself caught. Tell me if I'm wrong for not grasping Maya though. I apologize for the not very cheerful update. I should thus say what happened that morning. By now I go home from work at 8:30 a.m., and my house was wrecked and several of Maya's buddies were still there. Of course, I argued with Maya a little regarding party planning. When I checked on Leah later, she was not in her room but her linens were bloody. Maybe it was the time of the month and she was sleeping or washing in my bed. But as I looked about my room, she was nowhere. When I started phoning Leah, her phone did ring. I heard it emanate from my closet. It's a walk-in, and I observed her cocoon-like blanket-covered state. She wasn't awake when I shook her to get her going. When I tried to untuck her, I discovered abrasions around her neck and bleeding on her scalp. I began yelling for someone to dial 911. Leah started crying when she started to sort of wake up in the ambulance. Maya's friend raped her, and she first told me she couldn't get up since she was in so much pain. I honestly didn't care about Maya at that time when the cops and ambulance arrived. I advised her to be truthful with the cops and she ought to be okay. I knew nothing as I know today. They then drove her to the station where the cops questioned her. Leah's medical report revealed what had transpired, hence they chose to accuse her with child endangerment. When they told Maya what happened to Leah, I did not observe her response. I considered it to be a lovely moment nevertheless when she hugged Leah once she was released from jail. From that period, the only red flag that jumps out to me is Maya's partial lack of cooperation about the distribution of the names. She claims she forgot. Fortunately, DNA from Leah and the crime scene, all 4 of Leah's rapists were already in the system for earlier offenses, one even on probation, so they were readily found. Following that was a domino effect. My son is my oldest. He married a month before things fell apart, and I wanted him to savor the honeymoon period with his wife, so I didn't want to draw him in too much about Maya. His wife is quite helpful, and she takes Leah all the time for sleepovers, or just to get her out of the house. Although I know I'm not alone in dealing with this, my daughter F14 has been quite understandably depressed. In 4 years, at her early age, she experienced 2 horrific events. She lost her dad 4 years ago and suffered sexual assault back in December. I recall feeling as though the world was against me when I was 14, with both of my parents on my side and having never experienced an assault. I find it incomprehensible what she is going through right now. I asked her if she was okay when I heard her sobbing in the bathroom this morning. She said promptly she was okay. It just makes me feel so powerless as her mother as I am unable to assist her or alleviate any of her suffering. Since both of my parents are still living and I have never been sexually molested, I cannot even completely identify with her. Since I cannot advise her and assist her with the current circumstances, I feel like I'm a bad mother. As a mother, I believe I should know everything. Unfortunately, I do not. I feel like 99.9% of the time I'm not sure what I'm talking about, hence every time I try to comfort her she most likely wonders, what is this woman talking about? Please leave some useful advice if any other mothers can relate. 3 children of mine are M24, F18, and F14. 4 years ago, COVID claimed the late husband quite unexpectedly. He lacked a will, but our life insurance policy paid a $360,000 death benefit. As his wife, I paid the whole cost. I chose to split the money 4 ways. I would get $120,000 and each of my 3 children would get $80,000. Since my kids were minors at the time, I promised them they could access their whole amount when they reached 18. Still, I would let them utilize some of their portion if they ever wanted to do something expensive. I looked after most of their requirements. I handed my son his portion immediately away as he was over 18. This was a verbal commitment, and I meant to follow through exactly. But recently, my middle daughter, let's call her M, was jailed in December for child endangerment after brutally mistreating her little sister, which resulted in something terrible happening under her care. She left roughly $65,000 after deducting some of her $80,000 for attorney and court fees. Fast forward to now, and my youngest kid is still somewhat challenged. She is on a high dosage of antidepressants and shows quite poor on mental health assessments during her visits. She usually jokes that she would be sent to a psych facility if she told the doctors or us how she really feels. Maya is no longer living with us. She is staying with my parents for now, as I felt her presence was causing more damage than benefit to her sister. She has been pleading with me, nevertheless, to have the money I promised once she graduated. I have not been eager to do so. Familiar with the circumstances, my sister thinks Maya doesn't deserve the money and I should use it to keep home longer with my younger son, who will be alone throughout the day once I get back to work. Given my youngest's poor mental health and school being closed, I'm quite concerned about her. Maya is headed to start college, and I know most of the money would go toward that. Still, I am quite furious with Maya for the suffering she brought about for her sister. Making this choice is proving difficult for me. So supposing I retained her inheritance. Edit. Although I wasn't expecting so many comments, I am reading over all of them. I am conflicted since I honestly have no idea what my spouse would say if he were here. Part of me wants to believe he would really say to give Maya the money so she could attend college since he valued education highly. Another side of me too, knows that he would be far more harsh than I am and maybe disown Leah completely if he had known the whole truth about what happened to her. I'm conflicted as it's difficult to project what he would have desired. Update 2. Leah, my 14-year-old daughter, has been battling the fallout from the horrific act she went through last December. For us, this past week has been particularly challenging. Last Tuesday everything began when a sheriff and another officer paid us a visit. One of the persons in charge of what happened to Leah, the person who videotaped the incident, had uploaded the footage to a group and now it's floating on some dark websites. Recorded in Leah's room, the footage included recognizable artifacts indicating her school attendance. When I heard this, I was crushed. The way Leah responded startled me. She exhibited little emotional expression or tears. She just shrugged and murmured, "I figured," then sat there silently. Although the officials informed us that it is unusual for offenders to come back in these kinds of circumstances, they felt obliged to let us know for safety concerns. Leah returned appearing as though nothing had occurred, almost too happy after they departed. She dodged the subject, although I tried many times to discuss it. This conduct persisted all week until she abruptly said she wanted to read her victim impact statement herself in court instead of allowing the prosecutor to do it. She believed that, lacking a trial, only the charges against those accountable were known, not the whole truth of what she went through. Her comment is a thorough narrative of that terrible night, but she has not been able to read it to me in whole, as every time she tries she starts to cry. I only witnessed her really expressing her emotions at that one moment. Leah seemed especially happy all week until Saturday night and noted sleeping early, about 8 p.m. until I got a call from one of Leah's best friend's mother. I gave it little thought. Leah's last message to her daughter, a note expressing love and requesting her to check on her, worried her. Leah had tried to overdose on Zizquil. When I hurried to her room, knowing she would recover as a nurse, it broke my heart to see her waking in the hospital. She shrieked, "Why couldn't you just let me die? Mom, I want to pass. Feeling their hands on me wears me out. I want it to stop now. Please allow me to pass away." To help her relax, they had to knock her out. Leah was then put under a 72-hour psychiatric hold and then moved to a mental health hospital surrounded by peers her age. Leah has been suffering, particularly with a male staff member, maybe a psychiatrist, who she claims has been asking intrusive questions about her personal life, making her uncomfortable. The staff advised staying longer than the first hold. Leah seems distant and staff members told me she is not joining in group activities. They even suggested limiting her access to me, but I asked them to hold off on putting such policies into effect. Given Leah's seeming trouble adjusting, I'm not sure if the inpatient environment we have now is appropriate. Her cry for her life to end haunts me still. It is a concept I cannot get rid of. Leah's buddy sent further information Leah had concealed from me. There is a nasty story going around that Leah had voluntarily engaged in something dangerous, and the cops were only involved out of shame. Young people can be rather nasty. Regarding my second daughter, Maya, 18, I haven't chatted with her in 2 weeks. I recently found, though, why Leah feels obligated to her. I discovered unsuitable texts on Leah's phone 2 years ago between her and Maya's ex-boyfriend. Saying Leah was much prettier and that he loved her yet inexperienced, he showed affection for her and even likened her to Maya. Maya was enraged and broke off with me when I told her, but she thought Leah had betrayed her by seeing her boyfriend. Even though Leah was just 12 at the time and her boyfriend was 17. Maya avoided Leah for 3 months following, and even with Leah's apologies, Maya still harbors resentment. Leah feels guilty about hurting their friendship with this episode. I'm sharing this to get it off my plate. I have kept these battles inside our family to guard my girls, but I am tired from always facing fresh difficulties and not sure how to heal them. I now find myself in the challenging role of determining Leah's mental readiness to testify at the sentencing for her abuser, though I wonder if she is in a stable enough position to manage a possibly traumatic occurrence, particularly since these guys genuinely have character witnesses. I worry she will blame me for this decision. Update 3. Additional details regarding the psychiatrist. Leah and I discussed what the psychiatrist said to make her uncomfortable more specifically. She informed me they made her sit down one-on-one to debrief why she was there and what was triggering these ideas when I left. She told him about the attack and opened up to him. But he wanted to know whether this was her sole sexual encounter. Leah answered yes, but he kept challenging her as if he didn't believe her, asking things like, "You can tell me if it wasn't your only experience. I am not going to inform your mother." Leah had to remind him again several times that it was her sole experience. He next inquired about her sexuality and whether she still found guys appealing. Leah claimed she does not now give relationships any thought. She said she felt uneasy about him probing her sex life so much when they were alone in a room with the door closed. Although the psychiatrist might have been performing his duties, I would not accuse him of being improper. Rather, I believe he ought to have had a female staff member there or probe such issues. Before they met, he ought to have seen her chart. Update 4, back here with a much-awaited update. This runs long. TLDR at the bottom. Though much has happened, I will begin with something encouraging. Leah began treatment following her sentence, and she has been sharing good things about it. She said it was relieving not having to discuss the assault straightforwardly with her therapist. Her therapist recommended some EMDR sessions as well. Her first one is set for next week. Her general doctor advised she start birth control and cleared her to begin cheering once more should she so wish. I'm not sure about it as I know how much it can affect mental health and I want not to undo any advancement. We also moved into our new rental, and I let Leah pick a kitten, her baby. Leah always carries the cat with her, so I hardly see it since we bought it. To aid Leah in her recovery process, we had to toss most of her old furnishings. She used to like the things I used to, but now she wants the minimum color. I was attempting to show her the Pinterest room of her dreams. It is still being worked on. She currently boasts a boyfriend as well. Out on the 4th, he invited her. He is age appropriate, and I have known the child since I grew up with his dad, so I know he comes from a decent home. Leah appears like she could be developing codependency on him, which worries me the only thing. He is on FaceTime with us if he is not at our house. She wants him to tag along every time we go out. This has been happening since he asked her out formally. As Maya moved out, I would say it's been like this. Yet I'm not very concerned as I believe it's only like this now since it's summer and a fresh relationship. She seemed at first to be happy for the occasion. My last post drew a lot of critical comments as I wasn't informing my kid all the specifics or moving quickly enough. Though I almost wanted not to share this, I want to start by noting that I know my children and they know me. Timing is something I respect personally. I wanted to be sure I had facts, not presumptions, before I spoke with my other children. I knew in my heart that I tried my best to make my daughter answerable for her acts. I wanted to arrange a meeting with the detective who questioned Maya to tell him everything. The detective informed me he investigated Maya but lacked sufficient proof when we met. It wasn't enough to accuse her, even with all I told him. So he could only accuse her of child endangerment for leaving a juvenile she was supposed to be supervising in a house with a documented sex offender. He soothed me though, and confirmed what I had thought. He also informed me Leah reportedly spent almost 2 hours being assaulted twice by 2 of the suspects. Maya was arrested as she never went upstairs to see Leah and showed no sympathy during questioning. He also mentioned that he has looked into several similar cases, but this case troubled him since so many onlookers realized something sinister may be occurring but did not act. He told me to bear that in mind. Everyone failed Leah, not only Maya. Before the sentencing, I visited with my son and his wife. More dissatisfied than offended was his attitude. Though he knew something was amiss, he assumed Maya wouldn't act purposefully. My son and daughter-in-law told me they always believed Leah made Maya jealous or threatened. When Leah removed her braces, my son observed that she started to grow into her appearance, drawing greater interest from Maya's friends. Leah was the nice sibling amongst the two. According to my daughter-in-law, she personally saw this during the bridesmaid dress fitting. Maya attacked Leah instead of complimenting her. Maya responded, "I know, that's why I have to humble her." When my daughter-in-law informed Leah that Leah would unlock so much potential once she saw her beauty and ignored her bullies. Though she considered it odd at the time, my daughter-in-law didn't give it much attention until recently. Maya blocked them as soon as I tossed her out too, and today they know why. The sentence was not as harsh as I'd anticipated. Leah admitted she first found it to be dull. Of course, The mothers and fathers of the offenders were the character witnesses. One mother reported that it was a terrible night and that we should stop aggravating additional damage. One dad claimed his kid had been mistreated at Leah's age and that Leah had to have set off something inside him. Leah found nothing impressive about this. She said she ignored them, but I sensed it bothered her. I was so very proud of Leah when she chose to create a video and read her victim impact statement. Leah didn't look at all 4 of the offenders even though they all said apologies to her before the court. She heard them and thought only one was really remorseful. The rest responded robotically. 2 of the offenders were sentenced to 10 years, however they might be released 6 years early. Because of his past offenses, the person who filmed it received 12 years. The prosecutor warned me he might be in there for 20+ years due to a different charge. Leah's friend Maya, who she most worries about, received 14 years. The judge noted that he should complete the whole term and not be paroled as he had past difficulties for something similar. Leah wanted them all to be 14 years, but she was good with their sentences. Should they leave early or should there be parole hearings, she will be informed. My son said Maya was present but she stayed far back and departed right away when the court adjourned. Leah was particularly disturbed by some of the families of the offenders trying to personally apologize to her and chat with her. Apart from that, she managed it really nicely. We started debriefing everything while we were driving back home, and I tried to explain the next steps. Leah informed me it was strange that one of the offenders called Maya friend when we arrived home as Maya would not be friends with someone like that. She stated this and my face went white. I realized it was time to tell her. I said, I had been intending to tell you this. I'm not happy with your sister for several different reasons. Leah was still perplexed, so I clarified that Maya was arrested for leaving the house, not for throwing the party. Leah simply said, oh okay, not giving a damn about that. Then I answered, he wasn't lying in front of the courts. Maya went behind your back that evening to attempt to set you 2 up. Maya was friends with your sister. I then witnessed the flash of insight. Leah first assumed I was lying, but as I continued to speak, it was as though she watched someone's heart break before her eyes. She interrupted me off and remarked, I don't believe you. Maya would never hang around with someone that terrible. She might not have been best friends with him, but she did have some kind of relationship with him, I said. Mom, if that's true, that's really bad, Leah said. None knows how nasty he was to me all day. I had to sit in the courtroom listening to people claim he was a wonderful person although it is untrue. Why does nobody agree with that? I started apologizing to her at this time, and she grabbed her phone to call Maya. Maya responded with a really happy, hello, and Leah went right to the point asking whether Maya had ever been friends with her offender. Maya admitted she was friends with him before anything happened, even though I really believed she would lie. Leah then inquired as to whether she was attempting to get her to date him. And Maya answered honestly and positively. Leah hung off on her before Maya could clarify herself. Leah began shaking rather severely while she was tapping on her phone, and I knew she was blocking Maya on everything. She looked up at me with tears in her eyes once she was done and asked, Mom, why does she hate me so much? Whatever I did to her, she still hates me. I have been trying to be her buddy. Why? Over the course of the day we shed tears together. To be honest, Leah told me the next day she had finished with Maya and wanted nothing to do with her for some time. She stated she felt more enraged than depressed after sleeping on it. She opened out to me and that she wrecked her senior year, hence Maya made her feel ashamed. Leah blamed herself for what happened by not being more cautious and not locking the door. Yet, to now discover that she did lock the door and that Maya had far more control of the circumstances than she led Leah to believe makes her very unhappy. Leah then informed me Maya promised she was quitting, but she had a drug issue with Adderall and medications she had agreed to keep secret. When I asked Leah when her drug addiction first started, she stated she was unaware. Nonetheless, she found her pilfering her concerta in April 2023. Maya then came clean on her drug problem. Leah also thinks Maya's dealer was among her attackers since he used to visit the house late at night while I was working. Leah suffers greatly since Maya traded her for more drugs and never quit as she had promised. Leah further related that her assailant claimed during the attack that if she refused to participate, they would harm Maya, which would make her feel worse since she knows Maya wouldn't do the same for her. Although it was a few weeks ago, that was the last time we truly discussed Maya. I know she is suffering greatly. I went crazy and let her get a cat for this reason. Maya has tried to get in touch with Leah many times utilizing text-free numbers even though she is not sure of our new address. Leah exhibits no curiosity at all. Maya has been taken in by my mother-in-law, with whom I have never gotten along, paying for her education and purchasing her a new automobile just to spite me. She is no longer with my parents. She shared it on Facebook, but I wish I were making this up. The dysfunctional aspect is that although my mother-in-law is aware of what happened to Leah and all Maya accomplished, she simply doesn't care. Using their dad as leverage, she called Leah to guilt trip her, saying, "Your dad would hate to see you fight and hold a grudge against your sister over a mistake." Maya believes Maya is equally a victim as Leah. I stopped talking to her at that point and advised Leah not to answer her going forward. Since my mother-in-law wants to discredit my parenting and harm her other granddaughter by funding Maya's life, I am quite near suing Leah civilly on her behalf. Though I'm so annoyed with the situation, my therapist believes that will not help Leah or me heal. I'm sorry. I'm not doing well and there isn't another ending except that I lost 3 individuals in 4 years. I am quite hopeless. Both of my girls and the love of my life vanished from me. I will never be the same. I still grieve the loss of my small daughter. I also blame myself for not seeing my other daughter in time as I think she is a profoundly defective, dangerous person. I worry about everyone she encounters in her adult years. Parents ignored my milestones for my brother's events, so I didn't tell them about my wedding. Now they're publicly shamed and facing divorce. My younger brother is Mike, 21M. 27F, always grumbling and expecting others to meet him. He is the definition of a man-child and a mama's boy. My parents hovered over him for everything from birth. He was born. My parents totally ignored me. He has no special needs or a difficult birth. Particularly, my mother, 50F, transformed from a loving mother to one of those boy moms people ridicule on the internet. Though he still loved and supported me, my father, 50M, has always been too cowardly to challenge my mother and let me prevail, at least once. My grandfather, 76M, always called my parents out on their actions and never liked my brother, hence he was the only one who stuck up for me. Though Dad lives on the other side of the nation, so I couldn't see him frequently. I remind him of his late wife, my grandma, and we have a very unique link. Mike knows our mom adores him and enjoys pushing it in my face. This and his behavior have always caused friction between us. He is a horrible human, spoiled, bratty. Not even sure how many times I got in hot water for activities I performed better than him or for things he framed me for. His only aptitude is football, which landed him a scholarship to a respectable out-of-state university. Apparently, my fund had been taken to defray bills after a fire, only for me to find years later that Mike had been given the money to purchase a house and a car, so my parents paid nothing for my schooling. At public university, I ran across Lucas. I originally found great attraction in him. Of course, I met other people who are now my dearest friends. Owing to them and Lucas, my best friend for years before we got together, I was able to move out of my parents' house. Lucas and I both have really good pay now and are well known in our industries. Now let us focus on the major problem. Lucas told me a year ago. Being very private individuals, we did not broadcast it on social media. My parents laughed off my telling them with a "that's nice." I am beginning to believe they paid hardly any attention to me. We chose to have a modest yet elegant ceremony and celebration among friends and relatives. Though they never answered the invitation, Lucas persuaded me to invite my brother and mom. Every time I went and tried to discuss the wedding, without mentioning it, my mother would always talk over me about the adventures and successes of my brother. I once grew bored and stopped my mother to let her know about an event I had scheduled with an unmovable date. She wanted them there, but my brother was playing the last game of the season on that same day and they couldn't make it. Of course, this preference did not surprise me. They missed my ballet performances and both my university and high school graduations for events connected to him. By now I wanted to be petty. I told my parents it wasn't a problem for them to miss the event, deliberately omitting the information it was my wedding, and I didn't press any more. Imagine a few weeks ago, I was married. It was just beautiful. There was my family, Lucas's family, and our buddies. We had an amazing time. It was exactly right, and my grandpa was glad to be giving me away. My cousins questioned me several times about the absence of my parents. I told them straight out they couldn't come since they had a brother's game to attend. They looked at me a few times. My grandpa seemed obviously upset for a little, but otherwise nothing unusual happened. Lucas and I traveled for our honeymoon after the reception, and we were phone-free all during the vacation. Once we returned though, we found a storm waiting at our house. Turning on my phone, I cannot even open it before an alert flood erupted. Of these, most came from my mother and brother. Mike called me all kinds of awful names and insulted me since apparently one of my paternal aunts uploaded pictures of the wedding on Facebook and tagged them with a very clear dig at my parents, especially my mom, for missing the ceremony. The message went seemingly viral in my parents' neighborhood, and they have been publicly humiliated for mistreating me. My grandfather also personally went to see my parents to face my father, his son, embarrassing him to the point of tears. This looked to be the breaking point for my father. He ultimately revolted against my mother since he was so upset by missing the wedding of his only daughter and his father's criticism. He is now threatening divorce unless she makes it up to me. I believe this is the reason my mother has been messaging my phone, first nasty and threatening, then absolutely sad, full of pleading and pity parties. I am currently at home with my hubby, figuring out how to handle things. Claiming they had no idea this was happening at home, most of my relatives, including those I invited to the wedding, reached out to apologize for what I went through. Since my grandpa lives on the opposite side of the nation or another state, I cannot attribute guilt to any of my relatives. But since now she is inconsolable at the notion of missing the wedding, my mom's sisters and friends are demeaning me for not telling her about it. Though I'm not sure, personally I believe she's only starting to save face. The most recent texts from my mother and father seem to be quite depressed and wounded by missing my wedding. My family is split now on 3 fronts, the majority supporting me, my mother's relatives embarrassing me for hurting her emotions, and my mother's demanding that I forgive her in view of her efforts at atonement. Reddit AITA. My best friends tell me not to pay attention to them. Edit. I really appreciate your love and comments. It is very overwhelming. Here I will answer the often asked questions. I did tell my folks about my wedding. All of my guests received conventional paper invites, and I was informed that every invite had arrived at the correct address. From Mike or my folks, I got no response. A few very far-off relatives and several Lucas side associates also ignored it. I messaged every one of them to double-check, and those who hadn't replied said they couldn't make it. When I text my brother and dad, they never answer. I was left reading. Knowing them and weighing all I had to schedule, I stopped trying to insist. 2. I had already been informed that my brother had a game, hence I omitted mentioning the date of my wedding. Every time I insisted on bringing up my festivities in order to obtain a response, I was constantly told that some things were simply more important than me and not to be pissy or a hassle. By now, I believe it reasonable for me to give up arguing. Not worth the effort, was it? 3. I do not keep my wedding under wraps. I refrained from telling my parents it was my wedding to see whether they would show the least of interest, but surprise, surprise, they did not. Still, I told my relatives and uncles straightforwardly about my wedding. Sometimes my mother was on the phone, other times she was just conversing with other people. She was in the room a few times when I discussed locations or dress stores with my aunt. She never paid attention when I brought it up. She grinned and said, "That's great, dear," at reunions, then would switch the topic. From Dad and Mike, radio silence. I stayed in touch with them as every time I tried to go no contact, NC in earlier years, I was harassed. Always for reasons involving my brother, I attempted after my high school, bachelor's, and master's graduations, which they never bothered to come up for. Every time I dared to turn my back on the family of my mother's aunts, brother, parents, and maternal grandparents, I was disgraced. The turning point in this is that Lucas was not at my side over all those years. We began dating a little after my previous NC try, and now that I have him here, I feel more sure of my position. But I lacked confidence before that. As I said earlier, my paternal side lives on the other side of the nation and was not aware of how my parents handled me. Once when I was 14, I did try to show my parents. They pretended to be sorry as my aunts, uncles, and grandpa chastised them. But once we arrived home, I was subjected to gaslighting and beating for lying. Following that, I had regular communication with my paternal side, but refrained from acknowledging my parents' mistreatment out of anxiety, which, to be honest, still torments me now. Only Grandpa knew, but if he tried anything he was always under danger from my alienation. 5. I am not from the same city as my parents. They don't know my new address. I live in a city 1 hour's drive from my parents' little town. This is thus because my mother supported my brother's backup, stating siblings share their belongings, after he tried to break into my apartment in search of some money. I moved now and will be cautious not to let them know where I live. Before he even began high school, my parents bought my brother a house and a car instead. For his 16th birthday, they purchased him a house close to his college and a car. He started his freshman year. They simply lied to me and utilized my money later for my brother, saving it for later on. They did not use it straight away. Update 1. To those who thought my story was false, let me remark that, to the extent of considering my reality as a fantasy, your family life is better than mine. However, if you would quit sending DMs and bothering me under the pretext of me fabricating a tale, it would be much appreciated. I was overwhelmed and bawling my eyes out from the abuse of my family, thus I overlooked a few specifics in the original message. Although you are not compelled to believe my account or follow it, I would like the least degree of politeness maintained. Before delving into the update, let me also clarify a few points. 1. Indeed, the invitation said clearly it was a wedding, no justification. 2. My mother's side of the family skipped the wedding. I apologize for not making that obvious in the first post. Most of them were occupied. The others only offered me gifts or reasons but did not show up. That is exactly what I mean. It's not like I live in their thoughts, so don't ask me why they didn't talk about my wedding with my mother. The fact that my mother sent an SMS apologizing serves as her atonement. Let me now turn to the update. This past week things have been a little wild. I went off Reddit for a few days to sort through my ideas. I then spent a lot of time discussing with Lucas how to go forward. He has been my rock. I could never love him more than I already do. Though my parents were always a forbidden subject, he gave me a hard reality check I really needed. We came to the conclusion that my constant contact, sticking around, and inability to go NC is not healthy. I now see that my lack of complete participation in NC stemmed from deep down, even now merely wanting their approval. Pathetic, I know, but it feels like a drug being with my folks. Until they are not, they can be loving, humorous, sympathetic and warm. Their small love makes you want more and drives you to ruin yourself in great need of their praise. That is sufficient though. I told myself that things will evolve. After some contemplation, I decided to start therapy and to avoid all people who raised concerns about this matter for good this time. After spending a day thinking about how I felt, I messaged my father to let him know I would meet Mom, Dad and Mike in a neutral area the next day should he want to discuss. He answered instantly and agreed. We convened at the park and for damage control my father's sisters and brother joined us. Looking troubled, as if he had been crying for some time, was my father. Though my mother looked the same, I believe it was more out of shame and resentment. My brother gave an irritated glance. I informed the three of them how their behavior and inclination for my brother constantly upset me and how their violent behavior made me realize I wanted no more interaction with any of them. Following that conference, my mother attempted to cut me off several times. But my aunt, the Facebook post author, shut her off every single time. They didn't know what to reply when I questioned them why they treated me this manner. My uncle chastised my father for his continuing tears and apologies without response. Though in the end she merely declared she simply hated me, plain and simple, my mother seemed as if she was asking herself that for the first time. Regarding my brother, he merely enjoyed the attention and made me miserable as some sort of sport. I continued to ask questions. They claimed to have never gotten an invite. When I queried why they never answered it. When I showed them the books, they denied getting them. As it happens, they hadn't actually gotten my wedding invite. They vanished from their residence when it arrived. My brother, who had come visiting for the weekend, was the only one in the house. As many of you would have imagined, he tore up and wrecked the invite. Then he erased the messages when I texted my parents. He said it was easy as they kept my conversation preserved and omitted the notices. My parents thus never received an official invitation at all. I was simply upset. When I questioned Mike about why he would do that, he simply shrugged and said it wasn't as crucial as the other things they had scheduled anyhow. I had to stop Lucas from giving him a facial punch. Oddly enough, my folks were agitated and began chastising him. I have to admit that I was partly happy since he started to have a tantrum and scream crocodile tears. Then my mother said that everything was settled and that there was no need to wrangle over a misinterpretation. She indicated it was time for me to clear their name. That started me, so I stopped her and told her they were not forgiven at all. Mike wrecked the invite, but that did not imply that all their carelessness was immediately annulled. And all that time, I was clearly having a wedding. They ought to have inquired about it. Are you curious about the reaction of my mother? I did hear you talking about a wedding of yours, but I just thought you were being delusional and seeking my attention with exaggerated scenarios, she stated. She was sure Lucas would never marry me and didn't really like me. Do you trust me when I tell you I was ready to trash her face? Another issue surfaced. My brother apparently had hardly any football games to choose from. To create a narrative to dodge my incident, my parents exploited the knowledge my husband, friends, and I know little to nothing about football. We prefer soccer. And the fact I stopped asking about it when Mike would mock me during his time in high school. Since Lucas and I are blocked and my brother has private social media, I couldn't verify or refute the existence of a game when I originally posted. I took stupid faith in my parents' words. No though, you're interested in where the man-child disappeared to. Mike wanted to go, hence they visited Disneyland. They covered for my brother's 100th trip using the football narrative. Apparently, they did this several times during the last few months. By then I was really burned out and overwhelmed by the volume of data. My blood boiled and I snapped since I had been misled this terribly. Rising, I informed my father he was a depressed, weak man unable to defend his children until his wife approved of it. I advised my brother he would always live like the parasite he is, baby to the point of uselessness. He is a terrible excuse for a guy who will not achieve anything in life. To my mother, I stated she was the worst narcissist, a pitiful small woman who lacked even deserving treatment or evaluation for her inactivity. She is too rotten, thus even God could not be of assistance. Strong, I know. Halfway through my tirade, my mother shot from her seat to yell at me, but I was too enraged. I yelled at her to close, take a seat and listen for once. She became so enraged it seemed as though steam were emanating from her ears. After that, I seemed to recall not much except that I kept talking. My anguish and wrath seemed to pour out. I'm very convinced the entire park was silent at one point. Telling my parents and Mike I was disowning them all and that, if they were clever, they would think before reaching out again. I spit at them. Taking my pocketbook, I left with Lucas, Anna and Francis, leaving my parents and brother at the kindness of my aunts and uncles. The truth of what I had just discovered and spoken eventually struck me at some point, and I had a panic episode on the drive home. Lucas was driving. Anna guided me through it till we stopped in a parking lot to cool me down. I owe them far more than anything. Once home I just collapsed onto the bed and turned in for the night. Though considering my profession and career, I couldn't expose myself in that way even though I really wanted to follow your advice and put the entire chat on Facebook. One thing is sharing my tale on Reddit from an unidentified throwaway, the other is Facebook with my identity and face all over showing. That road was not one I could travel. Rather, I behaved better. I created a folder containing all of my mother's nasty remarks, texts and insults and forwarded it to the woman running my mother's church. Though my mother worked her ass out to enter, this close-knit community is also somewhat judgmental. Well, that's exactly what occurred. Being rejected by them is like dying. Like clockwork, the scandal started out in the church and quickly extended across the little community. Given my tiny spill, you can see what this implies for my parents. I did discover more texts from my maternal side of the family, demeaning me even more for offending their sister or daughter. By then I simply didn't care anymore. Following your advice, I informed them they would not be in my life going forward. They can talk as they wish, I just have no interest. Rather, they should be appreciative. I do not send their unpleasant texts to their husbands or jobs. I blocked every single one of them, including my grandparents. I did come across a long note from my father. He stated he was sorry for not being strong enough to challenge my mother, agreed what I said was accurate, and couldn't believe he had missed so much of my life due to her. Tired of being controlled, he informed me he was going to divorce her regardless of my choice. He stated he wanted a relationship with me to offset all the years gone by. I did respond to him, saying at the moment I truly do not want to see him or pardon him. He said he loves me and he will do his best to get me back. I answered that I then blocked him too since I find that hard to believe. Frankly, his slimy approach of attempting to get out from under this issue by dumping my mother under the bus is pitiful. She owned it and at least was hostile. He only blames others for his decisions, hence I do not want to hang around people like that. Likewise blocked are my mother and brother. I just blocked Mike as he messaged me more to harass and threaten. My mother gave herself a pity party for her marriage falling apart and for her being outcast by her neighborhood. I simply said good, then blocked her too. Regarding my grandfather, he has chosen to stay with us temporarily to be at my side. Having perused some of your remarks, he truly is the finest. He won't own that he finds them flatulent. A few days have gone since then. All has been peaceful. Lucas is spoiling me rotten, and I have therapy shortly. My wife wanted half of everything I owned after sleeping with her ex, so I vanished and rebuilt my life in secret only to find true love. Though I was wrong, I had thought the day could not possibly go worse. To top it off, my boss, the company president, called me into his office to chastise me over a mistake made by someone else. The whole week at work had been terrible. When I got home I found that my sister-in-law's car was blocking my driveway, so I couldn't park close to my house. I had to park 3 doors down as the teenage son of a neighbor and his buddies had parked automobiles all over the street. Coming inside the house, I wondered why I bothered. From the day we met, my relationship with Susan, my wife's sister, had always been tense. Though I couldn't understand why, she seemed to despise me right away. Moreover, despite my continuous attempts, we hadn't been intimate in about a month, thus I had little expectation for a special evening with my wife Janice. When I got to my driveway, I saw an empty garbage can by the curb and hauled it around the side of the house via the side gate to position near the back door. When I walked into the kitchen, my wife and her sister were chatting in the living room and I heard music. Pulling a beer from the refrigerator, I tasted it and turned to face the living room. But a sentence I overheard at the door stopped me cold. Not from my sister-in-law but from my darling wife. God, he ******ed me 3 times today. My wife admitted, ever since Brandon came back last month, I just can't get enough of him. Brandon was my wife's ex-boyfriend, who had left her and gone away. Interested, the sister of my wife inquired, "So what are you going to do now?" Janice said, "I'll find a lawyer and file for divorce. Brandon wants me to move in with him. I'll get half of everything since this is a communal property state." More than enough had I heard. I went to the rear door numbly, then turned around to find my car. I opened the door and dropped into the driver's seat, now understanding the reason I had been denied any closeness. My wife wanted half of everything now since she was sharing it with someone else. The worst aspect was that she most certainly would get it from the state. Janice and I had tied the knot 3 years ago. She had left her employment immediately following our vows and never raised a finger at home. 3 times a week for house cleaning and laundry, I paid a maid. On those days, she would make dinner. She ordered takeout or I cooked the remainder of the time. Though love wore blinders on me, I know what you could be thinking. At least until a month ago she kept me pleased by giving decent sex. When my mother died when I was 13, my father and I suffered a terrible loss. We were really close and Dad did his best to raise me appropriately. Losing him to a drunk driver when I was 23 was a major blow, happening just 1 year before I saw Janice. Taking almost $2.5 million from Dad, I carefully managed the money under the direction of a competent broker. I had several $100,000 in savings that I had never touched, let them flourish even in the current economy, even as Janice tried to spend every dollar I made. I had enough to live reasonably without squandering my fortune. Our love for Janice caused us to overlook a prenuptial agreement, a common error many make believing their marriage will endure a lifetime. This control allowed her to perhaps take almost $1.5 million from me, all for the benefit of spreading her legs. The state looked all too ready to back this approved kind of exploitation. She had indicated she wasn't quite ready to serve me, so I realized I had some time to act and proposed contacting a lawyer. Developing a strategy, I watched the rear-view mirror in my car until I saw my sister-in-law's automobile pull out and head away. Starting the car, I turned around and headed back to my driveway. Janice vanished from sight when she first arrived at the house, so I went to get another beer in the kitchen. Popping the cap and sipping slowly, I considered where to go from here. Janice said, "Oh, there you are, honey," walking into the kitchen. "I didn't hear you arrive." "Hello, darling, I arrived right now." "Been a hard day," I said with a kind smile, resolved to perform as convincingly as she had. "I didn't have time to order anything for dinner," she remarked, slightly pouting. Though I wanted to add, "That's because you spent your day with your lover, discussing all the details with your sister." What I said was, "That's okay, sweetheart. I'll just reheat some yesterday night's leftovers." She declared she was going to go up and relax in a hot bath, smiled sweetly, and kissed my cheek. Grinning and nodding, I thought, yeah, gotta wash all that away *. She went and I ate a chilly plate of fried rice while downing 2 more beers. I threw the empty container, then channel surfed back to the den and sank into the chair. At last I came across an old movie. About half an hour later, Janice came back and sat on the couch till the movie stopped. Rising, she claimed to be exhausted and headed for bed. Yeah, worn out from being disloyal *. I said I would join her later and watch the news. I hadn't actually seen the film. My thoughts were on strategizing my next action. Knowing I had little till Monday, I made it through the following few days working in the yard on Saturday and golfing on Sunday with friends. I handled my inherited holdings over Monday's call to my broker, and got everything sold. Being in top management let me quickly cash in my $401K, thus avoiding penalties. By Thursday I was ready to act. I told my apparently loving wife of an emergency and said that I would be heading out for a week on corporate business. All I needed was 2 suitcases packed. I had kept all that meant to me when we moved into this house. Nothing else I wanted fit her taste, so there was nothing else I wanted. She chose the furniture, hence honestly I couldn't give a damn about it. The silver lining in this was that we were renting the house, hence I had no financial commitment connected with it. We were looking for the perfect house to buy after just selling my unit. When I say right, I mean right as judged by her criteria. None of the homes we looked at seemed to fit her standards. I carried my bags out the door Friday morning and gave one more kiss on the cheek to my wife, loaded them into my Lexus, and I left without looking back once. My first stop was at the house of an old friend I trusted entirely. When I suggested a trading title for his repaired 4-wheel drive car, he was shocked. Having told him about my circumstances, an hour later I was traveling west. I questioned whether anyone would link me to this car, And Jake assured me the car I traded him for would be kept under cover in the garage for some time. I paid with cash for the next 4 days for everything. To try to leave no paper trace, I had canceled all of our credit cards. Thanks to my broker, most of my money was securely buried in an offshore account. I set up with him a mechanism to handle fund transfers as needed. There was enough cash stashed in the SUV to last for some time. The toughest were the evenings spent in motels. I had been too preoccupied last week implementing my strategy to consider what had personally happened to me. I had adored Janice. Had I not, I would not have married her. Though I experimented in my imagination through several what-if scenarios, I came to the conclusion that there wasn't much I could have done differently. I doubted I could have kept them apart even if I knew her former boyfriend had returned. Arriving at two conclusions, I realized it was my own fault for being naive enough to marry her, and she most likely never really loved me. On the 7th day away from home, I was seated at a tiny town Montana mom and pop cafe. By now my purportedly loving wife must have realized that our bank account was empty and that all of her credit cards were canceled. I wondered what she was up to. An older couple seated at the adjacent table caught my attention and broke off my thoughts with their subdued talk. Looking to be in his late 50s, the man was sharing with his red-haired wife his need for an additional worker on their farm. Sadly, they could not afford to pay someone until their present calves were ready for sale. Finding someone prepared to labor for what they could pay proved difficult even then. As I finished my last mouthful of food, I got up and went over to their table to apologize for listening in but also offer to help them. The elder man examined me closely, assessing me. "I don't understand how you could accomplish it. You know I can't pay you anything if you overheard what we were discussing. What if I merely need somewhere to live in return for my work?" I proposed. His eyes contracted. "Colleen, excuse us for a moment while I speak to this young man outside," he told his spouse. Rising, he watched for me to trail him. He turned to face me once in the parking lot, where our chat would stay private. I judged him to be roughly my height, 6 feet, with broad shoulders and no fat at all. His face revealed the rough lines of years spent laboring outside, and his once black hair was mostly gray. "Who the hell are you? Are you part of the Wilson Ranch?" he inquired, a little wary. Defensively raising my hands I said, "Hold on there, mister. About any Wilson, I know nothing. I arrived here this morning. 4 days ago I was living in Texas. Perhaps we could help one another out." He said, "Why would you want to assist us out if what you claim is true? I'm not able to pay you. What is it for you? We don't need such trouble if you're on the run from the law." Saying, "I'm probably on the run, as you put it, but not like you may think." I then told them about my unfaithful wife wanting to take me to the cleaners and how I could use a place to stay for a little. "Nobody have I robbed or killed. I'm just attempting to retain what is rightly mine. Should you have a place I could stay, I will work for you in return. I'll pay my own way. If you don't believe I'm of assistance, let me know. I'll be on my way with no resentment." Examining my face, he continued, "I think I would be a fool not to at least give you a shot if what you're telling me is the truth. I must tell you straightforwardly though, the Wilsons are trying to have me sell my land to them. Though I wouldn't write it past them, they haven't done anything dishonest yet. You might be chewing off more than you can handle." I told him I was ready to run the risk. He then asked about my experience ranching, and I told him straightforwardly. I was not a cowboy. I had spent a couple summers on my uncle's Texas property. He reached out and we shook in unison on our agreement. I introduced myself and he advised me to phone Bill, his first name. Colleen was waiting in the diner when we returned. He yelled out to her, "Colleen, this is Carson. Should he be able, he will be working for us." She got up and reached out her hand. I shook it and she said kindly, "It's very nice to meet you, Carson." Her voice was clear, maybe with a trace of Irish accent. She was trim and fit, just as her husband was. "It's good to meet you too, ma'am," I added. She answered, "You just call me Colleen, the last name is Buckman. Not really needed for formality in this region of the nation." This lovely woman appealed to me right away. Bill urged us to return to the ranch. He drove up to a general store before leaving town, and we both got out of our cars. "I might want to pick up some clothes fit for ranch work," he remarked. He was greeted warmly by the proprietor as he entered the store, clearly a frequent visitor. For the time being, a coat and some Western-style riding boots would have been plenty. From the general store, the main gate was about 20 minutes drive away, arched under the name Rocking Bee Ranch. Bill called his brand Rocking Bee. Another mile of a private road brought one to the main house on top of a hill. Their 2-story house looked recently painted and well kept. Behind it started to show a barn and a number of outhouses. The partially laden sacks of food in their pickup suggested their weekly supply excursion into town. I trailed the Buckmans into the kitchen, tugged behind them and packed things into my arms. 2 visits saw the vehicle emptied. Bill told me to drive out back and showed me a little hut for my lodging. I saw him standing in front of the cabin as I pulled around. He pointed to the cabin when I came out, saying Sam used a similar one a few yards away and mentioning Sam was out making the rounds. I will meet him later. He waited while I settled into the cabin after emptying my baggage. Its one big room featured a bed along one wall, a table with 2 seats, a potbelly wood burner in one corner, and a bathroom with a single stone shower. Though it wasn't opulent, it was tidy and a good place to stay for now. At least would let me hopefully avoid running across Janice. He was sitting in his pickup when I came outside and instructed me to climb in. With a couple of 100 acres put aside for winter fodder, he showed me around the roughly 6,000 acre property. Accessible solely on horseback, the mountainous, forest-covered back part of the ranch produced mountains with a creek running across the land. Bill said he used to have 3 full-time hands, but Sam was the only one left through trying circumstances. Sam had been working on the ranch almost 30 years ago. They recruited extra personnel during roundups choosing cattle to bring to market. Bill dropped me up at the modest cabin and said, "By the way, I saw you have a laptop. You can access the internet wirelessly from my satellite connection to a router. Supper is in the main house. We usually eat about 6:30. He left in tow. I was settled in less than 30 minutes, allowing time to turn on my computer. I made a Wi-Fi connection as he had advised and rapidly checked for emails. Jake sent one note that Janice had reported me missing to the police and they were looking at my absence. It provoked some thought for me. The only person I had really mentioned leaving was Jake, and even he was unsure of my destination. Though I had sent my resignation to my previous company, I hadn't personally told them about my leaving. I knocked on the main home door just before 6:30. Bill asked me to come in, and as I entered, Colleen was cooking while Bill stood to the side chatting to a man I thought to be Sam. Pointing me over, Bill said, "Sam, here is Carson, the new hand I mentioned. For today at least. After a day's work, we'll see how he feels about it tomorrow," Bill replied, flashing a broad smile. "Carson, meet Sam," said. Sam extended his hand and grinned warmly at me. At least 6 3/8, he was a large man. Like Bill, he seemed to have worked hard all of his life and matched in age. He was African American, one obvious fact. Sensing the force in his hand, I shook it. "Well, young man, let us hope this here appeals to you." "I could benefit from your support," he replied. He thought of me as youthful since at 28 I was roughly half his age. I said, "I plan to give it my best shot." Colleen contacted us just then to get us seated for dinner. Bill and his wife sat at opposite ends of the table, leaving Sam and me to sit between them across from each other. On the table were a big dish of mashed potatoes, a huge platter of pork chops, another with fresh green beans, and a plate piled with definitely handcrafted biscuits. "We don't eat fancy here, Carson, but there's plenty and it's filling," Colleen stated. "It looks really good," I said. I asked Bill if he had lived here all his life as we ate. "Yep," he answered. "Starting this ranch, my grandfather handed it to my father. Now it belongs to Colleen and myself. Although, in younger years I wasn't so sure she would be involved with it. I had to fend off every man to acquire her." He turned to face his wife, and I could see how deeply he loved her. "Now Bill," she said, "you know you're the only man I ever had eyes for. I simply had to make sure you wanted me enough." Bill added, "My wife has been responsible for the 3 happiest days of my life: the day she agreed to marry me, the day she did marry me, and the day she gave birth to our daughter, Caitlin." Colleen must have seen my inquisitive expression and remarked, "Our daughter is away right now." I hadn't seen any indication of a daughter. She is at South Dakota State University completing her veterinary sciences PhD degree. She has only spent the holidays at home. We are eagerly waiting for her to return carrying her degree. "She's supposed to be home in a couple of months," Bill said. "Having a vet in the family will be great, and should help to reduce some of the costs." I tried to help clean the dishes after supper, but Colleen shooed me away saying it was her job. "Breakfast at 5:30, Bill said, "and work would start at 6 o'clock. I saw a copy of today's New York Times on the counter as Sam and I were leaving, perhaps picked up by Bill in town. He approved when I asked whether I might borrow the front page. I requested him to briefly step into my cabin once outside. Inside I pulled out my digital camera and taught him how to operate it. I had him snap a close-up of me displaying the newspaper's front page. Though he never asked, I could see he was fascinated. He did ask about an alarm clock. I told him I had one. Saying he would see me in the morning, he went. I downloaded the image to my computer and wrote an email including a note to the police in my former hometown. The message said I had left town of my own free choice and I was alive and healthy. Selecting a national newspaper over a local one left my whereabouts vague. I emailed Jake asking him to utilize one of the nearby coffee shops with free internet access. My work email was probably still operational, hence I gave my password so he could transmit the original email and picture to the police without leaving any traceable routes. Assuming the police wouldn't commit significant resources to hunt a fugitive husband, this manner I planned to avoid appearing on any FBI or national missing person databases. That night I fell asleep peacefully. I got up at 5 the next morning, showered, and got dressed in time to walk to the main house with Sam. Bill told Sam to get me going installing fence posts in the hillside part after lunch. He pointed out a horse and saddle I would require following Sam to the barn. Drawing on his experience on his uncle's property, he appeared happy with the way I saddled the huge brown horse. We then selected 2 mules and attached saddle packs using a post hole digger to load fence posts. Bill joined us in the barn carrying a saddle scabbard and a Winchester Model 94. He explained it was mostly for the odd occasion when we might have to call down a sick cow. Sam and I mounted up and set off following the creek up into the hills, each leading a mule. Sam and I developed a rapport and had talks while we rode. Trusting he wouldn't betray my confidence, I told the tale of how I landed up in Montana. He returned with his own stories. After graduating from high school, he had married immediately only to find his ex-wife sleeping with another man. Driven by a flash of wrath, he had almost killed the man, earning a 5-year prison term. Bill spent the last 30 years here, and upon his release he was the only one ready to give him an opportunity. Sam said great things about Bill and Colleen, thinking of them as the salt of the earth. Half an hour later we arrived at the fence delineating the property limits. Sam saw that just about every third one of the posts required replacing. Not all of them had rotted or were near to each other. He stayed with me to make sure I was doing it right as I swapped the first 2. He advised working till about 4 o'clock so that I could make it to supper at 6 o'clock, have enough time to return, take care of the horse and mules. To make sure I wouldn't get lost, his parting words were to follow the stream back down. He turned around and left me by myself working. I moved along the line substituting fresh posts for old ones. I stopped at midday and pulled from my saddlebag the pork chop sandwiches Colleen had handed me in the morning. I ate my sandwiches then went back to work. The alert of my watch beeped at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I realized I had set all but a few of the posts the mules had carried up. Leading the mules, I followed the fence line back to locate the brook and started down. I came upon a natural pool with streams in and out just before leaving the woods. Stopped to take in the scenery, I knew it was the most peaceful and lovely place on the property. I managed to unsaddle the animals and feed them in time back at the barn. Sam came to bed down his horse as I was caring for the others. Before dinner, when we savored steaks, we hurried to change and clean up. That evening, tired, I participated little in the discussion and excused myself right after dinner to go to bed. I went fast to sleep and slept deeply. I hurt all over when I woke up. My arms, shoulders, and legs throbbed. My hands hurt from running the post hole digger. Even with my consistent exercise, a 2-hour gym session and a full day of fence post installation differs greatly. Bill and Sam laughed as I hobbled into the kitchen and groaned when I sat down. Colleen too couldn't really disguise her smile. Still, even with the pain, I was starving and ate my meal quickly. Ready for still another fencing day? As we stood from the table, Bill inquired. I moaned and answered, "Yes, sir," trying to project more hope than I felt. Bill laughed. "I suppose you could rest it today. You should ride the rounds with Sam." I nodded with gratitude. Cleaning the stalls and swapping the hay came first. We loaded up in the pickup after placing the horses and mules in the pasture and filling their feeder and started our ranch tour. Our main objective was to make sure no calves were split off from their mothers or cows were down. Sam seemed to have natural knowledge of the ranch. He could almost predict where the animals would be and approximated their count. 30 years later, it seemed to come easily to him. Sam halted the truck as we arrived at the far end of the ranch and looked about. He turned to look at something on one of the hills and handed me his binoculars, pointing to a certain area. A minute later I found 2 calves apparently alone. "Where are their mothers?" I asked. He waved toward 2 cows close to the tree line. "That is them across from each other. Their calves have to have walked into the forest, been disoriented and persisted on. We will have to pull them down." "Are we hiking up there?" I asked. Sam shot back. "Nah, it's too far. We'll go back and load a couple of horses." Sam called Bill, telling him of what we had observed and that we were on our way to fetch the horses. The pickups had 2-way radios. Bill saddled 2 horses and loaded them into a trailer when we got back to the stable. All we needed to do was stock up and head off. Sam guided us along the tree line below the calf location, and we unloaded the horses. Sam knew the area like the back of his hand, so riding up into the hills his 30 years on the ranch became clear once more. We eased down behind the calves half an hour later and started gently pushing them back down the hills. When we cleared the trees and the errant young discovered their mothers, I couldn't help but giggle. Running wailing to their mothers, they went straight to grab a teat to suckle. The bigger cows waited patiently so their young can eat. It seemed so different from my early years. Supper that evening was mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and fried chicken. Driven now, I spoke more than I had the night before and grew to know Colleen. She was 5 years old when her parents came to the United States from Ireland. Fascinated by stories of the Old West, her father had brought the family to Montana and explained the trace of an Irish brogue in her speech. Much better the following day, I went back to repair the fence posts after breakfast. Sam loaded the mules for me, but this time I left on my own. Following the stream got me to where I needed to be. This day turned out to be less difficult than the first since I had some techniques to reduce the effort of the work. I published the last one just before 4 o'clock and returned to the barn. I worked some of the booths with extra time before tidying for supper. On my 4th day I helped Sam do some building repairs. I set more fence posts the next day. 2 months passed quickly, and I now rode the property to see the livestock. I was in the most physical form of my life. Sam took Saturdays off, Bill took off Sundays, and Mondays were my days off. We set a calendar. I ran to town if necessary and used my day doing laundry. Everyone on the property had come somewhat dear to me. Sam was laid back and kind. We used to often sit and chat after dinner. We got along great and I really respected Bill since he was honest and diligent. Though I could sense Colleen had some fire in her, she was quite lovely to Sam and me. She and Bill were a wonderful couple taken all together. Colleen and Bill were becoming really enthusiastic. Colleen told me during Friday breakfast that her daughter would be home in 1 week. That day it was my turn riding a horse throughout the forest, looking for cattle that might have strayed into the hills. About 4 o'clock, I headed to the creek, turned to follow it down, and arrived at the pool below the waterfall. I stopped, got off, removed my shirt and knelt down to the water to dip my bandana into the cool stream. I started clearing the dust and sweat from my neck and cheeks. A whinny from downstream drew my eye and I turned to find a horse and rider heading right. I first assumed it was Colleen, but I soon understood this was a younger rendition of her. With her identical crystal blue eyes and red hair like her mother, this stunning woman could only be Caitlin. Riding up, she halted several feet from me. She asked in a chilly voice, "Who are you and what are you doing on this property?" As I got up and faced her. Saying, "The name's Carson, and I work here." "I don't believe you," she said. My dad explained he couldn't afford to pay another hand. I was becoming a little annoyed at her hostile attitude even with her beauty. I said, "Yeah, I overheard that too. That's probably why I chuckle all the way to the bank each paycheck." She looked at me, whirled her horse around, and gave it a sidekick. I laughed to myself, pulled my shirt back on, remounted my horse and headed toward the barn. I later learned that Caitlin's parents had misinterpreted one another. She had arrived a few hours after I had gone out, much to their surprise. They assumed she was returning home the next week. She had spent the morning and early afternoon with her parents until she said she wanted to ride, something she liked to do but had not had time for at school. She hitched up then and rode to her preferred location, the pool and waterfall. I suppose after 2 months I was old news, and Bill and Colleen had omitted to mention me. I saw the rear of the redhead vanish inside as I made back off to the barn. I got off and started to walk my horse inside. Caitlin had been searching for her father when at last she came upon him in the barn. As she inquired, "Who is that man that was up at the waterfall?" I could plainly hear her strong voice. For a moment Bill considered and remarked, "That must have been Carson. He said he works here, but last time I was here you told me you couldn't afford to pay another hand," she remarked. "Well, he is right, he does work here," Bill said. "Regarding his pay, I doubt that is of relevance for your company." "Young woman, I still run this ranch." She choked. "But he said you pay him so much that he laughs all the way to the bank." I had wandered into the barn by then. She didn't notice me, she turned her back on me. Bill did. Grinning broadly, he replied, "Is that true, Carson? Should you believe you're overpaying, I can correct that." She whirled around, locking me in her look. "Well, I would hate to take advantage of you, Bill." I pulled my hat off with one hand and rubbed the back of my head with the other. "Just how much do you intend to lower my pay?" Bill and I started crying laughing at that. She simply kept glaring at both of us, not seeing the joke. "Sweetheart, just so you get that bee out of your bonnet, Carson gets to stay in the cabin next Sam's. Bill remarked. She followed with, "And what else?" "That, and he gets to eat your mother's fine cooking," Bill said. She persisted. "So you're claiming you aren't paying him? Why would he labor for no result?" "He has his reasons, it's not my place to tell you," Bill answered. Then I contributed. "Working to have a chance to taste your mother's cooking is worth a lot, and I don't think she would like to hear you say that it's nothing." She glowed one more at me and bolted from the barn. Shaking his head, Bill added, "She reminds me so much of her mother when she was young." I never imagined I would be carrying Colleen to dinner that evening. Caitlin followed us. She threw me another stinging glance when I walked into the kitchen, seated opposite Sam on the other side of the table. I held out until everyone had loaded their plates before talking. "Your mother tells me you have finished your doctorate in veterinary medicine," I added in a friendly way. Her one-word response, offered without looking up, was, "Yeah." I went on. "Sam says he's nearly 30 miles away and that there is only one other vet in the vicinity. I have no doubt that you will be quite helpful to the people living here." She looked up at my comment and I assumed her eyes softened a little. "Certainly, that would be Dr. Harrison. He is often needed in more than one location at once and has more business than he can manage." Then Colleen said, "I agree with you, Carson. Our Caitlin will deliver a first-rate performance." Throughout the rest of the dinner, Caitlin spoke with her parents and Sam, who had been on the ranch since before she was born. She avoided direct contact with me and I often kept silent. This was her homecoming, and I knew Sam's parents wanted to know what had been happening in her life while she was overseas. I hurried away to turn in as soon as I finished eating. When I got back to my cabin, I looked through my email and found one from Jake. He claimed to have casually asked a friend of his on the police force whether they still regarded me as a missing person. Everything had been dropped, his friend stated, after they got the email including the photo I had provided them. Regarding Janice, Brandon had evidently thrown her as soon as he saw I'd vanished with all the money, and it seemed unlikely Janice would be able to get her hands on any of it soon. She was working as a waitress in a city apartment, obviously unable to afford the rent on the property we had been living in. She lacked the funds to get a lawyer to follow after me. She had evidently only married me for my money, and her boyfriend had only desired her for the same reason. My money. I considered it humorous. Though I now only did it every third or fourth day, I was still building fence posts. I had left the hills and was down where I could drive the pickup to where I worked. Loading the posts in the truck's rear rather than on the mules made sense. The morning Caitlin got home, I filled the pickup with posts and drove to where I had left off. I walked to the truck during my regular lunch break and discovered I had forgotten my meal. Colleen would make sure we had lunch if any of us were working far from the main home all day. I suppose I spaced out picking mine. Although I could have driven back to the house, I figured missing one supper would not kill me. Just setting a post about half an hour later, I was attaching the wire when I heard a car approaching. Looking back, I saw among the ranch vehicles one of them. The truck stopped exactly as I was finishing with that post. Turning around, I found Caitlin getting startled. Like the little sacks Colleen packed our lunches in, she carried a little bag. Shoving the sack toward me. "Mama said you forgot your lunch," she said. I grabbed it from her out here. "Thanks, Caitlin," I answered. That was rather courteous. As usual, I checked the sack and found 2 sandwiches. She shook her head no as I pulled one out for her. I offered the other. I rolled my shoulders and headed to eat from the truck's tailgate. She strolled over to where I was, roughly 5 feet to the side, and simply gazed at me. I ate with my eyes fixed in front of me. At last she questioned, "Why are you here?" Turning, I gazed at her and decided to play a little with her. "You can't tell anybody. I stashed the money after robbing a bank. I'm hiding here till the heat is off so I can get the cash." Her eyes became wide initially, then she sent me a glare. She sighed, turned to go, saying, "You're a real clown." I waited to contact her until she reached her truck midway. She halted, then turned slowly around. I wed someone who only wanted the things I could offer her and never loved me. I got up here because I just wanted to temporarily escape what I knew. She fixed another glance at me, and I believe she determined this time I was speaking the truth. She nodded her head and went silent once again. I considered what her dad had said about her mother behaving like that at her age as she drove away. He said he had calmed her, but I thought the key was their love for one another. Less than 24 hours had passed since I first saw Caitlin, and I could not see any man taming that fiery redhead. That evening's dinner was essentially a replay of the evening before. Caitlin talked with Sam and her parents. She didn't know me, hence we had nothing in common and I didn't feel slighted. Actually, Bill went to answer a knock on the door while we were just completing dinner. He entered the kitchen, then followed by a man my age. Women would have called him tall, black and attractive. With great enthusiasm, Caitlin called his name, leaped from her seat and hugged the person. They were clearly gabbing away about how long it had been since they had seen each other, clearly knowing one another. A few minutes later the door knocked once more. Bill responded once more and came back accompanied by another man, this one fair-haired but also attractive. Caitlin also greeted him quite warmly. I remembered Bill's comments of having to battle off every male nearby to win his wife. At least in appearances, Caitlin was exactly the treasure her mother was. I left the meal excusing myself and went back to my cabin. Mentally, I hoped the two guys' luck was good. Though I did envy them, whoever won her affections would be a lucky man if Caitlin proved to be the woman her mother was. I grabbed the truck the following day and rode the property. Something didn't seem to match by the time I had done my rounds. Early enough, I returned to pick Sam and we had a whirl-around tour of the ranch. Though he agreed that something didn't feel right, it simply appeared like we were lacking a few herds. There were plenty of cows scattered around the ranch. We resolved we would ride the mountainous sections and saddle up the following day. Bill agreed to our scheme when we brought it up at dinner that evening. That night it rained, which would complicate track search. Bill took us to one end of the property after we loaded our horses into a trailer early the next morning. Sam continued another third higher. I rode perhaps 3/3 of the way up into the tree line. We then crossed the ranch across the hills, across the trees. Reaching the far side took up much of the day. There were 5 stray herds counted here. Bill greeted us as we emerged from the hills. We placed the horses into the trailer and proceeded back. We talked about the matter and agreed that our sole action may be increased vigilance. That evening at supper, Caitlin received another call from a suitor. Her mother murmured something about that, the third one she had that day. Word had leaked that she was returning home, and men were crawling out of the timber work looking for her. We kept a close check on the herd for 4 more days. Except for the suspected original loss, everything seemed to be in order. Caitlin's potential mates kept paying visits. She had been home for a week and had not spoken to me 2 words since the day she brought my lunch. On the 5th day following the apparent livestock disappearance, I told Bill I wanted to bike the property line across the hills. We had seen no proof the missing animals had crossed through the grazing regions and we had already covered the fence lines there. Sam dropped me off to the west side of the property, where Bill's bordered Wilson property. I saw 3 new sets of horse tracks crossing from the Wilson side of the fence onto Bill's side around midway to the southwest corner. The odd thing was the fence wire was still up. After dismounting and looking at the fence posts, I discovered that 5 of the staples had been loosened and were hardly keeping the wire upright. Eliminate the staples, lower the wire, and you may cross across. Reverse the wire and staples, and it looked right. I went remounted following the tracks. Approaching the stream, I noticed 3 horses tethered to a tree somewhat above the waterfall. Still roughly 30 yards distant, I rapidly tied my horse to a tree and drew the gun from its sheath. When I arrived at the horses, I discovered boot prints headed downstream. I staggered to the brink of the waterfall, peered over, then gasped. Naked as the day she was born, Caitlin was in the pool. The image captivated me since she swam across the lake, her naked body obviously on show in the pure water. A movement in the trees to her right helped me to come back to reality. I looked fast around and noticed 2 additional men approaching the pond on the left and 1 guy to the right. I lifted my firearm and fired. On the right, the bullet landed close to the guy's feet. 1 more fast trigger pull and the dirt erupted near the left 2 guys. A blood-curdling scream from Caitlin reverberated over the woods. Rising so everyone can see me, I cried, "On your bellies now, I won't be missing the following shot. Stay where you are, Caitlin." She simply saw me standing over her clutching a weapon and battled to hide her body. She hadn't noticed the 3 males. One of the men on the left gasped as if he were about to flee, but as I pressed the trigger once again the bark of the tree next to him burst. Persuaded, he dropped flat down. Looking where I had fired, Caitlin saw the 2 men shrieking once again. I began to count down. Before I could say 1, the other 2 dropped down too. I told them right away to place their hands behind their heads, and they complied. I asked Caitlin right away to leave and change. She tried to object, but I growled at her to just follow my directions, get ready and go. Clearly terrified, I could see her shivering from where I stood, but she followed my direction. She left the pool like Venus rising out of the sea. She emerged from the sea back away from me, but I couldn't look away from her. Her alabaster skin and the most precisely shaped butt I'd ever seen stayed with me always. She just put on her jeans and blouse, swung up upon her horse and kicked once to be across the woods. I told the men one by one to get up on their knees and then lie back down when she was away. I sighed with relief just when all 3 were before me. I judged it time for a bluff. What then ought I to do with you 3? I could just shoot you in the legs and see you die slowly. The three men started to ask me to spare them. Even if I spare you, I replied, Caitlin's father will guarantee justice when I tell him of your horrible plans regarding his daughter. Unless, of course, you have something like cattle rustling for your confession to the sheriff. Although it can result in jail, at least it gives you a chance at life. The tiniest among them cracked. Indeed, we did it. Wilson said breaking Buckman would guarantee Wilson his land. His friend quieted him to close, but he answered, I ain't dying for no damn cows. Knowing Caitlin would be back quickly and her father would surely investigate, I decided to purchase more time. As expected, 45 minutes later Bill and Sam galloped right front. They motioned me down, then rushed up to meet me at the top of the climb. What in the devil is happening? Bill wanted it. It seems some of Wilson's hands paid us a visit unwelcomely. I followed them here from the fence line. 3 were trying to sneak up on Caitlin while she was swimming. I pushed my rifle's barrel up against the smaller man's neck. I believe this one has something he wants to confess to you. Again prodded, he whined. We did it. Although we grabbed some of your animals, Wilson drove us. Bill turned his cap back and grinned at Sam. You know, they hung cattle rustlers and horse thieves when my grandfather managed this property. Back then justice sometimes felt easier. Too bad these days we have to be polite. Bill and I decided to march the rustlers back down carrying rifles while Sam stood guard. Sam tethered their horses together and raised the rear, thereby trailing after them. When we arrived at the buildings, we guided the rustlers into the barn and arranged them in individual stalls with open doors that let us monitor without them seeing each other. Bill entered the house to summon the sheriff, Sam and I watching from behind. The sheriff raced the long drive in less than 30 minutes. Bill met him and briefed him on the developing events. He agreed when I suggested first bringing the smaller offender out so the sheriff could question her. I went right outside with my prisoner. First reluctant, the small rustler seemed to think about his quietness and started talking. Looking at Bill, the sheriff remarked, It seems that our case here is simple trespassing. Though I could leave them in your hands, honestly it's a little waste of my time. Ignore me, I will let you manage things. The scared rustler opened suddenly and expanded his eyes. The sheriff called for assistance as he quickly pulled the truth. Not too long later, Wilson's large property was inundated with the sheriff's car convoy. The sheriff found approximately 100 stolen cattle bearing the Rocking B brand, even though the area the rustler pointed out was quite large. By day's end Wilson and his friends were behind bars. In among the chaos, it was well past 9 when we sat for dinner. Though seated at the table, Caitlin kept her eyes fixated on her dish. What were you outside doing? Having not had much opportunity to interact with her, Bill asked her directly. I was swimming right now. She flashed me an accusing look, saying, I didn't think anyone would spy on me. I interrupted. First of all, Caitlin, I wasn't watching you. I followed their horse trails across to the stream. Second, think about what may have happened without me. Those 3 were probably not planning a picnic when they noticed you swimming shirtless. Colleen said, Thanks goodness you showed Carson when you did. I shudder to consider what might have happened. Aware of an early start the next day, the discussion changed and we rapidly ate our dinner. Coming out of the kitchen toward my cabin, Caitlin shouted to me. Stopped and waited as she angrily asked, So, did you enjoy the view today? Anticipating thanks proved overly optimistic, so I said, Let's just say I'd be dishonest if I claimed it wasn't breathtaking. She sniffed and turned on her heels, striding toward the house. I stood shaking my head, realizing there was something about me that regularly hooked her. Bill had to go into town formally charging Wilson the next day. Returning the pilfers of cattle to their proper area would take several days since the prosecutor had to first completely document the case. Sam and I worked through some of the barns renewing the paint all day. We had lunch in the kitchen, but Caitlin declined to join us, a choice that would have been perfectly acceptable. Bill came back early in the afternoon but waited until dinner to report the changes. Wilson and his friends will be released on bond since this wasn't a capital case, he said. Although he expected no more conflict, he advised us to be alert. Looking at his daughter, he grinned cheekily and remarked, If you're planning on another nude swim anytime soon, maybe you should take Carson along, for protection. Her cheeks was red and she staggered as she stood and hurried to her room. Bill and Sam burst out in laughter, and even Colleen found herself giggling. I laughed at their pace. We started our dinner when the laughs stopped. Bill kept his gentle mocking going. I truly owe thanks to Carson. Wilson might have financially risked this property rather significantly. You are well worth every penny. We had yet another round of jokes. 3 days later Bill was informed he could have his livestock back. Riding with a sheriff's escort, we loaded 3 horses into a trailer and headed to Wilson's Flying Doll Ranch. Once we had the horses unloaded, Colleen came along to run the truck and trailer back. Starting to drive the cows back toward his ranch, Bill, Sam and I rode ahead and loosened a section of the fence line as we neared the Rocking Bee Ranch so the cattle could pass over. Content with the day's work, we tightened the fencing and rode back to the main house after making sure every cow was back where it belonged. Caitlin had filed for her veterinarian license during this period. She could only tend to the animals on her father's property for now, while the approval procedure usually took 45 days. I would find her all around the place and, naturally, at mealtimes. If I could catch her eye, despite her silent treatment, I would grin broadly and wriggle my eyebrows, always enough to make her flush. 2 weeks following the waterfall incident, we discovered ourselves in the barn at the same time. "Been enjoying any swims lately?" I asked. She walked up, inches apart, and glowed at me. "Why are you such a **** hole?" I shrugged, laughed and asked, "Why are you such a B**********?" Her right hand sought my face, but I moved quickly to seize her wrist before she could hit. Still undeterred, she attempted with her left and I caught that too. Pushing both hands behind her back, I pinned her and drove her body against mine. I dropped my face slowly near hers. She gazed at me but did not try to break away. "If you were mine, I'd put you over my knee and spank your butt," I remarked then. Pulling back, she said, "You wouldn't dare." I let off suddenly, and she dropped backward, crashing on her butt. I just got rid of one woman who doesn't care about me. I'm not wasting my time on another. I wouldn't dare. She was the one who used to storm off first, but this time it was my turn. I walked out of the barn, leaving her on the ground. I saw her just before dinner. She avoided me predictably, but I couldn't interpret the look she gave me. Not that I ever claimed to know women anyhow. That proved true in my marriage to Janice. The next day I was in the barn looking over the stalls when Bill entered. Knowing Sunday was his day off, I reasoned he wanted to chat. I questioned whether Caitlin had told him about the incident from the previous day and whether he had come to urge me to leave. As he neared, I stopped working. "I heard you and Caitlin had a little showdown yesterday," he stated then. That addressed my concern about whether Caitlin had told her father, but I sensed a glitter in his eyes. "Sure, you might say that," I replied. "Most likely my fault." He went on. "Maybe, maybe not. Her problem, in my opinion, is her uncertainty of what to regard you. She considered you to be here for something first, then you turned into the hero saving the ranch and her. Why you aren't following after her like the other local young men is something she finds incomprehensible. Like her mother at her age, Caitlin is accustomed to having men encircling her little finger. She has had a couple of boyfriends, but none stayed. She hardly seemed to respect them. Simply said, I hope you don't let her chase you off. In my book, you are welcome here as long as you wish." I answered, "Thanks, Bill, that means a lot to me. I'll stop taunting Caitlin, hopefully allowing us to live and let live." He left the barn and I started working again. I thought about Bill's comments throughout the rest of the day. Acting respectfully and having a discourse would be more successful than Caitlin's present method in helping her to understand me. Regarding her like the others, that simply wasn't in the cards. She skipped dinner that evening, a subject no one brought up, and I asked nothing. Even on my day off, I followed my schedule the next day, getting up at 5 as normal. Breakfast done. After Sam and Bill left for work, I got my washing. Bill had made significant investments in a big industrial washer and dryer, allowing me to run one load of all of my clothes. Since the laundry room was next to the kitchen, I stayed at the kitchen table eating and talking with Colleen while my clothes washed. Usually choosing to eat later, Caitlin entered, an unusual event for breakfast. Colleen inquired about my daily agenda and I mentioned I was considering traveling into town. I then inquired whether she wanted anything specifically for me to pick up. She mentioned that, should I be so inclined, there were a few items I could acquire for her. I guaranteed her I wouldn't mind at all. Caitlin interrupted at that. "Cool, I'll bike into town with you. It seems like a waste of petrol for both of us to go separately." I had intended to go to the local shop for a few things. Surprised, I turned to say, "Sure, I would be happy to give you a lift." After yesterday, I hadn't expected her to approach me, let alone ask to travel anywhere with me. "I'll be leaving in about an hour and a half, after my laundry is done and put away," I said. She said she would be ready. She sat at the table, silent as Colleen and I carried on our talk after finishing cooking something to eat. Later when I left my cabin, she came out from the rear door looking gorgeous in a turquoise sundress that matched her red hair. She clearly wanted for me to see her. Keeping the passenger side door open for her, I saw her slide inside the car. We started off, and she watched the countryside silently for half of the journey. She said suddenly, "I thought you were going to kiss me yesterday." I looked at her, but she appeared to be staring out the side window and her face eluded me. So I answered, "Well, while that may not have been unpleasant, I do have a rule about not forcing unwanted affections upon unreceptive females." Her head whirled around out of the corner of my vision, and I knew she was staring at me. She sat silently, but I detected sporadic looks in my direction. We turned around and entered the general store. She had a list of things her mother wanted and I had to pick some fresh pairs of pants and blouses. An hour later we got everything loaded. Lunchtime arrived, and I was hungry. I had one more visit at the hardware shop for a few things for Bill. She agreed when I advised we stop for a bite to eat. We drove into the same diner where Bill and Colleen had first met. We ordered our food and set a table across from one another. Sitting in quiet, I started to consider maybe I should have gone directly to the hardware store and then back to the ranch. The door swung open just then, 3 men walking in. 2 of them were the guys who had come knocking on Caitlin. They rushed for our table, the third stood behind me while 2 took seats on either side. They started chatting to her and ignored me. Rising from my seat, I pointed for the third one to settle in as I proceeded to the next table. I motioned the waitress over to have her place our lunch in front of me when she delivered it. I ate fast, without looking at the conversation happening at Caitlin's table. Rising to cover our supper from some bills on the table, her plate was still full and Caitlin had hardly eaten her dinner. "I am going to dash to the hardware store. Later on, I can stop back here to see whether you're ready to go," I remarked, stepping in to interrupt their talk. She shoved her plate back, got up and said, "It was nice seeing you guys again, but we have to go." The men seated at the table tried to object. One even volunteered to drive home. She turned away and trailed me to my SUV. She stayed in the car looking to be fuming as we drove to the hardware store. The quiet suspense followed us back to the ranch. She exclaimed, "Why did you do that?" turning off the highway down the mile-long driveway. "What?" I said, not sure what she was pointing out. "Reading to the other table," she said. "Oh, it is interesting. I assumed then that you would rather hang out with your buddies. Besides, I wanted not to be in the thick of their vying for your attention." She snapped, "You really are a hole." I kept my mouth closed wisely. I had no desire to fight her slaps while behind the wheel. She pulled up to the main home and collected what she could carry right away as soon as I opened the SUV's back. I carried extra bags and trailed her inside the house. She threw everything on the kitchen table without saying anything to her mother as I stepped in the rear door, then walked off toward her room. Colleen turned to ask a dubious question. I said, "I guess I'm in a hole," shrugging. She laughed and moved up to lay a hand on my arm. "I have never seen someone affect Caitlin the way you seem to have." I responded, "I guess I was born to just piss her off." She left me wondering when she said, "I'm not so sure about that." I went back to my cabin and tucked up my fresh wardrobe. Choosing to get out from under confinement, I saddled a horse in the barn. I ended up sitting at the top of the waterfall sitting out. The weather was good, so I tied the horse to a tree and sat at the fall's edge staring down the still pool. Caitlin rode up below me, getting off her horse, half an hour or maybe longer seated there. Not wanting to be accused of spying in case she was skinny dipping once more, I grabbed a stone and threw it down to produce a splash in the water. She turned around looking for the noise source and saw me. She expected to be leaving, but instead mounted her horse and galloped up to where I was seated. Was walking toward me from her horse, which was hitched beside mine. Rising, I moved away from the brink in case she intended to shove me off. "Stopped inches from me," she said, "You're a hole. And you're still a B I said. I skipped waiting for her slap this time. I held her about the waist and kissed her, releasing her fast. She grabbed my arm and turned me back around even as I tried to approach my horse. When she grabbed behind my neck and drew me in for another kiss, I was astounded. We discovered ourselves in an enthusiastic hug. Our clothing vanished and we had a great time as the enthusiasm developed. Our breathing settled gradually, and we stayed in a quiet embrace. We groomed, mounted our horses, and rode back. She turned and headed to the main house after stealing our mount silently. I went back to my cabin in a haze and slid into the shower. One thing became very clear: I felt far more for this fascinating woman than I had admitted to myself. I hardly had time to get dressed for dinner. Bill, Colleen, Sam were already in the kitchen when they arrived, but Caitlin was nowhere to be seen. She came in as we were seated and chose the chair next to mine instead of her normal spot near Sam. Bill and Colleen looked at one another, and Caitlin just grinned politely. She animatedly spoke during dinner. Though curious, her parents avoided questioning why their daughter was in such great spirits. She helped her mother tidy the kitchen after dinner while Sam and I returned to our cabins. Just as I had snuggled between the sheets, my door knocked softly. Wearing just my boxers, I unlocked the door and Caitlin slid inside, toward my arms. We kissed tenderly, and she led me back to my bed following her clothes shedding. Once more, we made love before nodding out into each other's embrace. The sudden arrival of 5 a.m. made me groggy, reach over and turn off the screaming alarm. I forced myself from bed with tremendous reluctance. I left a soft kiss on her head, then lit the bathroom and got ready for the day before sliding out of the cabin. I couldn't ignore Bill and Colleen's careful looks during breakfast. I asked whether they knew where their daughter disappeared to at night. I loaded the pickup after the dinner so I could install fence posts another day. Working on a ranch by yourself gave lots of time for reflection. My thoughts turned to my recent past, amazed that only 3 months had passed since divorcing my wife. It seemed like a lifetime. I thought about the meaning Bill, Colleen, and Sam had in my life. Then my thoughts turned to the lovely Caitlin and the shared events from yesterday. I thought about the kind of love her parents embodied. I found once more at lunch that I had neglected to pack my lunch. The idea came to me and I heard a pickup racing toward me. Caitlin shot out, sprinting toward me with a bag. She launched herself at me, planted a passionate kiss, then handed me the bag. Ignoring the supper, I drew her in for another passionate kiss. I set my post to her a few times even though I didn't mark as many fence posts that day. We also found time to converse throughout our passionate times. I shared specifics of my past life, including how my ex-wife had betrayed me. I told her, "The only way I will leave is if you tell me to go." She came home at last, and I completed today's tasks. She was in the kitchen when I arrived, having a shower and changing, once more selecting the seat next to mine. A knock at the front door mid-meal was heard. Bill responded and came back carrying the same man who had first called on Caitlin. Caitlin gazed at him, her face unreadable, the minute he was seated. "I was wondering if you might want to go for a drive," he asked. Driving was practically a euphemism for going on a date in this section of the nation where choices were few. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't think my boyfriend would like it," Caitlin said. She slanted over to kiss my cheek. Blushed and flustered, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome hurried out. That conversation let our friendship be seen clearly. Looking at Bill and Colleen, I saw approving smiles. Bill wore a huge smile. We had formally become a couple. Local males calling on Caitlin stopped paying visits in the next few days. She made it abundantly apparent she was not accessible. I figured out how I might help her with her ideas. She was looking for a loan from the bank to buy the tools her veterinary company needed. The only choice was to have her father list the ranch as collateral. The bank was reluctant to grant an unsecured loan. She was not sure she should ask him. "I recommend a few days. I might have an answer." I opened an account under the pretense of a fictional loan company by calling my offshore bank. On my computer, Caitlin completed a loan application that I had configured to direct to my email. 2 days later, I informed her loan had been approved and a wire transfer would be delivered to her account. The news delighted her, but she wondered why the loan only carried a 2% annual rate. They were a non-profit charitable group lending money to people they thought would benefit the community, I said. I knew she was too proud to take the money, even if I could have just given her it. Having acquired her degree by diligence, she was resolved to achieve on her own terms. She had bought a new van, turned into a mobile veterinarian office with all the required tools by the time her license was issued. Local ranchers called for her services as word of her license status got out. Many evenings Caitlin stayed in my cabin with me. Bill and Colleen seemed to have no objections even though they knew. She was old enough at 27 to be making her own decisions. Wilson and his team faced trial 3 months later. The case was really simple. The smallest man cooperated with the prosecutors, getting 2 years of probation instead of jail. Each of the 5 other hands Wilson hired received 5 years in prison. Wilson, the brains behind the rustle, was sentenced to 10 years and fined $50,000. I looked into him and his ranch when he was sent to jail. There was no one left to handle the ranch when he found he was single with no family in the vicinity and with all his hands imprisoned. This let me create a fresh strategy. But before I started it, I had to conclude my divorce, some unresolved stuff. It was unacceptable to me to consider Janice having half my money. I sought help once more from my friend Jake to reach this. I requested him to speak with Janice instead of writing an email, so phoning him I wanted him to say that I had gotten in touch and wanted to provide a settlement in exchange for a divorce. The offer was just $50,000. She would never hear from me once she turned down and would not get paid either. Playing innocent at first, she insisted on knowing why I'd left and why I would not be coming back. The act came apart when Jake came clean about her romance with Brandon and her intention to divorce me. Janice accepted my offer when her game was revealed. She is still a waitress and suffers financially. I had to go back to Texas and get a lawyer to draft the divorce paperwork before moving forward. When I told Caitlin of my leaving, she was not happy. I told her I would be back and stated I had to shut that chapter of my life. She insisted on taking me and being there upon my return. Even though at first I intended to leave my car in long-term parking at the airport. Leaving behind my SUV and most of my stuff, except for what would fit in one suitcase, seemed to help her relax. On a Sunday, I left and Jake picked me up at the airport. Making sure to call Caitlin every night, I stayed with his family. Friday saw all the paperwork arranged. Explaining that Janice would get a check for $10,000 right away and that the rest $40,000 would be paid in 60 days following the divorce, Jake brought Janice to my lawyer. She signed the paperwork, and my attorney handed her the $10,000 payment. Never had to deal with Janice. Then I realized I had personal stuff in storage. Yearbooks, souvenirs and antiques from my parents, and other precious objects. Wanting not to go back for them later, I hired a moving van and loaded it. When I told Caitlin I wasn't flying back, she was first surprised, but her enthusiasm about my homecoming rose as I explained I was bringing back everything significant to her. To get the distance covered, I drove nonstop for 3 days. Everyone greeted me enthusiastically as I arrived Tuesday night at the Rockinby Ranch. Caitlin kept extending her friendly welcome till early dawn, when we at last nodded off, completely worn out. My first half of the strategy was finished. Now I was ready to apply the rest. This included many visits to the jail where Wilson was housed. I wanted him to sell me his property. At first hostile, I kept arguing my case. He would be imprisoned for at least 7 years, I noted, and even with good behavior, he would not be eligible for release. Without someone to look after his ranch, his house and structures would probably fall apart, and his animals would probably die over the winter without appropriate care. I also wondered whether he would be welcomed back following his conviction. When the prospect of ruin presented itself, he finally took my offer and had something to start over with when released. Securing funding came next. Knowing Janice wouldn't compromise her $40,000 by acting rashly, I moved my money back into the country. It was really simple to get financing as I negotiated a $5 million price with Wilson that was less than the actual value of the property. I financed the $500,000 down payment I made. Spending a month finishing everything, I kept my activities under wraps except for Caitlin and Bill. I told them I needed to give my assets some personal business-related attention. I established a corporation and registered the land under its name even though I only spent 1 or 2 days a week on it. I hired someone to cut the hay on the land as summer was closing and fall was setting in. In the meanwhile, I also used 4 hands to run the ranch and live on site. Appointed as temporary foreman, the most experienced hand explained that, albeit being close, I would be an absentee owner for a while. I promised him he could always reach me by phone, and I scheduled regular trips to the property. The last component of my strategy was renovating the main house, a 2-story 5-bedroom property requiring modernizing. Even if Caitlin was annoyed with my hiding of my activities, our connection kept flourishing. Every day my love for her deepened and I sensed she felt the same about me. Her veterinary practice grew rapidly and she had to be on the road often, yet she was comfortable and joyful. It got to the point where I almost told her about what I was doing, almost leaking the beans. She cornered me with questions after coming back to check on the remodeling. "What the devil is Carson doing? You see someone else?" "God, no," I said. "I swear there is no one else. I simply have certain tasks I have to finish. Please believe me, I will shortly tell you everything. Please start to believe me." "Okay Carson, I do trust you, but you better tell me what's going on soon, or I'm going to kick your ass," she added, examining my face in quest of the truth. I grabbed her and planted all the love I could on a kiss. The main house renovation was finished as spring started and calving season got underway. It was time to carry out the last element of my scheme. I invited Caitlin to drive one afternoon while she was alone herself. "I have been considering it time for me to leave the Rockinby Ranch," I told her. Her eyes filled with tears instantly, then she continued, "But I promised I wouldn't leave." I had timed it to coincide with our arrival to the former Flying Doll Ranch's gate. I turned in and was going down the private road. "I wasn't particularly intending to travel far," I said. She turned to glance about, obviously perplexed. I'm not sure she listened to what I said. She then inquired as to our activities on Wilson's territory. I put off responding until we arrived at the main home. I told her to come on so I could show her something. Out of the truck, I walked around opening her door. I took her hand and walked her to the front door, opening it. "What the heck are we doing?" she said once again. For this we might run afoul of rules. I advised her to unwind, that Wilson no longer owns the ranch, and that we should look about. I wanted to find out her opinion of the house. We walked through the bedrooms upstairs, then returned downstairs. The living room was spacious, the den was elegantly paneled, 2 rooms set up as home offices, and last but not least the kitchen. Her look told me she was delighted at the new kitchen. The one room with furniture was the one I meant to use for my office. The rest of the house waited for her choices about its furnishings. When I asked her what she thought of the house, she replied it was rather lovely. When I then questioned whether she felt she could live there, she exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" She was clearly perplexed and growing agitated. I lowered to one knee and reached into my jacket pocket with a hand. I told Wilson I did and that she could live on the ranch as my wife. Wilson no longer owned it. She answered in an unexpected tone, "You own the house." I nodded furiously, and she said, "Yes." I then pulled the engagement ring from my pocket, held it up and asked her to marry me. Her face wrinkled and tears flooded her eyes. I first assumed I had made a mistake till she tackled me into my back and planted lips over my face. She then held her finger so I could slide the ring on. She then turned about the house with fresh eyes, running from room to room and closely looking at everything. I waited calmly till she returned sprinting back into my arms. She exclaimed fervently, "The house is beautiful, I love it." She followed me across the room to 2 doors opening off a hall. I added, "There are 2 offices, one for you to run your business from and one for me," receiving yet another long kiss. After guiding her into the office with the desk, I brought out a big sheet of paper. Its sketch had a property gate bearing the name Double C Ranch above it. Examining it closely, she wondered what the Double C meant. "It stands for Carson and Caitlin Ranch," I told her. I joined her, stripping her off when she started tugging at my clothes. She was crying. I set her atop the desk, and together we christened the office with our love. We made love in every room of our new house in the next few days. It was time to go tell her parents, once we had recovered and changed clothes. I believe she floated out to the truck, clearly delighted. A few minutes after 6 we returned and Bill, Colleen and Sam were already in the kitchen having dinner. Walking in together, Caitlin waved her left hand and shrieked, "We're getting married!" Bill and Sam came over, pumped my hand and patted me on the back while Colleen got up and ran over to hug her daughter. Then Caitlin hugged her father and Sam, and my future mother-in-law gave me a huge hug. Once things cooled off, we all sat down to eat. Caitlin waited till everyone finished their meals. "Of course, this means we will be moving," she remarked as apathetically as could be. Bill, Colleen, and Sam said simultaneously, "What?" I answered, "Well, Bill, you know how Wilson wanted to combine his ranch with yours?" She pressed me to inform them. I reasoned it might be a benefit. Standing angrily, Bill shouted, "There's no way in hell the flying doll is going to get his ranch." Laughing, I advised him to cool off. "It's no more the flying doll but the Double C Ranch. The new owners are seated at your table right now." Confused, he asked me what I was referring to. "I bought out Wilson. Now, Double C, Carson and Caitlin own the ranch," I said. Colleen realized it immediately. Bill sat down, turned to face Colleen, and she nodded her head. We shook on his hand he held across the table to me. "Damn it, Carson, I accept your offer although this will take some getting used to." I answered, "This implies Sam will be the head foreman since we will have more hands to monitor. And now I get to remove all those fence posts I labored so hard to install on that side of the property." Everyone laughed. That evening was a noisy party. Caitlin wore me out and slept at my cabin overnight. The next morning we arrived late for breakfast, yet everyone was still in the kitchen when we arrived. They were waiting for us to eat so that Caitlin might show off our new house and we could all go over to the Double C Ranch. Everyone was amazed. I watched Colleen glare angrily at the rebuilt kitchen. Caitlin and her mother spent a month furnishing the house. On our wedding night, it was ready to move into. We married on the Double C Ranch. Respected and well-liked, Bill and his family invited ranchers and their families from miles around to mark the occasion. I was invited into Caitlin's life as her husband, Bill's son-in-law, and new Double C Ranch owner. We at last got to bed later that evening and stayed there, having love all evening and most of the next day. We would still be there, but on our 3rd day of marriage I brought her to Fiji for a tropical honeymoon. Our first roundup that year turned out nicely, and we sold a lot of cattle for a good profit. A good amount went into loan payoff, but Caitlin's company was allowing us to live comfortably. We even built Sam a wonderful new house, and he now lives in town with an age-appropriate partner. We might be having another wedding very soon. Another year has passed, and my lovely wife recently delivered the most amazing news: she is pregnant. We are going to be parents. One last note before I leave. I know some who would argue I should have signed a prenuptial agreement and paid my lesson the first time. If so, you really have not come to know my Caitlin. She isn't Janice. She takes care of our house and gives her job great effort. She is the daughter of her mother and loves me daily with just me. Every day peering into her blue Irish eyes, I find love. My wife of 8 years had an affair and shattered me. Now I'm left picking up the pieces, trying to heal and be the best dad I can to our son. I, 31 am still rather devastated over all of this even now after divorce. Having turned in the final divorce decree, I am seated outside the courthouse. Last Wednesday, my cheating lousy wife, 30F, dropped by my office so I could have her sign the final papers. My brother and I manage a store, so we were busy, but I had her come to sign the last paperwork at the back. As I was working on some chores, she read it over. Then I saw she was at the last page staring at it, then at me. Not only peering, she seemed to be begging and had a tiny welling of tears. It was quite frustrating. I advised her not to engage in this garbage and to either sign or not. She opened her lips then closed them once again. Not to pull bullshit like this when she's dating and hooking with other people, I became enraged and instructed her to speak what she had to say. She has not expressed any want to mend our friendship. She signed the forms and left head down. We ended up talking in her car for a second after I had to hunt her down to ask about our stimulus money. She inquired about our son. He's not biologically mine, but I have been there for him since he was 4. Though I try to interact with him every morning, I informed her he doesn't really talk to me anymore. She only nodded and looked dejected. I gently informed her that I was allowing her one chance to speak her truth. She simply stared at me. Furious, I told her she never loved me first of all. She stated it wasn't true, tears running down her face. She wouldn't have considered cheating, I informed her, if she loved me really. Even when other ladies approached me, I had always been loyal. I always turned away as I knew my wife wouldn't enjoy it. I advised her to get in touch with me when she had my money. I wish I had known she didn't love me from the beginning. It would have saved time, effort, and suffering. It is killing me. The hearing scheduled to finish it all is tomorrow. I'm recuperating, rediscovering delight in things I used to enjoy, and loving exercise more. Though I can't seem to find it in me to truly talk to them or try for a date, I'm looking better, getting attention from women, and that's wonderful. Still, my heart longs for her. My heart still loves her. I wish I could take it out and bury it permanently. Though I know I have to go through these emotions and welcome this new life, I'm having trouble. The end of this procedure is surely bringing all these emotions to the forefront. Comments. You did what you were supposed to. You will need time to put this behind you. Her crocodile tears center on losing a home base to Monkey Branch. The greatest disrespect is cheating, and it never comes from a place of love. You're better off, time will help you move on. Thank you for your help, I am working on moving on. I have many I just wish ideas to shove aside and let go. OP. You adored someone she used to be. Today she is not that person. Though it is difficult, disconnecting takes time. If anything, I will use this time to heal and appreciate what I do today. It will make me a better person generally. You cannot simply switch off and on your emotions. Never give your morals or standards any concessions. Don't force yourself to start looking for another companion. Be selective and date when you're ready. Let alone offer my body to another woman, I am not looking to enter yet another relationship. The most I'm hurrying is trying to not feel anything for her. As you pointed out, it's a process. Sometimes, oh man, I do want to sacrifice my morals. I want to tell each parent of my son's soccer squad everything about the person she is and email blast all of them. I want to print flyers to plaster her preferred locations and publish it all over Instagram. But none of that is me. I know that person is not who I am. I'm just still hurting and really trying to mend. I greatly appreciate your nice comments and support, they really mean a lot. I understand that it seems so unjust and as if justice does not exist on our planet. Don't jump in the mud with the pigs, you'll get dirty too and be mistaken for a pig. My grandma often advised me. Never treat yourself less than that. While some individuals reject karma, indeed it is quite gradual but also meticulous. She will be revealed one day, or something will transpire to grant her the justice she so deserves. You only have to be loyal to yourself. Your children will also see it. They will know you as the one who did not devalue themselves. Just treat yourself politely. Update 1, yesterday was that. Here I am today, single and most certainly in shock. Other than having this massive pit in my gut, I'm not sure how I should feel. She understood the timing of the hearing, but I find a Zoom call to the court to be just so impersonal. Of course, I realize, safety comes first. Still, it doesn't particularly feel real. It really hasn't really sunk me. I mean, I can acquire a copy of the signed document and declare myself to be divorced. A couple of my buddies want to know whether I want to go celebrate. They want to be there for me, they are lovely about it. They are not being nasty or resentful. And that feels great. I simply have not known how to approach this. I should be feeling free, yet maybe I should be crying once more. Oddly enough, I simply want to hear my wife's voice. Unfortunately, I no longer have a wife. Some stranger that sounds like her and wears her face. Though it's only a resigned kind of sensation, I can sense tears gathering. Here I am, simply me. Furthermore, my dog. I have very few friends, but they are the finest. I have a great and fantastic family. Thus, support is discussed. I merely feel empty, exhausted and drained. What should my next action be is unknown. Tell my son that it has happened over the phone. Say F it all, and go to Italy to begin exploring sites. Go back to Vegas with my old buddies for a desert recharging trip. I truly want to be laying here in silence, staring at the ceiling. Naturally though, life has to go on and so should I. I appreciate all of your support and ideas, especially book recommendations. I'm eager to at least start since I'm picking those up today. I never imagined myself in this place. Notes: Italy's timing is horrible, but whenever it becomes sensible, that has my enthusiastic vote. Vegas is a temporary prospect with friend events instead of the still skeletal and dreary casino resort life. Mountains and the weather are just beautiful. I left McCarran yesterday straight out. My friend, I find myself in the same boat. This afternoon at 3 o'clock I am signing paperwork. She departed and deserted our family on our 22nd wedding anniversary almost 2 years ago. I say every word you are using exactly. Simply said, I feel hollow and worn out by the struggle. Hang in there, friend, better things are just waiting for us. One breath at a time, one stride in front of the other, we simply have to be patient and gentle to ourselves. Recall this, we deserve better. Damn, I sense your words suffering. Regards, apologies. Update 2. The last post I produced was seen above the last time I blogged. Right now it's really upsetting me as I'm still kind of disoriented inside. Like me, my ex-wife, crazy to type it out, was off to work. At the same junction, we both stopped. She was turning right to ride on the freeway I had just left off, while I was going to turn left under the overpass. Like metal butterflies ripping up my insides, my heart and stomach sprang with the same familiar, exhilarating and lately terrible sensations. We made eye contact until the light changed, then each drove our separate directions. Both literally and metaphorically, I could not think of a more appropriate comparison for the state of affairs. Still feeling longing, grief, rage, disappointment, nausea, and a rainbow of other depression-inducing emotions, here I am typing out my pain. I wish I could be indifferent for the love of God. I wish I could rip out, root and all this deep-seated affection. Her and her stupidity justifies nothing. Though it's exactly what I want not to feel, is still in love with her. Her scent, her warmth, the sensation of her hair brushing against my face and mixing with my beard, the feel of her soft skin against my bare chest, the rhythm of her heart against my arms when I held her in the dark, these are the sweetest dreams I have of her. Recently they have been most vivid. She left such an effect on me when it was so darn simple for her to demolish everything we had created together. Yes, I understand it is past. Indeed, I understand the sensation might never go away. Indeed, I understand that processing trauma will take time. I am tired of processing though, of feeling the hurt, of sobbing, of reminding myself that it is okay to not be okay. I miss experiencing even-keeled. Every day seems like I'm standing on a platform precariously atop a damned barrel. Some days it's all good. I got this, balance can be kept. I've been doing it for 8 months, therefore I should be used to this. Other days though, I feel as though the agony of betrayal never lets me find even a tiny respite. I trip off the platform since right now equilibrium is useless. We can rather clearly tell the kind of day this one is. Usually, it becomes worse before it improves. I despise platitudes. Gang. Update 3, made the 3-week mark, the final post above. I watched our son's middle school soccer game yesterday and was so happy to see him. How much he has changed and how big he is. He's so darn tall, his voice is cracking, and it's weird not to have personally seen it. Feeling like I was being watched from the bleachers, I didn't see my ex-wife until practically half hour. I turned and our gazes met squarely. Her parents were seated with her. They lost the game, sadly, but the team rocked it still. I waited for the squad to pass over the bleachers as people filed off them. I nodded, using their first names, but her parents passed past if I hadn't uttered a word. I laughed and let the throng pass. Not over the phone or via text, It was great to hug my kid and chat with him personally when I waited for him at the team exit. The thrill of seeing each other once more permeated every moment. At last, my ex came up to tell our son loving words. Since I depend on her for those specifics, I asked her when the next game is scheduled. Our chat was clinical. We know we're not decent and most certainly aren't buddies. After instructing her not to sit next to me at the last game, I made that plain. "Let's go," she tells our son, and he gives me a long embrace. "I love him," I tell him. Though difficult, I do let go. I turn and go in the other way from my car, not looking at her or bidding farewell. The one I listened to and loved for almost a decade wants to run over and grab her, kiss those lips, hug her body in my arms, and feel her warmth and heartbeat, the one I feel slightly betrayed by my heart because of. I have to aggressively control it. Not until I come home and sit in silence to reflect on everything will there be tears. Even then though, they are few. I'm still figuring out these emotions. I still experienced additional wonderful dreams of hers till this morning. Once more, I feel as if I am fighting my own body and my own thoughts. I'm doing everything I can. I work out practically every day and eat clean with perhaps 1 or 2 cheat meals a week. I have poured myself into the business of my brother and find it to be flourishing. To be very honest, we never had this many staff members. It's fantastic. I am studying about stocks and investing, reading more, and certifying myself for IT jobs. Most of all, Jack, my corgi, is my other little kid and always wants to play. Filling the emptiness is odd. It certainly seems like a vast gaping void inside me. Being a father and a husband was great fun. As Hurricane Harvey approached Texas, we nearly decided to have another kid. In our house we were safe, dry, and not at all impacted. Though by November we knew she was pregnant, there were plenty of fun, crazy, and somewhat exotic events. Money, space, and our present circumstances finally led us both to agree that we should stop the pregnancy and not have another kid. I wonder if things would be different, whether we would be at this place now, and if she would have *** at another person. This has started me thinking back. Yes, I know the what-if game is never a nice place to be, never a good thing to linger on, but lately it's just been emerging more and more in my mind, let alone the dreams, like I had last night of my beautiful wife and what could have been our little girl or our second little boy. It makes me miss my son even more, and it irritates me that she would not let me adopt him. She said that I could only after all this garbage had transpired. I apologize for the protracted post. I simply find myself repeating and ranting last night in my head. It hasn't even been a year since she broke off our relationship. I know it's still early and quite fresh following the divorce. I suppose all I can say is that today I'm not feeling it. It's almost 10 a.m. I haven't gotten out of bed. That she still affects me and how I feel every time I see her bothers me. Update 4. Hey everyone. At last I have developed an apathetic attitude. Other than that I'm feeling happier more consistently, I'm not really sure what to say. Right now I'm working out on a schedule. Cooking more, and experimenting. I have been picking up writing once more and presently work on a short story. To see the Phoenix Suns defeat the Nuggets I flew to Denver. I'm about to head to Oregon to visit a cousin, do some hiking, and try tubing in a new place. Though, my bond with my son is different. I got in touch, he seems really busy. Though man, this is what it feels like to have a full-on teenage son. I'm doing my best to be understanding. Lunch and meals here and there, I suppose I will grab what I can. Simply said, I miss being with him consistently. I now go on dates with someone. She manages her own companies, is just fantastic, independent, intelligent, strong, mature, runs slow here. She is aware of my circumstances and both of us are cautious not to leap in too quickly. Still, it's amazing. Our interests are somewhat similar, we have easy communication and our goals are rather apparent. Even now, when we are simply lounging about, it is just calm. I am attempting to keep myself from developing any negative habits or tendencies. Simply said, it is fantastic to feel good once more. She asked yesterday, what will happen if, and when another man gets involved with my son? To be honest, I'm not sure. If he doesn't reach out, then it's just me having to sit back and hope for the best for him. I will be there for him is all I dare think or say. In this I have no legal clout or rights. Fortunately, I have seen her face to her face and I truly don't feel anything for my ex. Though I'm trying to take it day by day and hope I keep recovering and finding happiness more and more, whatever that means, that my son and I can have a better relationship and that I not muck this up with this amazing woman. I appreciate your support, counsel, book recommendations and encouragement all around. That was therefore fleeting, tragically. The incredible woman was disturbed by my April divorce and feels that I'm not over her since I call our son asterisk our son asterisk. I just mention him in reference to co-parenting and the fact that I have to go through her for anything pertaining to him. I have a son. She's also saying she still has to recuperate from a breakup she went through 3 months ago with a guy she loved. I could see the healing, but I couldn't picture involving someone new with my son at this age. November is his 14th birthday, and it's *****ing strange when others tell me what I feel and get wrong. She also objects to being a stepmother. I never even brought up her young 4-year-old daughter. Once more, I am living that part of my life apart from this present one. Why is this troubling to me? Though in my past relationship I did nothing illegal, I feel like I'm marked. It's held against me after being honest with each other and such, just because I'm divorced and have a much older son who would most certainly never be part of the relationship. Feels quite unjust. If I tell people straight up about my circumstances, I'm accused of not being over my ex. I'm not being real about things if I hold that back and say nothing. Update 5. Some have wondered how this all started and how I got up where I am today, hence I attempted publishing this earlier as an explanation of what went down when things initially started. Though recent, this began in July of last year. Far from all this, I am appreciative of all the guidance, encouragement and kicks in the *** from those who have gone through it and are helping. Alright, so far as things stand, July 2020 started as if everything was going downward. June turned out fantastic. Together with our son and his friend, we had taken a brief trip. We had fun together and the intimacy was amazing. They hung out. July arrived and we were having problems, spats over dumb small things. She showed no desire in closeness. Her day would be of interest to me, but she exhibited no curiosity about me. Long bathroom stays and baths all the damn time, yet she wanted to gripe about not spending time with us. July passed like this. August started to get more tense. She even tried to present me with lingerie and stated it would be for my birthday, like if everything was normal. My birthday arrives, she gets me several LPs but nothing particularly noteworthy. I had a tough day at work. She did too apparently, and we ended up cooking and hanging around together. I reasoned, it's a workday and it's whatever. She seems not truly present but delivers intimacy. We had several major arguments in September at last, one of which she begged to have some alone time. Though this was suspicious, I became insane as I felt our marriage was falling apart. As correct as me. Taking the dogs, I headed to spend the evening with my brother and his family. I returned home early in the afternoon the following day. I never stopped her from hanging out with her friends. She had mentioned she wanted to go before I arrived. I arrived home at about 12 o'clock. At 6 or 7 she arrived home. Happy to see her, I told her when I saw her. She said the month was awful and that week was especially so. She was unpleasant, snarky, straightforward nasty, not kissing me. I kept urging her to tell me what was going on. I wanted us to be fine. I sensed things were off. Now a quite good friend, an acquaintance, expressed concern after seeing me at work. I told him I loved my wife very much. We had been married for 1.5 at this point and had been together for 8.5 years, yet I had no idea what to do. He advised marriage therapy and advised reading ***the 5 love languages** and another book I cannot remember right now. After reading the book right away I knew I had been giving work too much top priority. Our company is owned by my brother and me. Since COVID, we have been overrun as business has been flourishing. I never stopped trying to love her or be close, both physically and in talks, though even then. She had vanished though. I got home that same day and she was unwell. I looked after hers. As she was getting dressed the next morning, I gently and affectionately requested whether we might talk before she left. Having read the book all night before, I told her everything I had discovered. Although I said I had been lazy, I loved her and advised us to visit marriage counseling to try to mend things because we had our son and loved one another. She broke down crying and kept repeating I was going to hate her, hence anything I said must have set off her. She finally acknowledged that she had cheated on me last weekend when she was with her friends after being urged to be straight up with me. Though I was stunned and totally blown away, I loved my son, marriage and wife. Like a fool, I assured her everything was good, I could forgive her, but she had to come clean on everything. She then clammed up. No names, no information. Basically, she had been having an emotional affair until that day in September and had been chatting to the other man since July. How could I find her credible? I did not. I told her she had parodied our marriage and our vows. It was Thursday. She rejected and offered very little justification when I tried to have a conversation with her that evening. She said she had told the other guy she had confessed to me, but she never consented to discuss things. Friday comes around the same way. I'm dry heaving, haven't slept, feel eerie, furious, and damaged within. When Saturday finally arrived, my brother advised me to go home and go out what was happening after seeing the damage I was causing. She got up, started working out, and I stayed a mess all the while. I phoned my father, who had been the cheater in his marriage, but my mother and he sorted things out. Their marriage has been wonderful for 38 years now. I asked him for his opinion. He said, she understood exactly what she was doing. It's not a mistake. She has to decide. If she doesn't, that tells you all you need to know. Though a wreck, I got myself together. I made sure our son was looked after and tidied the house. I then descended to our apartment gym and instructed her to come see me after she finished. She showed up half an hour later, and I gently reminded her that she had to decide between our family and marriage or the other guy. All I got was, I don't know, and she requested for some time. I agreed on the stipulation that she not see or contact him. She agreed and headed for a 2-hour run. On an app, I could see her whereabouts. She returned, at last saw I had cleaned the place and started to cry. What she had decided, I asked her. Once more it was a profusion of I don't know. She muttered, it's over, at last as I pushed her. Okay, I answered. I grabbed a duffel bag, stuffed some clothes inside, and she started crying since I was truly leaving. I was crying too. My son is distracted with computer games, so he's good when I kiss him and tell him I'm going to spend a short time at his uncle's. I bail. I tell her I'll be back in the morning for my stuff. When I arrive at about 6 a.m. the next morning, I take trash bags right away and head straight into our bedroom, bathroom and closet to begin packing everything I own into them. Tears flowing, she sits up in bed staring at me. She probes me about what I'm doing and I tell her she made her choice. She begins to wail. Though it breaks my heart, my wife is also wanted once more. Like a fool, I lie in bed with her, embrace her and kiss her for half an hour. She has to come clean. I assure her it doesn't have to be this way. Silence. Furious, I yelled at her that all of this was useless. I pack and inform her my father and brother are at a cafe 5 minutes away, waiting for my call to assist with the heavy stuff. It is 11 a.m. by now, and I have bagged everything. She wants us to tell our son what? We go wake him and give him a farce of an explanation for poor communication. She says she would rather not see my family. She is embarrassed, hence I do not blame her. She brings our son shopping, and I can tell he's a little disoriented and bewildered. My dad and brother answer when I call. We took my 3 TVs and all the gadgets I had acquired to make our house smart. Naturally, I left my son all his great stuff. I love him and none of this is his fault. She texts me not to go and to wait for her and our son before I head off. I'm waiting. She finds the place looking as though it had been looted. She advises me not to go and notes that our son, enraged, knocked over a display and expressed desire we could still be a family. I give her a look that says nothing nice, and then I tell her naturally he does. I want to, but what the devil is she looking for? Once more with the I have no idea. I say remaining is pointless for me. She should notify her parents as, should they discover it from our kid, they would be enraged. The first week of October arrives next week. I attempt to keep our son on a routine. Some mornings I have to be at work early, so I show up for him, drive him to school, and make breakfast. On other mornings I take him to see his grandparents. I load everything on her parents when they inquire about what's going on. She is sticking to her foolishness even though I tell them we should mend things. I'm not clear. Having learned to love and respect one another, her dad is angry and depressed for me. She is texting me about how she hates herself and finds it hard to believe she accomplished all this. She is still chatting to the other man all through. She even inquires as to if we may get back together. I tell her she knows what she has to do if she wants me back. During the week, I pick up my son after practice and head home. I love him, thus I consent when he wants to show me something. We spent 1 hour in his room. She's a wreck when I walk out to the living room. She approaches me closely and wants me to sit down with her, encircling me with arms. I almost give in, but I get up and tell her I'm not doing this if she's still chatting to or involved with this man. She claims she cut it off, hence I sit down and hug her. We even gently kiss and I touch her. The phone then rings, a new ringtone, and I know she is panicking inside. From her end he has been phoning all day. I ask her to show me she stopped it and stare her in the eyes. She starts to cry and objects. She understands what she has to do if she wants me, I remind her once more. I'm still returning throughout the week to pick up my son from school and even cooking meals to store in the refrigerator. She is not doing laundry. I have to push myself not to do it for her. But I find my son smells from not washing and his blankets are dirty. Her neglect of him calls for me to chastise her. Her friends wanted to take her to the Renaissance Fair that weekend, and I find it amazing how she is acting as if everything is good. She asks whether I might spend a few hours watching our son. I want time with him, therefore I say yes, but even I know I'm not really ready for that. I agree otherwise as well. 4 additional lads walk out and get in my car when I show up after work to fetch him up from his friend's house, probably a sleepover. Not at him, but at her, I am enraged. She understands from my call that I would be leaving should she not return. She is behaving all piffy about it and it takes 3 hours to return. She has the arrogance to argue that spending her birthday with pals shouldn't cause her guilt. She took advantage, and this is never going to happen again. She should feel horrible given all that is going on. Weeping, she asks, "What, am I only supposed to be a mother?" I don't say anything about that either, but god damn it, yes, you picked this before I even entered the scene. We chat a little longer, and she even invites me to stay, to sleep in the same bed and be close. I turn it down and head off. My son strikes me as depressed. Even though it's taxing both financially and emotionally, I keep seeing him since now I'm just 45 minutes away. Her parents just know what I have told them since she is avoiding them too. This is October 25th, the birthday of my ex. Things have been strange. I am shamefully performing the pick-me dance. Monday here, and I'm sending nice video greetings, but she seems apathetic about it. I start with a little present, working my way up, then I go in the morning to look after our son, drive him to school, and then I do what I always do on her birthday week. I cleaned off a picture of the 3 of us at a pumpkin patch when we first got acquainted. It's a lovely image. I developed this itching inside me just before leaving. Though I had no idea what set off me, I started looking about. Opening a fresh shoebox, I discovered a new vibrator, a new dildo, and new butt plugs within. When I left, I had tossed every toy we owned. She preserved the container as well, and the postmarks date the day I left. Even a gift note including the man's name. Then I found a note tucked within the shoebox. It came from a woman, but her last name matched that of the AP's other gift note. Opening it, I came upon a picture of a family. 2 small boys, a baby, a dog, a guy and a lady. Along with it was a letter informing my ex that she might retain AP but had wrecked her marriage. The woman clarified that she had learned about him from the toys he had sent. I snapped pictures and went right to her parents to show what I had discovered. Get a lawyer, get all my ducks in a row, and then file, her dad advised me, same counsel many of you had given me. That same day I did that. When it arrived a few days later, I handed her the paperwork. We sat on it for months. We attended soccer matches, had a few private evenings, but I wouldn't dare sleep with her even though the chance presented itself. At one soccer game, she eventually observed that I wasn't really at my best. I prodded till she said she was seeing someone. That following week, I turned in every file. We seem caught up right now. Update 6. I returned to the same vacation location I visited last summer in order to snowboard. Just me out here, this was my first true adventure. All wholly mine. I never made the trip to serve as a kind of diversion or anything else. I visited the slopes 10 years ago and performed rather well. I can't describe how emotionally satisfying it is to be without the drag of my ex-wife, who hated everything outdoors, let alone snow or cold. Snowboarding has always made me happy. I was thumbing my ring finger trying to spin the long-gone ring as I strolled throughout the city. Though we had been separated almost 2 years ago, seeing couples engage in Valentine's Day activities somewhat weighs on my heart. It's strange. I suppose I miss having the ring there, especially what the ring ought to have symbolized. Ultimately, though with my ex, it was only a lump of metal and a false promise. I guess I'm simply reflecting, but I can't describe how quite dreamy this has been. After hurting so terribly, the happiness, enthusiasm, laughing and foolishness that have permeated my life seem amazing. Hell, I'm sore and in pain beyond what I can recall from the last time I went snowboarding, but this ache is one I have totally missed. For those of you who are struggling, however, cliched as it seems, it does indeed get better with time. Spend some time grieving and hurting, then go forward. Improve yourself for yourself. I appreciate everyone being there and listening. Update 7. The divorce occurred 2 years ago. This is the month the divorce was finalized. As the title suggests, the dreams are resurfacing. Strange seems to be the situation. Dreaming, we find ourselves at a house I have never seen before. She begs me to accompany her upstairs. We both are nude. We arrive upstairs to what looks to be our room, and she looks me up and down, giving me that smile I remember and liked, then says, "Hi." I have nowhere to start. She walks up, puts her hands in mine, and all I can say back is, "Hi." She presses her body into mine and I encircle her in my arms. Her beautiful skin and warmth really speak to me. She smells her shampoo even now. Actually, I'm pleased my dog woke me up seconds later. This is my second dream for this month. Not since last November, not seen my ex in months. Emotion such things is strange. More of a what the heck kind of emotion. One reason all of this is happening could be my recent house building on my own. I guess I'm just sort of airing out my mind. Today feels odd. My warmest wishes go out to those of you hurting. Update 8. I met with my son yesterday in great anticipation. Since his last birthday, I had not heard anything significant from him. It has been killing me. Again though, I understand how teenagers behave and I'm sure he has a lot on his plate with his middle school to high school change. His mother's obnoxious boyfriend is also a factor. To be honest, when he at last picked up the phone, I got rather happy. Our chat was nice. It took a moment of me telling him what I'd been up to, building a house, our corgi getting older, and as always, our love of video games, to pull him out of his shell. High ranking in Rocket League, he has been invited to a competition including pros scheduled for Twitch broadcast. I really am thrilled for him. We should keep chatting. He promises to email me the link. From his now totally different voice I take it as a little triumph that he still thinks of me as dad. I am flattered and happy. My heart started feeling it once more a few hours after our afterglow conversation. It was more of a dull ache, just aching deep down within me. It hurt and bothered me enough to cause me to hardly sleep last night. Seeing my attitude, my father asked what was bothering me. I first found it difficult to actually put it into words, but the second time he asked, it came naturally. The weight and suffering still exist even if I'm completely happy when I have my son and can still be a part of his life in any manner he chooses. It's enough to keep my head spinning over why. At this point, I realize the cause has no bearing on anything or would provide comfort. Everything is done and accomplished, however even 2 years down the road it is still fresh and painful. My pride in being my son's dad and my emotions of love and admiration for him are so entwined with the love I had for my ex, which now simply acts as a painful reminder every time I see him. Though I can't say I know what you're feeling, coming from this side of your situation, you may need to ask yourself if the pain and suffering are worth it for your mental health and general well-being. My father, a cheater in his own time but someone who makes amends and keeps on doing so, told me. Though you love him with all your being and the time you spend brings enormous delight, it follows days of rehabilitation for you. I am not advising you to give up on him as, if it were me trying to be there for you, I would never stop. Perhaps you should nonetheless, let go of everything. You gave all you have. I haven't seen you this joyful in a long time. Still, I can see the toll it takes on you. Your emotions divided between your love for your son and the anguish you obviously still have from how you were deceived. I understand he's acting as a father, seeing obvious suffering on my face while his son battles. He would never want it lastingly. Given the lengths of his military training, which trained him to detach himself and view events from several angles, I take it as his attempt to provide wise guidance. He does not intend to just vanish from my son's life, I'm sure. Maybe he only wants me to keep outside of it all. Perhaps he only wants to spare me the suffering still afflicting my heart. Just letting my ideas float about. My best wishes extend to everyone suffering right now. Particularly to those in healing, remain strong and keep cheerful. Comments. OP, your first response and attitude to him calling were exactly perfect. For a teen especially, this is all quite challenging ground to walk. Talk not of his mother, her partner, or their domestic situation. Create an oasis out of yourself and your relationship with your son. Be in his life a non-judging lighthouse. Should the matter come up, avoid pledging yourself to a position. Still keep your distance and objectivity. Find out his short-term bucket list. Perhaps you two might handle a few of those jointly. Luck. I agree absolutely and thank you. Out of our conversations, I make sure to keep any reference to his home situation or anything about his mother away. I concentrate on talking about just him and me and avoid passing opinions. Though it feels like negotiating in the dark, I am trying to assist him with a list. That's the intensity of my affection. I won't give up on him. Thank you for the guidance. I will keep making sure that what we publish is a refuge. My fiancée changed right after I proposed, and now her friends call me toxic. Am I the asshole for wanting to end the engagement? I am 32, just recently proposed to my girlfriend of 2 years Sharon, F30, like a month and a half ago, and it feels like the second the ring got on her finger, her attitude and behavior took a total 180. The entire time we were dating, we seemed exceptionally compatible, and at least it seemed we shared common beliefs and morals. 7 weeks ago, I proposed and she said yes, and I felt like it was the happiest moment for the two of us. But not even a week later, it's like her attitude totally flipped. I thought I knew all her friends, but one day I came home and there were 6 women I've never seen before, and Sharon introduced me to them. I was curious as to why I was just now meeting them, when I already met Sharon's 2 best friends, Michelle and Octavia, both not present, over a year and a half ago. Sharon said she wanted to make sure we were a sure thing before I met her inner circle. I found this strange, not to mention it was a weeknight and they were quickly draining my wine rack of wine. Sharon still had her own place, but she stayed with me so often she practically lives there. Still, I found it incredibly rude when they left, with 4 empty bottles of rosé in their wake. I tried to talk to Sharon about having uninvited guests on weeknights and she dismissed my grievance very flippantly. More than that, she brushed me off. The following weeks she went out with the girls several times, and when she brought the girls to my place, twice without notice, once with notice to appease me, her words, they all treated me like a butler, shaking their empty wine glasses at me for refills. After the 4th time, I made it clear that I will get a locked wine rack. Sharon just called me no fun after that. It gets worse. Sharon decided me and the girls got off on the wrong foot, and said we should have dinner together at a nice restaurant. Well, I went and it was not great. The 6 kept prodding me about my life, my house, my career, but deflected every question I asked. It got especially bad at night when they started talking about modern relationships and jealousy, and one of them brought up some key points about relationships that I thought Sharon and I were on the same page about, specifically what-ifs regarding polyamory and being friends with exes. To my shock, Sharon said we shouldn't be too hasty on such decisions, which was a total 180 to how she expressed herself on these things only a month prior, where she was vehemently against keeping ex-intimate partners in friend circles and was staunchly monogamous. The worst part was when the bill arrived, Sharon announced it should be together and slid me the check. I told her she can't be serious, and we got into a bit of an argument. I ended it by putting my amount down in cash and walked out, leaving them to figure out the rest of the bill. The next few days after that, Sharon kept calling me toxic and fragile, but every time I even pushed it, she would give an apology and promise she was just stressed at work. It's nuts, we haven't even planned the wedding yet. The worst part was this Monday. When at work, I got a Nest doorbell alert, checked and saw Sharon and one of her 6 new friends arriving at my place, going in and exiting with my golf clubs. This set was a gift from my father, and it cost a pretty penny too, so Sharon lending it out without my permission got me pissed. I immediately called Sharon and told her and her friend to return the clubs. Sharon tried to gaslight me with, "But you promised to lend the clubs to her boyfriend, remember?" I told her the clubs' cost would move it into a serious crime, and her friend had an hour to return them or the cops would be called. Sharon kept insisted she got my permission and I told her to cut the crap. Well, not 45 minutes later I got another notification of Sharon and her friend coming back with the clubs and going inside, leaving them, Sharon's friend flipping off the Nest doorbell on the way out. I got home and saw Sharon's friend literally just threw the clubs and back on the living room floor. Sharon tried to talk to me about my toxicity again, and I told her again to cut the crap. I said if I knew this was how she was, I would have never proposed. That seemed to freak her out and she again insisted that she was stressed from work, but I wasn't buying it anymore. I told her to return the ring and her key and we would talk about our relationship this weekend. She cried and begged me not to cancel the engagement and insisted that it was just stress. I told her again we will talk about it this weekend. She finally relented. I had my house rekeyed anyway after she left, just to be safe. Sharon has been texting me constant messages of love and apologies for getting swept up, and insisted she was only wanting to show me off to her close friends. I don't know, I'm just not buying it. The same close friends have been sending me texts daily, calling me toxic and fragile again, saying they knew I wasn't man enough for Sharon or secure enough to share her with friends. A few of my friends that knew Sharon the entire 2 years we were dating were surprised and can't believe she turned hide this quick, and that there must be something missing, or that I'm leaving something out. They say I must have said something to trigger her friends to act like this, and I had to have been the somewhere along the process. I don't know, it's a lot to take from all directions right now. Relevant comments. Comment 1. 2 years and she didn't introduce you to these friends. She knows how terrible they are and how terrible she is with them. She put on quite a show to get the ring and now that she thought she had you locked down, she can show her true colors. Unless you are leaving out something, you're definitely NTA. You are not toxic or fragile. You have standards. What she did at the restaurant and with the clubs is toxic. It seems like she wants to show them she has you wrapped around her finger and that you will allow her, and them, to do whatever they want. I wouldn't give her another chance to use you for what you can do or give to her. No one that loves you would treat you like this, friends or no friends present. Comment 2. Agreed. No one hides away an important part of their lives for 2 whole years. I'm wondering if she's had people dump her before because of these friends. Either way, OP's lucky they've seen it all now and can move on from this crazy lady. Though I'd be very tempted to get in touch with her best friends he knew about and see what info they have about the situation. Just because I really am a nosy fucker. Comment 3. OP, if you're stupid enough to even ponder resuming this relationship, just tell her that, given actions to date, you'll be getting a prenup, with a full financial separation, to even consider marrying her. I promise the reaction will be enlightening. Pesa, quit while you're behind, and thank whatever deity you may or may not believe in. She let the mask slip before the wedding. Comment 4. NTA, you said you had met 2 of her friends, Michelle and Octavia, previously. Have they had anything to say about this flipped behavior or the 6 strangers that materialized? Reply, I messaged Michelle on Facebook last night. I asked her about the 6 and she told me that her, Octavia, and Sharon are cousins and grew up together. Michelle said that she didn't really care for the 6, but didn't say much else. Oh fuck no dude, you need to end this relationship. She has been putting on a false front the whole time. She knows how toxic they are. She figured now that you had proposed, you couldn't leave. This is who she really is. The person you dated for 2 years? That's a false front to get the proposal. It's like abusers who never hit their spouse until after they are married. They know they need to hide it, because they know it will drive the partner away. They wait till the commitment is deep enough. She showed her hand too fast and too early. Kick her ass to the curb immediately. Call her out on every gaslight. Every time she cries and says she's stressed or whatever, ask her why she lies 100% of the time in front of her friends then. If she's telling the truth, they can come over, and in front of her friends, she will for a whole evening, disagree with them on polygamy, open relationships, your role, they need to be open, etc. etc. Tell her if she's just stressed, she must be willing now to call them and openly admit all of what she was saying with them was untrue. Or, this is who she is. She gave you pleasant fiction when you were alone and it was easy to hide. Now you see who she chooses to be. Who she wants to be. Dump her. Move on. Date Michelle. An update: 1 year later, I'm rethinking having kids with my wife after what I discovered about her father. Am I the asshole? Original post: my wife Jessica, 32F, and I, 30M, have been married for 2 years and are trying for a baby. Jessica has an older sister, Mary, that she isn't close to. She told me that they had a huge falling out over some family drama and just don't speak anymore. I asked a few times about the entire situation, but she would say she doesn't like talking about it and doesn't think it's important. It was Jessica's brother's birthday yesterday and we were all over at his house to celebrate. Mary made an appearance and there was a lot of drama. Long story short, she called Jessica and her brothers out for still associating with their dad when they know that he is a child molester. No one was paying her any mind and I was really confused on what the hell was going on. When Mary left and Jessica and I went home, I asked Jessica what the hell happened. She said that when they were kids, Mary used to claim that their dad used to molest her. I asked if it's true and Jessica was stuttering a lot. She said she knows her dad used to do bad things but that Mary cut them all off when she turned 18 and moved out. I asked if she is admitting that she knows her dad was a child molester and did things to his own daughter. She said he doesn't do it anymore and he was just in a really bad place in his life and he apologized to Mary, so there's nothing else anyone can do for Mary. I was honestly appalled. I also feel so terrible for Mary. Jessica made it seem like Mary did something wrong and deserved to be basically exiled from the family. I could have never imagined that this is what happened. I asked if she expects me to now be willing to have that man around our future children and she started shouting at me, saying I'm judging him off something that happened 2 decades ago and whether I like it or not, he is going to be our child's grandpa and he will be in their lives. I said if she insists on it, I think we need to hold off on having kids and have serious conversations about it. She's extremely angry at me but I don't know how I could better react, to be honest. This feels like a huge deal that she is minimizing. AITA, relevant comments. Commenter, NTA and run. Please talk to someone from RAIN. They are an organization for victims of sexual assault. This is not something minor like occasionally being crabby with your kids on the mornings you have a migraine. This is a crime. I know a victim of child sexual abuse and many years later and thousands of dollars in therapy, this woman is still hurting. You need to get out now. OOP. I wish I could accurately describe how Mary looked and sounded when she was going off on her siblings that day. It actually sent shivers down my spine. She looked so angry but so defeated at the same time. All while they were all looking at her like she was crazy. I still can't wrap my head around it. I want to reach out to her and check if she's alright, but I don't know how appropriate that will be. Commenter, NTA, someone who has glossed over child molestation. Would she want to leave a future child of yours with grandpa for the night? That's chilling. And once you have kids, even if you divorced her for this later, you couldn't get full custody over this, if grandpa never went to prison for it and isn't a convicted sex offender. It's awful all the way around. I can't believe you've been married 2 years before you even hear this story. OP, that's exactly what I was thinking. He never went to prison. Never been reported to the police at all, and there's no proof of what he did, so I would have no case and no power to keep him away from our children. I don't want to feel helpless in what happens to my children. I don't want to fail them like that. I don't think I should even have them with her at any point now that this has all come to light. Commenter, and I bet she did everything she could to hide this from him their whole relationship. OOP, I think this is a huge part of why I'm so angry at her. She had so many opportunities to tell me. There are instances where she had to have actively gone out of her way to keep this entire thing from me. And if Mary hadn't shown up to their brother's birthday party, I would have still been in the dark. Top comment, NTA pedophiles rarely retire. There is no consensus bot on AITA, but top comments were NTA. This is still one of the most popular posts of all time on the AITA sub-update post. It's been nearly a year since my initial post, so I thought I would give an update. A few days after my original post, I sat Jessica down and told her how I was feeling. I told her I'm not okay with what she and her family had done to Mary. They knew what their dad had done to her but still chose to take his side and make Mary look crazy. I told her I'm also not okay with brushing her father's crimes under the rug. She was quiet and didn't say anything. She didn't try to defend herself or her family. She was just staring at me in a very chilling way. Almost like she was indifferent to whatever I had to say and just wanted it to be over. I told her I needed time to myself and I would leave and think about what I wanted to do. Suddenly she was paying attention. She seemed shocked and panicked. She started begging me not to leave, saying I'll get over it in a few days when we get back to how we usually are and things settle down. She said all families have skeletons in their closet and that this can't define our marriage. I said no and I left the house for a few days. I ignored all her calls and those of her family. I reached out to Mary on Facebook. I wrote her a lengthy message about how I had no idea all she had been through and that I'm so sorry for how her family treated her. I told her to reach out to me if she ever needs anything. She got back to me and asked if we could meet for coffee. We met up the day after. At first it was small talk, then she asked if I would be okay if she told me her version of events. I said of course I would, and she spoke to me about it. Everything her dad did and how her family treated her after she told them. I felt physically sick. She even told me stories about how Jessica told her friends that Mary has a mental condition that causes hallucinations, and that just in case Mary starts rumors about their family, that's why. A lot of people still believe Mary has a mental condition because of Jessica. I knew after that talk that I had to end things with Jessica. I went over to our house and told her I want a divorce. I told her I cannot stand the thought of being her husband and a part of their disgusting family. All she did was cry and ask all this for her. I knew then that she hadn't changed. She was still the same person that did all of those things to Mary, and she was still doing them. We're still not officially divorced, but we haven't been together since, and we are going through the process. It's just taking longer than I thought to get it finalized. Mary and I became friends. I invited her to a birthday dinner my family were hosting for me, and she hit it off with my cousin. He's crazy about her, and she seems really happy with him too. He keeps asking me if it would be too early to propose, and I have to tell him to not scare her away. LOL. But they have a really wholesome relationship and I'm really happy for them. As for me, I'm just surviving. Divorces are tough, but I know I made the right choice. Thank you to everyone that responded and gave me advice, I really appreciate it. Relevant comments. Comment 1, WTF, did I read now? Do all families have skeletons? This is not a skeleton, this is a whole cemetery. Reply, family skeletons are usually benign, trivial, even banal, at least in my family they are. This is a full-on family conspiracy to make Mary look like she's lost her mind while shielding a pedophile. Fuck yeah. OOP made the right call to walk away from this mess. Mine aren't benign, but they're either just weird or alcoholism, drug abuse, untreated mental illness, etc. Like, the normal amount of fucked up. Or, maybe a little more but like, not defending a pedophile. More just, sympathy for addicts. Comment 2, all she did was cry and ask, all this for her. The fact she has an issue with Mary but not her father being a pedophile just shows that this lady is a piece of trash. She can seriously fuck off. Comment 3. Either that, or be all shocked about it. Like, who could have predicted such an unexpected outcome? How could she have possibly known this would happen? Comment 4. I'm disgusted to be in the same asylum as her. Sign my petition to have Jessica reclassified as a segmented worm. My fiance's quirky food choices are ruining our meals. Now she's disappeared after a fight. Am I the asshole for reaching my limit? Original post. Maybe I'm making too much out of this. Maybe it is a big problem and why I'm posting here. This has been going on since we've dated in college. I'll use last night as an example. I'm always a safe order guy, meaning I get chicken tenders, steak, a burger, orange chicken, etc. It's not that I dislike other food, it's that if I'm doing something crazy I want to buy it, prepare it, cook and serve it, be in control of the whole process. She always orders the special, the catch of the day, the taster's menu, etc. And she invariably says, I don't really like this, I should have just ordered what you got, let's switch. And she grabs my plate. Sometimes I'm able to eat her food, sometimes it really is bad and then I go hungry. I've brought this up with her and she has upfront told me she thinks it makes her quirky and fun, and I've known this since dating her. Last night we went to a sports bar after our league beach volleyball game and we're starving. I just wanted food so I ordered chicken tenders and fries. This dingy sports bar was having a snow crab special, which of course she wanted. I begged her to please just order something they couldn't mess up and she accused me of being so boring. Food came, her crab legs looked, smelled and tasted like they were rotting wax and of course she didn't want it and wanted my tenders. I finally stood up for myself and said no, she could send them back and order her own food. Cue massive fight. She accused me of wasting food, of not cooperating with her and not reading the room, whatever they meant. I told her that no, I was not doing it this time. She started crying and demanded to go home. I said no, I was so hungry I was eating my food. I think she got an Uber to a friend's house and I have not seen her since. I'm fed up. Is this breakup worthy and what should I do about this? Edit. We are engaged and live together. We also share credit cards and bank accounts. Top comments. Comment 1. She sounds insanely entitled and the mentality and temper of a 4-year-old. Why would anyone want to date someone like that? Comment 2. Because she's quirky and fun. As seriously though, she needs to act like an adult. Comment 3. I'm very Joey doesn't share food and if someone pulled this shit with me and expected me to let it slide because they thought it made them quirky and fun, I'd be gone. She sounds annoying AF, extremely entitled and also very slightly psychotic for expecting OP to go hungry. All because she's playing the part of a quirky, fun and adventurous foodie. I expect this has more to do with her testing his limits than just food as evidenced by her blowing up when he suggested, quite logically, she order something else. It's like she wants him to suffer to prove how endearing he finds her. OOP. To be fair to her, I don't think she expects me to go hungry. In fact, I'll bet she's never noticed if I finish her meal or not. Comment 4. That's telling if she doesn't even notice. Makes you wonder what else she isn't noticing about you in the relationship. OOP. I don't want to sound like a crybaby because I have made a choice with her, but yes, I do more of the labor in the relationship. Comment 5. It's only quirky and fun if she eats what she fucking orders. I realize you already know this, but why in the hell should you have to give up your food because of her bad gamble? At the core of it, it sure seems like a, let's see how much of my bullshit he will indulge test. I would say no more would be the correct answer. You haven't seen her since. I suspect she'll be back in touch, and you can give her an opportunity to apologize, but that shit is unacceptable. She owes you an apology, and I sort of doubt you're going to get one. OOP. Your second paragraph was what I've felt for a long time put into words. Thank you. Comment 6. If she's the one labeling it quirky and fun, it isn't. I want to try something, but she needs to order her own food. Who pays the tab? OOP. I mean, technically we both do since we have shared credit cards and bank accounts. Update. Reddit. I don't remember the exact timeline of how things went down on Sunday as far me posting, but original was locked when she texted me at 6 p.m. telling me that I owed her a huge apology for the way I behaved at the sports bar and the volleyball game. I still don't know what that is about. I asked her where she was. She said she would tell me when I apologized. I said I was not going to apologize. She said she needed some time to think whether this relationship was right for her. I told her that I was just exhausted by so much of what she does that I couldn't do it anymore. She hung up and I haven't heard from her since. She hasn't even been by to pick up a change of clothes, so I don't know where she is. I canceled all my credit cards we shared and opened a new bank account and took half out of our share, but she hasn't taken any money out or used her debit card, so I guess I'm a little concerned since for all effect purposes she's disappeared. I'm not too worried now, but if I haven't heard anything by Friday I'll call her parents. I kind of think she's doing this disappearing act for attention. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Wait, so to sum this up, she ignored your reasonable request to order food she knows she'll like, publicly threw a fit when you wouldn't give up your own meal despite being warned that's what would happen, yelled, stormed out, and has been MIA for days. Over a meal? That she could have easily sent back herself. Holy drama, bruh. Like, wow. Bullet dodged, huh? Can you imagine a whole lifetime of ridiculous public tantrums over easily resolvable stuff? Yikes. OP. Well, the meal and whatever it is I did to make her mad at the volleyball game. Comment 2. Text her to pick up her things by X date or you will have it sent to her parents. I think she is doing this for attention and all the more reason you were right to dump her. Tell her parents you broke up and she has not been in contact. Tell them that she did not tell you where she was, but could they check on her? Don't wait on that. The sooner you do this, the sooner you can get her out of your life. OP, okay, I can do this. Probably a good idea. OOP made a final edit. Edit. I called her parents, they haven't heard from her either, and me calling them now has them worried because they thought she was with me. I'm going to drive her important things over to their house and wash my hands of her. Whatever happens to her is of her own making at this point. My wife's creepy hobby turned into a full-blown conspiracy. She even planted evidence to ruin our neighbor's marriage. Original post. Okay, this sounds insane, but I swear my wife is totally normal otherwise. Which makes this so strange to me. For context, we're both in our later 30s and live in a pretty typical suburban neighborhood where we all know each other. My wife has always loved trashy movies and shows about infidelity, and she eats up true crime about spouses killing their cheating partners too. She just says something about it that makes her morbidly fascinated in her words. Well, a couple months back we had a scandal in our neighborhood where a married couple in the neighborhood divorced because the husband cheated. No, there wasn't a murder or anything like that, but she became obsessed with learning every detail from every neighbor. No matter the occasion, be it a baby shower or cookout, she would bring it up hoping there would be any new information. A month later is when I stumbled on the board in her home office. I was doing some cleaning and I found a massive bulletin board facing away leaned up against the wall. Curiosity got the better of me and I turned it around to find a literal fucking conspiracy board of all our neighbors' pictures with lines of yarn connecting each other like the fucking Pepe Sylvia meme. I was totally confused and asked where this was, and she told me it was a hobby she had started recently where she would track rumors or likely candidates for cheating on the board. The yarn represented who was possibly cheating with whom. She had clearly gotten all the images on Facebook or some social media and printed them out and even had a few sticky notes with details. I told her this was creepy and insane, and she said maybe if I was doing it as a man, but she is just having harmless fun as a hobby and she wouldn't be crazy and try to oust anyone based on rumors. She just likes feeling like a detective. She told me to view it like a creative art piece. I was still super weirded out but let it go, or tried. I thought about it a lot. Well, every now and then I admit to checking the board when cleaning, but just a couple days ago I looked to see that now I was on the board with a yarn attached to a neighbor's wife I am casual friends with. I asked her why she would add me if she thought I was cheating, and she said that was a different yarn color for potential matches for cheating. She said if it makes me feel better, she was planning on adding herself to the board soon. Well, I got pissed and kinda lost my temper about it. I told her to get rid of the board or our marriage will be in trouble. Things have been super rocky since. Sorry for the long post, I am starting to feel bad and it hit me more than usual this morning. Should I apologize to her? And before you ask, no, I don't suspect her of cheating. Honestly, I wish she was because it would at least make more sense than this. AITA? Update. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Firstly, appreciate all of the concerns and NTAs. It gave me the courage to approach her and tell her that while I may have overreacted by threatening our marriage, I think it is a creepy thing to do. She apologized and said she would get rid of the board. I thought we were good. Literally 2 days later. 2 days later. Shasterisk, it hits the fan. Our happily married next-door neighbor finds a woman's bra under the bed that does not belong to her. It doesn't take long for the whole neighborhood to find out. Well, my wife is giddy, like jumping up and down for joy. She showed me the board, which she still didn't trash like she promised, and of course the husband was marked with yarn, meaning he was likely to cheat. She told me the board was accurate after all and maybe she should keep her hobby around. I was definitely suspicious, so I looked at the board again later. It looked different from the last time I saw it before the latest scandal. Instead of the yarn connecting to another neighbor, the cheating husband's yarn connected to a post-it with a question mark. Firstly, it was the only question mark there and I swore it wasn't there last time I saw the board. So either she changed it after the cheating to prove a point or slightly before it happened, which made me even more suspicious either way. Now I felt like I was the detective and I was going crazy. I went over to the cheating husband to ask a few questions. The wife was staying with her parents, so it was just the two of us. I asked him if he actually did it and he said no, he would never. Then I asked if my wife had been over recently. He said one day while you were at work his wife asked her to water a plant they had while they were both away and told her where the key was, so yes. I immediately raised an eyebrow. I asked if he still had the bra and he was getting nervous and told me not to get the wrong idea. I said don't worry. He still had the bra and I looked at it. It was my wife's, but one I knew she almost never wore because it was from a lingerie set I bought her one Christmas she said was uncomfortable. I told my neighbor I needed to talk to my wife and ran out, but I told him not to worry. I approached her with the bra and asked her what was going on. She played stupid, but I told her to cut the BS. I asked if she had either cheated on me with him or planted it there. Either way she was in trouble. She confessed to planting the bra and said it was to make me admit her hobby was valid, or something. I flipped on her. I said this was worse than her cheating on me because instead of ruining just our marriage she ruined our neighbors and ours. I demanded she call the wife and admit to everything. Even sending pictures of the board. I even showed the Reddit post which actually helped convince her my wife had planted it rather than cheated with her husband. Well, they made up, but now I have no idea what to do. I am barely speaking to my wife and it is only a matter of time before the entire neighborhood figures this out. I seriously need advice. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I honestly refuse to believe this is real. Your wife is actually nuts. This is insane behavior to have. Comment 2. I was thinking just the opposite. This one is so original it's got to be real. No AI is going to come up with this insanity, that's left to humans. Comment 3. There's I am too interested in the neighborhood gossip. And then there's I planted a bra to ruin my neighbor's marriage and kept a detective board of cheaters. I could forgive the detective board and the gossip interest even if it's not my thing. But planting evidence for an affair is just cruel. Incredibly cruel. Who even thinks like that? My best friend made a move on my husband while I was away with my family. He pushed her away, but now I don't know what to do next. Original post. I think this is the right sub, but if not, I'm sorry. I can't think straight right now. We, 37F39M, have been together for 15 years, married for 12 and we have 4 kids. We've always had a wonderful loving relationship and have both been amazing partners to each other. My mom is not doing well health-wise and I flew out to her with our youngest on Friday morning and we will be flying back tomorrow night. A few hours ago my best friend called me crying and said that she got into a major fight with her husband after she found he cheated and asked if she could come over. She had forgotten that I wasn't in town and I talked to her for a little while and tried to calm her down. I also called my husband explaining the situation and asked if it was okay for my best friend to spend the night in our guest room and he was fine with it. I took our iPad with me to keep our youngest entertained while at my parents' place. It is logged into my husband's Apple ID email so his messages and calls show up on it. When I went to put it on charge I saw tens of messages from my best friend to my husband. I found it strange since they were supposed to be under the same roof and I knew it was wrong to snoop, but I ended up reading the messages anyway. Long story short, something happened between them. My husband kicked her out and my best friend wants to keep whatever it is a secret, but my husband says that I deserve to know. I don't know what to do or think now and I have no one I can talk to about this. What am I supposed to do now? Relevant comments. Comment 1, at least he wants to tell you about it. You should call him and ask him what it is that you deserve to know. It might just be that she made a move on him and he got mad and kicked her out, but contact him now. Comment 2, same. She's just been cheated on and she likely wanted revenge, but in her distress, she picked the nearest man to her, just made more of a mess of her life. Completely valid reason to cut her out. Also, if OP values the friendship, she has room to be understanding without looking foolish since her husband is loyal. She 100% owes him a huge high five. I would personally understand and forgive, but keep her at arm's length for years, if not forever. Just because I understand doesn't mean I'm going to give you access to my personal life again. About the husband, yes, loyalty is expected and mandatory. No, that doesn't mean that most people wouldn't take low-hanging fruit if offered. He isn't like most. That itself deserves acknowledgement since you saw it in practice before your eyes. Having verifiable proof your partner won't play you even if they reasonably could get away with it is worthy of celebration. Not necessarily because he deserves a treat, but because you now know you are truly safe with your back turned. If he kissed her or SM'd, then he can go get fucked though. Update. You guys were right. I wanted to have the conversation face to face and waited till I got back a few hours ago. We talked after we had dinner and all the kids went to bed. After my now former friend showered and freshened up, my husband gave her leftovers from dinner and they talked about her husband and the situation with her husband, and out of nowhere she tried to sit in his lap and tried kissing him, and my husband pushed her off and she tried again and told her that she had to leave. My husband admitted that he was tempted to call me late last night but didn't want to add more to my plate while I was with my mom and wanted to physically be there when he told me. I have talked to her since and she is back at her place and her husband is not there. She has been very apologetic and is saying that she wasn't in the right headspace and made a mistake trying something with my husband and is begging me to not break apart our friendship. To be honest, I feel bad for her, but she knows how much I love my husband and my family and she was willing to ruin everything, and I can't forgive that or rationalize it. My wife cheated with her gym trainer and demanded half of everything during our divorce, but my father secretly controlled our house and savings. Though here I am, I never imagined I would be publishing. Currently 35 years old, I have worked for a local company for about 10 years. I suppose I'm able to remain cool through all of this as I've always been a somewhat pragmatic man, level-headed and all that. Still, I wed Kathy, a 33-year-old. Although we have been married for 2, we have been together for almost 5. No children. Looking back today, this is most likely a benefit. Kathy has not worked since we were married. Originally in marketing, she wanted to take a break and concentrate on us once we tied the knot. I figured it was temporary and didn't mind. I made plenty for both of us. Our dwelling is modest yet enough to be comfortable. Our savings account is respectable. Nothing ostensive. Kathy had stayed at home most of her life, but suddenly things started to change. Though I can't say exactly when I first observed Kathy being aloof. When she went to the gym or with friends, she would stay out longer. She would get defensive when I inquired what was going on and stopped being loving. I first attributed it to stress or a normal marital slump, but as the weeks passed I couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. And so, lad, was I right? One evening Kathy was in the bathroom when her phone buzzed with a message. I looked over at it out of pure instinct. From a guy called Derek. It was. At first I didn't give it much thought, but something about the phrasing of the message felt strange. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow, babe," it said. Opening it let me discover what confirmed my greatest worries. For months, she had been seeing Derek, her gym teacher. The books were unambiguous, full of future plans that obviously did not call for me. Frozen, I sat there fixed on the phone. It surprised me. The woman I married and the person I trusted was cheating on me. Still, I felt numb rather than angry or depressed. I knew I had to face her without losing my calm, maybe the shock or maybe my pragmatic nature kicking in. I gently handed her the phone when she emerged from the toilet and asked her to explain. She first tried to reject it, claiming it was only a joke and nothing. She understood, though, that lying had no purpose when I read some of the books back to her. She murmured, "I want a divorce." Not even guilt, an apology, or regret. Nothing. Simply a chilly, distant remark. She said she had been seeing Derek for some time and that she was unhappy in our marriage now. She was leaving me for him. She paid no attention to sugarcoating it. Her next action, though, truly set off something. She began discussing splitting assets without pausing. She claimed she wanted half of everything. The house, the funds, everything we had created together. She even said she earned it as she gave her career to help me. The nerve astonished me. Still, I kept cool. Perhaps it's because I had already emotionally checked out at that point, or perhaps because deep down I knew something she didn't. I agreed then. I assured her I wouldn't fight her for a divorce if she wanted one. She could have half what she believed I possessed. She was shocked, most likely anticipating an emotional collapse or argument. I was not about to provide her with that gratification, though. Almost all of our assets were in my dad's name, something Kathy did not know. And something I felt not necessary to share with her. You know, my father is really astute. He advised me to name all of my key assets in his name years ago when I first began earning good income. Whether it be debt, lawsuits, or, as it turns out, a cheating partner, he said it would provide a safety net should something ever go wrong in the future. I didn't give it much thought at the time. It appeared only like wise financial planning. So I knew Kathy wouldn't be receiving what she expected when she insisted on half of everything. On paper, I had little, just a modest bank account, a car in my name, and a few miscellaneous oddities and ends. The house. In technical terms, it belonged to my dad. Most of my savings are here. Also is under my dad's supervision in accounting. I advised us to handle things through mediation instead than engaging in a messy legal fight. For both of us, I reasoned it would be simpler and less expensive. She accepted, obviously intending to leave with a substantial portion of my assets. She had no idea, though, that this arrangement with my dad had been in place for years and that, to be honest, I had ignored it until the divorce discussions started. Though I can't deny that I'm appreciative of my father's foresight, it wasn't quite what I had hoped for. Most of the funds and investments Kathy was looking at were officially owned by him, as was our property. Living modestly enough that nobody, including Kathy, really questioned it, I had always maintained a low financial profile in my own name. I told my dad right when the divorce process began. Though he was not happy about the circumstances, what father would be, he realized the need of keeping things quiet. We asked a lawyer simply to be sure everything was legally sound and perfect. As it happened, everything was in perfect order. Though Kathy could demand whatever she wanted, there wasn't much in my name for her to take. Kathy moved quickly. She never wasted time. She engaged an aggressive divorce lawyer, one of those sharks that guarantees to grab whatever they can. I also engaged a low-key but reputable attorney who specialized in instances similar to mine where complex financial variables were at work. Though I didn't want to create a major scene out of this, I also wasn't going to allow Kathy and her attorney to harass me. Asset disclosure, the first phase of the divorce procedure, did not go as Kathy had hoped. I set everything out exactly as mandated by law. Her lawyer's assured smile wavered though, as she realized how little my name really registered. Though I could tell they were both perplexed, perhaps even suspicious, there was not much they could do about it. I gave honest information. There were no hidden assets. She then began berating me right there, calling me names and accusing me of lying. Like I stated though, I offered everything I had. Saying we would talk about everything once she had cooled down, I departed following many accusations and shouted shouts. Here I am now, looking at Reddit since I'm not sure if I handled things the correct manner. So Reddit, am I the *bleep* for consenting to give her half of what's mine knowing she's not really getting anywhere near what she expects? Update 1. So, things are beginning to heat up. Kathy was totally incredulous following the first asset revelation. Her attorney was not much better, and she obviously felt I was hiding something. When they saw the meager statistics on paper, he had a wonderful expression. They soon began asking for a more extensive probe. Kathy persisted in questioning where all the money was, the property, the investments, the presumed savings we had. It astounded her that, following years of marriage, there was less to divide. Thinking I had stowed money in secret accounts, her lawyer hired a forensic accountant right once to probe further. I was first a bit anxious, not because I had anything to hide but more because I knew this would simply slow down the entire process. After reviewing everything once more and consulting my attorney though, I discovered there was nothing legally they could uncover. Every item I had said was exactly factual and no trace would lead them to the assets under my dad's name. Kathy's face started to show irritation as the probe dragged on. She was used to getting her wants, but this time there was nothing for her to grab. She seemed unable to understand the reality that she was leaving with next to nothing. Kathy's next action was to try to defend her major contribution to our way of life and my job. She said that by keeping home and running the house, she had helped me to concentrate on my profession and forward my career. Although I'll say that occasionally having her handle things at home was beneficial, it wasn't as if I were operating a Fortune 500 firm. Being a mid-level accountant, my employment has been somewhat steady for years now. She could not point to any dramatic increase in my income that she could declare, *I helped him get there*. She still made an effort though. Though the truth is she hadn't worked long before deciding she wanted to remain home, she pushed the notion that she had sacrificed her own career in marketing to support me. Not anything I ever requested of her. She made this decision even then. Her attorney brought this up often, trying to present me as someone who had profited from her sacrifice, but once more, there was not much evidence to back that assertion. They even tried once to include my parents in the process. Kathy intended to show that I had been hiding assets with their help or that they had been paying me money under the table. I became quite enraged with this section. My parents had nothing to do with this. Pulling them into it was a cheap blow. Luckily, my attorney was able to stop those efforts really rapidly, although Kathy was obviously becoming rather desperate. Kathy chose to handle things on her own as the divorce processes dragged on. She was going to attempt and damage my name in other ways if she cannot get what she wanted via the courts. She began confiding in everyone in our social circle that I had been financially abusive during our marriage and had been keeping money from her. The lies she was disseminating really astounded me. Mutual friends would tell me about how she was doing and about how I was leaving her with nothing. How I had coerced her into believing we had more than we had. She even went on social media, leaving cryptic yet critical remarks on betrayed narcissistic partners. Of course, some people supported her. There are always those who would side with the person who appears to have been wronged. But most of our closer pals were aware of it. They knew I was not the kind to act in such a manner. Seeing her try to damage my reputation just because things weren't working out annoyed me, but I tried not to let it get to me. I knew the truth. The individuals who truly counted knew it too. Apart from that, I had more important things to concentrate on, such as ensuring she didn't take me for more than what was fair. Kathy was working on a smear campaign, and I was ensuring all my bases were addressed. My attorney and I were in close contact to ensure we possessed all the data required to support my side of the narrative. Every contact I had with Kathy, every demand she made, and every time she tried to cast me as the bad guy I recorded. Having such documentation would be absolutely vital, I realized, should this ever make it before court. I began also compiling proof of her romance with Derek. Although divorce settlements usually don't revolve much on adultery, I wanted to make it apparent she wasn't the victim here. I had screenshots of the books she shared with him, images they had taken together, and even quotes from some of her acquaintances who knew about the affair but remained silent. I merely wanted the truth to come out. I wanted not to disgrace her. Besides that, I started getting ready for the unavoidable aftermath. Things would go bad once the truth came out and she discovered she wasn't getting half of anything. I so maintained my distance, keeping my attention on my work and personal life and ensuring I had everything ready for the next stage of the divorce. Derek's response added one element of intrigue to all of this. Kathy appeared all for it when she originally told him she wanted to leave me for him. Their small romantic notion of beginning a new life together. But Derek started withdrawing as soon as the divorce processes started to get disorganized. As it happens, he wasn't quite as committed to Kathy as she believed. Based on what I have heard, he began to have cold feet upon realizing that being with her would require handling her financial problems. Though Kathy was ready to commit to it, she was expecting this great new life with Derek. Actually, the incident caused word of mouth to spread about his beginning loss of gym patrons. People apparently wish not to deal with a trainer who is known to have interacted with married ladies. Derek has been attempting to remove himself from Kathy lately, and she is beginning to realize perhaps this was not the fairy tale she had in mind. Though I nearly feel horrible for her, I then remember what she has done. Regarding myself, I'm having mixed feelings. I feel justified on one hand. I'm happy I guarded my assets and that Kathy isn't leaving with what she expected. I can't help but feel a little depressed though at the same moment. For all, this was my marriage. Once I adored Kathy. I felt we would lead a life together. Though I know it's for the best, seeing it come apart like this is difficult. Update 2. Since my last report, things have veered somewhat wild. Kathy is becoming desperate and showing in the worst possible manner. She's trying to make my life horrible since she understands she won't get the expected payback from this divorce. The most recent is her threatening to damage my job and reputation at work. She told me straight out that she would make sure everyone at my company knew what a scumbag I was, should I fail to make things simpler for her, give her more money. She first confused me about what she meant, but it soon became evident when she started showing up at my workplace unexpectedly. She was cool the first time, seeming as though she simply needed to communicate. She snapped though when I informed her there was nothing else to talk about. She began speaking, stating things like, "I'll make sure everyone here knows the truth about you." Luckily, I managed to get her out of there before things got more out of hand, but she is clearly becoming erratic. Her behavior at home, or rather, her temporary residence with her parents, has been chaotic too. She returned home with her parents after learning she would not be walking away with the predicted large payment. According to what I've heard, her situation hasn't been doing great. Though they are not really happy with how things have turned out, her parents are supportive. I suppose even they see through her victim play. According to mutual acquaintances, she has been acting as though she is about to have a breakdown, lashing out, and fighting with her family. The legal side of things has grown more difficult as well. Kathy's attorney is making every effort to get dirt on me. Even though my attorney has consistently told my parents that assets are not up for grabs in this divorce, they filed motions to subpoena my parents' financial data. Though it's obviously meant to rattle me, it isn't succeeding. Though clearly meant to rattle me, it is not working. In search of anything that may imply I was hiding assets or under-the-table income, Kathy's team also filed a motion to depose my colleagues at work. Although they are grabbing at straws, handling it is taxing. Every time we believe we have attended to one of their needs, they return with another. The whole thing feels like an endless chess game right now. Kathy and her staff try to offset every action I do, but owing to my lawyer and the strict legal protections my father established years ago, I have been one step ahead. Still, it's taxing, and I'm not sure how long I can keep this going until we find ourselves before real courts. Regarding legal processes, we have previously twice tried mediation. Actually, both times it has been a total fiasco. After roughly 20 minutes, Kathy insisted on half of the house and our money, therefore ending the first session. Though Kathy wouldn't hear it, my lawyer presented the reality of the matter, that the house was in my father's name and that there wasn't quite as much money as she believed. She bolted, charging me with lying and claiming that the mediator was biased against her. The second try was not much improved. Kathy arrived this time carrying a set of utterly irrational expectations. She demanded half of all our savings, even if they hardly exist, full ownership of the house, and alimony for at least 5 years. Kathy lost it when my attorney coolly reiterated once more her lack of entitlement to any of that. She began screaming about how I was leaving her empty and about how she had given all for me. Though inside I was boiling, I sat there attempting to keep cool. She was the one who desired the divorce, cheated, and now she's behaving as though I am the one destroying her life. Unbelievably beautiful. That session made it quite evident that, whether I like it or not, this divorce is headed for court. Besides that, Kathy has been using money borrowed from friends and relatives to pay her legal bills. She obviously didn't want the divorce to linger for this length of time, and today she finds herself short-funded. Though I'm not really clear how she intends to keep paying her aggressive attorney, that's not my concern. She acts more erratically the more desperate she gets. Mutual acquaintances have informed me she spends much of her time at home complaining to anybody who would listen about how I have destroyed her life. Some of her friends have started separating from her since they are tired of the drama and her continuous playing the victim card. Kathy seemed to be losing what she expected to get out of this divorce. I have been trying my best to remain cool under all of this and manage things tactically. I refute every new charge or demand Kathy makes with facts. I have nothing to conceal, hence whatever financial record they ask for I present. More than I can say for Kathy's team, my attorney has been outstanding in ensuring we are strictly obeying the law. I have also been trying to honor the privacy of my parents. Although Kathy's attempts to pull them into this mess irritate me, fortunately legal safeguards prevent her from gaining access to their financial records. Still, her even trying indicates just how dire she is. She seems to believe that, if she digs deep enough, she will uncover some buried gem I have been holding from her, yet, nothing comes of search. Update 3. When the day of the court hearing finally arrived, one would not be able to adequately describe the stress. Kathy arrived swinging and started to testify first. She made it plain that she thought I had been keeping assets from her all along. She said I lied to her about our actual wealth, concealed money in hidden accounts, and changed our budget. Emotional, she portrayed herself as the victim left with nothing after giving her career over to help me. At one point she was crying on the stand, discussing how she had trusted me with everything only to be shocked by the divorce and my alleged financial dishonesty. The big blow, though, came when my attorney offered proof of her involvement with Derek. The jury, the judge, everyone could understand what was actually going on as soon as the books, images, and specifics of her relationship with him surfaced. Before my very eyes, Kathy's victim story began to fall apart. She even tried to minimize the affair at one point, claiming it was a mistake and had nothing to do with the divorce, but by then the damage was done. Her reputation was damaged, and it was abundantly evident that her financial needs were motivated more by avarice than by anything else. When it came time for me to testify, I tried to remain cool and follow the facts. My attorney had done a good job of preparing me. I knew that becoming defensive or angry would not strengthen my case. I went over everything: how my assets had been established in my father's name for years, how I had given complete financial reports, and how I had tried to manage the divorce amiably through mediation. I also testified on Kathy's threats, unpredictable behavior, and ongoing smear campaign activity. My attorney demonstrated how unfounded all the charges she had leveled at me, publicly and in court, by providing documentation of each. We presented the truth about our finances. My father owned the house, our savings were meager at best, and she could not claim any secret treasure of money. The judge apparently valued my simplicity. Though I didn't try to denigrate Kathy, I also didn't sugarcoat the truth of what had happened. The facts were unambiguous, thus I took care to express them free from drama or hyperbole. During the trial, a few important witnesses were summoned. Their evidence helped to close the business. First, my dad spoke first. He described the financial plan we had set in place years ago, how the property was in his name, how the investments were under his management, and how all of this was done as a kind of long-term financial security. He made it abundantly evident that Kathy had no legal title to these assets and that they were his, not mine. Next on schedule was one of my co-workers from the office. My colleague promptly stopped Kathy's team's attempt to claim that I had been hiding money by getting bonuses or under-the-table payments off course. He testified on my regular, open pay and meager income. There were no hidden sources of money or secret bonuses, only the simple payback I'd mentioned. These testimonies were absolutely essential in demonstrating Kathy's charges lack basis. The judge could see that Kathy had simply a straightforward open financial arrangement that she had never bothered to learn about, not any major scheme on my side. The judge decided at last following days of testimony and legal arguments. Hearing the words, "The divorce would be awarded in my favor," was a great comfort. Kathy insisted on half of the house and our money, and we were flatly denied both. Kathy had no title to the house or most of our possessions, the judge said, since my father owned them. Her only award was a meager sum of alimony, and even that was only temporary. Barely enough to pay her legal bills, let alone the lifestyle she hoped to keep. The judge made it plain that his decision included Kathy's affair and her lack of household financial contribution. He judged based on her attempts to present herself as a victim. She was seen through. I felt a great weight drop off my shoulders when the decision was announced. That moment washed away the months of anxiety, the continuous accusations, the dread of losing everything. Legally, I knew I was in the clear. Kathy, on the other hand, did not find the decision appealing. She started crying as soon as the judge concluded, yelling that the system was unfair and that I had misled her out of what was rightly hers. She left her attorney looking frustrated as she bolted from the courtroom. Though I'm not sure what she expected, it was quite evident she hadn't gotten ready for the potential of losing. For me, the first reaction was relief. I left the courtroom after thanking my attorney for a job well done over the entire process. Texts from friends and relatives praising me on the result were flashing on my phone. Word had gone fast, and the neighborhood was already debating the matter. Knowing the truth had come out and that I could at last start my life felt terrific. But Kathy was still not done. She had a complete collapse in front of a small gathering outside the courtroom. She began yelling about my lying and system manipulation as well as her intended appeal of the ruling. She lacks the means to accomplish that, hence the dilemma is her attorney made it abundantly evident during the proceedings that she was running low on money. From what I have heard, she is still borrowing from friends and relatives simply to get by. Having said that, I really appreciate my father's counsel and insight on financial protection. Whose kind of mess I would be in right now without his assistance. My friends, relatives, and colleagues, who stayed with me even when Kathy was circulating accusations and attempting to damage my reputation, have my thanks as well. Looking ahead, I have hope. Though I know it will take time to completely heal from this, both emotionally and financially, I am ready to start my life. From all of this, I have gained some insightful knowledge. I will not be repeating the same errors. Right now, I'm mostly trying to get back to normal and savor the tranquility that results from closing this chapter at last. My brother had an affair with my fiancée, got her pregnant before my wedding, and my parents supported him over me. This will be a lengthy one, and it's as disorganized as it sounds. Though there is much to explore here, I will attempt to keep it as succinct as feasible. Whether someone believes this or not doesn't matter. It's just so ridiculous that I have to voice this. I won't sugarcoat anything either, but I will steer clear of any information that would allow someone unfamiliar with the circumstances to identify myself. Up until a few months ago, I was engaged to my 5-year girlfriend. We will call her Sarah, 32-year-old guy. Let's call my younger brother Mike. He is 29 and has always been the perfect child in our family. I have to provide some background on my family and how we came to this place if I truly want to grasp the depth of this betrayal and why it struck me so deeply. Mike could not do anything wrong in our parents' view growing up, whereas I was continuously chastised for the most minor transgressions. This was clear and severe, not simply ordinary sibling rivalry or minor partiality. Mike broke something, and I would be accused. I would be the one grounded while he started a fight. He would get a new video game console if we both received straight A's. I would get a pat on the back and be advised to keep it up. Our parents, Tom and Linda, always found a justification for their actions. Mike's younger brother requires more attention. Given you are the older one, you ought to know better. We have to be careful with Mike, he is just more sensitive. I felt unworthy and unwanted in my own house from the never-ending assault of double standards and gaslighting. The preference just grew as we aged. When I enrolled on a partial scholarship in a decent college, my parents hardly noticed. But they threw Mike a big celebration and purchased him a car to drive with when he decided to enroll in community college. Not mind that for years I had been riding 5 miles each way to my part-time work. I left right away to get away from the poisonous surroundings at home. I worked 2 jobs, pay debt, and negotiate college. Mike left a semester later, saying he didn't belong in college. Our parents entirely agreed with his choice, complimenting him for knowing himself and for not fitting social norms. Over the next 5 years, they even funded his string of failing companies. My family always found a way to drag me back in, even with the space I tried to create between us. Holiday dinners were a torture of subdued jabs and not quite subtle comparisons. "Oh, are you still working at that entry-level job?" "Well, Mike is considering launching another company. He is quite entrepreneurial." Not that I was really laying a solid career while Mike was devouring our folks' retirement money. I tried to keep a friendship with Mike despite all. Though it was always one-sided, he remained my brother after all. I would try to connect, reach out, and he would either ignore me or find some way to make the discussion into a competition he might win. Should I get promoted, he would suddenly have a great opportunity right ahead. If I began dating someone, he would also magically be in a committed relationship. I met Sarah in one of my attempts to get back in touch with Mike. We clicked right away as she was friends with one of his brief relationships. Smart, humorous, compassionate, and extremely beautiful, Sarah was everything I had ever wanted in a companion. We began dating, and for the first time in my life I felt really cherished and joyful. My parents were inevitably less than delighted. They questioned what Sarah saw in me and made disparaging remarks about how she was out of my level. Mike, on the other hand, started abruptly to show great interest in my life. Wanting to know everything about Sarah, he would ask about her non-stop. I was simply glad he seemed to be interested in something from my life at the time. Looking back, I ought to have spotted the warning signs. After 1 year of dating, Sarah and I moved in together and things were fantastic. We both drove, had decent jobs, and discussed the future. I began to feel as though perhaps, just maybe, I could have the great profession, loving partner, maybe even children someday that I had always wanted. On our 4th anniversary, I asked Sarah. It was simply a peaceful supper at home and a moving speech, nothing spectacular. She answered yes, and I thought I was on top of things. We agreed to engage in a protracted process and slow down wedding preparation. We had our whole life ahead of us. Or so I believed. We were not in a hurry. To put it mildly, the responses were mixed when we told my family we were engaged. Saying, "Oh, how nice," in a tone that implied it was anything but, my mother slapped on a fake grin. "Grunt," my dad murmured. "Good luck with that," then turned back to watch the TV. Mike, though, had the most unusual response. He praised us, but his smile seemed almost predatory and wrong. I dismissed it then, attributing it to my own fears. Work stress and wedding plans occupied the next year. Working long hours at our jobs, Sarah and I were saving money for the wedding and a down payment on a house. Though we saw less of each other than we used to, I reasoned it was only a phase. Every marriage experiences difficult times. Looking back, I ought to have seen the warning signals. Sarah grew more aloof, constantly on her phone, grinning at texts from someone she would rapidly claim to be merely an acquaintance from work. She began leaving more with her pals, arriving late home smelling of cologne and wine. I did, however, entirely trust her. I never even gave her any thought regarding possible cheating, let alone with my own brother. Sarah started acting somewhat strangely over 4 months ago. She was temperamental, restless, and often sick. Thrilled with the possibility, I considered perhaps she might be pregnant. We had not been trying, but we discussed wanting children at last. Imagining nursery colors and baby names, I began to arrange how I would help her. She dropped the bomb one evening after sitting down with tears in her eyes. Though not mine, she was pregnant. I looked shocked. Our hectic schedules had caused us not to be close in a while, but I never anticipated she would cheat on me. She broke down totally and mumbled, "It's Mike," when I inquired who the father was. My whole universe collapsed in that instant. Everything I knew, everything I had built my life around, came toppling. I found it difficult to breathe. I had no ideas. I could only feel this intense loss and treachery. Sarah tried to clarify. Her words came out in a hurry between sobbing. Apparently, it began during our engagement party. Mike had cornered her and informed her she was making a mistake in marriage. Playing on her insecurities, he reassured her she could do better and he could give her everything I couldn't. They had been having an affair for months, so it was not just a one-time occurrence. That evening, I sent Sarah out. I couldn't stand to look at her or be in the same room as the lady who had so totally betrayed me. She begged me to pardon her. Said it was a mistake. Said she loved me. But all I could think of was how many times she had lied to my face. She had been with my brother how many times wearing the ring I had given her? I phoned Mike after Sarah went. Not even now can I recall what I said. All of it was a haze of hurt and wrath. At first, he attempted to seem cool, saying it was only a drunken error and that it had no bearing on anything. He became hostile and responded, "Well, maybe if you'd have been a better fiancé, she wouldn't have come to me." When I pressed him, I observed ready to do anything that would cause him regretting what he said, I got in my car and headed to his flat. Though I'm not sure what I intended to do, our parents were already there when I arrived. Mike apparently initially phoned them, crafting some narrative about how Sarah had seduced him and how terrible he felt. And you also know what? They came to believe him. Always they do. While my dad merely stood there with his arms crossed, looking disappointed in me, of course, not in his dear Mike, my mom started lecturing me about forgiveness and family right away. They wouldn't listen when I tried to describe exactly what happened. They insisted that since family comes first, I should forgive Mike and help Sarah through the pregnancy. I forgot. Years of pent-up wrath and bitterness spilled forth. I told them just what I thought of their distorted sense of devotion. How they had always favored Mike at my cost. How they never once stood on my side or helped me. Mike was dead to me, I informed him. He was no longer my brother. Since they no longer had me, I advised my parents they could have the son they had always desired. Ignoring their calls and pleads, I bolted. Without a goal in mind, I drove for hours just desiring to get away from everything and everyone. When I got home, I had hundreds of missed calls and messages, some from Sarah begging for another opportunity, some from Mike alternately between apologies and accusations, but most were from my parents, demanding that I grow up and atone. I seldom ate, hardly slept, ignored them all. Using all of my accumulated vacation time, I called out of business. I avoided everybody and found it intolerable to have to explain what had happened. Trying to find where I'd gone wrong, I simply sat in my apartment going back over every minute of my relationship with Sarah and every contact with Mike. 3 months have gone by now. To handle all this turmoil, I changed my number, relocated to a new apartment and began treatment. Still, my family won't let go. Even with my best attempts to cut touch, they find ways to meddle in my life. Starting to show up at my place of employment, they are trying to ambush me and drive a reconciliation. Crying about how I'm separating the family, my mother corners me in the parking lot, gruff voicemails from my dad on how I should man up and pardon Mike. Mike has personally tried to approach me on a few occasions, but thus far I have been able to dodge him. To guilt trip me into forgiving Mike, they have even dispatched flying monkeys, that is, extended family members. Suddenly blowing my phone, aunts, uncles, cousins I haven't spoken to in years are reminding me how important family is and how I should let bygones be. They seem to be living in some other world where what Mike and Sarah did was only a minor error rather than a life-altering one. The most recent growth is yesterday Sarah sent me a note. She intends to co-parent with Mike and is keeping the baby. And now, guess what? About becoming grandparents, my parents are over the moon and totally overlook the circumstances of how it happened and the nasty comments my mother and father made when Sarah was with me. Apologues and explanations abound in the letter, which discussed how Mike and she had discovered true love in trying circumstances. She even dared to add she hoped the child will benefit from us all being friends someday. I am at the very end of it. Part of me wants to simply sever ties entirely and start over somewhere else, perhaps go to another state, change my name, create a new life free from knowledge of this mess. Another side of me, though, is so enraged that I want to stay and fight so they may realize how screwed up things are overall. Not sure what to do going forward. Every sphere of my life has suffered from betrayal. Alone with my thoughts makes me uncomfortable. I never gave dating any thought either. I get terrified thinking of depending on someone like that. Folks who believe I should choose the high road and reconcile with my family, as if I am the one in the wrong for not wanting to play happy families with the folks who most wounded me, have lost friends over this too. The idea of Sarah and Mike having a kid together, a child that ought to have been mine, is like a continual knife in my stomach. Logically, the youngster is innocent in all this. The baby's parents are lying, cheating scumbags. It is not the baby's fault. But I cannot feel anything nice about its existence. My parents have begun discussing my obligation to participate in the lives of the child and my role as an uncle. I get sick physically at the idea. How am I expected to approach this child without spotting the final emblem of my brother's treachery? Reddit, I suppose my question is. Am I the expletive for not forgiving my brother and ex-fiancé? Is it bad of me to wish to terminate relations with my family over this? Any guidance on how to move forward would be much valued since right now I feel as though gaslighting and treachery are drowning me in the sea. I understand this was lengthy. If you have read thus far, thank you. In a sense, just writing all this out has been relieving. I'm not sure what I should anticipate from publishing this. Maybe validation, guidance, or maybe just the opportunity to yell into the void and have someone, anybody, hear me. Edit. Holy mess, this exploded overnight. I appreciate all of your support and counsel. The response overwhelms me, and it will take some time to look over all the comments. Nonetheless, I wanted to answer some typical queries. 1. Certainly, I have discussed a restraining order against my family with a lawyer. It is under work. 2. No, I am not intending to interact with the baby. Although the child is not at fault, I cannot be engaged without losing my sanity. 3. For anyone curious about my employment, I have previously discussed the matter with HR. They are sympathetic and aware. They have given me the opportunity to work from home more regularly and raised front desk security levels. I appreciate their awareness. 4. Many of you have inquired whether I have given any thought to migrating to another city or state. I am very definitely considering this. There are offices of my company in various other cities, hence a relocation could be feasible. I am balancing the advantages and disadvantages. 5. To those advocating DNA testing, Sarah came clean about the affair and the chronology fits. I have no cause to think the child isn't Mike's. Even if by some miracle it turned out to be mine, I'm not sure I could ever look at that child without considering this. 6. The volume of persons relating such tales has overwhelmed me. Knowing how frequent this kind of treachery is breaks my heart, but it also curiously comforts me since I'm not alone. I appreciate everyone's vulnerability and sharing. 7. To the person asking whether I had thought about suing Mike for alienation of affection, I investigated it, but sadly, my state does not accept it. Though right now I'm not sure I have the stamina for a legal fight. 8. Several have noted that Mike's actions seem egotistical. Many of the articles I have begun reading about narcissistic personality disorder speak to me. Though not justification, some of his behavior helps me to comprehend. 9. For anyone wondering about Sarah's family, they are as startled and repulsed as one would anticipate. They have cut off communication with her and contacted me to give their support. Though little consolation, I value it. 10. To the person wondering whether I considered having children of my own someday, to be honest, this whole experience has made me doubt whether I want a family at all. I'm trying, though, not to make any major decisions while I'm still digesting things. Though I'll let you know if anything noteworthy occurs. Right now I'm concentrating on recovery and forward movement. Once more, thanks to Reddit. More than you would realize, you have contributed. Your guidance and encouragement have really been a lifeline amid trying circumstances and have given me much to consider. Though I can't answer every remark, kindly know I'm reading them all and they help me feel less isolated in this. Update 1. Hey Reddit, it's been a total rollercoaster 2 weeks since my last post. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the great advice and support. Reading over all your responses has been both sad and yet consoling. I never anticipated my post to explode like that. The frequency of this sort of treachery is disorganizing. To put it mildly, the last several weeks have been demanding. Recall my remark of working on a restraining order. That descended into a complete ordeal though. We had a hearing booked after my attorney turned in the paperwork. Given the facts and ongoing harassment, I felt it would be simple. I corrected myself. With their own attorney, an elegant man in an expensive suit most likely charging more per hour than I earn in a week, my parents turned up for the hearing. Claiming I was separating the family over a basic misunderstanding. As if Mike had stumbled and fallen into my fiancé, they painted me as the unstable one. Luckily the judge was not purchasing it. She issued the restraining order against Mike and my parents, but not without my mother crying in the courtroom and my father gazing at me like I had just committed murder. Mike's expression though, I swear, if looks could kill, I would be 6 feet under. Mike tried to get to me as we were exiting the courtroom, reminding his attorney of the recently imposed restraining order. She stood between us. Mike merely scoffed and stated that I couldn't hide behind a piece of paper permanently. This is not over. If I said his remarks didn't knock me a bit, I would be lying. For now, at least I have some legal protection. Another dream has been the office scenario. Recall how I mentioned my family had started showing up at my workplace? That reached a head last week though. My assistant buzzed in reporting my mother was in the lobby and creating a scene while I was in a meeting with a client. She apparently brought a photo album and was trying to show my colleagues infant images of Mike and me as she sobbed over how her boys used to be so close. I left the conference and descended to the lobby, where I discovered my mother surrounded by a bunch of awkward-looking colleagues. She was midway in recounting how Mike and I used to bathe each other when young children. She rushed toward me when she saw me, chatting about a baby shower, but I stopped her. She should leave right away, I told her, or I would call the cops and have her taken off for trespassing against the restraining order. Her expression resembled what I would have slapped her with, but after everything they have gone through, I couldn't muster myself to care. Security let her out, and I had to spend the next hour damage management with my employer and colleagues. Fortunately, most of them were understanding, but I could see others were wondering what kind of drama I was bringing into the workplace. Still, the incident with Mike was where it truly veers off course. I was at the gym last Saturday working out some of my resentment on the punching bag. I was so intent on my exercise that I didn't see someone approaching me until I heard his voice. As I whirled around, Mike was grinning at me like he hadn't just broken the restraining order. He began to run his lips loud enough for others close to hear. He chuckled when I urged him to go before I phoned the police, claiming he would tell them how I had been threatening Sarah and him. I became lost at that point. My fist hooked with his jaw as I struck at him. He stammered back, then launched himself at me. Except this time, no one told me to be the larger person and let Mike win. We ended up on the floor trading punches like we were kids again, without parents to break us up. Before the gym personnel drew us apart, I made a few decent hits. I could feel my eye bulging closed while Mike's nose was bleeding. We were both screaming, seeking release and aiming at one another once more. It was only when the gym manager threatened to call the police that I snapped out of it. I got ready and headed off. Still pulsing with excitement, I answered a call from an unidentified number as I was headed home. Against better taste, I responded to it. Sarah, shouting at me about how I had cracked Mike's nose, might require surgery. I laughed. It was not against Will. Her anger at me following all they had done seemed ridiculous, too much. I apologized to her for hurting her little boyfriend, the one she had been sleeping with behind my back for months. She began to cry then, continuing on about her stress, how the baby could sense her misery and how selfish I could be. I blocked the number and hung on hers. The fight produced quite a strong blowback. News had crept across our social circle like wildfire. Texts from friends and relatives, some supporting me and others calling me names for beating my poor defenseless brother, were exploding on my phone. Reaching out once more, Sarah's parents expressed their dismay in their daughter and reiterated their support of me. Though at this point I'll take anything I can get, it was a meager comfort. Nowadays, the restraining order seems inadequate. Mike has proved he is ready to break it, hence I am concerned about his future actions. The legal fallout has been a horror show. My attorney called me the day following the gym incident. Mike apparently had accused me of assault. I described what had happened. How Mike had provoked me. How he had broken the restraining order. We would fight it, my lawyer groaned, but given that I delivered the first punch, it might be an uphill struggle. We are already pressing our own charges against Mike for breaching the restraining order. Though nothing is definite, my attorney feels sure this will strengthen our case. I had to show the cops the marks on my face and knuckles and make statements to them. Having to defend myself against my own brother makes one embarrassed. Mike and I have been banned from the gym, although I can't say I blame them. It sucks. That gym was one of the only places I felt I could properly release some of my wrath. I have always been close to my cousin Amy, so she contacted me the other day. The family has been complaining a lot about her supporting me, but she is not wavering. She shared with me some of what goes on behind the scenes. My parents apparently have been telling everyone I'm experiencing some sort of mental collapse. They claim I'm just jealous and can't let go since Sarah and Mike's relationship began shortly following our breakup. While some family members are buying it, Amy notes that many others are not. Knowing that they are out there propagating lies about me while I'm trying to keep my head down and heal irritates me. Things at work have been, to put it mildly, strained. I can sense my colleagues are walking on eggshells around me following the incident with my mother in the lobby and the fight with Mike that is trending on local social media. Early this week, my manager summoned me into his office. He began by stating he valued me as an employee and that I'm going through a trying period, but then he really hit me. He believes it would be best if I took a break just till things calm down. If you would want, he continued, we can call it a personal sabbatical, paid, of course. I wanted to disagree, telling him that right now only work keeps me sane, but I could see the choice had already been taken. I agreed, thanked him for his patience, and got to work packing my office. 2 of my colleagues were gossiping about how my brother had got my fiancée pregnant as I was leaving. I departed slamming my office door louder than required, rather pleased to see them jump. Saying all of this isn't hurting me would be dishonesty. To get out of my apartment, I have started late-night lengthy rides. Sometimes I find myself wondering how the hell my life turned into such a mess when parked outside my previous apartment, the one I lived with Sarah. Amid all of this turmoil, I discovered help from an unlikely source, Sarah's younger sister Emma. Emma contacted me on social media, apologizing for her sister's behavior and lending her support. I was first dubious. What if this were some sort of trick? But after chatting with her, I found she shares my hatred of Sarah's actions. She has been sharing with me details on Sarah and Mike's life. Apparently, they have moved in together and act as though they did not simply blow up many lives to be together. Emma says Sarah has been trying to present herself as the victim in all this, sobbing to anybody who will listen about how she never meant to hurt anyone. And in what ways she and Mike are soulmates who found each other against all odds. I get ill to my stomach from it, but I appreciate Emma keeping me current. After all, information is power, even if it is knowledge I would prefer not have. Another horror has been the social media scenario. When it comes to social media, I have always been a really quiet person. But this whole incident has put me in an unwelcome public view. On a local Facebook group, someone, probably one of Mike's buddies, posted about our gym brawl. The post omitted our names, but it sufficiently detailed the circumstances to allow anyone who knows us to work it out. The section on comments became a battlefield. Some people were supporting me, claiming Mike received his just compensation. Others called me erratic and advised I should be locked up. One night after a few too many beers, I made the grave error of looking over some of the comments. I ended up hard enough tossing my phone across the room to break the screen. Since then, I have turned off most of my social media accounts. The continuous alerts and the messages from folks I haven't spoken to in years suddenly wanting all the juicy specifics of my personal life make me unable to handle it. Having all that has transpired, I have come to see I cannot continue to live in this city. Too many memories abound, too many opportunities for running across either Mike or Sarah or my parents. I've been researching moves inside my organization. Our Seattle office has a seemingly interesting opening. Though I've never loved continuous rain, at this point I would relocate to the moon if it would mean escaping all this drama. Though I have not yet made any decisions, the concept of a fresh start is growing more and more intriguing. New city, new apartment, new life. Somewhere nobody remembers me as the man whose brother knocked down his fiancée. Since the restraining order was obtained, my parents have been unusually silent. I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall so they may find some fresh approach to try to push their way back into my life. Sarah has been distributing the word of her pregnancy all around. Emma tells me she has been sharing regular updates on social media, ultrasound images, belly shots, the works, always with a caption regarding how grateful she and Mike are, how thrilled they are to start their family. Every additional bit of data feels like a fresh wound opening, the hurt just waiting to resurface when I start to heal. Right now then, is where things stand. I felt 2 weeks ago that my life could not become any more disorganized, but strangely it has. I still hurt and am angry, but I also am exhausted. Tired of justifying myself. Thus Reddit, I suppose this is more of an update than a change of direction. Not sure, a cry into the emptiness. Right now I'm not even clear about what I'm asking for. Advice? Affordability? Time machine? I could go back and never introduce Sarah to my brother. I'll attempt to keep you all informed whatever occurs going forward. More to me than you could realize is the result of your support. It's encouraging to be reminded that even if it seems as though lies and treachery rule my entire life, there are still decent individuals out there. Final update. Hey Reddit, I'm back with what I expect to be my last post on this entire fiasco after not updating for a week. First of all, I want to thank each of you for your help and guidance along this process. During the worst of my life, your comments have been a lifeline. Where therefore ought one to start? In just 7 days, a lot has transpired. I am still working to sort it all. I suppose I would begin with the most important news. I am relocating. Indeed, that's correct. I jumped in and agreed to a transfer to our Seattle headquarters. Though it was not a simple choice, I felt I needed a fresh start following all that had gone down. The choice followed last week's really difficult day. I had just returned from another meeting with my attorney regarding Mike's assault allegations when I came upon a note in my mailbox. From Sarah it was. Curiosity won me over even though I nearly threw it away without opening it. Inside was a handwritten note discussing her and Mike's great excitement about their baby and an ultrasonic image. She continued on regarding how the baby would love to have its uncle in its life and how I could find it in my heart to be pleased for them. Red caught my eye. I had grabbed my phone, unblocked Sarah, and phoned her before I knew what I was doing. She grabbed up the second ring and I let loose. I informed her exactly what I considered her, Mike, and their contented small family to be. If she believed I would ever want anything to do with that child, I told her she was insane. As far as I could tell, Mike, the baby, and she could all go to hell. Though it wasn't my best moment, it seemed like I'd at last uttered all the things I had been holding back. I realized then I had to leave this city. That same evening, I phoned my supervisor and said I wanted to move to Seattle. To be really honest, he seemed relieved. He was probably concerned about how this drama would damage the business. He guaranteed to expedite the documentation, and by the next morning it was official. 2 weeks allowed me to pack my life and go across the nation. My family and social circle soon started to buzz with word of my relocation. Normally, my parents were rather angry. Once more breaking the restraining order, they showed up at my flat unannounced trying to talk me out of it. Saying I was deserting the family, my mother was crying. Red-faced and furious with my selfish and immature behavior, my dad was ranting. I stayed quiet. I just phoned the cops and had them taken off for breaching the restraining order. My mother yelled that I would regret this, that family was everything, and I was throwing it all away as they were being let out. I just closed the door and resumed packing. Mike responded in a different way. Presumably because of ongoing legal concerns, he did not try to personally reach out to me. Instead, he posted a long piece on social media on how some people struggle to see others happy and on how he and Sarah were overcoming hate to concentrate on their new family. Clearly meant for me, it sought to present himself as the victim. Though I'll confess it stung to see how many people liked and commented in support of him, I told myself that their viewpoint doesn't count as they don't know the reality. Among the most unexpected responses was Sarah's. Following our phone talk, she contacted her sister Emma, who, should you recall, had been keeping me informed on Sarah and Mike's developments. My statements apparently struck closer than I had anticipated. Emma informed me Sarah had broken down, confessing she was afraid of the future and felt what she and Mike had done was terrible. Bless her, my cousin Amy said she could help me pack. She even informed me further about the family situation. Amy informed me that my aunt, the sister of my mother, had a major blowout with her mother, calling her out for consistently favoring Mike and driving me away. It grew really heated, with my aunt remarking that with their years of favoritism, my mom and dad were reaping what they had created. That someone is at last calling them out on their behavior makes me somewhat happy. Although the legal matter is still under flux, my attorney tells me that my relocation has no bearing on anything. Mike broke the restraining order, hence we are still charging him fees, and we are contesting the assault accusations he leveled against me. Given Mike's track record of breaking the restraining order, my attorney feels sure the judge would see through his lies. Moving across the nation should also help prove that I am not a threat to Mike, thereby helping to have his charges dropped. After this, I'm not sure whether I will publish any more updates. Starting anew means bidding farewell to the past, and as beneficial as this community has been, I believe it's time for me to distance myself from rewriting this narrative. I have to concentrate on starting my new life instead of muckering the old one. This thus seems to be my last update. Hope for me, Reddit. In Seattle, I have a completely fresh life ready for me and want to maximize it. Dad planned to marry his young girlfriend just weeks after my mom's death, threatening to kick me out. Am I the asshole for ruining his wedding? My father has always mistreated me badly. He was obviously not interested in being a dad from a very young age, but I never could find out which he disliked more, being married to my mother or father to me. Given that he treated my mother no better than he treated me, I believe he must have loathed it equally. I lost my mother only 4 weeks back. I turned 17 some months ago. It was not surprising. She had been battling lung cancer for some time and at last passed away in a hospital. 3 years ago she was diagnosed. Since then, it felt like I had been holding my breath. I believe I at last let it all go when Mom died. She was my friend, thus even now it feels quite strange to be without her around. She was most crucially the only person there to guard me from my father. Every single day in the house where I grew up, my parents would argue over something or another. They obviously did not love one another, and I really have no idea why they were married. My mother would tell me that they had loved each other at some time every time I asked her why she had married him. They would always make up, but I never could forgive my father as fast as my mother did. She had been urged to leave him several times as occasionally he would say extremely terrible things to her during a quarrel. He would say things like how he wishes she died from her illness so he could go on with his life and how he regretfully ever was with her and had a child with her. She just resisted when I advised her to go several times. I'm not sure why. Regarding myself, I had wanted to go from the age of 4 years old but had nowhere else to go and no other relatives either. Raised by her grandmother, who passed away while she was in college, my mother was an orphan who had lost her parents in an accident when she was small. She contacted no other family members, hence I knew nothing about my father's side of the family as he never took us to see them. He claimed not wanting us to see his family since he did not get along with them. There was no elaboration, and I asked him too, afraid. I was used to being screamed at for stuff, hence I wasn't going to paint a bullseye on myself by prying into anything like that. I had to deal with my father since, all told, my parents were the only family I had. My mother refused to go. I was heartbroken when she died, but my dad carried on as though nothing had happened. It was not shocking to me in the least since he had been acting the same way even when she was unwell. Knowing he did not love anyone, I did not expect him to be sensitive. He most likely lacked even that ability. What truly startled me though, was that my dad brought home a considerably younger woman once we were finished with the funeral and paperwork 2 weeks after my mother died. She was simply here one morning drinking coffee in our living room. My father told me she was my new mother when I plucked the bravery to ask her who she was. When he was telling me that, he apparently also had the largest smile on his face, probably his creepiest one yet. Against my will, I found myself remarking on it. Since it had only been 2 weeks since my mother died, I told him it was a little too soon to bring his girlfriend home. That brought me to a lecture from him on how this would be my stepmother in a few days and on the need of respecting her. He told me he didn't care that I had just lost my mother. I had to treat her the same way I had treated my own mother. He dropped another bombshell on me and informed me he was getting married as I was over myself with rage trying to argue with him. Ever since her diagnosis, he claimed, he had known that she would not be able to make it as she had always been delicate and frail ever since he had known her. He had thus begun searching for substitutes. That is exactly the word he used. For the past 2 years he had been with Melissa, his girlfriend. Now that my mother was at last out of the way, he told me he was planning to be married once more and ensure her death had no impact on his life at all. It at once made sense why he had been untouched by my mother's illness and death thus far. He had replaced her. I honestly just turned away from him because I was disgusted. I told him I would not be attending the wedding, and expected him to say he was good with it since, really, why would he care? Then he informed me I had to go, which caught me off guard. He informed me he could only make this look regular and acceptable to other people if I attended, so explaining why it was. He seemed to be saying that by showing up for the wedding, I would have accepted it and that since his own daughter had not objected to this marriage, nobody else would have any cause to remark on it either. Basically, he required me to be there so it would seem less depraved, which in and of itself was really crazy. To be honest, my father seemed insane. Besides saying such strange and pointless things, he was getting married 2 weeks after his wife died without thinking about what other people would say. Not only that, the woman marrying him was only 25 at most, a few years older than I am. Her actual age is unknown, however she cannot be older than that. My dad falls in late 40s. This man, who recently lost his wife to cancer and should be in mourning right now, is instead getting married and expecting his daughter to act like this is all normal and that she supports it. It is eerie enough. He definitely belongs in a straitjacket in a padded room. It's a complete formula for catastrophe. I told him there was no way I could be at this wedding when he informed me he was marrying Melissa. He was free to become offended at that as desired. Then he informed me he would not only be offended but also kicked me out should I miss a meeting. He would also ensure that I never got access to the college fund my mother and he had been saving for me ever since my birth. Since, as he had stated, my mom's money had gone into the education fund as well as his, so I considered it to be essentially unjust. Although I think I was entitled to it, sadly I couldn't make him turn over the money to me as it is not required by law. There were no records to support it, hence it was not as if he had set it aside especially for that purpose. Basically, I would be tossed out and would not have any chances of attending college either if I skipped that wedding. On one hand, I did not want to seem like I was part of this or that I was encouraging this craziness in any kind whatsoever, thus I was in a quite tough situation. However, I also had to look out for myself as I had a few months left before I left for college and I couldn't afford to lose money since I had none of my own. My mother's will takes some time to process, hence I would only obtain the inheritance only then. For now, it seemed as though my only choice was to show up for the wedding and present myself as helping my father. Last week I was informed about the wedding, but I just couldn't get myself to welcome it. I thus resolved that I had to go all out to prevent this from occurring. Or at least try to intervene. I told my father I would be at the wedding, but then I started searching for something, anything, to throw off the proceedings since I just couldn't bring myself to let this happen. I just wanted something. I really had no idea what I was looking for. When my father left his laptop alone, I got quite lucky, miraculously lucky. A few days back, he and Melissa went out to celebrate their marriage by dinner. I was alone at home. Leaving his laptop on the coffee table, my dad had since it was locked. I expected nothing when I opened it, therefore I just tried to guess the password. Fortunately, I got everything just perfect. Melissa's name came first, then his own birthday, which was strangely startling. Still, once I arrived, I could hardly believe it. I first found nothing when I started browsing his social media. Then I saw he had 2 Facebook profiles, and I chose to review the second one, which I had not seen before. Surprising me was his hidden account set up for his side of the family. He had been telling my mother and me he did not get along with his family, but here he was on his other page hanging out with individuals we had never seen before who seemed to be certainly linked to him. As I searched, additional pictures from years past turned up. He obviously has been in contact with his family all along. He had simply been fooling us. I then chose to review his communications on that account and discovered that he had been in contact with his parents for really a lengthy period. I guess he also carried another phone. From the start, he had been living essentially two lives, and nobody knew. Although my mother had known about some of this, she had never shared anything with me. Neither had my mother. I was rather sure his family knew nothing about me whatsoever. Following his talks with his father on his account, I discovered that his father believed he was living away from home for business only, nothing else. He had a full family here, little knowing of it. I snapped brief pictures of those conversations and turned to my own phone to talk to my grandfather. Given all of this was so absurd, I was really anxious about whether he would even believe me. I could hardly believe it myself. Still, I went to my room and signed in using my own Facebook account. I got in touch with the profile I saw on my dad's page. As I had predicted, there had been no mutual friends. So I had never been able to locate him. I had never been able to track these people as I hadn't even known my grandfather's true name for all these years. Having his account now, I messaged him straight away and tried to rapidly explain everything. This was an emergency, hence I provided him my phone number and advised him to get in touch as soon as he could. I included additional pictures of the screenshots I'd taken, outlining how I had tracked his profile. I also sent some pictures of me with my parents so he would know this was not a hoax directed on him. After not hearing anything for the following 12 hours, I nearly gave up hope. Maybe he had chosen not to react since he felt someone was pulling a practical joke on him. But I eventually got a call from my granddad when Dad was at work. I was simply lucky that he had phoned me before that and had not mentioned this to my father. Anyway, I answered my phone and told him what was happening as soon as he called. For the past 17 years, he informed me, he had been made to believe that my father was working elsewhere, that is, away from Iowa, where he was originally from. Apparently, my dad had a separate house and everything here, which is where my grandparents had lived whenever they paid him visits. He had also visited his son several times. About none of this, they had the least of knowledge. They had spent the last 12 hours trying to get over the shock of it all. At first this all seemed to them as a joke, but they came to recognize it was real when they viewed my mother in the family pictures I had emailed. Apparently, my father had told his parents he had broken up with my mother, so he had never told them about his marriage and the family he had. They disapproved of her 18 years ago, when my parents first began dating. He had informed my grandparents he had dumped her as they were quite clear they did not want my father to marry my mother. For the past 2 decades, it was the fiction he had been selling. Now he had at last been caught. My grandparents had not wanted my father to wed my mother for really serious reasons. It was because they accused my mother of being a gold digger and she had reportedly been trying to cheat on him. This was due in part to the first time my father had brought my mother home to see his parents. She had instantly targeted his older brother, a surgeon who clearly made more than my father. My uncle's refusal to keep his lips shut over something so significant led my grandparents to learn about it. My father had been asked to split up with my mother, but he had turned down their proposal. I believe it was because of me since, based on my calculations, my mother most likely already was pregnant by then. My parents were given an ultimatum. Either they would cut him off from their life or he would split up with my mother. They understood she was only with him for the money, hence cutting him off would drive my mother to leave him. Eventually, my dad told them he had split things off with my mother, although obviously he had not as they remained together. And this is the reason I'm here. If my mother had really done such things, I wonder why they stayed together. This fundamentally altered my view of both my parents. Once I knew these things though, I told my grandparents how badly I was being treated and that I had nowhere else to rely on. But I was depending on them now that I knew they existed and wasn't as alone as I had first thought. I still would understand if they turned away from me. Thank goodness they decided to assist me. I was able to stop the wedding from taking place. Like his parents, I returned to my father's house also. 2 days ago they flew down here. Yesterday, I managed to slip them into the wedding. All of a sudden, we were honored guests. Our backyard was the venue for the wedding as just a small number of guests were expected to attend. It was supposed to be a modest and private ceremony. Only my father's colleagues and boss, a couple of his acquaintances, and that was it. He had obviously not invited his family. They had not even received invitations to his first marriage. But I arranged for their attendance at the second. I emailed my grandparents and informed them it was finally time for them to show up as I wanted to halt everything before the vows were taken. Melissa had walked down the aisle and everything. I slipped out right before the vows, and then it was my turn to walk down the aisle with my grandparents for the theatrical purposes of it all. My father's face dropped and Melissa seemed fairly perplexed as soon as he saw me walking down the aisle with his parents. Once I drew close to him, I declared that his parents now knew the truth, that I had at last exposed all his falsehoods. He could bid farewell to his inheritance since all was now coming to me rather than to him. Since I already had a place to live, people looking after me, and also my college fund, I no longer needed him either. Knowing he was a liar, I did not want to be with him, so he could do anything he pleased. I then left with my grandparents, and since then we have been staying in a hotel getting ready for our trip back. Since I haven't known these folks, my grandparents need a lot of catching up. Likewise, there is plenty to discuss about my parents. We haven't returned yet mainly because this morning my father finally got in touch with my grandfather and informed him that what he did was simply not proper. He had supposedly never allowed his parents to be happy and accused them of trying to control him all his life. Saying I just couldn't stand to see him happy with anyone else, he also accused me of trying to ruin him by showing up at the wedding like that. Since Melissa is now avoiding him and the wedding was clearly called off yesterday itself, immediately after we left, he is blaming all of us. I am therefore good with showing up for his second wedding with his parents and exposing him for lying. Update 1, the wedding call-off was 4 days ago. I decided not to answer my father. He does not deserve it. My grandparents agreed as well. He knows where to find us should he wish to communicate with us. We still occupy the hotel. We have provided him with the specifics. If he would want to talk with us, he could come see us and then we could have a personal conversation. But the kind of conversation we wish to conduct over the phone or via text is not this one. He still hasn't turned up yet and just 3 days remain before I return to Iowa with my grandparents. They have a farm there, they're really wealthy, and I will be taken care of considerably better than I was here. They assured me that they would see to it that I could attend the college of my choosing and that I wouldn't have to suffer following this. Since we first met, my grandparents have been almost pampering me. I believe they are attempting to make up for lost time, which is rather lovely of them. Though they seem to love me a lot, they loathe my mother and subsequently my father as well. Update 2. My grandparents and I are meant to be leaving in 2 days. My father decided this morning to at last pay us a visit and speak with us. When they contacted me this morning, I was really taken aback to see him in my grandparents' hotel room, but I immediately recovered and vowed not to talk to him the whole time until he apologized. Clearly though, given someone like him, that is too much to demand. He was here just to discuss how unfair it was that my grandparents had opted to cut him off from their life and hand me all the wealth instead. He claimed to have already lost Melissa, my mother, and his wife as well. Things were already really terrible for him since I also wanted no more contact with him. To top it all, his close friends and colleagues, all the attendees of the wedding, are now acting strange with him. What transpired at the wedding has damaged his reputation. Hence he is thinking of leaving his employment. He believes he cannot operate in such a hostile environment. To put it plainly, he had kind of lost all he owned till a few days earlier. Then we showed him at the wedding, exposed him and wrecked everything for him. The least we could do was let him inherit, something he had been striving for years. Otherwise, he would not have lied to all of us for so long in the first place. He started lying since he merely wanted everyone to be happy. After marrying my mother, he said he had intended to tell his parents the truth, but as time went on it became more embarrassing to bring up. He had to keep up his lies and arrange a complex double life. Since everyone, including his parents, was against his happiness, he asserted he was the victim. Now, knowing I would be taken care of anyway, he came here to claim what he felt due to him, the legacy. From the start, he had been hoping and fighting for this. It would be unfair to deny it for such a minor cause. The way he was behaving as the victim infuriated me already. I lost it totally when he declared he deserved the fortune. I screamed out at him before my grandparents could say anything, "If you really deserve that inheritance, then I also deserve to be treated like a human being for the past 17 years. He had never shown me any love, affection, or even the smallest of respect. 2 weeks after I lost my mother, he had genuinely threatened to kick me out and use my education fund for his own expenses if I opposed his marriage to his young girlfriend. It was only fair his parents took away anything he thought he deserved since he could not give me anything I deserved. My behavior startled him since I had never before stood up to him like that. But now, thanks to my grandparents, I no longer felt terrified of him. Usually when I was younger, this worked to shut me down. He tried to glare at me, but this time I wasn't going to be silent. Earlier, I would do that since I knew my mother wouldn't leave, probably for the same reason my father didn't cut off relations with his parents, money. Which upon her death, was ultimately futile. Her only advantage from living with him was passing away at a reputable hospital. My dad tried to yell at me when I refused to be quiet, but my grandparents told him it wasn't going to work anymore. My grandparents threatened to call security on him, thus after some conflict he had to leave. He wouldn't get anything unless he owned and accepted his mistakes. They were very plain. It would take a lot even then for them to pardon him. Had I chosen to keep the inheritance for myself, he would not have anything at all. Promising he would make sure we pay the price for what we had done, he fled like a toddler having a tantrum. What he believed he was doing is unknown to me. Though he most likely thought his actions would frighten us, it did not. It strengthened our conviction that, by not forgiving him, we were doing morally. He was not even remorseful, hence nothing could be forgiven. It gives me great pleasure to be leaving with my grandparents in a few days. I simply want to escape all of this. Although I will miss my buddies, it makes no difference now. Fall brings my trip to college. I just finished all of this. I graduated from high school. Update 3. Hi. So I left home 1 year ago. I haven't blogged anything for the previous few months since I have been really busy with college. I had essentially forgotten about it too. Following that battle with my dad in the hotel room, which I discussed in my last update, my grandparents and I headed off. We hardly spoke with my dad over the following 2 weeks, but I did run across a lot of members of his side of the family. I believe this family is the one I deserved all along. They all love me. Though she was too self-serving, my mother most likely attempted to love me. Ultimately, it damaged me more than it did her. My uncle assured me he would pay for my college tuition, therefore relieving me of any concern about it. That has been a great comfort. Though they had hardly known me for a few weeks, these folks had already resolved to show me all the affection I had been lacking for the past 17 years. For that, I am most grateful. A few months after moving in with my grandparents, I had to go to college, so I spent little time with them. My college is near where they reside, so on weekends I get to see them. There are no grievances regarding that. Not to apologize, but rather to remind me that I wrecked him and should feel bad. My father has tried to get in touch with me multiple times. He continues asking me to check on my grandparents to see whether he fits the inheritance. He emails and chats from several accounts but doesn't understand that being defensive won't support his cause. A sincere and honest apology would be the only thing that could assist him, yet at this time, it is too little, too late. I will simply ignore him. It is not worth it to reply to him. I lack the time or will to indulge his illusions. At last, I have the family I am due and am content with them. Right now, I'm loving my college life. So I will concentrate on the advantages in my life and attempt to forget about the past. I simply want to keep on improving personally. Am I the asshole for telling my morbidly obese patient that we need a team of people to help roll her to avoid hurting our backs? Hi, med-surg nurse here. I got a new patient last night. She is a 450-ish lb woman in her 30s who just had a major surgery. She is also a body positivity influencer who wanted to record everyone to document her journey. We had to explain to her that in our state, she cannot record any hospital employees without their consent, and all of us are refusing consent because we do not want to be in her videos. Anywho, she needed to use the bedpan. She could not lift her hips, and her legs were too wide for me to wiggle the bedpan between them. I explained to her that she would have to roll on her side, and then I would place the bedpan under her, and then she would roll back. She tried to roll but couldn't do it. I told her no big deal, I will go find a few staff members to help and we will roll you. The only person who could help at the time was the CNA, who is pregnant. I explained to the patient that we just don't have enough staff free right not to roll her, it's just me and the CNA, so we will have to wait a little bit for more people to be free. She huffed, and asked why the two of us can't just roll her. I explained that I don't want either of us to hurt our backs, especially not my pregnant CNA, and that it would be safer for us to wait for more people. Side note, this patient sucked at rolling herself. She was dead weight, putting in little to no effort. She was pissed at me saying that, and she wanted to speak to my charge nurse. She said I hurt her feelings. My charge nurse ended up being part of the team that helped me roll her, and while we were doing it she basically scolded the patient and said that her feelings are not more important than us not getting injured. She still thinks I'm an asshole, and I happily offered her the phone number she can call to file a formal complaint. Those do literally nothing, by the way. Uncovering a decade of secrets, suspecting my husband fathered his best friend's kids and now one wants to date our daughter. OOP is married to Luke, who has a girl BFF Amy who he claims is like a sister to him. Even after getting married, Luke maintained a very close bond with Amy. OOP has 4 kids. Sophie, 15, Owen, 12, Louise, 10, and Carter, 6. Amy has 4 kids. Tom, 17. Kaylee, 14. And twins, Adam and Jenna, 9, but no one knows who the dad is and has never been in any long-term relationships. All the kids have grown up together and are close. OOP has begun to suspect that Luke has fathered at least one, if not all of Amy's kids. Amy stopped having kids after Luke had a vasectomy. The kids also look like Tom. OOP has turned a blind eye for years, but now Tom wants to date Sophie. OOP is worried they are actually half-siblings and Tom and Amy also don't want it to happen. Update. The 5th of September 2024, OOP doesn't try a sneaky DNA test, but confronts Luke and Amy who deny anything untoward and Amy refuses to have her kids' DNA tested. Luke's mother also suspects something. OOP and Luke have a big fight and he spends the night at Amy's. Update 2. The 6th of September 2024. OOP confides in Sophie about what she suspects about Tom's real father and is surprised to find out that the kids already suspect this and the relationship was actually a plan to get things out in the open and force the truth from Luke and Amy. OOP plans to move ahead with a divorce and try to get a DNA test done as well. Update 3. I think my husband fathered his best friend's children, and now one of them is attracted to my daughter. 3 days later. First, a few points to answer from the comments. I don't have any DNA test results back yet. That can take weeks. But now that I know Sophie is in no danger of dating a relative, the pressure is off. I'll get into this momentarily, but it frankly no longer matters if Luke fathered the children. I highly doubt my father-in-law is having an affair with Amy. At worst, he might know, or even just suspect, the truth about Amy and Luke. But it's also possible that he just refuses to believe they would do such a thing. I've been vague about details for privacy, but to put it very simply, Jim and Amy are both pretty white. Kat and Luke are not. Had Jim fathered Amy's babies, they would look different than they do. Nevertheless, I do have an update. While a stream of comments have called me spineless and naive, called me a sister wife, as an ex-Mormon, that hits a particular nerve, and most recently, a stream of comments have said my story is fake. Fair enough, it's the internet, but Luke is not the first scumbag husband to have 2 families. Several other comments have been incredibly kind and supportive and I really appreciate that. Apologies if I haven't responded to a comment or direct message that you sent. I covered as many as I could but I was literally getting hundreds, so I definitely missed several of them. First things first. I discussed this in the comments, but our little team has, supposedly, recruited my mother-in-law. I say supposedly, because Sophie and Tom were going to talk to her about getting help with submitting the DNA test and, at the advice of my lawyer, I am staying out of the process. Officially, I told Sophie not to do it and she said she wouldn't. MIL hasn't contacted me about it either. Though we have been in touch, I'll get into that more in a moment. The bottom line is that I can honestly say I had no knowledge of any DNA test. Loophole City. Another bit of good news. I was digging through the paperwork in preparation for my divorce, wanting to get a head start against Luke, and one thing that came to my attention is that my name is on the paperwork for our home. Luke's name is not. I was the one who bought the house and we always planned to add Luke onto the paperwork at some point, but we never got around to it and eventually the idea was forgotten. It was my lawyer, Paige, who pointed this out to me, and it was like finding a winning lottery ticket on the ground. I don't know where I'd be without Paige. She's a dear friend from college who I reached out to, hat in hand, for help. She's been there for me this past week not just as legal counsel but as a friend I really needed right now. The thing is, she's not our lawyer, me and Luke. We have our own family attorney who has helped us out of jams in the past. We clashed with our HOA a few years ago, not worth getting into right now. But Paige is a lawyer who specializes in family law and has handled divorces before. Luke remembers her from college and knows she went into law but doesn't know she's a divorce attorney. So I can have her over for coffee like we're catching up, and he has no idea anything is going on. Turns out, he's not the only one who can harbor someone under his spouse's nose under the guise of being a friend. So, on to the update. The last time I looked in Luke's phone was 3 months ago, around the point Sophie and Tom began to go around claiming they wanted to date. I found nothing. While I know how to search for recently deleted photos and didn't see any, my comments taught me how to find recently deleted messages. So when Luke was asleep, I did just that. Swiped his phone and brought it downstairs, checked recently deleted. I am glad I did, but I also wish I had not, because I'm still reeling from the pain. Sure enough, a conversation with Amy had been deleted. Recent text talking about the conflict between her and me, with Amy describing me as a problem, and Luke trying to pacify her. Without defending me at all, to be clear. They both alluded to how they had expected this for a while and just hoped it would never happen, presumably me accusing them of having an affair. While the whole conversation and the fact that it was deleted was sketchy, nothing was actually admitted. So I scrolled a bit higher, to a few days before the fight. Amy's messages got a bit more flirty. Then, I saw it. 5 days before I confronted them, Amy had sent Luke a topless pic. A selfie with no shirt or bra. Guys, I teared up. I knew it was true. I knew it in my bones, but seeing the proof still cut me like a hot knife. Doesn't help that Amy's always had bigger breasts than me. I exited the Messages app and checked Luke's recently deleted photos. Sure enough, the same selfie was there, and others. Amy topless, Amy naked, in various poses to show off. There were pictures of the two of them together, cuddled and pressed close like a couple. In some of these she was naked. In some, they both were. There were videos. Amy sent Luke a video message of herself topless, and I had to actually hear her voice talking to him in a tone that made me sick, about how she was sending him a quick video to help him get through the day. In more than one video she called him her boo, and, hearing her call him that, I almost vomited. Stopped looking at the point, I'd seen enough. For about 5 minutes anyway, then a strange compulsion to keep searching led me to check Luke's laptop. I knew enough of his passcodes to access his iCloud storage and, yeah, basically more of the same. There were letters, long letters between them. I didn't have the heart to read past the first few lines of one of them, but I did read Luke mention our children. There were countless naked topless selfies of Amy. Selfies of them together. Videos where Amy appeared to be masturbating. There were sex tapes. Of the two of them. Tom had previously offered to try and hide a camera in Amy's room, but fuck, he never needed to. Luke was hiding a whole treasure trove under my nose all along. I scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled. There were so many. Going back years. Not all of it was even sexual. There were some photos of Amy's kids too. One video was of Kaylee and the twins playing together when they were younger, and Luke and Amy's voices from behind the camera. There were even old pictures of Luke and Amy from when they were younger. I'd even say teenagers. I snapped. All these years I had been telling myself I had to be wrong, that it couldn't be true. Well, it was true. I know that no one forced me to look at as much of the evidence as I did, but I'm still hurting very badly from having seen it, and in that moment, I wanted to act, so I did. I called my lawyer, who is a remarkable woman. It was the middle of the night, so I had to call her twice, and she picked up. Though I had woken her, when I asked her to come by and said it was an emergency, she agreed. I also asked her to draw up the paperwork and have it ready. She told me that she'd already had it ready since I first reached out to her. As I waited for her, I went through the necessary channels on Luke's laptop to make sure he wouldn't be able to remotely disconnect our access to his little stash, changing passwords and all that. My lawyer, let's call her Paige, arrived, and I went outside to greet her in the car. Spent a good half hour in the passenger seat just crying, and she was great about that, before I passed her Luke's phone and his laptop, with all the information she needed to use them. She warned me that this could be considered theft. So I asked her to forward and print out copies of everything she could and then bring the items back, because I just couldn't bear to do it myself. She agreed. I went back inside, and then, I packed up Luke's things while the house slept. At one point Owen got up to use the bathroom and asked me what I was doing, but I told him I was just cleaning. Luke stirred once or twice while I was in the bedroom but did not wake. I got all of his things packed into trash bags and I loaded up the car. That's when I woke him up and told him to come outside. He was confused and half asleep, but he did notice things were missing. I ignored his questions and just told him to come with me. So he followed me outside. Once we were by the car, I pulled out the divorce papers and officially handed them to him. That was about when he figured out what I was doing, and he tried to talk me out of it. Tried to be sweet with me, to be tender. He kept insisting that he loved me and that there had never been anything with Amy. Kept trying to persuade me not to tear our family apart. Even 2 weeks ago, I might have wilted under him because the manipulation and gaslighting were truly masterclass, but I can see through it now. I didn't tell him that I knew he was full of shit, I didn't tell him what I had seen, I just told him we were finished. He tried a different approach. He refused to go. Stated firmly that our children were his too and that even if we were separating, I had no right to just decide the kids would stay with me over him. This was where I very coldly presented the paperwork reminding him that the house is in my name, and told him under no circumstances would my kids be staying with Amy. He argued a while longer, but in the end he decided to be the bigger person, and keep the peace. At that moment I didn't care where he went. Before he left, he did ask about his phone and laptop, and I waved him off by saying they were in one of the bags. Bought a little time. I couldn't sleep for the rest of that night. I cried more. Eventually I realized I'd have to wake my children up early and explain to the extent that I could. Naturally, I woke Sophie first. I told her that I had kicked her father out and that I had discovered evidence of an affair on his devices. I did not specify what kind of evidence, and she did not ask. I woke up the others and gently told them that their dad had gone to stay somewhere else for a while. That I wasn't sure where, but from now on things were going to be different. Louise was the one to ask if we were getting divorced, and I couldn't lie to her. I told her yes. Owen asked when they could see their father again, and I wanted to cry. Sophie was a very big help, urging her siblings to be sympathetic to me right now and worry about Dad later. I knew better than to poison them against their father. Paige warned me against doing that as well, so I only told Sophie that the affair was confirmed since she had already been in the know. However, as the kids were getting ready for school, Owen approached me and asked me point blank if it was about Amy. If Luke was going to be with her instead of me. I couldn't answer, but I suppose that's an answer on its own. Got the kids to school, and my next step was calling to have the locks changed. I knew Luke would be back for his devices before long, but thankfully Paige returned with them before he showed up again. It was a very quick visit. She just told me that all was accomplished, and she had records of everything we would need in court. Sure enough, Luke turned up an hour later demanding to know where his laptop and phone were. I had set them back in our bedroom like they had never moved, and I just told him he had forgotten them. He insisted that I had said they were in one of the bags, so I just shrugged him off and told him I must have been mistaken. After he grabbed them, he tried again to reason with me, but I just showed him the door. I knew the kids would start to come home from school before long, and I think he was trying to delay leaving so he could see them. I was not having it. I started shouting again and sent him on his way. I'm still just in absolute pain and despair for what I saw. I don't know if he'll realize that anyone went through his devices and made copies of the evidence, or if he suspects I saw anything, but he obviously didn't say so. After he left, I cried once again. Talked to my mother-in-law that night. Apparently Luke did show up to his parents' house, which was a surprise, as I was so certain he'd stay with Amy. But maybe even he knows how suspicious that would look to the children and doesn't want to rock the boat as much. Maybe he knows I'm more likely to let my children see their grandmother than Amy at this point, and he wants to see them to give his version of events. That is not happening. Kat already shared his version with me, that he relayed to her and Jim. That I'm having some kind of mental breakdown, that he wishes he could help me, but my paranoia is causing me to lash out and turn violent. I was never violent. I shoved him away when he tried to hold me, that is all. And what's so hilarious is that he didn't mention Amy at all to his parents. He didn't even frame it as me falsely believing he was having an affair. Even though that's his story when talking to me, he left Amy out of it when talking to his parents. Kat noticed that. She believes me. Jim doesn't know what to believe anymore. According to Kat, he seemed very troubled by what he heard from all sides. As for Amy, she's radio silent. Tom has told Sophie that she's acting like nothing is wrong but is clearly stressed out. That when her children ask, she makes the same sort of claims. That I'm having some kind of emotional nervous breakdown and pushing her away as well as Luke. She doesn't mention anything about my accusing them of an affair, but still puts it all on me. Amy has not reached out to talk to me directly, and I have not tried talking to her since our big argument. I haven't really told my kids anything, just that I'm having disagreements with Luke and Amy, though I was very clear that it is not a question of my mental health. Honestly, I think they all kind of know what's going on. Sophie continues to be my rock, as I try to be for her and the others, and Tom continues to be our spy in the ranks. Right now, my biggest regret is the stress that all of this is causing on the children, which I knew it would, but it still needed to be done. My life has fallen apart. But it was never my life. Comments. Comment 1. Owen asked if it was about Amy. All of your kids must have seen and heard things from them when they thought they weren't being observed. Please get them into counseling soon. You are amazing, stay strong and calm, that will negate all claims of you having a mental breakdown. You've got this. Comment 2. All the people who talked about keeping the kids together were off their rockers. Her 12-year-old knew there was something wrong and they have been constantly thrown into a situation that was uncomfortable for them. OP has to start putting her kids first. Comment 3. If this is fiction, nicely done. If this is real, you got this. Comment 4. This is how I feel. There's so much effort put into the story even if it was made up by her or AI, I'm all in. Comment 5. Oh, OP. I think I was secretly holding out hope that this would all turn out okay. But, life is not a fairy tale. It was a very brave thing you did, going through his devices and facing this truth. Kind of like breaking your own heart, you knew what you would find. I'm so proud of you. I can't imagine the strength it took to quietly pack his things while he slept peacefully in bed. Sounds like Luke is a master manipulator. The most recent convo with Amy even talked about knowing this would happen. He had a cover story to explain being kicked out locked and loaded. Curious to see how he can spin this into your fault once the truth comes out. I would inquire with your attorney about putting in a stipulation in your divorce decree that Amy not be allowed around your children or under the same roof during his custody times. Amy is a vile, disgusting woman, and that's a hill I would be willing to die on. You can't do anything about Luke being around your children, but you can put any kind of stipulation like this built into your divorce decree. Seems you have done everything you could at this point. No matter how difficult it has been, you face the truth, and now you will be able to live the rest of your life without a nagging thought at the back of your mind constantly. Don't stop updating. OOP, life is not a fairy tale indeed. You're right, the nagging worry is at least gone. In a way, I think not finding anything would have been worse, because it would have perpetuated the ambiguity. After talking to Tom, I was all but certain, but it was still possible to be a misunderstanding. That it wasn't true. Now I know for sure. And I hate knowing, but at least the question isn't hanging over me anymore. It's tricky, because them not being allowed to see Amy is going to impact their ability to see their best friends, half-siblings. If being my husband's affair partner was all it took for me to demand she not be allowed to see the kids. I feel like a lot of divorces would have clauses like that, but I never hear about it. I don't want Amy seeing my kids, but I'm not sure how realistic that is. Comment 6. I honestly don't understand why Luke and Amy went through all this trouble. No one was stopping them from being together at the beginning. Why do all this? They're literally psychotic. They're gonna start painting you as a crazy person to your circle, social media soon. Do you think you can get ahead of the curve and tell people the truth, social media? Without including the photos, videos, but screenshots maybe? Of course only if your lawyer approves. Or at least once the divorce proceedings have started and Luke and Amy knows just how much evidence you have. If not, they're gonna spin the story as you went crazy and divorced Luke and they looked to each other for support and fell in love. I know you think no one will believe that story, but it's important your narrative gets out. New update. 3 days later. In my last post, there were a number of criticisms toward Paige. You guys will like this update. As it turns out, you weren't the only ones who had a problem with her. As far as the deed being in my name, it's not an absolute hook, line and sinker, but Paige is convinced that between that and my having been the one paying the mortgage, I stand a very good chance. It could be interpreted as a common marital property, but I'm going for primary custody with supervised visits anyway. I'm playing hardball. People also questioned whether I should still be posting these, but so long as it's all anonymous, I am in the clear. Doesn't even matter if someone who knows me could figure out I posted this. I didn't use any real names, or reveal my location, or anything like that. As for the laptop, even Paige admitted that was questionable, but technically I gave permission and she was only doing what I could have easily done on my own. I just really didn't want to go through all of that content. As far as the divorce papers, Paige had them filled out after the very first time I contacted her. My serving them to Luke was ceremonial. She still contacted him later to officially serve him and request his lawyer's details. But before he could respond, I had already done something a little sneaky. I reached out to our family attorney, the one who has always been on call to represent me and Luke during our marriage. He helped us out of a jam with the HOA a while back. I'll call him Zach. Now, contrary to some of the comments' suggestions, I cannot just go around town consulting with every lawyer in the area, with the explicit purpose of locking my husband out of hiring them. That is bad faith and judges don't look too kindly on it. However, this was Zach. He had been my attorney, and Luke's, for years. I feel like I had just as much right to him as Luke did. And I got there first. So I was able to nail down our family's lawyer. Met with both him and Paige, and boy howdy, do they not like each other. Zach brought up some of the same problems as some of my comments. He argued that Paige's activity was in the gray area and urged me to hire him to represent me in the divorce instead. That caused a bit of conflict as Paige is explicitly a family attorney and this is her specialization. So I'm going to be consulting both of them from here on out. Zach actually thinks it's a good thing that I made these posts as they can't really do much other than prove my sanity when Luke and Amy try to argue otherwise. Overall, I am doing better. I've been talking to a friend in real life, the mom of one of Sophie's friends. I also have therapy scheduled for myself, and I intend to look into family therapy as well. When my kids ask me what's going on, I simply tell them that their father and I are having adult problems and it's nothing they need to worry about. That worked for about a day. Sophie warned me they were planning to confront me as a group, and they did, asking if Dad had cheated on me with Amy. Obviously they've been talking about this, and perhaps they have been for longer than I had anticipated. Perhaps they've been wondering? Again, even though I had absolute proof, I was hesitant to tell them as much, and let me explain why. I naturally wouldn't tell them about the pornographic content I found. I would simply say that I found messages between Luke and Amy revealing their affair, but, with the exception of Sophie, they wouldn't be satisfied with that. I already know Carter, curious little sweetheart that he is, would want to see these messages. So instead, when I was asked directly by my kids if their dad had cheated on me, I simply said I believe he did, yes. With as much sincerity as I could muster. I think they believe me. Tom and Sophie are texting nonstop, and from what I can gather, there's doubt among Amy's children as well, that this is about me losing my mind, and not about their mother being too close to my husband. I think it's slowly sinking in for poor Jim that what he didn't want to believe was possible is very much possible, and it's happening. I haven't shown him or Kat any letters or anything. They're hosting Luke, so I haven't had much of any contact with them at all. But I did have one phone call with Kat where we wished each other well. That was nice. In the background, I could hear shouting, and though Kat quickly went outside, I did hear what sounded like Jim shouting at Luke. He doesn't usually shout. He's the calmest man I've ever met, so in a way I'm worried about him but also relieved that the wool is being pulled off of his eyes. According to Kat, Luke is still staunchly denying everything. He was pretty upset when he found out that I had poached Zach though. Which gave me a kind of grim satisfaction. The test results came back. Sophie and Tom tested their DNA against each other to see if they truly are blood siblings. Here's a surprise. According to the test, they're not. They don't share any DNA. To everyone who believed Jim had fathered Amy's babies, here is definitive proof that he did not, because the test would have revealed that too. But I never believed it anyway. Sophie has her doubts and wonders if the results weren't faulty and if we shouldn't take another test to be absolutely certain, but I'm not really worried about that. More confused than anything. I was so certain Tom had to be Luke's son. He was too. Now he doesn't know what to think and I don't either. I obviously now know the affair happened and lasted years, and I know from the letters that Kaylee is Luke's child, or at least both he and Amy seem to believe she is, which confirms they were intimate 15 years ago. Now I'm just wondering for Tom's sake. Who if not Luke is his father? He does kind of look like Luke, but that might just be coincidence. In general, everything was quiet for a few days until it wasn't, until she finally showed her face. My best friend Amy. I am so happy I installed Ring cameras everywhere, as you are about to understand. Sure enough, Amy turned up on my doorstep and asked to talk. She had a relaxed demeanor and did not raise her voice. Assuming she was approaching me on Luke's behalf, I told her that I wasn't interested in talking to her and to just go away. She did not leave, but she didn't make a scene either. She persisted in telling me we needed to have a conversation. The kids weren't home, and did have cameras inside. I was also recording her on my phone and being discreet about it, so eventually I relented and let her in. I don't know if she realized she was on camera. We sat down on the couch, and she instantly got into the reason for her visit. Turns out, she and Luke know, or suspect, that I procured damning material from his laptop. Amy accused me of going through his devices and told me that anything I found was not my business and I needed to delete it. That was all she had to say. No apology, no admission of guilt, didn't take responsibility for her own behavior. Hell, she might have known I was recording her, because she didn't even directly acknowledge what the sensitive material on Luke's laptop actually was. So I confronted her, letting out some of my anger. I asked how she could have the nerve to make demands of me. I asked her why she and Luke would do a thing like this in the first place. Why had they seen fit to spend all these years betraying me? I posed the question that I'd been wondering about for a long time, and as I expected, I got no answer. Literally, Amy didn't seem to really hear me even as I confronted her. She seemed like she was stressed. Panicked even. But she was keeping it under wraps. She ignored my questions and accusations and just kept telling me to delete whatever content from Luke's laptop that I had. She said that if I wanted to divorce Luke, that was my call, but not to drag her into it. Oh, that made me so mad. I kept my temper, but I did snap back that she was already very much in it. Amy just kept repeating herself, telling me to delete whatever I found. So I just refused. I asked her, point blank, why I should. Why did I have any reason to? Amy got more aggressive, raising her voice. She was trying to intimidate me, but I held my ground. She told me that this wasn't about me and that I needed to just do as she said. That it was very important. So I asked again, why? And yet again, she would not answer. So I asked her if Luke had sent her to do this or if she had shown up on her own. No answer to that either. It was like talking to a brick wall. So I asked her to leave. Just as I'd been afraid of, she wouldn't go. She refused to leave until I had deleted everything I'd found in front of her. I couldn't help laughing. I told her no, that wasn't going to happen. This is where I could see her starting to freak out more. In another moment, she got up, ran into the other room, and grabbed my laptop. Before I could stop her, she smashed it on the floor. I really don't know why she thought that would work or get her the outcome she wanted. I think she was just panicking. Obviously, I still have everything, except now I need to buy a new laptop. And sadly, her doing this was out of frame of the camera, but it's fine. All of my important files are backed up, and at that moment I was more concerned that Amy would do something else drastic. She looked like she was going to have a breakdown. I tried again, very calmly, to tell her that she needed to leave or I would call the police. She refused again and just kept repeating her demand that I drop this whole cheating angle and divorce Luke without trying to argue that an affair took place. At that point I just stared at her. At the woman I had considered one of my dearest friends in all the world. And I told her that I didn't owe her anything, but she owed her children the truth. That they had the right to know where they came from. Who Luke really was to them. Amy bristled and told me it was none of my business, that I didn't understand her family and I needed to back off. She kept going back to this idea that I could divorce Luke, but I must not claim he'd had an affair with her. I just told her that I didn't need her permission to handle my divorce how I wanted and told her again to leave. She got more and more desperate, and her anger accelerated to the point that she physically attacked me. I did not expect her to actually do this. I'm not much of a fighter, but I do know the human body pretty well, and where it's weakest. She hurt me pretty badly, but I got her off me. That part was very much on camera, and the whole audio was recorded on my phone. She finally left after that, and I immediately called to file a police report. I had the strangest feeling she'd try something similar and wanted to beat her to the punch. I was able to clean myself up by the time I had to face my kids, and while I downplayed the story, I did not lie to them about why I had a black eye. I told them, for their own safety, to steer clear of Amy. I also sent the footage to Paige and Zach, as well as pictures of my injured state before I cleaned up. They've also printed out the letters that reference Kaylee as Luke's child. I really feel like Amy just screwed herself over on all this. I don't know what her motives were. Was she protecting Luke? Was this his idea? Does she just really not want the world to know she's a homewrecker? Is she covering her own ass? As if people didn't know already. The more of my social circle I talked to, and inform of the basics, the more people confess that they had wondered in the past if Luke wasn't cheating on me, but didn't have any concrete proof. I suppose Amy doesn't want her kids to know who fathered them, which does line up, but I'm still not sure about Tom. I didn't ask Amy about him in particular. I don't know why you guys are so eager for these updates, but I don't mind posting them. I've never blogged about my life before. I'd imagine it feels something like this. Comments. Comment 1. I'm so sorry that she had gone to your home and attacked you. Glad you still have the evidence and didn't back down. I have a feeling that she is wanting you to delete the stuff because maybe your in-laws have threatened to cut her off financially if it is true. Thank you for the update. Hope you're healing. OOP. I could see that being the case. Comment 2. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Luke finds out that the children he thought were his actually belong to someone else and that his mistress has been cheating on him for years. It would be so, satisfying. He will lose not only his wife and mistress but also some of his children. Not to mention losing the respect of the children he had with you. He's headed straight for the downfall. Comment 3. Ooh, I had not considered this angle. How interesting. Another poster said they thought Amy might be so insistent that she be left out of everything because the in-laws will cut her off. And I still think that's a strong possibility, but even more so if the kids aren't actually Luke's. Comment 4. Sweet life. Amy has bought herself a house with these people's help and receives regular financial support every month. She has hooked a sick man, who struggles to leave the house, according to one of OP's comments, and made him her puppet. Even if Luke suspects something, he can't confront Amy, because if he does, Amy could spill everything. She's been in control of the narrative until now, and suddenly the whole world she's built is going to be turned upside down. I think that's why she's freaking out. There's also being humiliated, yes, but she can always leave the city she lives in. Hell, even the country. But as long as the children are the grandchildren of this rich family. But if they're not, she's fucked. Comment 5. What DNA test did the kids use? That was super fast. Amy sounds like she has mental problems. No accountability for her actions. Zero remorse. No empathy. She thinks she can't do any wrong. Sue her for the laptop and press charges for battery or assault. OOP. Literally just one of the over-the-counter paternity tests you can buy at a drugstore. If it gets to the point of having tests done in court, those are likely to be more reliable. Oh, you read my mind. Kind stranger, that's exactly what I want to do. Laptop is likely to just be a small claims court, but it's another charge on the pile. Karen claims to be the owner's wife in my parents' restaurant and ends up embarrassing herself. I am 18 years old. We offer snacks, cakes, candies, and several fast items in the small restaurant my parents run. Let us just refer to it as Joe's. It was named after my grandparents. Yes, I do pay. Normally, I hang out there with friends to have something whenever I have free time, and this helps them to pay as well. Working at Joe's pays me, especially on the weekends as it gets really busy. I pick orders and assist others with service. We do indeed have staff members. Along with paying me for the hours I work, my dad lets me keep the tip money clients leave after dining. Few of the frequent patrons are aware that my parents, the proprietors, also work there. I am the son of the owner. People commonly confuse them, nevertheless, for employees. One weekend, a woman, probably in her 30s or 40s, entered the restaurant with her bratty child, who appeared to be roughly 13 years old. Given it was the weekend, the place was somewhat packed. She was advised to take a seat on one of the waiting seats. About 20 minutes later, she sat down at a ready table. I went to get her order. I can't precisely recall what she ordered, perhaps a sandwich or something. I handed the order to the kitchen and stood next to the register monitoring whether anyone needed anything. Her bratty child was running around the restaurant, yelling, running over people, treading on their feet, even touching their food. Naturally, the mother seemed unconcerned and preoccupied on her phone. This infuriated me much, hence I grabbed the child by his hand and angrily instructed him not to run in such a strong manner that he started crying and ran back to his mother. Fuming, the mother stripped across to me. The discussion proceeded as follows. "How dare you touch my child?" the entitled mother says. Me? He was flitting about upsetting other individuals. Surely you noticed he was handling their food. Well, he's a child, says the entitled mother. He is free to do as he likes. Me? Well, yeah, but under my supervision. Do you even know who I am? The entitled mother asked. Thinking, asterisk. Here we go again. Knowing what was about to happen, I chose to participate asterisk. Me? No ma'am, I'm not. Entitled mother. Well, then you ought to know, I am the owner's wife. You're getting fired, so you made a big mistake and I will make sure your face won't be seen here again. I started to find amusement at this stage. I assumed she would say she was a friend or sister of the owner, but she opted for asterisk wife asterisk, hence now I could have some fun. Me? Ma'am, I doubt you even know his. She served me. His name is insert my dad's name here, says entitled mother. She knew my dad's name, which startled me since only a small number of people knew that fact. Me? Ma'am, please don't get me fired, I'm so sorry I was nasty to your son. I just have this job. Entitled mother, you should have considered that before you touched my son. Me? But ma'am, he was frustrating. She once more cut me off. Title mother, shut up. She marched across to the cashier and insisted on talking to the manager. Coming out, my dad asked her what was happening. Entitled mother, your staff member has been buzzing my son. I want him to be let go right now. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I can't just fire him without reason, my dad answered after staring at me then back at her. Do you even know who you're talking to? Entitled mother asks. The owner of Joe's is married to me, hence I find this staff unacceptable. My dad smiled the most of all. Entitled mother, why are you laughing? I am sincere. Dad, I apologize for any trouble once more. Are you looking for a refund? The entitled mother entered complete fury mode and exclaimed, you know what, I'm grumbling about you and your company on my phone to my husband. We'll have you sacked right now. We posted it on a board outside for home delivery orders, hence she picked my dad's phone number. She gave that number a call. My dad's phone rang. Shock rocked Karen, the entitled mother. Taking up the phone he said, hello, this is Joe's owner, how could I assist you? As if all the blood drained from Karen, her face turned from red to absolutely white. Yes, I am the owner and manager of Joe's and you are not at all my wife, he said. And my son is the employee you wish sacked. She stared at me, and my laughter started to flow uncontrolled. Her order came ready just then, but by then she was already ashamed enough. Her child was wailing all through the backdrop. We still giggle about her dragging him out by the arm, Not following the instructions, and without even taking the order. Man, I find it hard to understand how long OP let this continue before saying anything. He actually had not really needed to say anything at all. She called the number outside and spoke with the owner personally, hence the only reason the entitled mother discovered he was the son of the owner and she was not the wife. She chose the wife role straight ahead instead of other possibilities like OP considered, such as becoming the sister or friend of the owner. She simply asserted, rather boldly, to be the wife of the proprietor. I wouldn't have been able to resist shouting something like, "Mom, you finally came home," remarked one of the funniest remarks, then tried hugging her while faking tears of joy. Following up, someone remarked, "That would be awesome and hilarious. And I have a younger brother as well. Were you expecting Dad when you left? Is he a half-brother?" Better still, the larger the scene is. People begin by pulling out their phones and filming the entire event. Tell me what you would score this entitlement level 1 out of 10 in down below in the comments. Ex-husband begs to come back after miserable life. I laughed and called it karma. Am I the asshole? My ex-husband divorced me 3 years ago. When we got married we agreed that we weren't going to have kids. I never wanted them, he said he didn't really want them. So yeah. 4 years into our marriage he changed his mind, and he chose to divorce me because I wouldn't go back on our agreement and give him children. I'm not really a big believer in divorce. I was ready to be married for the rest of our lives. We had a good marriage, but I guess he didn't love me that much if he picked kids that didn't even exist over me. Right after our divorce he almost instantly remarried. He got his new wife pregnant right away, and they have 2 kids together. In the 3 years since then I've finished my higher education, and have accepted a high-paying job in healthcare. Life has actually been pretty good for me, and I've gotten to the point where I think I'm ready to start looking to settle down. Yesterday morning my ex-husband showed up on my doorstep crying. I figured something pretty awful must have happened so I let him in, and got him a drink. He started going on and crying about how awful his life is. He apparently hates his 2 kids, one of them is disabled and maybe autistic and he has no money due to the kid being so expensive. His wife yells at him all the time, she got fat after having kids and doesn't want to lose weight, she never puts out, he can never go anywhere anymore. He said that he wants a divorce from his new wife and he regrets ever leaving me. He asked if I would take him back, and said he learned his lesson. I couldn't help but laugh at him. It was so pitiful. His audacity also kind of astounded me. I told him that with 2 kids to support and his lack of loyalty he is not a catch, and I definitely won't take him back. And maybe this was karma for divorcing me. He was pissed, called me an asshole, and said he thought I would be more supportive and would at least turn him down nicely. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for exposing my dad's girlfriend after she tried to kick me out and faked a pregnancy? I'm M20, and I was a former foster kid. I was never adopted before I aged out, but I was placed with Joe when I was 10, and we were long-term matched by the time I was 14. Joe's the only real family I've ever had, and I consider him my dad. Even though the whole adoption thing never happened. When I first moved in with Joe, he was married, but his wife passed away suddenly when I was 12. That was tough on both of us, but we managed to get through it together. Now, Joe's been dating his current girlfriend, Sarah, for about 2 years. She didn't come over much, and when she did it was pretty brief. But 3 weeks ago she moved into our house because she lost her job and couldn't afford rent anymore. I don't know if she was always like this or if moving in has brought out a different side of her, but Sarah's been acting really strange. Whenever Joe isn't around, she completely ignores me won't even look at me when I speak, won't answer questions, nothing. At first I thought it might be some kind of anxiety thing. But now it started getting worse. For example, when Joe's at work and I'm in the lounge watching a movie, she'll come in and start blasting TikTok on her phone or playing music, totally disregarding the fact that I'm there. When I ask her to turn it down, she just flat out ignores me. And it's not just the ignoring that's the problem. She started saying some pretty nasty stuff about me too. She FaceTimed her friend while I was in the room and talked about how lazy I am and how I don't contribute anything to the household. Yesterday, I was sitting on the sofa watching the new Deadpool movie when she came and sat across from me, FaceTiming her friend again. She started talking about how she and Joe are trying for a baby and how excited they are because neither of them have had children before. Those exact words. It felt like a slap in the face. I know Joe wouldn't have said something like that because he considers me his son. So either she's making it up, or I don't even know what. I haven't told Joe about the things she's been saying to her friend because I don't want to mess up his first real relationship since his wife died. But this situation is seriously eating me up inside. I mentioned the situation to a few people and a couple of them suggested that I secretly record her behavior when Joe isn't around so that he can see what's really going on. It seemed like a good idea at first, but when I talked to one of my close friends about it, he said that secretly recording her could just make things worse. He thinks it might make Joe feel like I'm going behind his back and could cause even more tension, especially if Sarah twists it to make me look bad. So, WABTA, if I secretly recorded her to show Joe what she's really like, or should I just avoid it altogether? I don't want to seem like I'm trying to sabotage his relationship, but I'm not sure what else to do. Relevant comments. November 8485. You need to talk to Joe. You can record it in case he doesn't believe you, but you need to talk to him ASAP. And you might also have to work on your exit plan in case it backfires, which it can. People in love do strange things at times. NTA. OOP. I don't think Joe would ever kick me out, but you're right, I should have a backup plan just in case. Call 20. So many parents kick out kids when a new relationship forms and the kid doesn't get on with the new spouse. Don't be blindsided by something that is a huge possibility. You're an adult. Joe's GF could have the very easy argument that you're an adult and need to move out so they can work on furthering their relationship. Having a child together would absolutely be a reason he would side with her. NTA, out of curiosity, you have only explained that you lounge and watch TV. Are you contributing to the household in any way? If Joe's GF is contributing to the household, I can see why she would have an issue floating with you. OOP, well, I'm still at college. Americans would call this high school. But it's summer. As a foster care leaver, Joe is paid £300 per week by the government to support me until I finish. This will carry on until I finish university or until I'm 25, whichever is first. I also get universal credit, which I use for most of my expenses. OOP goes on to state, high school usually ends at 18 here also, but I've had to redo some learning that I missed. Huge_Lime 826, get your ass off the couch and contribute to the home. Seems to me you are too stupid to realize that he will pick his girlfriend bedmate over a 20-year-old taking up space and pissing off his hot girlfriend. You don't realize it, but unless you start contributing, your days are numbered. So you're off school for the summer. Why don't you have a job to go to every day instead of sitting your ass on the couch? OP, who hurt you? Huge_Lime 826, nobody hurt me. But I did have enough common sense to get my ass off the couch and not play video games as a 20-year-old and then bitch about somebody who actually is contributing to the household. If he doesn't believe the girlfriend is more important to Joe than he is, he has blinders on. Just wait until she has a baby. He needs to wake up and get his ass off the couch and contribute to the family. 20 years old is not a time to be sitting on the couch playing video games to get a job. Automatic_mirror_825. It's time to fly out of the nest, find a job, and/or college. Build your own life. You are an adult, young, male, with lots of opportunities. Sorry_I_guess responding to automatic_mirror_825. This young man didn't have a stable home until he was 10. He went through a traumatic childhood, and his life's trajectory is not the same as most people's, so developmentally it may be important for him to take a little longer to feel safe and confident. Hell, he's still finishing his secondary education due to those complications. And you have literally no idea what opportunities he does or doesn't have. As long as his father is happy to have him there, who are you to tell him he needs to leave home? What a shitty, presumptuous thing to say. Silent Prune 8103. Going to school isn't contributing to the household. Doing chores, taking out the trash, preparing dinner, doing laundry, sweeping the floors, vacuuming, doing repairs around the house. Contributing to the sustainment of your family's home and health of it so it doesn't burden others. That's my responsibility. If she finds herself or Joe doing all of this, then I would be annoyed as well. You're an adult. As an adult, you should be contributing without being told the responsibilities of maintaining the home. I would say getting a job as well at your age. Many folks go to school and have a part-time job, but if that's not the case, you can help around the house. I guarantee if you're doing those things, Joe and possibly her will have a different positive opinion of you. Update. I decided to talk to Joe directly instead of secretly recording Sarah. I thought it would be more mature, sensible, and non-confrontational to handle things face to face. My mindset was that if he didn't take it seriously, then I'd consider recording to show him what was really going on. When Joe got home from work, I asked him to talk privately in my room. He seemed a bit confused at first, but I made it clear that I wasn't trying to sabotage his relationship. I just needed to tell him that some things Sarah was doing were making me uncomfortable. I reminded him about how she ignores me and mentioned how she plays videos while I'm watching TV, But when I told him, she said that he didn't have any children and that they were trying for a baby, he looked really upset. It felt a bit awkward, but Joe called Sarah into the room to talk with us. He asked her if what I said was true and she immediately denied it. You could see from her body language that she was lying. I'm not sure if she just never expected me to say anything about how she's been treating me or what. Joe firmly told her that this is my house, not hers, and that while she's a guest here, she can't be disrespecting me. Things got a little heated, and in the end, she apologized to me, though it was through gritted teeth. I accepted the apology, even though I'm not sure it was genuine. After that, Joe asked if I was still comfortable with her staying with us. I said I was because I didn't want to break them up. I just wanted to tell him what was happening. However, she decided to stay at her friend's house for the night, which made the situation feel even more tense. I can tell Joe is really upset now, and I feel super guilty for making him feel this way. He insists it's not my fault and we ended up having kebabs for tea, but even so, I can't shake the feeling that I've caused a huge fight between them. Joe went to bed early, and now I'm stuck feeling bad about the whole situation. I just hope that whatever happens next, things will settle down. Thank you everyone. Update 2. So, about a month ago, things seemed to be getting better, at least on the surface. Joe and Sarah got back together, and I gave them my blessing because Joe really wanted it to work. Sarah even moved back into the house, and she was actually being decent to me, which was a change. But honestly, I always felt like she was just putting on an act. I had this nagging feeling that she still didn't like me and was only being nice because her other option was to be homeless. It all went downhill really fast though. Less than a week after moving back in, Sarah announced that she was pregnant with Joe's baby. And that's when the real chaos started. She dropped this ultimatum on Joe. Either I move out, or she'd break up with him and make it impossible for him to be involved with the baby. Joe was torn because he didn't want her or the baby to be homeless, but he also made it clear that I wasn't going anywhere. I'm his family, and he wouldn't kick me out for anything. So Joe told Sarah that they'd have to break up for good after she gave him the ultimatum. He even kicked her out again. That's when things got even crazier. Sarah started messaging Joe, saying she was going to get an abortion because she couldn't afford to be pregnant. Joe, being the good guy he is, offered to send her money and even pay for her rent so she wouldn't be homeless, but she kept playing games. Anyway, I was borrowing Joe's iPad one day, and I saw that Sarah's iMessage was still linked to it. I accidentally stumbled across her messages to a friend where she admitted she wasn't pregnant at all. She was just lying to get money from Joe and had this whole plan to drag him along for months before pretending to get an abortion. She even said she was going to make Joe's life miserable because he kicked her out. I felt sick to my stomach reading those messages. I took a screen recording of the entire chat, including the phone numbers and everything so she couldn't deny it or say that it was faked. When I showed Joe, he was completely heartbroken. He's stopped sending her money, but now he's unsure about what to do next. He's even thinking of reporting her to the police for fraud. But part of him just wants to cut her out of his life completely and move on. I've never seen Joe this hurt, and I feel so guilty because I know all of this is stressing him out. I'm still in shock over how horrible Sarah turned out to be. Even with everything that's happened before, I never thought she'd do something this low. Now, we're just trying to figure out how to move forward from all of this. Karen yells at me in Walmart over apple juice and demands both bottles. My mother had to visit Walmart a few days ago to pick up a prescription and some food. She detests Walmart, hence we usually attempt to move quickly. My brother and I went to hunt the few things we needed as she stood in line for the prescription. We arrived at the grocery store and got to work shopping. There were just 2 gallons of apple juice left when we at last arrived at the beverages section. As I went to pick them, a woman walked up and watched me grab them. Turning back, I asked her whether she was likewise searching for apple juice. She agreed, thus I gave her one. We would take the other. Things started to get fast. She wanted them, hence she instructed me to give her both of them. I reminded her once more that I would give her one. We would retain the other. She started asking that I give her both as she wasn't satisfied with this. I told her no flat out. Since my brother only wanted apple juice and is not good with conflict, he was not saying anything. "Ma'am, do you want this one or not?" I asked. "Just give me both," Karen said. "How difficult should one find that to grasp? I want both of them." Looking nervous, my brother interrupted her as she was beginning to create a scene and said, "Look, we're just trying to be nice." Karen jerked back. "I don't care, just show me these, you are throwing away my time." I eventually grew bored with the debate and out of spite filled our cart with both of the apple juices. I spun around and pointed for my brother to follow. She started screaming, but we proceeded toward the front. Really, it was the dumbest thing ever. Arriving first, the OP and his brother might have readily snatched both apple juice bottles without saying anything. Rather, they volunteered to give the woman one, and she turned straight forward and started screaming at them. She ended up obtaining 100% of nothing while wanting exactly 100% of the apple juice. Though it sounds like they were able to just walk away without any more problems, I find it surprising that Karen did not end up running after OP and his brother to do something further. Tell me what you would score this one, 1 out of 10, down here for the entitlement degree. An entitled parent seeks Disney World's college refund policy. Understanding the rest of the story depends on knowing all this material. Having only been here slightly over 2 months, I work at a financial aid office for a small private university. Because I have to learn topics about the financial aid application process I never would have believed I would need to know, including how FAFSA forms are handled, my work is difficult. Students must complete the FAFSA, a crucial document to find out how much money they are qualified for to pay for college. Many times, this means students with scholarships, grants, or loans could receive a return check. The amount the student qualifies for and the amount the school deducts for tuition, classes, lodging, board, and other expenditures will determine how these checks turn out. Students occasionally will obtain thousands of dollars back off. Be sure not to discuss how you intend to utilize a refund outside of class criteria for anyone who intends to obtain one, since it is policy to refuse to distribute money if they are knowingly used for items outside of school necessities. Once more, this helps one to grasp the narrative. Now, on to the narrative. Though I work as a simple office assistant, my position as a financial aid assistant is one of knowledge of a financial aid counselor. Yesterday, a young woman and her father entered the office. "Where's the person that's holding my kid's money hostage?" the man asked before I could welcome them. This man was plainly angry and bigger than me, so I got scared. Just from the intensity of his voice, I wanted to cry. "Sir, I can see if anyone's available to talk," I said, and he started yelling at me about how horrible the university was and how dare they keep his daughter's money like this. We are all women in our little office with my boss, the Director of Financial Aid, DFA, Assistant Director AD, and Student Assistant. Turning to the open doorway, I found the Assistant Director looking unconcerned. "I can discuss her money with you and your daughter," she replied. Side note, since we have no control on how it's distributed, first call the billing department, not the financial aid office, if you're seeking a refund. I heard everything discussed since the entitled dad and the girl entered the office left the door open. Had I been let to document events, for privacy concerns I wasn't, I would have noted this conversation. "So how can I help you?" the assistant director asked. "What is happening?" The entitled dad added, "The refund for my kid was meant to arrive by the end of the week, Wednesday here, and her account does not show it." "Sir, please calm down," the assistant director said. Ignoring her, the dad said, "No, we utilize her money for our trip, hence she needs it." The daughter piped in, "Dad, I'm not going on a trip." The dad said, "You are indeed. Remember, we are heading to Disney World." Knowing this, the assistant director remarked, "So you're using your refund to pay for a trip outside of school?" Saying, "No, I'm not," the daughter objected. But the dad cut her off, declaring, "Yes, she is. We now need it since she pledged to pay the deposit with that money." "Sir, I must tell you that I cannot let this money be released, as you have just told me your daughter will be using them for things outside of school. Please do not modify it." The dad said, "What? She can spend her money any way she wants and do anything with it." The assistant director clarified, "You only have this money for purchases connected to schools. Using it otherwise is regarded as fraud, a wrong use of money." OP explains here, "You should never notify the financial aid office of your vacation plans and act like a jerk. You can utilize your return money any way you like. Most financial aid recipients have no particular interest in how you use your refund generally." I was still at my desk, trying to seem as though I was not hearing this, but this man went crazy. I swear I picked up more foul words from him in that one instant than I have in 27 years. Though she wouldn't be getting her money, the daughter was also unhappy. I dropped my head as they left the building. Not too long afterward, I got up to visit my assistant director. "Hey, are you okay?" I begged. She nodded, however she obviously needed some alone time. I don't blame her, that guy was really scary and I doubt we will hear from him very soon either. Man, if they hadn't obviously declared they would be using the money for Disneyland, it sounds like they could have really been able to help them. The fact that they intended to pay for the trip for everyone else using the daughter's money seems also strange. I sensed that the choice was made for her. Still, it was quite a poor decision for the dad to freely admit to utilizing the funds for Disneyland. Why would you even say it even if it wasn't against policy? Whichever the money is for, what difference counts? In this instance, it allowed the assistant director a simple way out from underhandling the matter entirely. Though the assistant director explicitly addressed it as a possibility, they believed the dad might keep returning but could also be terrified of anything involving fraud. That's really significant. Either way, grade this one, 1 out of 10, down below and tell me what you would do if you were in this position. Sister-in-law secretly DNA tested my adopted daughter and accused me of raising an affair baby, so I laughed in her face. Original post, August 29, 2024. When you weigh 30 m, have a daughter who's 6. I am not biologically related to her at all. There is no blood relation between us. I was friends with her mother for most of my childhood. We were never involved romantically and were always just friends. She had her daughter at 23 with her 25-year-old husband. When my daughter was a newborn, about 3 months technically, both her mother and father were killed. I won't go into too much detail for privacy reasons, but it was a workplace shooting. My friend and her husband had worked in the same building and were both killed. Both my friend and her husband had grown up with less than ideal families and didn't have any siblings, so there wasn't any next of kin for their daughter to go to. However, because I was close with them, I was able to adopt her. Even though I had been iffy about the idea of kids, I didn't want their daughter to grow up in foster care or around people who didn't have a connection to her bio parents, so I stepped in. My parents and siblings know that my daughter is not my actual daughter biologically speaking. My daughter, I'll call Lily for the post, also knows that she's adopted. I never really hid the fact that she was adopted. She knows her parents are dead and were killed by a bad man, but I'm saving the details for when she's older. Lily does not look like me at all. She looks exactly like her mother and biological dad. Most people assume that I'm her bio dad and that she just took after her mom. I don't ever really correct this when and if people assume this because it just seems unnecessary. My brother has been with his fiancée for about 2 years now. A few weeks ago we were all meeting up at my parents' house and my SIL saw an old picture of me, my friend and her husband. She pointed to my friend and asked who she was, and I explained that it was Lily's mother. SIL got quiet and stood in front of the picture for a while. I didn't think much of it. To clarify, she knows my friend died, but I guess didn't know that she had been married, or that Lily is not my bio daughter. I suppose she assumed my daughter was mine and my friend's biological daughter. My SIL got a DNA test done on my daughter behind my back. She used my brother's DNA for the test, and when it came back that they weren't related, she knew that meant me and Lily weren't related. She came up to me with the results and waved them in my face, saying that I was taking care of a dead woman's affair baby. She said this to me in front of my daughter. I just stared at her for a while before bursting out laughing at this. I told her I knew Lily wasn't my biological daughter, and that this thing called adoption exists. Her face went red and she stormed off. My brother is mad. I embarrassed his fiancée, but I said she embarrassed herself by DNA testing a kid that isn't hers and then parading the results up to me. What did she want me to do? What was her goal with this? Did she want me to break down and abandon my daughter? My brother said she thought she was doing the right thing and called me an asshole. I don't feel like the asshole, especially considering my SIL was the one who stuck her nose where it didn't belong. I'm asking for Reddit opinions, mostly just for validation. So was I the asshole? AITA has no consensus bot. OOP was NTA. Did the brother's fiancé assume OOP was married to the deceased friend? OOP, I can see how she assumed that we were together. In the picture I had my arm around her shoulders. This was before my friend was married to her husband. At the time that picture was taken they were just friends. Commenter, I think you're a hero. I'm proud of you. If anything ever happens to me, I know my daughter will be so loved and cared for and raised in a loving household. I hope somehow your friend and Lily's daddy are resting peacefully knowing she's got a papa that loves her. I'm going back to cutting onions now. OP, I appreciate that, a lot. I'm doing my best to raise Lily with the values and beliefs her mother and bio dad had and wanted to raise her with, even if some of them differ a bit from my own. Does OOP know what kind of DNA test Sil took for his daughter? OOP, I believe they were doing one of those home DNA kits, though I don't know what company they did it through. Commenter, NTA, she wanted to stir some shit up, that's a hell of a lot of effort to help. Also, I'd be pissed about how she got Lily's DNA to do this. It didn't go the way she thought it would, so she got mad. Your brother is just trying to side with his soon-to-be wife. Update, August 31st, 2024. TLDR spoiler. My brother thought I had been having an affair with Lily's mom and thought I was Lily's bio dad. He tricked Sil into believing that I was in a relationship with Lily's mom and was Lily's bio dad. Sil then saw the picture of Lily's mom and her husband, and assumed Lily was an affair child between the two of them and was being led on to believe that I was Lily's bio dad. My Sil ended up coming to my house and apologizing, as well as telling me the full story. My brother put her up to the DNA test. When I first adopted Lily, my brother for some reason believed that Lily was my bio daughter. He thought that me and Lily's mom were together and just weren't telling anyone. He believes that when she got pregnant, Lily's mom told me that Lily was mine and that she was going to just say that it was her husband's, and I went along with it because I didn't really want kids. Sil was under the impression I believed I was Lily's bio dad. She saw the picture of Lily's mom and I, and after asking for clarification on who she was, assumed we were together in it, and then got suspicious when she saw that the other guy in the picture, Lily's actual bio dad, looked a lot like Lily. I also want to clarify, I didn't tell her that Lily's bio dad was in the picture because she had specifically pointed to Lily's mom, and I assumed she knew that Lily was adopted. I didn't know my brother had been telling her lies for nearly 2 years. She got the DNA test out of her own suspicions, and my brother helped her with it because he thought it would reveal that I was actually Lily's bio dad. He manipulated her into thinking that it would clear the air of suspicion, when really he was just trying to prove that I was really Lily's bio dad and lying about the reasons for adoption. Well, of course the results proved I wasn't Lily's bio dad and that my brother was wrong. My brother felt too embarrassed to confess to his fiancée that he had lied about the circumstances, which is why Sil confronted me with the results. My Sil also apologized for showing me the results in front of my daughter. She told me that her mom had an affair and cheated on her father, got pregnant with another man's kid, and had let her father believe the kid was his. Her father was devastated by this when he found out, and she grew very resentful of women who do that to their spouses. She had wanted to sit me down and talk to me about it without my daughter, but when she saw me with my daughter she got angry thinking I was being led on to believe I was raising my daughter when I was actually raising another man's kid, and she ended up exploding and immediately waved the results in my face. My Sil does feel very guilty, and she's angry at my brother for lying to her. I'm not angry at her for doing the test, because she thought she was doing the right thing. I also forgave her for the way she told me about the results, because clearly affairs are a sensitive subject for her and I can understand why she would have exploded like that. I'm pretty sure she plans to break up with my brother now, and I don't blame her. When I called and asked my brother about this, he admitted it. When I asked why he would think this, he said that he couldn't think of a reason why a man who had been against having kids at the time would willingly adopt a baby without having a blood connection to it. He told Sil that I was Lily's bio dad and was aware of the fact. He took it a step further, and said that me and Lily's mom were together at the time of Lily's conception. Both me and my parents have been in low contact with my brother for a while now. I know I will forgive my brother eventually, but I can't do that right now. He believed I was low enough to have an affair with a married woman, get her pregnant, take no responsibility, allow her to pass off the kid as another man's, and then only take responsibility because her mom died. Relevant comments. OOP on how Lily is handling all of those. Is she mad at her uncle and his fiancé? OOP. She was confused and I had to explain to her what Sil had said in terms she would understand. She was angry Sil would think that of her mom, and I had to explain that she had been lied to and didn't think that anymore. She's not mad at Sil anymore but doesn't want to ever talk to her uncle again. OOP on fatherhood since adopting Lily. OP, LOL, yes I can admit that I'm definitely a lot softer since becoming a father. Adopting my daughter made me have to finally be mature, something I wasn't in my 20s when I adopted her. Commenter, both your brother and Sil are getting off too lightly. He butted into your family and lied to his wife. And sensitive issue or not, she still violated your daughter's privacy then called her an affair child derisively in front of her. Commenter. When I asked why he would think this he said that he couldn't think of a reason why a man who had been against having kids at the time would willingly adopt a baby without having a blood connection to it. Your brother is really showing his whole ass here. Your brother was both a terrible sibling and partner. He riled up his fiancée based on her trauma in order to enlist her to help in deceiving you. Awful. OP, I really want to stress this point, take the words right out my mouth. I'm not mad at my Sil because I know she was manipulated into doing this by my brother. I wish more people could understand that. Update 2. September 8, 2024. Update 2. Sil is now ex-Sil. I don't know if multiple updates are allowed for this sub. If not, take this down and I'll post to my profile. Some people were wondering what happened to my brother and Sil. Well, she dumped him. They tried to make it work, but that only lasted a few days and she ended up giving him the ring back. My brother got shit-faced drunk on my front lawn in the middle of the night. I was pissed because Lily had school the next morning and this woke her up. My brother was yelling insults to both me and my daughter. We called the police and he spent the night in jail for drunken disturbance. I believe the official charge was something like that. I sure as hell pressed charges because he was saying some borderline threatening statements to me and my daughter. I don't think it's enough to qualify for a restraining order, but if it is I'll get a temporary one. On a more positive note, Lily is doing well. She's getting straight A's in even subjects and is excited about her first ever science project. She's been talking my ear off about it. Send help lol. Comments. Commenter 1, good for you and your daughter. That was such a violation for you two. Unfortunately, the ex has to deal with her own personal demons. They are both sick. Commenter 2. It's unfortunate that your brother reacted so poorly to the breakup. It's great that you're prioritizing Lily's well-being and ensuring her safety. Hopefully your brother gets the help he needs to deal with his emotions in a healthier way. Dad gave our family business to my lazy brother. He messed up, almost causing a customer to die, and now Dad's begging me to come back and fix it. I, 28F, threw my dad a retirement party somewhat over a month ago. Having maintained our family restaurant for practically his whole life, he was retiring from management. Now, at about 62, he told us he was too exhausted to continue and wanted the company to be passed on to the next generation. Since I had given this restaurant the past 5 years of my life, I very mistakenly assumed he meant me. My family runs 2 other restaurants across the city in addition to an Italian franchise. My uncle runs one, the other is supervised by his daughter. But the most often used branch is ours, and my father is the official owner. For background, my uncle is not really the biological brother of Dad. This all began when my grandfather built his first restaurant, where business first started. Actually, our property is the original one. The restaurant my grandfather opened with my grandmother operated for numerous years until my father assumed control. Then he grew the company by adding 2 other eateries at separate sites. My uncle came in at that point. When we first launched the second restaurant, he left his employment and began working there. His daughter took charge of that place. Since the company has always stayed within the family, when Dad announced his retirement a few weeks before I hosted the celebration, I naturally anticipated him to turn it over to me. Since my uncle wanted to retire in a few years anyway and he is almost the same age as my father, maybe a few years younger, he was not a competitor for the firm. Given my 5-year dedication to the first restaurant, his daughter's 2 years of running the new store represent significantly less experience than I have. I abandoned my corporate job to work with my father ever since I was 23. I wanted to one day inherit the family firm and carry it to unprecedented success. Since I was the strongest applicant to inherit the company, I simply thought it would be me. My cousin was too young and unskilled to manage on her own. My uncle was retiring soon. I knew then it would be me. Though it was somewhat stupid of me not to demand a written agreement, my father never mentioned it straightforwardly. I assumed this was merely understood. Still, at the very last instant my father threw me a curveball. He said on the day of his retirement celebration that my bratty younger brother would be inheriting the company. I have a younger brother and an elder brother. Charles, 34M, my older brother, took the medical route. He is a surgeon and shows no enthusiasm for the restaurant industry. Derek, 26M, my younger brother, spends nothing at all and does nothing all day. Nobody in the family likes him, he is a brat of good value for nothing. Though I have no issue with his lack of talents or his lack of activity all day, I absolutely find his attitude unacceptable. Though he has nothing to show for his life, he behaves as though he is the best and deserves every nice thing that comes his way. Mostly, it's my parents pushing this behavior. Anytime Charles and I try to talk about it, they shut us down and tell us he needs positive support so he could investigate job paths and avoid lifetime freeloading dependent on his parents. A few years ago, he graduated from community college. Since then, he has been let go from at least 5 different companies. He has a major attitude issue so he can never make things stick. Though I'm not sure why he believes this, he feels he is on the same level as God personally and that nobody else can challenge him. We have to put up with it since we are family, but in the actual world, least of all his employers, none would accept this kind of behavior. It is therefore not surprising that he has been let off from every position within a few months. He is not very talented in anything, and even the jobs he worked at were guaranteed by my father via his contacts. For himself, Derek truly cannot accomplish anything. He is simply a huge screw-up and has no idea about his future direction. Since he was let go from his last job 2 years ago, he has been lounging about our house, draining our parents for the past several years. The worst aspect is his lack of any guilt or regret over it. Our parents ignore him and let him live this way instead of intervening, which makes it quite annoying. It is unfair, particularly because Charles and myself were continuously urging us to improve. Not to seem unappreciative, as Charles and I are doing in our life, but it stinks to see them be so forgiving of Derek. Still, I find him to be a somewhat spoiled brat that absolutely bothers me. As children, we were all wonderful friends. But, since high school, things have changed and I hardly get along with Derek in the least. Everyone was rather surprised when my dad said Derek would be inheriting the company, as he also lacks knowledge of the company or any notion of how things run. A few months before I organized the celebration, my father had announced his retirement. Everyone knew about it. Family members as well as workers. Having been my father's right-hand man, or lady, in my case, I naturally anticipated to take over after he retired. I regret not having a decent discussion about it. I had taken it for granted, and perhaps that was the reason I came undone. I regarded this as evidence that he was intending to leave me in control, even though he had expressed things about what he wanted me to do once he retired a few times. I trusted my father, therefore I never thought of him maybe not leaving the company to me. He had never offered me a justification not to. Though he handled Derek differently, that did not mean he mistreated me. As an employee as well as a daughter, he was always incredibly caring and polite with me. Still, I decided to throw him a party when he announced his retirement. It never occurred to me that he hadn't revealed who his successor would be, since I simply knew it would be me. I was shocked on the day the party was scheduled when he chose to declare Derek would be taking charge. Not only me, everyone at the party, from my mother herself to all the staff, was in shock. Everyone had assumed I would inherit the company, particularly because I had spent 5 years working at the restaurant striving for perfection. Still, after all of my effort, Derek was scheduled to inherit. I found none of it logical. It didn't really dawn on me until my father brought Derek to his side and he smugly declared he embraced his new post. Tears and total devastation drove me literally from the restaurant. 2 minutes later, my father trailed me outdoors. He wants to clarify that he made this very tough choice for specific reasons. Though I was unhappy, I chose to give him some time. Still, his motives were equally illogical and foolish as his choice. He knew it. He informed me that Derek was really useless and that this affected his decision. Derek had been sitting at home for the past 2 years, while my father had been trying very hard to convince him to go out, hunt for a job, and engage in meaningful life activity. Derek took everything lightly. Now my father reasoned that perhaps placing Derek in a position requiring responsibility, such as running the restaurants, would compel him to rise up and improve his output. Derek's heart wasn't in it, according to my father, because he was working for someone else and lacked an interest in his former employment. However, my father thought Derek would have more of a stake and would be driven to be a better worker, since this would be his own business. And if not, at minimum, it would get him out of the home. Then my father informed me that he still wanted me at the restaurant to perform exactly what I used to do for Derek, to be always present for him. He informed me Derek would only be the nominal head. I would be the actual boss. This would, according to my father, inspire Derek to become well. To me, that was quite nasty. Knowing that I was quite capable of doing a far better job than Derek, he expected me to be his shadow and assistant always. I am my own person. I am not the babysitter for my brother. By then, I had worked hard enough to land the job my father had just given Derek. I was still rather offended and not changed even with the justification. I warned my dad he would lose me permanently, or he could undo his words and offer me the job he had just granted Derek. I meant it. I had an ultimatum to offer him. Regretfully, we then engaged in a somewhat nasty argument. He informed me I wasn't thinking about my brother's future and I was being selfish and irrational. By not considering mine, he was also acting selfishly, I told him. We found ourselves fighting in this way. Having nothing to say left, I cut him off after that. He refused to hand the job away from Derek to someone who rightly earned it, me. I made up my mind not to return to the restaurant after I felt so degraded. My last day spent there was the day following the retirement celebration. 1 month after that, I still haven't gone back to the restaurant. Though I don't ask about the business, I have stayed in contact with my mother and Charles. They know how things are going, but they also know it bothers me and I don't want to talk about it. I therefore had no idea how the restaurant was performing until a few days ago. Nothing had truly altered on that front, as I stopped talking to my father following that argument and avoided Derek anyhow. After leaving the restaurant, I had also begun submitting applications for other employment. Like any other employee, I did get paid for my work there, and I have some money right now to cover temporary needs. I reasoned I could survive off of my funds till I discovered another activity I wanted to engage in. I had even intended to travel next week, but right now I'm not sure, since I might have to return to the restaurant. The cause is, like I had anticipated, my brother messed up quite extensively. For some reason, my dad felt it would be a good idea to let him do anything he wanted, without supervision, to inspire confidence in him. He knew nothing about running a restaurant. Apparently, Derek's emotions came before the family business and other pragmatic issues. Derek had been cutting costs on components in addition to making a lot of careless and foolish financial mistakes from the beginning. Now, it's causing them major difficulties. We offer a separate vegan menu and accommodate vegans so that none of non-vegan items come into touch with vegan meals in the kitchen for ethical reasons. We also set aside space specifically for vegan cuisine cooking. But in his infinite wisdom, Derek closed that compartment to create room in the kitchen and began tampering vegan goods in order to save money. This would only be a matter of time before blowback occurred. 2 days ago, the unavoidable happened. Derek had told staff members to use conventional dairy milk wherever they could avoid using the more unsafe higher-priced soy milk. That moron overlooked the fact that some people are really allergic to dairy, not just vegan for fun. You might fairly predict what followed. A client ordered a milk-based dessert and expressly requested soy milk or another milk substitute to be used rather than ordinary dairy. Usually, one of our regular staff members would have used the alternative as asked and disregarded Derek's ludicrous orders. Regretfully, Derek had chosen a fresh, inexperienced man and given him rigorous instructions to document anyone in the kitchen defying his directions. Derek had discovered that the regular staff members were neglecting him since they were too quickly running out of substitute materials. He recruited this new guy as he wanted someone to spy for him. Sadly, this new employee ignored the customer's request and used conventional dairy milk for the dessert following Derek's directions exactly. He did a really poor job with it as well. Things went south rapidly, and the client experienced a strong allergic response. They now seem ready to sue the eatery. I know all of this since my dad contacted me in the evening a few days ago, the day the incident occurred, to let me know what happened. He looked to be panicking. He told me he had sacked Derek right away since he had no idea what Derek had been doing behind his back. He now asked me to return and rejoin him. He was presenting me with the job I had long sought. It was strange that my brother wanted me to come back now, having screwed up just as I had predicted. From the events of 1 month ago, I was still somewhat wounded and disturbed, hence on the phone I laughed heartily at their predicament. I informed him I never would be returning under any conditions. Just as he had embarrassed me at the retirement party, I said that should he truly want me to come back, I anticipated a public apology in front of the family and all the staff. Before handing me the job, I also wanted him to admit his errors and declare he had sacked Derek. Given what happened during the party, I do not believe I was asking for too much. My father's behaviors were just intolerable, and they had severely wounded me. Since now he was the one depending on me, I thought I was merely asking him to make things right. But my mother felt my requests were a bit excessive. During the phone call, even my father claimed he would not be doing any of it. The company was just as much mine as it was his, he informed me. He stated what I was asking of him was ridiculous and humiliating even though he acknowledged he might have made a mistake. So am I the asshole, AITA, for asking my father to publicly apologize if he wants me to rejoin the family company following the choice of my brother to inherit it over me? Update 1. Hi everyone who took the time to comment on my first post and provide suggestions and encouragement first. Thank you very much for your concern on this matter. It truly means a lot to me. Regarding what I decided to do, I gave it some thought over a few days and concluded I would be returning to the company. Though I had to set aside my pride, the decision wasn't simple as at the end of the day, I have spent 5 years of my life at that place. I want to be the one to drive the company ahead, hence nothing else can change that. Given that my dad won't be around permanently, I truly want to see it flourish rather than be closed down. As I have already said, Charles has no interest in the restaurant, and Derek obviously lacks the skills or ability to run a company of that kind. It thus has to be me. It merely does. My uncle and cousin, who oversee the other 2 branches, agreed I should return when I spoke with them. They think that the restaurant is properly mine, hence if my father is asking me to come back, I should put my past behind me and pursue what I love. To be honest, I would have preferred it if my father had publicly apologized. But I don't want to start a public celebration or gloat over Derek being right. That would not make me very happy as compared to the gratification the success of our restaurant will provide. I now understand I have to choose my battles and have opted to let this one pass for my own benefit. I chatted with Dad this morning. That was a highly civil and official exchange. Though we will talk about them eventually, we decided to temporarily keep our history apart for now. Right now, we provide the situation under current utmost attention. To negotiate and get a settlement, we have set up a meeting with our lawyers and the impacted consumer. Out of court, as she has been continuously tweeting about us on social media. She hasn't acquired much traction thus far, so we have been lucky. Nevertheless, this won't be the case for long, hence we must squish this before it becomes too huge. Update 2. After a lengthy period, yesterday I personally met my father. We met before our customers meeting, and one last time we spoke with our lawyer on everything. Seeing him after so long was odd since, 5 years ago, I had seen him practically daily. Until I actually saw him, I had no idea how much I missed him. Since our lawyer handled much of the conversation, we didn't interact much. We had to concentrate on that, but I could see there was still plenty we needed to talk about. Though later we will have to deal with everything, now was not the proper time. Neither has he brought up anything regarding the event from a month ago, nor has he adequately apologized to me. Still, between us things were friendly and civil, which was a comfort because this was our first in-person meeting following our major argument. Though I expected things to be strange, happily they were not. It had been some time, so my father requested me to come home to see my mum after the conference. Since the retirement party, I have not visited home. I had to turn down though, since I had a prior obligation, that of attending an evening engagement party for a buddy. Fascinatingly, when I questioned my dad whether Derek lived at home, he informed me he did not. I really wanted to know where Derek was living and how it came about, but my dad didn't provide any more information and made it plain he didn't want to talk about it. So I stopped there. Later on I spoke with Charles and he informed me that Derek had moved out a few days following his termination, but he was unsure whether our parents had requested him to leave or whether Derek went on his own. Though things remain unknown, I intend to discuss it with my dad and work out what is happening. The client's meeting turned out better than anticipated. Given the situation, I had thought it would be difficult. What transpired was a major ethical transgression and never would have happened if my father or I had been in charge. The consumer, however, was reasonable. She said that the reason she had threatened to sue and complain so much on social media was that the manager had insisted that she was at fault rather than owning the error. She had, he said, not mentioned her dairy allergy or asked for soy milk. The fact that she was blamed when she knew it was not her fault infuriated her the most. Once we knew the whole truth, we knew how much of a moron Derek had been. The client had refused to interact with us prior to this without her lawyer present. She had stated in her social media posts how the management of the restaurant treated her, but she had not gone into great detail since she feared defamation claims. She hadn't completely explained the matter because Derek had got in touch with her accusing her of lying and threatening to sue her. Until now, my dad and I had not known exactly what transpired. The waiter who ordered her sided with Derek since he feared losing his employment. I don't blame him, even if it means covering for their company. These folks need their jobs and are not ready to jeopardize them. Derek, the new guy he hired, never turned on him, hence he also insisted that the server had not been told about the soy milk, which resulted in the ordinary dairy milk being used. Then Derek and the new guy claimed the customer was trying to obtain money from us and lying to discredit the business. We told the client that Derek, the guy in charge, had been let go. So right now, we were running everything ourselves. Nothing like this will never ever happen again, we assured her. Fortunately, we reached an understanding. She agreed to remove her social media entries and let it go. Although we lost quite a lot of money in the process, at least we were able to tidy Derek's mess. My dad and I can at last relax. Update 3. Hi, I have never been happy. I returned to the restaurant a month ago. To be honest, it took me some time to see how unhappy I had been absent from the workplace. Though I have problems with my father, I love this place. I am going to soar to new heights as I wish. Regarding my father, we are working things out and have come quite far. Having spoken with my parents, we as a family have decided we should spend more time together. A few weeks back, after returning to the restaurant, I had a lengthy conversation with my dad. He and my mother said they handled Charles and me poorly. They wanted to develop Derek to a point where he could compete with us and not feel inadequate. They knew he was the weakest link among us. But they raised his ego to an irrational level in doing this. Now, Derek sees the world of himself without really trying to get better. The day my father dismissed him, Derek moved out and shut everyone off since his pride suffered. Later, my dad discovered Derek is working at a nearby video game store and living with a friend. At least he's trying to make it on his own and acting. It's good for him. Every weekend my family gathers for dinner, including Charles and his wife. Derek has been invited multiple times. It would be disrespectful not to, but he has not responded, as asked. It scarcely counts to me since I have nothing to do with him anymore. Though I would like him in my life, I wish him the best. For me, hanging around with my family has been fantastic. I adore it since my father and I are at last returning to a state of normality. Recently, life has been very wonderful. I have no complaints. At last I am creating something I believe in and doing what I love. I am back on good terms with my family and I do not think I could ask for more. All a person truly needs to be happy is that. My son tried to kick me out of my home to finance his dream house and start his own family. I am a 65M single parent having spent the past 32 years alone. Laura, my wife, died while our son Gary was just 3 years old. She got in an automobile accident on her way home from work, hence the loss was abrupt and terrible. We were a happy family of 3 one minute, then I was left to raise our small kid by myself. Early on those years were really demanding. At the time, I was a high school English teacher and suddenly I had to balance my employment with full-time parent duties. On evenings when I would sit on Gary's room's floor observing him sleep, I would wonder how I would handle it all. Still, we managed daily to make it work. Over the years, I gave up a great deal. Promotions that would have needed more travel or longer hours declined. Gary always came first, so I missed out on social events and dating possibilities. I never, however, objected to it. Gary was my universe. Seeing him develop into a content, healthy young man made all the difference. Things grew simpler in some respects and more difficult in others as Gary aged. While the emotional obstacles of parenting a child were more pronounced, the practical ones became lessened. Gary began to probe his mother more, and I tried to preserve her memory for him. Together, we would review picture albums and I would share anecdotes about her. Though it was complicated, I wanted him to know how much Mom had loved him. Gary and I had a wonderful connection in spite of the obstacles. We were great buddies, not only father and son. We both loved sports, especially baseball, and some of my best recollections are of Gary being taught to throw in our backyard. We used weekends for hiking or camping as he grew older. When Gary was admitted into a decent college, I felt really proud. Watching him pack for his dorm room was mixed, but I was happy for him to begin this next phase of his life. Over his college years, we kept in close proximity. I loved those talks as he would call me for guidance on everything from his studies to girl problems. Gary returned home after college in search of work. He ran across Jane during this period. She came from a rich background, was clever and attractive. Though at first I was glad Gary had discovered someone who brought him great delight, over time I began to see changes in his conduct. Always talking about the beautiful places Jane took him to or the costly gifts her parents bought, he grew increasingly preoccupied with worldly objects. Reminding myself that Gary was a mature man entitled to live his life any way he wanted, I tried not to let it disturb me. But the sensation that he was transforming into someone I didn't know persisted. Though I had reservations, I was glad for Gary and Jane when they declared they were getting married. Though Gary insisted Jane's parents were paying for everything, I volunteered to assist with wedding expenses. The wedding was an opulent event considerably more grand than anything our family was accustomed to. Among Jane's friends and family, I felt awkward. Yet I put up a courageous front for Gary's benefit. Gary and Jane moved into a lovely property in an affluent area following the wedding. That was quite different from the little house Gary had grown up in. Occasionally I was asked there for supper, but in their contemporary house I always felt like an outsider. Jane was courteous but aloof, and I sensed she considered me as embarrassing. Gary disappeared from my view as the years passed. His high-powered career and new way of life occupied him. Our talks felt surface level. Although I missed my kid, I reminded myself that this was inevitable in raising a new family. Then around 6 months ago, I decided to do something that would fundamentally alter everything. I choose to call it quits on instruction. After 40 years in the classroom, I thought it was time. I was 65. Having extra free time excited me, maybe for vacation or a new hobby pickup. Gary's response when I informed him I wanted to retire startled me. He appeared worried rather than delighted for me. Inquiring about my financial condition, he wanted to know whether I had enough stored up. I reassured him that throughout the years I had been frugal with my money and had a reasonable pension. Though I wasn't wealthy by any means, I had enough to live reasonably. Gary advised me then to sell my house and live with Jane and him. The proposition immediately appealed to me. It seemed to me as evidence that Gary wanted to reconnect and have me play a more major role in his life once more. Then he began discussing the value of my house and how the sales proceeds would benefit us all. I liked my house. It was where Gary had grown up and where we had created many treasured memories. I never gave it any thought. I told Gary I was glad where I was, even though I appreciated the offer. Though he appeared let down, he avoided raising the matter. Gary began phoning more regularly over the next 2 weeks. Every time he would bring up my selling the house notion. He discussed how I might help them at home and how everyone would benefit from it. His tenacity began to irritate me. Then, about a month after I retired, Gary and Jane showed up at my place without warning. They claimed to want to discuss my housing circumstances. Jane spoke much of the time, outlining their intended family starting point and how great it would be to have me there to assist with the grandchildren. Her voice, though, seemed strange. She seemed to be pitching me something. It was obvious as the discussion progressed what they truly desired. Though they needed more money for the down payment, they were looking at a larger house in an even more upscale area. They reasoned that if I sold my house and lived with them, I could put the money toward their new house. I would have a room in their house in exchange and live among their family. Using the promise of family intimacy to gain my money, they seemed to be trying to control me. I told them straight out I had no intention of investing in theirs or selling my house. Gary was irate, but Jane remained calm and said they were simply trying to support me. I shook when they went. My kid, the small lad I had reared on my own, would try to pressure me in this way, and I couldn't believe it. Over the next few days, I considered our relationship and sought to identify when things had gone so wrong. 1 week later, Gary gave a call. This time his voice was different. He claimed they had no option but to handle things as I was not ready to be sensible. He told me the house I was living in belonged really to him. I remembered putting the house in both our names when Gary turned 18, even though I had bought it when he was a small boy. Never expecting he would turn it against me, I saw it as a means of ensuring his future. Gary claimed to be co-owner and intended to sell the house as he was entitled to do so. What I was hearing, my own kid was threatening to sell the roof over my head, wrangled me. Saying that this was my house, I objected and Gary said, "You're retired now, Dad. You simply are an old useless man. We have a future to consider, Jane and I." The next several weeks were a misery. Beginning to show real estate brokers, Gary and Jane insisted on offering house tours. They dismissed my objections, as though I were not even here. Watching strangers move through my own house, I felt like a ghost. I once listened in the kitchen as Jane spoke with Gary. She didn't know I was in the room next door. "We have to clear the useless old bones from here," she remarked. "I find it amazing that you let him freeload for so long." Gary's answer was just as nasty. "Don't worry, we will have him gone shortly. He has had his time, now it is ours." I collapsed. For now the son I had given everything saw me as nothing more than a burden. Lost and alone, I didn't know what to do going forward. That's where I find myself right now. My son and daughter-in-law are aggressively trying to sell my house out from under me. They have made it abundantly evident that they consider me as nothing more than a worthless old bone getting in the way of their ambitions. About my future, I'm frightened, angry and wounded. At 65, I never thought I would be in this situation facing possible homelessness from the avarice of my own child. How did my relationship with my son get here? Update 1. It's been a month since I last posted and I can't believe how much has transpired. The issue with Gary and Jane has only worsened, and I find myself in a position I never imagined conceivable. Following my initial post, I resolved to take action. I couldn't simply sit back and let Gary and Jane sell my house from beneath me. I contacted an old friend, Dean, who is a lawyer. I've known Dean since college, and he's always been there for me. When I explained the problem, he was outraged and offered to assist me pro gratis. Dean investigated the legal issues of my circumstance. It turns out that, while Gary's name appears on the deed, there are regulations that protect me as a long-term resident. Dean stated that Gary could not simply force me out or sell the house without my approval. This gave me a little sense of relief, but I knew the war wasn't done. I've decided to confront Gary and Jane. I asked them over for supper, expecting that in a quiet, familiar setting, we could have a logical conversation. I spent the entire day preparing Gary's favorite meal, pot roast with all the fixings. It was the same dish I made for his birthday every year as he grew up. When they arrived, we sat down to eat, and it felt nearly like old times. We exchanged casual conversation regarding work and weather. I finally decided it was time to confront the elephant in the room. I informed them about my conversation with Dean. I stated that what they were attempting to do was not only ethically reprehensible, but potentially unlawful. I hoped that the knowledge would cause them to reconsider their actions. Gary's reply did not meet my expectations. Instead of backing down, he became infuriated. He accused me of threatening him and attempting to influence him using legal jargon that I did not understand. Jane jumped in, stating I was selfish and jeopardizing their future. I tried to remain cool, explaining that I was not threatening anyone. I just wanted to keep my house, where I had raised Gary and where we had shared so many memories. However, my comments appeared to go unheard. After dinner, Gary and Jane stormed out, leaving me alone with a table full of half-eaten food. I spent the night reading through old photo albums, looking at images of Gary as he grew up. I couldn't connect the happy youngster in those images with the man attempting to take away my home. The next day, I received a letter from the law company that represents Gary and Jane. They were disputing my right to stay in the residence, saying that Gary, as co-owner, had the authority to sell. The letter was full of legal jargon that I didn't understand, but the message was clear: they were willing to take this to court. I quickly called Dean. He calmed me, but told me that court battles may be exhausting, both emotionally and financially. He warned me to be ready for a tough struggle. Over the next 3 weeks, my life was occupied by legal consultations and paperwork. Dean was quite helpful, explaining everything in language I could understand and guiding me through the process, but it was exhausting. I couldn't sleep because I was so scared about what was about to happen. During this time, I also began reaching out to old acquaintances and coworkers. I hadn't realized how secluded I'd been in recent years, focusing solely on Gary and his family. It was a relief to reconnect with individuals who knew me and recalled what a good parent I had been to Gary. One of these individuals, my former coworker Susan, promised to let me stay with her if things became really terrible. It was comforting to know I had somewhere to go if the worst happened, but the prospect of leaving my home shattered my heart. As the legal battle progressed, Gary and Jane's methods became increasingly aggressive. They began spreading stories across the neighborhood that I was mentally ill and needed to be placed in a care facility. Some neighbors I'd known for years began avoiding me, giving me weird stares as we passed on the street. Stress was having a toll on my health. I found myself always weary and lost my appetite. My doctor warned me about the consequences of stress at my age and recommended some sleep aids, but medications couldn't relieve the agony in my heart that accompanied every thought of Gary. Update 2. It's been 3 weeks since my last update, and I had an unexpected visitor. It was Jane's mother, Elizabeth. I had only met her a few times at family gatherings, and we had never been close. She appeared embarrassed as she stood on my porch, but I politely invited her in. Over a cup of tea, Elizabeth explained why she had come. She had overheard Gary and Jane discussing their plans and was appalled. She told me that she and her husband had no idea what Gary and Jane were doing and did not agree. Elizabeth apologized for her daughter's actions and offered to help in any way she could. After everything that had transpired, it was difficult to trust anyone connected to Gary and Jane, but as we spoke, I could tell Elizabeth was genuinely distressed about the situation. She told anecdotes about her own father, who had lived with her in his latter years. She couldn't imagine treating a parent the same way Gary and Jane treated me. Before she went, Elizabeth handed me an envelope. There was a large check inside. She encouraged me to accept it, stating it would help with legal bills or whatever else I needed. I was astonished by her generosity and attempted to reject it, but she wouldn't have it. She made me promise that I would let her know if I needed anything else. It was good to hear that not everyone in Gary's new family agreed with his conduct, but it also made me sad to think that my son's in-laws were treating me better than he was. The court battle dragged on. Gary and Jane's lawyers were aggressive, launching every legal argument they could think of at us. Dean was doing a wonderful job of defending me, but the constant back and forth was exhausting. On a particularly rough day, I found myself sitting in the garden, gazing at the old treehouse Gary and I had built together when he was 10. It was aged and faded, but still standing. I remembered the summer we spent building it, Gary's delight as we pounded each nail, and the pride in his eyes when we were done. Now that same boy was attempting to take away the house where we had shared so many good memories. As I sat there, deep in meditation, my phone vibrated with a text. It came from Gary, our first direct communication in weeks. The message was quick and cold. "Dad, this is your final opportunity. Agree to sell your house and move in with us, or we'll make sure you get nothing." This was not the son I had reared. The Gary I knew would never have threatened his own father in this way. I did not respond to the text, but I did keep it. Dean had told me to keep track of all communication between Gary and Jane. The next day, I had a meeting set with Dean to discuss our future strategy. As I was about to depart, I heard a disturbance outside. I peeked out the window and saw Gary and Jane in the front yard, supervising a crew of workers putting up a for sale sign. I raced outdoors, wanting to know what was going on. Gary claimed they were simply prepared for the inevitable. I informed them they had no right to put up a sign because the house was not for sale. Jane laughed and replied, "It will be soon enough, old man." I stood there helplessly, watching the workers finish putting up the sign. Neighbors started to emerge from their homes, curious about the disturbance. That night, I was unable to sleep. I continued repeating the day's events in my head, trying to figure out how everything had gone so wrong. I found myself thinking about Laura and what she would say if she could see what our boy had become. The next morning, I awoke to see my front yard packed with people. Gary and Jane had arranged an open house without my knowledge or consent. Potential buyers were roaming through my house, inspecting my belongings as if I weren't even present. I was infuriated. I called Dean immediately, and he encouraged me to capture everything. So I started filming and photographing the guests in my house, making sure to capture Gary and Jane's features properly. Some of the potential purchasers became uneasy when they realized I was the homeowner and had not authorized this open house. As the day progressed, more and more people showed up. Gary and Jane were excellent guests, taking people around my property and pointing out highlights as if they had the authority to market it. I overheard Jane informing one couple that they were assisting her poor, bewildered father-in-law in making the transfer to assisted living. The brazen deception infuriated me. I attempted to speak with some of the possible purchasers to explain the issue, but Gary and Jane kept interrupting me and guiding people away. At one point, Gary told someone that I was not quite right in the head. By the end of the day, I was both exhausted and heartbroken. After the last potential buyer had left, Gary and Jane remained, apparently satisfied with themselves. Gary had the arrogance to tell me that the open house was a huge success, with several interested parties. He told me I should start packing my belongings. I could not handle it anymore. Years of pent-up frustration and hurt spilled forth. I told Gary just how I felt about him. How selfish and greedy he'd become. I reminded him of all the sacrifices I had made and the love I had shown him. I questioned him how he could do this to me, in remembrance of his mother. For a brief moment I thought I saw a glimpse of the old Gary in his eyes, but when Jane murmured something in his ear, his countenance hardened. He said I was living in the past and needed to recognize that things had changed. They then went, leaving me alone in the house, which no longer seemed like home. That night I reached a choice. I couldn't keep living this way, always on edge, waiting for the next thing to happen. I needed to gain control of the situation. I called Dean and informed him that I wanted to pursue more aggressive legal action. He cautioned me that things may get ugly, that Gary and Jane might retaliate even more harshly, but I didn't care anymore. I needed to fight for my home and my dignity. The following few weeks were filled with legal meetings and court appearances. Gary and Jane's lawyers threw everything they could at us, but Dean was great. He produced evidence of their harassment, including video footage from the unauthorized open house. He battled over my rights as a long-term resident and co-owner of the property. Throughout it all, Gary and Jane sat in the courtroom, chatting to each other and their lawyers while rarely glancing at me. It was as if they no longer saw me as a person, but as a barrier to be overcome. The stress of the legal struggle was getting to me. I lost weight and had difficulty sleeping. My doctor was concerned about my blood pressure and emphasized the significance of attempting to remain calm. But how could I remain calm while my own son attempted to make me homeless? As the court case reached its conclusion, I had another unexpected visit, this time from Jane's father, Robert. He, like his wife, appeared uneasy as he stood on my porch. I allowed him in, wondering what had brought him here. Robert was straightforward. He informed me that he was ashamed of his daughter's actions and disappointed in Gary. He claimed that he and Elizabeth had raised Jane to be better than this and couldn't understand what had changed her. Then Robert did something unexpected. He offered to buy out Gary and Jane's half of my house. He stated he couldn't stand by while they destroyed our family for money. His offer startled me, and I had no idea how to answer. Robert assured me that this was not charity. He said that he and Elizabeth had already planned to make Jane and Gary a hefty down payment on a new house. Instead, they planned to use the money to buy out Gary's part in my residence. This manner, I could stay in my home while Gary and Jane received the money they desired. Robert's kindness surpassed my expectations. It appeared too good to be true, the ideal solution to this misery. However, I was also suspicious. I'd been hurt too many times in the previous months to trust lightly. I told Robert that I needed time to consider his offer and discuss it with my lawyer. He understood and handed me his card, asking me to phone him when I had made a decision. The next morning, I called Dean and informed him of Robert's offer. He cautioned me to tread cautiously. We agreed to meet with Robert to discuss the details. The meeting was held in the dean's office a few days later. Robert brought his own lawyer, and we spent hours discussing the details of the proposition. By the end of the meeting, we had reached an arrangement that appeared fair to all. Under the terms of the agreement, Robert would buy out Gary's part in the house, giving him and Jane the funds they needed for their new home. In exchange, I would maintain full ownership of my home. Of course, there were some conditions. I had to commit not to sell the house for at least 5 years, and if I did decide to sell later, Gary and Jane would have first refusal. It wasn't a flawless solution, but it was better than I could have expected. I would keep my home, while Gary and Jane would receive their money. Maybe, I thought, this will be the end of the war. I should have known better. When Gary and Jane learned about the arrangement, they were enraged. They accused Robert and Elizabeth of interfering, siding with me against their own daughter. Gary called me, raving about how I had turned his in-laws against him. I tried to explain that this was a fantastic solution for everyone and that they were still receiving what they wanted, but Gary refused to listen. He claimed I poisoned Jane's parents against them and was manipulating everyone. Gary closed our talk by informing me he never wanted to see me again. He stated that he no longer regarded himself as having a father. These comments wound worse than everything else that had transpired. Despite Gary and Jane's misgivings, the transaction went through. Robert bought out Gary's part in the house, making me the only owner. The legal proceedings had been concluded and the for sale sign had been taken from my front yard. In the weeks that followed, I attempted to return to normal. I started taking better care of myself, eating correctly and exercising. I heard through the grapevine that Gary and Jane had purchased their dream home in the exclusive community they'd been looking at. I wondered if they were content, if the money and the large house were worth everything they'd done to obtain them. As the months went, I gradually came to terms with everything. Final update. It's been a while, about 2 years after the court struggle finished. One day, I got an unexpected delivery in the mail. It came from Jane's parents, Robert and Elizabeth. The contents included a photo album and a letter. The letter mentioned that they had been browsing through old family photos and discovered several pictures of Gary from various family occasions throughout the years. They thought I'd want to have them. It was a wonderful gesture that I greatly appreciated. The last page of the album had a surprise. A recent photo of Gary and Jane posing in front of their new home showed Jane holding a little placard that read "Baby on board." They were planning to become parents. I sat there for a long time, staring at the photograph. I was about to become a grandfather. It was something I had fantasized about for years, teaching my grandchildren to play catch or telling them goodnight stories. Now it was happening, but I didn't know if I'd ever get to meet this youngster. That night, I wrote Gary a note. I obtained their address from the return label. In the letter, I congratulated him on the baby and expressed my happiness for him. I told him I understood if he didn't want me in his life, but I hoped we could reconcile someday. I told him I loved him and would always love him, no matter what happened. I mailed the letter the next day, not anticipating any reaction. Weeks passed, and I heard nothing. I tried to put it out of my mind and concentrate on the positive things in my life, but I couldn't stop thinking about Gary and the baby. Then, around 8 months after I submitted the letter, I was outside watering my flowers when a car pulled up. To my surprise, Gary exited. He looked different, older and more serious. He stood there for a bit, simply looking at me, before approaching and hugging me without saying anything. It was strange at first, but I could feel him relax, so I hugged back. We remained there for a moment, neither speaking. Gary's eyes welled up with emotions as we parted ways. "I'm sorry, Dad," he said. "I'm so sorry." We stepped inside and Gary shared his heart over cups of coffee. He told me how ashamed he was of his actions, and how the burden of trying to fit into Jane's environment had shifted his focus. He claimed that being a father made him understand how badly he had treated me. Gary stated that he and Jane had been going through some difficult times. The stress of the new house, the baby on the way, and the guilt over what they'd done to me had all put a strain on their relationship. They'd started couples counseling, which had helped Gary see how far he'd wandered from the ideals I'd instilled in him. I listened to Gary's apology and explanation. As he spoke, I saw the guy I'd raised, the gentle, sensitive son who had been my best friend for so many years. But I could see changes in him. He was more mature and mindful of the implications of his behavior. Gary informed me about the baby, a young girl due in a few months. He explained that he and Jane had done a lot of thinking and wanted me to be a part of their child's life. I was moved by the offer, but I made it clear that things could not simply return to normal. Too much had occurred. There had been too many harsh words and actions. If we were to continue our relationship, we needed to agree on new conditions. Gary understood. He advised we start slowly, perhaps meeting for coffee once a week, and gradually restore our friendship. I agreed. As Gary was leaving, he paused at the door. "Dad," he began, "I know I have no right to ask, but would you consider being present when the baby is born? I really want my daughter to meet her grandfather." The request astonished me and left me feeling conflicted. I wanted nothing more than to be present for my granddaughter's birth, but should I trust Gary and Jane? Finally, I told Gary I would think about it. He nodded, acknowledging my hesitation. Over the next 2 months, Gary and I met for coffee on a regular basis, occasionally with Jane. These sessions were frequently awkward at first, as we all danced around the elephant in the room. However, we gradually began to ease around each other. Jane apologized for her role in what had occurred. She added that she had felt a lot of pressure from her parents to marry up and provide a specific lifestyle. She'd become engrossed with materialism and lost sight of what was truly important. Pregnancy had also served as a wake-up call for her. I appreciated Jane's apologies, but as with Gary, I made it plain that re-establishing trust would take time. She seems to understand and respect my boundaries. Gary called me 2 weeks before the due date, panicked. Jane had gone into labor early and was on her way to the hospital. I did not hesitate to meet him there. I spent the following few hours pacing the hospital waiting room. Gary came out at regular intervals to provide me with updates. After what felt like a lifetime, Gary emerged with a big smile on his face. "Dad, do you want to meet your granddaughter?" I followed Gary inside the room. Jane was in bed, fatigued but delighted, holding the tiniest, most precious little bundle I'd ever seen. Gary carefully removed the baby from Jane and delivered her to me. "Dad, meet Lily Laura." My granddaughter was stunning when I first held her. Her middle name is Laura, which is the name of my late wife. I looked at Gary and questioned him. He cracked a grin and continued. "We wanted her to have a piece of grandma, to honor the amazing parents who raised me." Over the next few months, I spent as much time as possible with Lily. Gary and Jane were fantastic in incorporating me into her life. My friendship with Gary and Jane also improved. We talked more honestly about what had happened and worked through our concerns. So that is it, Reddit. That is my experience over the last 2 years. I appreciate all of the helpful suggestions you've given me, but it's time for me to quit writing and spend more time with my family. I found a tampon in my husband's car and another in our bedroom. Our youngster suddenly got new clothes that I didn't buy, so I assumed he was cheating. For 7 years, married for 4, I, 29F, have been with my spouse, 30M. I have never had cause to fear he was even slightly unhappy with our marriage or even disloyal to me. He enjoys making jokes about us still experiencing the honeymoon phase with 2 children in tow almost 5 years. Had it not for the shocking discovery in his car last month, I would not have questioned it or him. I saw something slatted between the cushions when buckling our daughter into her car seat. Pulling it out, I found it to be a tampon. Had I not had an IUD stopping my period for the past year and had not even noticed the wrapper type, this would not have been so strange. When I told my husband where I had found it and why I was almost sure it wasn't mine, he seemed not to know what it was, let alone why I was holding it. He shrugged and said most likely Fiona, his coworker, owned it. My husband often commutes to lunch with his colleagues, and as we live somewhat close to Fiona and her husband, I assumed it was quite likely the tampon had dropped out of her bag either any time he had driven with her or given her a ride. Not particularly significant. I dismissed it until a few weeks later, when we had supper with Fiona and her husband. I had so wanted to believe my husband, yet I couldn't get over the way it had been buried in the seat and how my husband had seemed to have no concern for it whatsoever. Perhaps he was acting stupidly. It's unknown. I did something that, looking back, I find really insane. While we were out together, I staged an emergency and asked Fiona whether she carried any tampons. I sighed with relief when she handed me one nearly exactly like the tampon I had discovered in our back seat. Thus, the tampon there was most likely the same one used here, and most likely, there was an innocent explanation for why it had been placed in the back seat in the first place. Until I discovered another tampon this morning, this time in my sock drawer, I assumed I would have seen the last of the out-of-place feminine hygiene goods. The idea of my husband having an affair makes me physically sick. Even more nauseated the idea that the lady might have left these tampons out for me to find. Should it be my husband's coworker, why would she offer me one the other night and give herself away? Under any other circumstance, I would want to discuss this with my husband. But I feel too ill and ashamed to approach him with what I discovered. What action ought I to take? Comments. I never put a tampon in a sock drawer. I had a period 30 years ago. Trust your gut, then get cameras. Neither does I. I have thought up so many reasons for the tampons that would not point to my spouse, but none of them actually make sense. If it means verifying what I currently suspect, I'm afraid to set up a camera. Has Fiona dropped by your house and had time to plant the tampon? She visited our house numerous times, and vice versa. She wasn't over any time in the past week, hence if she planted that second tampon, she had to have found a window of time when I wasn't home. Every time she and her husband visit, we all stay downstairs. You would have to go rather far to get to our bedroom. That is, past the other bedrooms, around our dogs, over the safety gate. Not saying it's impossible, but on a brief toilet stop it's really difficult. I would guess. Your children's ages are, could they have located a tampon and randomly placed it? 2 and nearly 4. Both have a mischievous streak, hence I didn't want to rule out the chance of one of them shifting stuff around, but I can't see how they could get their hands on 1, maybe 2 odd tampons that I never bought. Update 1. My own hell for the past few weeks has been thinking about every conceivable source of 2 tampons. Nonetheless, I wanted to provide an update. Not long after uploading on here, I told my sister what happened. The tampon from Fiona, my husband's ignorance, the tampon in the back seat and the one in the sock drawer. All the things I suspected but didn't want to accept. The tampons, save from the one I had already thrown away, matched exactly in varying absorbencies. I hadn't left anywhere my husband or daughters would have found them and relocated them. Regarding what they were or where they had come from, my daughters were clueless. With my spouse or without, my sister was sure it was Fiona. She advised asking Fiona and her husband over for our Labor Day barbecue since direct confrontation of either party still sounded like a horrible idea. Sadly, they already had preparations in mind. Our house for any misplaced or foreign items, there were none. My sister and I agreed that it was too soon for cameras without any other evidence, so it was just a waiting game from there. Watching my husband for any changed behavior, there was none, and even the girls for any new friends they could have met. The final aspect was especially important to my sister's husband, and it helped to explain his inclination to think the tampons were safe. Given my husband was the one driving the children to and from daycare and most other activities during the week. If anything had been happening in or around our house, he said it would be almost impossible to keep from me and the girls. That helped me somewhat to feel better. I felt differently only till my younger kid, 2 years old, dropped something down last week. My husband demanded that I continue at work while he stayed home with her, even though I wanted to be the one looking after her. I had no problem with that. At that point, we were all already starting to move past the tampon crisis since my sister and her husband considered it as a positive indication that he would take the time off at short notice. By the 3rd or 4th day, I was merely glad to see a nearly healthy child and a spouse supporting her through it. But towards the conclusion of that week, I returned to find something unusual. Now clad in a onesie I had never seen before, the child I had left that morning in an old PJ set had a small clip in her hair. Though I have a very decent idea of what my children wear on a daily basis, especially in terms of attire, I cannot say I have the best recollection. Before we would have our second, I had vowed off full-length sleep suits with snaps across the front long before. Long snaps are simply a pain in the ass and a no-go for effective diaper changes. Just not something I would dress her in. My hubby knows as much. He definitely doesn't accessorize the girls' clothes and neither does he plan for or buy them. The idea of someone being around our ill child without our awareness confused and rather stunned me. I went straight to inquire whether anyone had been over to visit my spouse or the girls. I didn't second think. Like before, he seemed perplexed and asked me why I would believe that. All day it had been him and the children. Once more, I asked him whether someone had stopped over to say hello. He denied it. I should cool off, he advised. Our oldest daughter was in the room and realized something was wrong, so even if I might have screamed out and came forward with the charges right then and there. My husband swore that the girls had not been with anyone but him. I asked him a 3rd time in a subdued manner if anyone had been near our children. He also denied styling anyone's hair or shopping for new clothing. I chose to leave since our daughter was in the room and my feelings were all over the range. Then I couldn't make sense of it. It hardly looks clearer now after I drove myself mad with illogical arguments. Comments. My 2-year-old can only string a few words at a time to respond to a few inquiries. She responds depending on the cues I provide when I question her about her time with daddy or her wardrobe. I might inquire, "Who gave you that pretty bow?" And she might answer pretty bow back to me, or mama or daddy over and over. Almost 4, my older daughter was in daycare that morning. She cannot remember anything different from that day. Her memory of the PJ change or the hair clip is lacking, hence my estimate is she was changed during that morning, but I'm not sure exactly. My 45-minute trip to work makes stopping for lunch very impractical. My sister has not observed anything unusual. She has been gracious enough to leave work and drive past several times here and there. At the front door is a Ring camera. I have the app on my phone with alerts enabled. Not yet, nothing exists. I'm merely the least tech-savvy person, hence I would be open to suggestions for more covert surveillance, worried another camera will be easy to find. Edit. We indeed routinely test our carbon monoxide detectors. One of the hair clips might have originated from a daycare. Although I could see the hair clip as a possibility, less plausible with the onesie. If either of my younger daughters had returned with something like that before, I would have noticed, especially since it was the kind of onesie I detest with a passion, LOL. She hadn't been to daycare in days. People say they are eager to know how this story ends. The Hollywood horror ending is my financial one. Hopefully, I dreamed about the dogs too so I could at last quit gathering their imagined shits and things. Update 2. I knew I was nowhere with the accusations and half-baked guesses after almost losing my head over a hair clip and a onesie. I wasn't sleeping, eating or taking care of myself the way I should have been since I was so consumed in the paranoia and suffering of my circumstances, and I wasn't getting any answers. I thus decided to activate the hidden cameras and have them sent to my sister's house. My brother-in-law agreed to assist with the install/setup at my place. Still, I got my much-needed validation before the cameras were ever delivered. Last week, while I was at work, a ring alert let me know the motion at the front door. Half expecting to see a delivery person, pet or lawn care salesman for the 15th time, you may picture my astonishment when I watched a footage of a young woman leading my daughter into the house hand in hand with my husband and our other daughter close by. My spouse was at work. The girls were meant to be in childcare. From what I knew, the wife was residing 2 states away under court order keeping her there. I asked my husband straight away what this woman was doing in our house. He ignored me, so I texted him. Knowing I had received the ring alert, he most likely understood he had messed up by entering the front door and sought to postpone the unavoidable. He was foolish too. But after the 5th or 6th call he at last answered. As I would subsequently learn, the woman on the camera was my husband's sister. She most certainly supplied the bow, the onesie, and the tampons. She is also a recovered addict who spent the better part of her childhood and young adulthood pressuring the silence of another one of my husband's family members following her molestation. She is also a registered sex offender. Years had passed without seeing or hearing from her, and from the way my husband spoke about her, I never expected I would ever would. But here she was, in our house surrounded by our kids. Let me say, I was enraged. Though it was hardly an affair at all, knowing who it was and why all of this had been happening made it much more repulsive. My husband was particularly high on the list since my sister-in-law, fresh out of another stay in recovery, had wanted to rebuild relationships with those she had harmed. My husband had been meeting in secret, usually at our house while I was at work, not wanting me to know, or worse, keep her away from our family and children. They would come in via the garage in my husband's car so the ring camera at the front entrance wouldn't alert me. She had even stayed in our bed overnight on a weekend when I had gone on a business trip. On a night my husband told me he dropped off our daughters, she watched over them. She bought the girls' clothes and dressed my youngest in the onesie and bow, the identical ones my husband had promised in his life that I had dressed her in myself. My spouse insisted this was all in my head, the tampons, the one piece, the bow, everything else. Shrugging aside each increasingly disturbing revelation like it was news to him and telling me I was being unreasonable, he was quite happy to see me suffer for weeks over a lady he maintained did not exist. 2 years after I had given birth to a child, 4 years after I had told him one of my main worries about parenthood was PPD like my mother had experienced with me. I worried about not being totally present for our children and about having shame and remorse all around as they got older. He advised me to get back off and reassess my mental health. I missed the girls too much and wasn't sleeping enough. Since he was my spouse and since no other way of events made sense, I gave him the benefit of the doubts. After a month of this mental game, I have nothing to show for my trust except this miserable state and a great deal of resentment. Call the cops and a lawyer, comments 1. Reaction. Already on it. We are, believe me, walking burnt ground with this. Am I the asshole for asking my son to stop wearing his favorite jacket because it looks gay? Original post. I'm a single dad to my son, Oliver 10M. He's with me most of the time, and sees his mom every other weekend. He's an awesome kid, creative, full of energy, and he's got his own sense of style that's pretty unique. He loves bright colors, nail polish, and clothes that some people might think are more girly. If I'm honest, I think Oliver might be gay, and I'm totally cool with that. I've always made it clear that whoever he turns out to be, I'll support him 100%. Because of how he dresses and acts, Oliver's had a really tough time with other kids. He got bullied so badly at his old school that I ended up pulling him out and homeschooling him. The school wasn't helpful at all, and it was heartbreaking to see him go through that. He's struggled to make friends, and it kills me to see him feel so alone. Now, he's starting back at school in September, and he's really excited about it. But recently, we were at a cousin's birthday party, and Oliver wore his favorite jacket, which is a bright pink, sparkly one that he loves. Some of the other kids started picking on him, saying he looked gay. I stepped in, got the kids to apologize, but it ruined the day for Oliver. I'm worried about how things will go when he's back at school. I've been thinking about whether I should talk to Oliver about maybe toning it down a bit, especially when he's around new people. Not because I want him to change who he is, but because I hate seeing him get hurt and feel like an outcast. I don't want him to feel like he has to hide who he is, but I also don't want him to be picked on or excluded because of it. But then, I feel like a complete arsehole for even thinking about this. I don't want him to think that I'm ashamed of him or that he has to conform to be accepted. I want him to feel free to be himself, but I'm also scared of him being hurt by others who don't get it. So, would I be the asshole if I talked to Oliver about maybe being a bit more low-key with his style? Comments from all 3 posts. Commenter: don't do it. Kids will still bully him and all he will remember is that you deterred him from expressing himself. Trust me, the same thing occurred in our house. I was trying to keep him from being bullied, but my child felt as though I didn't accept him and that he needed to pretend he was something he wasn't. Lots of later life therapy. If he's gay, if he's straight, let him be himself and tell him as long as he likes his clothes, that's all that matters. Sincerely, the mom of an amazing queer kid. OOP. I get that, but at the same time it is so heartbreaking seeing the same thing happen to him over, and over, and over again. Commenter: Jesus, where do you live? Most kids don't care about this kind of thing these days. OOP, I live in the West Midlands of England. I honestly don't think your point about most kids not caring is at all accurate. I see it every day. Commenter: do not dull his shine because other people don't understand him. I understand it may be coming from a place of protection, but it needs to be addressed with the potential aggressors, not with forcing your son to change who he is. OOP, but when you can't do anything more with potential aggressors. I have done, and will continue to do everything I can. But sadly I can't literally watch his back 24/7, even though I would if I could. Anytime he has a comment made to him he breaks his little heart and it is so devastating seeing him go through that again. And update. Hey all, it's been about 26 days since my original post, and I thought I'd give an update now that Oliver has had his first week back at school. I can happily say that so far, things are going much better than I'd hoped. Over the summer, Oliver and I had a really important heart-to-heart. I sat him down and told him just how incredibly proud I am of the person he is becoming. I made sure he knew that there is absolutely nothing he could ever do that would change the way I see him or make me love him any less. Honestly, it was a bit emotional, and I even got a bit choked up. I told him that if wearing his favorite jacket, the one that's caused some hurt before, made him happy, I'd stand behind him 100%. But I also wanted to make sure he was prepared. I explained that, while I'll always be there for him, I can't always be around to protect him. And he might have to stand up for himself if kids make fun of him. I made it clear that this doesn't mean he should change anything about who he is, but that he needs to be ready to handle it if anyone says anything cruel. Oliver understood, and we spent the summer coming up with some playful comebacks together. He really wanted to take the jacket with him to school, so we made it a bit of a project, imagining the kind of things kids might say and crafting witty replies that he could fire back with. It was actually pretty fun, and I think it helped him feel more confident about it. Now back to school. His new teacher knows all about his past struggles with bullying, and she's been amazing. She's keeping a close eye on things and making sure he feels safe and comfortable. It's made such a difference already, and Oliver's first week couldn't have gone better. He's even made a friend, a boy named Sam, and they've really hit it off. They're planning to meet up tomorrow at the Wacky Warehouse, and Oliver can't stop talking about it. It's been a long time since I've seen him this excited about spending time with someone his age. I know it's still early days, but seeing him come home happy and smiling each day has been such a relief. Thanks to everyone who gave advice and encouragement on my original post. I really took a lot of it to heart, and I think it made a big difference in how I approached all this. Update 2. Hey, I just wanted to hop on and give a small update about Oliver's playdate over the weekend. Firstly, when Oliver was getting ready he wanted to wear all his flamboyant clothes. He asked me if I thought it was a good idea. His friend had seen him in his jacket, but he was a little worried how he would react to the full Oliver. I told him to wear whatever he wanted, and if this friend was worth being friends with they would accept him for exactly how he is. This made Oliver smile. He wore his full Oliver outfit. When we were walking in I could feel Oliver getting a bit nervous. He was bullied so much in his last school for how he was, so I understood why. I held his hand tight and gave it 2 squeezes. This means I love you, something I learned to teach him from Reddit actually. The friend's dad was with him and he looked at Oliver and gave a little curious look, but apart from that it was fine. The boy said he loved Oliver's clothes. They spent about 4 hours playing, and we ended up eating together. On the way home, I told Oliver how proud I am of the little man he is. I am so proud of how he is so willing to be himself, and so brave to continue despite any backlash he gets. I love him so much. This is my final update on this account. I don't know if I'll ever show you these posts, Oliver. Maybe in a few years when you're older, so we can laugh at how worried I was about you. Your dad is so proud of you. I think you are the most amazing person in the whole world. Even when you drive me absolutely nuts. I am so lucky to get to be your father. I am so lucky you are in my life. I love you. Twin brothers' lies destroyed my life. My parents kicked me out, and now after years of neglect, they're asking for my money. I'm a 28-year-old female with a twin brother. Growing up, my twin brother and I had quite different treatment from our parents. For some reason, my parents were certain that my brother was destined for greatness, whereas I was labeled the black sheep since I was more interested in sports and making friends than in studying. They continually compared us, which was discouraging and damaged my self-esteem from an early age. As a child, I had to watch my brother have elaborate birthday parties for his pals, while I was treated as an afterthought. He frequently had sleepovers with his pals, whereas I was never allowed to bring my friends home. To be honest, I dreaded every moment of my youth. My grandma was the only person in the family who seemed to care about me. When she came, she always brought me my favorite chocolates and occasionally gave me a few bucks to treat myself later. As the years went, this overt preference for my twin brother evolved into emotional abuse directed at me. My parents would openly insult my academics and activities. No matter how hard I tried, I could never satisfy their expectations of being the ideal child. Although I excelled at athletics, they forbade me from participating in extracurricular activities because they wanted me to concentrate completely on my education, just like my brother. As a child, I felt frustrated and helpless. Later, during my sophomore year, I was grounded again, this time for using Snapchat on my phone. I hadn't done anything wrong, but like all teenagers, I downloaded the app to stay in touch with my friends. However, my parents considered this as a major crime and a violation of trust because they had barred me from talking with my pals. They went crazy, flung all of my belongings around the room, ripped the doors from their hinges, and informed me I would have no privacy as long as I lived under their roof. Watching my parents attack me in this way, my identical brother, rather than sticking up for me, made things worse. Our parents' wrongful acts produced a toxic environment, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. He developed a habit of lying about me, falsely accusing me of things I never did, so he could get away with everything. If he stole something, he'd easily transfer the blame onto me, and my parents, who were already inclined to believe the worst about me, happily accepted his falsehoods. He would insult me in front of my schoolmates and mock my attractiveness. Despite this, I had a large circle of friends at school because I was personable and willing to connect. My twin, on the other hand, suffered socially and disliked the fact that I could interact with others while he, as an introvert, felt uncomfortable. This jealousy boiled over during our 14th birthday party, when none of his buddies came up. I'm not sure why they did that to him, but in stark contrast, my friends treated me to ice cream, and I had a fantastic day. This irritated my brother even more. To get retribution, my brother started spreading false tales about me at school, depicting me as a spoiled brat. He falsely accused me of physically assaulting him at home since our parents loved him more. He escalated the situation without my knowledge. To fake proof, he would punch himself, causing injuries such as a black eye or a bruised shoulder. The next day, he would boldly stroll into school, exhibiting his self-inflicted injuries as proof of my alleged assault and fabricating stories. When our parents questioned him about the injuries, he would lie, claiming that they were the result of innocent activities such as playing football with friends. The lies and his supposed black eyes gained traction, and many began to believe his twisted account of events. It didn't take long for whispers to spread, and my friends began to look at me suspiciously. At first, I noticed minor changes. Friends who used to converse with me in the halls seemed distant, and invites to group hangouts grew fewer and farther between. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and people were unwilling to engage with the allegedly pampered girl charged with violence. One day, I got the confidence to ask my ex-best friend what had happened between us. She said that my twin brother had been circulating falsehoods about me. She disclosed the specifics of the lies he had told everyone, accusing me of actions I had never committed. I was stunned to hear her remarks. The emotion was a combination of incredulity and betrayal, as if the ground beneath me had given way. My brother, whom I grew up with, was spreading lies about me, accusing me of things I would never even consider committing. It was a betrayal that struck deep, leaving me with a knot in my stomach and a sorrowful heart. I addressed my brother the following day at school, but he chose to ignore me. I begged him to stop lying about me, but he smirked and said I deserved to die alone. I was at a loss for words since his lies and actions were beginning to frighten me. I wanted to talk to my parents, but I was frightened they would believe my brother instead of me. Isolation stung, especially since I had always been open to establishing friends. My brother's jealousy-fueled lies seemed to be breaking apart the bonds I'd made over the years. The rumors spread among teachers as well. It was a weird sensation, as if I were living in a parallel realm where my genuine self was obscured by the wicked fiction told by my own twin. The lies had progressed beyond typical teenage chatter. They were now influencing how others regarded me. The unpleasant whispers swiftly reached my principal's ears, and my worst nightmare became reality. The principal summoned me and my brother, along with our parents, to his office to discuss the purported rumors. I sat there, my heart racing, as the principal demanded the truth. I believed my brother would finally come clean, but he doubled down on his lies. He told the principal that the reports were real and depicted me as a bully who beat him up when our parents were not around. I could not believe it. Shock rushed over me as my brother continued to tell this twisted story about how I was furious at him for receiving more attention from our parents. He held to his story like a glue, despite the fact that it was all lies. After hearing my brother's story, my mother burst into tears and clutched him like he was a hero. My father tried to console my brother, assuring him that it was brave of him to speak up and that he would ensure that nothing bad happened to him. Following that day, I attempted to defend myself, arguing with the principal that everything was fabricated. I felt as if I was drowning in a sea of accusations, desperately trying to get to the top, but my brother persisted, saying that I was this furious, violent person who took out my emotions on him every day. My mother's tears flowed as she grabbed onto my brother and gave me accusing stares. It was like fighting against a wall of belief in my brother's fabricated story. My principal sharply chastised me, stating that the school did not accept bullying and that these were grounds for suspension. I begged him not to suspend me, but he shook his head, saying he couldn't simply let it go. I implored him, tears flowing down my cheeks, attempting to explain that I hadn't done anything to my brother. The principal sternly informed me that I would be suspended for 10 days so that others would not bully anyone. It hit me hard, and I began crying even more, virtually asking him to reconsider. My parents, outraged and embarrassed by the incident, hauled me out of the principal's office. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to argue my case and make them understand, but they weren't having it. We left the school, my heart full of frustration and embarrassment. When we came home, things changed drastically. My father started packing my belongings out of the blue. I was stunned, perplexed, and had no idea what was going on. My mother asked him what he was doing, but he simply yelled that he couldn't allow me live in the same house as my brother anymore. I was crying, virtually on my knees, and begged my brother to give them the truth, but he remained cool, unmoved by my feelings. My father kept packing my belongings before throwing the bag into our foyer. I clung to my father's legs, asking him not to kick me away. It felt as if a nightmare were happening. He informed me that a bully like me did not deserve to reside in his home and that he would call his mother, my grandmother, to come and pick me up if she wished. It felt as if the world had collapsed beneath me. I stood there in amazement, surrounded by my stuff scattered over the foyer, booted out of my own home. Eventually, my grandmother showed up. She helped me grab all of my belongings and load them into the car. She helped me into the passenger seat and made sure I was wearing my seatbelt before strolling towards my parents' front door. She rang the doorbell, and when my father opened it, she began yelling at him for treating me this way. With firm determination, she informed him that if he ever approached or attempted to contact me again, she would not hesitate to call the police or CPS, because what he had done to a youngster like me might land him in jail. My mother attempted to shift blame by telling her that it was my fault. However, my grandmother was having none of it. She stood firm, defending me and emphasized that I was only a child and did not deserve to be treated in such a harsh manner. That was the first time I realized how powerful my grandmother was. She did not cower before my parents, and unlike them, she trusted me. We eventually drove away, leaving behind my house, the only place I had ever grown up. I can't even begin to describe how excruciatingly painful I felt at the time. I recall crying on the bed and refusing to eat anything, despite my grandmother's insistence. When I informed her what my brother had done, she was astonished as well. She told me that she trusted my version of the story, and I was relieved that I had at least one person on my side. When the 10-day suspension was removed, returning to school was like going back into the lion's lair. As I entered the familiar hallways, my classmates' expressions told volumes. Judgment, murmurs, and sidelong stares. The weight of the bogus charges remained in the air. Meanwhile, my brother shamelessly ignored me and like I didn't exist. He had made friends with a few people who believed his version of the tale and saw him as the victim of my attacks. I tried to tell everyone my side of the tale, but it went unheard. I was an outsider, saddled with an unfair reputation that stuck to me like a shadow. No matter where I went, the classroom, the cafeteria, or the corridors, the eyes that met mine were filled with contempt and suspicion. I became a loner. I would keep my head down, attend all of my lessons, eat lunch alone in the cafeteria, and then return home. I didn't have any friends, and it seemed like no one wanted me there. Throughout this, my parents never called to check on me. My grandmother would continuously remind me that this was not my fault and that things would eventually be fine. I graduated from high school with good grades and was looking forward to attending college, where I hoped to have a better life. It wasn't until I went away to college that I discovered what freedom felt like. For the first time, no one was looking over my shoulder, comparing my grades, or attempting to compete with me. I met and became friends with folks who shared my interests. Despite the mental and physical scars left by my family and classmates over the years, I focused on putting it all behind me and making the most of my college experience. During this period, I realized I had an aptitude for content writing. I'd always wanted to be a writer, but I wasn't sure if it would work out in the long run. As a result, I chose to give up on my dream. However, in order to supplement my income, I began working as a freelance writer. I signed up for several freelancing websites, which helped me get tasks from well-known companies. This is how I progressively began to compile a portfolio of my work. Throughout college, I maintained my side hustle and never asked my parents for a penny. When I finished college, instead of taking a corporate job, I realized I could work full-time as a content writer. I was doing well since I had numerous clients and long-term professional ties with them, allowing me to work on multiple projects. Having a respectable freelancing business not only gave me financial independence, but it also enabled me to explore the world as a digital nomad. Traveling helped me heal from my past, even if it was not easy. I saved as much money as I could and took a gamble on myself. I've seen a lot of the world over the years, but there's always so much more to see. My grandma was the only person I considered family throughout all of this, and I cherished her. She was quite unhappy when I moved out, but she knew that I needed to be self-sufficient. Despite my tight schedule, I made it a point to be available for her whenever possible. On weekends, I would pay Mom a visit, frequently eating meals or simply sitting on the porch, absorbed in chats about everything from childhood memories to current events. On weekends, I would spend full days assisting her with household tasks or taking her to the neighboring park for a leisurely walk. I recently completed one of the most important assignments of my career. While I can't reveal the name, I was extraordinarily fortunate to write articles and product descriptions for them. After the job was completed, I asked the team I worked with to submit grade evaluations on my websites, which they were delighted to do. I grabbed screenshots of several of their evaluations and shared them on Instagram, understanding that collaborating with this brand was a big deal. As expected, several other content writers congratulated me on my professional accomplishments, and some even reprinted my article to help get the word out. This is how I began receiving messages from strangers who also wanted assistance with their websites. My family observed this as well, and some contacted me to express their congratulations. My college's principal eventually called me, seeing that I was doing well and inviting me to come to the college for a seminar to talk to students about starting a career as a content writer. I was apprehensive because I'm not good at public speaking, but I decided to take a chance and consented. When I found myself standing in front of expectant faces, sharing my experiences and insights, I felt as if my life had gone full circle. In my speech, I discussed my hardships and how I pushed hard to keep going despite the difficult times. It was a truly rewarding experience to encourage others and contribute to the growth of the writing community. Some of my videos went viral on Facebook as people connected with them. It felt fantastic to be finally recognized for my efforts. Last week, I was asked to talk on a local news program. It was a show about the benefits of content creation, and they asked me to share my experiences and insights with their audience. I was nervous, but yet excited about the prospect. During the event, I discussed my experiences, the value of customer feedback, and how a simple appreciation message may lead to fantastic opportunities. The opportunity to reach a larger audience and encourage more professionals in the area was both humbling and exciting. When it finally aired, I uploaded some of these snippets on Instagram since I was honored to be invited to a TV show. This is how my relatives and cousins first learned about my professional accomplishments. Because my parents never mentioned me to anyone, they had no idea I was working with well-known brands and appearing on television shows. This is how word swiftly went among my family. I guess this TV interview must have finally reached my parents' ears, because just a few days later, I was working on another project while keeping my phone on mute. When I finished my work, I checked my phone and was surprised to find 6 missed calls from my mother. I was astonished to see her name on my phone because it had been a long time since she had phoned me. After so many years of stillness, I couldn't understand why she was phoning. I hesitantly called her back, and she answered right away. I asked her if everything was fine, and my mother began to congratulate me. My father, who was most likely sitting directly next to her, also joined in on the chat. He began to probe about my life and well-being, and I responded without much thinking. It didn't strike me as weird until they asked how much I was making these days. I explained that it was none of their business. My father answered, "We're family, so don't be shy about telling us your income." I assured him that I was doing well financially. Hearing this, my mother proceeded to describe how difficult their life was these days, and my brow furrowed in suspicion. Basically, this is how our talk went. "Mom, we're retired now, and we've wanted to renovate the house for a while. It's not in great shape, but we don't have any funds left." Me, "Okay." Mom said, "Your achievement has given us hope. We saw your TV interview today and thought you might be able to assist us out by paying for the improvements. Dad, after all, we are a family. Please do not hesitate to share some of your revenue with us. We genuinely need your help." Me, "Are you kidding me? Why are you asking for money when you haven't even spoken to me in years? I'm not sure what prompted you to contact me, and while I appreciate your congratulations, I won't be able to assist you." Hearing this, my mother began telling me that I was being selfish and that I needed to support them as a family. My father emphasized that as my parents, they deserved to be cared for, and that this was the least I could do. I was so angry at this point that I wanted to tell them off. Suddenly, I had an idea. Instead of simply disagreeing with them, I would teach them a lesson once and for all for thinking they could mooch off of me. After my parents mistreated me for so many years, I told them that I was willing to help them provided they agreed to my demands. My father was curious and asked me what it was. Without hesitation, I made my demand. If they wanted my assistance, they had to openly confess, in front of our family and friends, that my brother was the mastermind behind the false stories that had harmed my reputation. I wanted them to embarrass my brother in front of everyone, just like they had humiliated me by believing his lies and manipulations. I wanted them to accept responsibility for their acts and recognize the anguish they had caused. Hearing about my untenable state, my father began to question the necessity of such an admission. My mother told me that this was all unnecessary and that we could have a private discussion without engaging others, but I stood firm. This was a non-negotiable requirement for any further aid they wanted me to provide. As the tension rose, my father raised his voice, establishing his authority as my father, and began to underline that it was my responsibility to assist my family in need. My mother, in a last-ditch effort, persuaded me to do the right thing and assist them, citing the years they had spent raising me. I couldn't help but see the irony in their sudden attractiveness. I reminded them of the past, that they had kicked me out, and that my grandmother, not them, had reared me. They became increasingly angry, but I told them unequivocally that if they wanted to approach me and request financial aid, the truth had to be acknowledged publicly, and my brother had to face the consequences of his conduct. Since this talk, my parents have been calling me often, but I'm ignoring them. I'm beginning to regret even phoning them back that day. I'd like to know if I'd be a complete idiot if I didn't aid my parents. Update. It's been a crazy week since I last shared my story, and the outpouring of support and encouragement has been astounding. It's encouraging to know that I'm not alone at this moment. I'm happy everyone believes that I shouldn't interact with my parents or even contemplate assisting them after everything they've put me through. I gave them such a requirement since I knew they would be unable to comply. I know they love my brother too much, and even if they've realized by now that it was all his lies, I know they'll never put him through what they did to me. My brother sent me a nasty text message today after my parents tried to call me again and I refused to answer. This is what he wrote. "Hey sis, I haven't seen you in a long time, and I can tell you that every day without you has been wonderful. I heard Mom and Dad contacted you and you offered them a strange ultimatum. You're aware that they will never go through with it, right? They plainly never loved you and will never hurt me. I admit I lied about you 15 years ago, but it's been a long time, so stop being so self-centered and attempt to move on from the past. You're unmarried and childless, so why not help them out by paying for their home repairs and renovations? Do the right thing and become a better daughter." Seeing the message felt like a stab in the chest. The hubris to reject the difficulties I had encountered and the conditions I had established revealed his lack of empathy. The attempt to guilt-trip me by emphasizing my single and childless situation added an extra degree of insensitivity. His idea that I should prioritize their needs over my own was not only disrespectful, but also demonstrated how little he valued me. Fueled by dissatisfaction and a strong desire for justice, I decided it was time to take matters into my own hands and expose the truth that had been buried for far too long. I sat down to compose an email to my parents and close relatives, detailing the traumatic events of my upbringing and the unfair treatment I had received while growing up in my family home. In the email, I highlighted the tight and restrictive environment I encountered at home, as well as how my parents treated me differently from my twin brother. I also looked into the spiteful and utterly false rumor my brother had circulated about me at school, which had resulted in serious consequences and ruined my image. I wrote about how my parents had kicked me out, and if it hadn't been for my grandmother, I could have died on the streets by now. Toward the conclusion, I requested that everyone read a message my brother had sent me. I've enclosed a screenshot in which he acknowledged lying about me. It was a simple confession, and I hoped it would reveal the lies that had lasted for too long. I sent the email just an hour ago, and I know what will happen when my parents and brother see it. Next, I'll let you know how my family reacts to my email. Update. It's been a month since my previous update, and a lot has happened. As you may guess, my family erupted when they received the email. My parents have faced criticism from relatives who were previously unaware of the extent of their favoritism and emotional abuse. Many family members contacted me, saying they had no idea about everything and apologized for not being there for me. My brother and dad sent me a bombardment of text messages that became increasingly hostile and aggressive. So I contacted a lawyer, who issued them a cease and desist notice. It basically told them not to approach me again, and if they did, they would face severe legal penalties. I guess this spooked them since they stopped calling me. My grandmother believes I did the right thing by telling everyone what occurred, and she fully supports me. She is the only person who is important to me, therefore I'm delighted she has my back. Update. It's been 2 months since my last post, and I'm pleased to say that everything is going well in my life right now. Professionally, my article writing business has thrived. Invitations to speak at seminars and podcasts continue to come in, confirming my status as a renowned expert in my field. I'm as close to my granny as ever. I recently took a 1-week sabbatical from work to spend quality time with her. She is into gardening these days and has taught me a lot about the many flowers and herbs in her yard. My favorite and most cherished memories are of spending time with her, whether we were sharing meals, having profound conversations, or simply enjoying one another's company. My family hasn't contacted me since they received the letter from my lawyer, so I'm glad they're staying away. Personally, I've started attending to therapy in the hopes of working on my own recovery. For the time being, I believe this is the final update. Thank you very much for your support.